Hello everyone. Thank you for all your support. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but I promise one day, I will become a great man who stands strong for others, offering support, protection, and everything they need. You can support me on Google Pay. Thanks. Chapter 1, The Fourth Disaster. A dimensional cricket fight. Emergency notice. A humanoid anomaly is suspected to have appeared in Queens. Residents nearby, please lock your doors and windows and do not go out. The Global Occult Coalition, GOC, emergency containment team has been dispatched to contain. On the screen. Panicked pedestrians screamed and fled in the flames. The occasional wailing and explosions made the whole scene look weird and terrifying. In front of the screen, there stood a young man with a handsome face but a rather pale complexion. He let out a long sigh with a melancholy look on his face. Why would I travel through time? It would be better if I just died. That's right. Chu Yun traveled through time as expected, and the time span was only 3 days. I had thought that with the experiences of my past life, I would be able to do something great by coming to this world that is similar to Earth but not the same. However, it was not until an anomaly appeared in Chu Yun's field of vision that he realized he had overthought. Good news, I traveled through time. Bad news, traveling to a world with anomalies. Worse news, there is no foundation in this world. That's right. The world Chu Yun traveled to was a world full of all kinds of anomalies that could not be understood by common sense. Down to a bowl that can be used to wash out noodle soup endlessly, Father's bowl. From evil gods, divinity, supreme divinity, metaphysics, upper-level narratives, and other incredible ultimate existences, they are all abnormal. In such a hellish world where survival is difficult, it is a luxury for ordinary people to live their lives in peace. This is a world destined to destruction. Certainly. According to the development of the original world line, although there are various horrific anomalies in this world, due to the existence of the Foundation and a series of other organizations dedicated to containing anomalies, the anomalies are barely isolated from the public's view. It makes people think they live in a normal world. But here comes the problem. There is no Foundation in this world right now. There are no D-class personnel, no technicians, researchers, doctors, O5s, and certainly no elite of the elite, mobile task forces. Only the GOC and some small organizations that are not worthy of being on the stage can barely maintain social order. These organizations are already overwhelmed just by containing anomalies, not to mention the greater cost of hiding the existence of anomalies. Not only that, as more and more powerful anomalies appear, these organizations are gradually unable to cope. For example, right now, an abnormal creature is openly killing people in Queens, and reporters have started live broadcasting, but there is still no agency capable of handling the situation that has arrived to provide emergency assistance. You can imagine how bad the current situation in the world is. Chu Yun looked out the window at the crowd fleeing in panic in the distance with a complicated look. He murmured, "Where on earth has the Foundation gone?" However, just as he finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Chu Yun's eyes froze, and he opened his mouth subconsciously. An indescribable strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Could it be? Sure enough. The next second, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Chu Yun's ears. Anomalies have been detected in the host's world, and the Foundation system has begun to activate. System activation. Congratulations, host. The Foundation system has been activated. Chu Yun's eyes were shocked. Is it really the system? A look of excitement emerged on his face. At the same time, countless complicated information and images also poured into Chu Yun's mind. After a few seconds, Chu Yun's distracted vision finally became clear again. But the joy on his face now seemed a little strange. It was different from the ordinary self-strengthening systems he had expected. To put it simply, the main function of the Foundation system is to help Chu Yun build a foundation from scratch. Especially the first function, the fourth disaster, recruiting beings from other spatial dimensions through the system and letting them enter this world as a kind of mercenaries. And Chu Yun is the boss who sets rules and issues orders for them. Not only that, as long as the mercenaries complete the mission and take in the objects, Chu Yun can also receive rewards from the system. Thinking of this, even Chu Yun, who was usually calm, felt his heart surge with excitement. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he had a bold idea. The fourth disaster? No. I would like to call it cricket fighting in another dimension. Chu Yun let out a long sigh, came back to his senses from his fantasy, and tried to calm himself down. It's too early to think about these things now. The most urgent task is to send out a call to the heavens and myriad worlds to find suitable mercenaries. So, which worlds should we recruit operators from? Thinking of this, Chu Yun had an idea. Consciousness instantly spread to all the heavens and worlds. Marvel Universe. With the establishment of the Avengers, Thanos' plot to seize the Cosmic Cube was successfully thwarted. However, although the Avengers defeated Loki and his army of Chitauri, they also successfully exposed aliens and superheroes to the public eye. Mutants, Inhumans, superheroes, alien invaders, all kinds of powerful forces appear one after another. The whole world is in chaos. But at this moment, boom! It was as if the roar at the beginning of the world exploded above the sky. Countless virtual giant screens suddenly appeared throughout the Marvel Universe, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Before people could react, a grand and sacred voice exploded in everyone's mind again. Call of Heaven. The administrator of the SCP Foundation issued a call for all the heavens and the universe, forcibly recruiting operators to enter the Foundation universe to participate in the containment of anomalies. After each recruitment mission is launched, the operator's containment will be broadcast live throughout the process. Operators participating in containment missions will gain contribution points. The higher the contribution points, the greater the rewards, and the rewards can be returned to the operator's home planet several times. The first call-up will start in 30 minutes. 0029:59. 29 minutes and 58 seconds. As the countdown began, all creatures in the Marvel Universe suddenly became excited. Super God Universe. The war between angels and demons lasted for tens of thousands of years. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and were licking their wounds on Earth while brewing the next war. The expeditionary force sent by Karl, who was far away in the sticks, was heading directly for the Earth. Angels, demons, death. Forces from all sides gathered in Tianhe City, and war was about to break out. But at this juncture, the call from the heavens came. Call of Heaven. A university dormitory in Tianhe. What the hell? Call for proposals? SCP Foundation? Containment of anomalies? What the hell is this? Ge Xiaolun, come out and see God. I must have masturbated too much and am hallucinating. The same scene not only appeared on Earth, but also in the entire Super God universe. Pluto Karl, who originally planned to launch an attack on the Earth, remained calm and secretly ordered the expeditionary force to stand by. Morgana in the demon castle stared at the giant screen in the sky with her captivating eyes, lost in thought and speechless. Collapse Iron Universe. The huge screen suddenly appeared in a terrifying wave. The call for conscription suddenly sounded, sweeping across the entire star system and even spreading to the entire Collapse Universe. The star train that was traveling across the Milky Way came to an abrupt halt. The gods in the virtual world sighed. Faintly, the sound of the tide seemed to be heard in the universe, lasting for a long time. Deluo Universe Deluo Star. With the appearance of the conscription order and the light curtain, the entire Deluo Star fell into an inexplicable panic. Inside a palace in the center of Xingluo City, a beautiful woman with a slender figure looked up at the sky and whispered to herself, "The heavens call? Is the Deluo continent going to be in chaos again?" As soon as the words fell, a firm and confident voice sounded behind him. "It doesn't matter, I'll do it." The same scene appeared in countless universes. The sudden light curtain and the call to action seemed to have pressed the mute button on the entire world. Immediately, there was a shock like a tsunami. Finally, the countdown has reached the final moment. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The countdown ends, and the heavens call begins. Chapter 2. The first call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Ding. Extraction completed. Universes drawn this time: Marvel Universe, One Punch Man Universe. Operators recruited this time: Deadpool, Marvel Universe, Saitama, One Punch Man Universe. The moment the voice rang out, all living beings in the heavens and the worlds became excited. Especially the two universes that were drawn. Marvel Universe. Inside SHIELD. WTF. Having just rejected Deadpool's offer to join the Avengers, he heard the news that Deadpool was chosen. Captain Steve was completely stunned. The members of the Avengers were even more confused. After a long silence, Black Widow Natasha shrugged. Although that guy is a jerk, his ability is immortality after all. I guess the containment mission should be very easy for him, right? The expression of one-eyed Nick Fury became subtle. Compared to whether Deadpool can successfully complete the containment mission, he cares more about this so-called Call of Duties from all realms itself. During the countdown just now, he had mobilized all the means of S.H.I.E.L.D. to inquire about any information about the SCP Foundation. However, nothing was found. No matter in the archives of any department or even in the data of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no information about the so-called SCP Foundation. This is totally unacceptable to Nick Fury. Nothing can escape the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. One Punch Man Universe. The Hero Association Building. The top executives of the Hero Association were meeting in their office regarding the sudden appearance of the All-Heaven Recruiting Order. I thought it was another conspiracy of some powerful enemy. Unexpectedly, just when everyone was discussing which hero to send to deal with the situation, Saitama's name suddenly appeared on the screen. For a time, the entire conference room fell into silence. The conscription order was like a bomb dropped into all realms, instantly making all the universes boil. However, as the conscription progresses, countless doubts still fill the hearts of all living beings. Where did this summons from the heavens come from? What is an exception? How to contain? Most importantly, what exactly is the SCP Foundation? Who is the so-called administrator? What kind of powerful being could possess such domineering and powerful abilities? No one knows the answer. Just as all the living beings in the worlds were concentrating on staring at the light curtain in the sky. Finally, the originally dark screen lit up again. At the same time, a solemn and low voice was also heard. This is a world with anomalies. Anomalies are objects and lives that do not follow the natural laws we are familiar with, corridors that you can never walk out of, mechanical gods from ancient times, humans who reshape reality with their thoughts. Life may seem peaceful and calm, but secretly, in a space unknown to people, countless anomalies are lurking there, constantly eroding and devouring this world. There are more and more unexplainable things, as if the universe deliberately wants to show absurdity and wonder. As the sound rang out, an image appeared on the light curtain. On a blue planet, no traces of civilization seemed to have appeared yet. Creatures that vaguely resembled humans were hiding in the cave, staring outside the mountain with terrified eyes, staring at the eternal darkness. Fear hung over the hearts of these creatures like a dark cloud. In the picture, some people walked out of the cave, but more turned back and hid in the haze of fear. They carved those strange scenes that were difficult to describe in words on the cave, and knelt down and prayed to them. At this moment, the ethereal voice suddenly rose, becoming high-pitched and passionate. Humanity can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us, we must protect ourselves. So, S special, we control. C containment, we contain. P procedures, we protect. The opening content ends here. The entire universe seemed to have been paused. Countless creatures looked at the screen in astonishment and fell into an eerie silence. Operator contribution ranking is now open. The chat group of all heavens has been opened. With the appearance of these two prompts. Next. All the suppressed emotions suddenly burst out. All living beings rushed into the chat group like crazy. OMG. The scene just now made my scalp tingle. This. Could it be that this administrator of the SCP Foundation is some mysterious god in the universe? Don't be so mean, what kind of god can be summoned by the heavens? Shit, he just said that gods are also abnormal, right? So, the operators are even going to contain gods. Tisk, these guys who were drafted are so unlucky. In the chat group, countless people were frantically venting their inner shock and fear. However, many of the true pyramid tops in the universe are somewhat dismissive of this. Super God universe. A corridor that you can never walk out of, a mechanical god from ancient times, and humans who reshape reality with their thoughts. When Pluto Carl saw this, his eyes suddenly became subtle. The abilities and technologies he possesses today have already reached the cosmic level. Even the powerful angel civilization is not taken seriously by him. What's more, these are just some abnormalities. Maybe I'm overthinking. He said to himself. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Wait a moment. Nick Fury held his outstretched hand in the air, and after a moment's silence, he spoke. Reduce the threat level of the SCP Foundation and reduce the civilization level of the universe where the SCP Foundation is located. Recalling his previous look of being on high alert, his face turned dark, and he thought to himself that he was really intimidated by the so-called conscription order. The ability to forcibly recruit operators from all over the world is indeed incredible, but there are only a few people at a time, and those anomalies do not seem to be as dangerous as imagined. Creatures and items with special abilities. SHIELD can even mass-produce these things. Presumably, the so-called rewards are nothing more than useless things. Thinking of this, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes as he looked towards the light screen. Not only them, but also many powerful people in the universe secretly compared the abnormalities shown in the light curtain with the strength of the powerful people in this universe, and finally came to the conclusion. The civilization level of the universe where the SCP Foundation is located does not seem to be very high. Those so-called anomalies didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Only some low and medium-tech cosmic civilizations with not very advanced technological means retain some offer this, while remaining curious and expectant about the reward. Finally, amid the discussions of countless beings, the conscription came to an end. At this moment, the content on the light screen suddenly changed. The call-up ends, and the containment mission begins. Anomaly in this containment, Immortal Evil Lizard. Chapter 3. Immortal Evil Lizard? As these 4 words appeared, the chat group that had been buzzing with discussion suddenly fell silent. What is this? It can't be a lizard, can it? Seeing this, those beings who already disdained the abnormalities became even more contemptuous. And those who were originally wavering about this began to hesitate for a moment. The Immortal Lizard, even though its name is as good as its nature, can be immortal, but after all, it's just a lizard, right? The light curtain did not give everyone much time to react. Soon, the picture appeared. What appears on the screen seems to be a prosperous urban area in a city. Towering buildings, spotless streets, artistic flower beds. However, this peaceful scene was soon broken by a sudden explosion. Help. Damn, what the hell is this? Da-da-da. The dense gunfire immediately drowned out the screams of the people who were fleeing in panic. Boom. Before the audience could react, exploding flames suddenly appeared on the screen. People were stunned by this sudden change. Next second. Roar. A violent roar echoed in the firelight. Countless audiences suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Could it be? There was no time for everyone to react. The moment the roar was heard, a huge black shadow rushed out from the flames. Boom. The black explosion-proof vehicle blocking the perimeter was easily blown away like a sandbag. Crunch. The rigid alloy shell looked like paper under those sharp claws. Swish. The sharp claws easily tore open the explosion-proof car's shell and grabbed the driver out of the car. The driver was cut in half before he could even utter a scream. Roar. There was another violent roar, and the visible sound waves directly stirred up a cloud of dust on the spot. At this moment, people finally saw the whole appearance of this guy. It's like a cross between a crocodile and a lizard. The 5-meter-tall body is covered with explosive muscles. The brown-black stratum corneum covers the entire body, like a layer of armor with crisscrossing grooves. The bullet hit the stratum corneum, leaving only some mottled white spots. A bloody mouth was connected to the neck, and the mouth was full of densely packed sharp fangs, with even shocking blood and minced meat left on it. Especially those huge eyes all over the head, full of madness, violence, bloodthirstiness, and anger. With just one look, everyone felt as if they were being targeted by the most terrifying predator in the world. It is a fear that comes from the instinct of living beings. The audience who were chatting and laughing just now suddenly froze, each of them like a geese with its neck strangled. Next. The chat group exploded. Oh my god. You call that a little lizard? Damn it. This guy just looked at me and made my scalp tingle. So, the operators recruited this time are going to contain this monster. Well, I've prayed for them in my heart. The moment they saw the immortal evil lizard, countless viewers who had looked down on it were stunned. Obviously, they were slapped in the face by their own ignorance. You call this a little lizard? Ghost blows out the light universe. FK, so there are such awesome guys among the foreigners. Fatty Wong exclaimed as he caught up with Hu Bei and his group, still mumbling. Mr. Jin, these foreign lizards have become spirits. Old Hu, Which tomb raiding sect is this SCP Foundation affiliated with? The universe under aliens. Longhushan Tianxi Mansion. Zhang Jiwei, dressed in a long robe, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the light curtain hanging high in the sky, his brows furrowed. When the tyrannical body of the immortal evil lizard came into view, he heaved a long sigh and murmured. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Nick Fury's eyes flickered slightly. The power of the immortal lizard was indeed beyond his expectations, and the superheroes of the Avengers were arguing about it. Wow, its cuticle can withstand most thermal weapons. Natasha looked at the immortal evil lizard killing everyone on the screen with a slightly surprised expression. Obviously, the strength displayed by this guy was no longer something she could handle. That's all. In my eyes, this guy is just a bigger lizard. I can shoot it through with just one shot. Stark crossed his legs, looking confident. Steve heard this with a weird smile on his face. I hope God can bless Deadpool. As they spoke, even they themselves did not realize that the anomaly that was just looked down upon by everyone has now reached a point where it can threaten some superheroes. Collapse Iron Universe. Inside the Black Tower space station. Looking at the monster in the light curtain killing everyone, the researchers talked a lot. Even the puppet in the Black Tower had a hint of curiosity in its eyes. This thing is a bit like a strange object. Powerful strength, agile speed that doesn't match its body, excellent defense, and it can even recover quickly by eating? Huh? Has its body become bigger? What kind of ability is this? Is it evolving? Haida's eyes became more and more curious. Interesting. If it is given enough food, can it evolve infinitely? It was not until this moment that the owner of the Black Tower space station really became interested in this so-called anomaly. Full-time world. It's a rare occasion for the Phantom Troop to gather together. Wojin clenched his fists and looked at the immortal evil lizard in the light curtain with strong interest in his eyes. This guy looks pretty tough, but it's a pity that he didn't hit me this time. Naruto Universe. Uchiha Obito, who was planning the Fourth Ninja World War, only paused for a moment and then lost interest in the contents of the light curtain. Backroom Universe. Async Foundation. Before the researchers had time to study the sudden call to action from the heavens, they were caused to become agitated by the immortal evil lizard that appeared in the light curtain. Is it a physical entity? Holding strong malice towards humans, it can be concluded that it is a hostile entity. Report, the critical point's security defense measures have not taken effect, but it is not ruled out that it is at some unknown level. As the immortal evil lizard made its appearance, heated discussions filled every corner of the heavens and the world. But at this moment, the light curtain suddenly dimmed. The next second, 2 lines of prompts appeared on the light curtain, and countless creatures in the universe suddenly became quiet. Operators deployed. Containment begins. Immediately afterwards, a strange wave suddenly appeared in the light curtain. At the same time, the 2 operators finally appeared in the sight of countless creatures. Hello, my name is Sayatama, and I'm from... Sayatama's self-introduction was interrupted by Deadpool's exclamation before he finished. Wow, am I really in another universe now? And I am being watched by audiences from countless universes. Deadpool, who was wearing an orange overalls, covered his mouth in surprise, looking around and acting awkwardly, as if he was at the Oscars, and said in surprise. Mom, are you watching TV? I'm on TV. Thanks to, SCP Foundation? Yes, thanks to them for giving me this opportunity, WTF. Roar. The acceptance speech was interrupted by the roaring immortal evil lizard not far away. Deadpool's face changed. Oh hell, I heard I was asked to take in a little lizard, but, you call this guy a little lizard? Chapter 4. Deadpool's appearance caused the audiences in all realms to freeze their brains for a few seconds. Especially the audience of the Marvel Universe. Inside SHIELD. Nick Fury frowned and ignored the laughter of the superheroes, and said impatiently. So, how long will it take for this farce to end? In his eyes, the immortal lizard is nothing more than a mutant from another universe, and his abilities may not even be stronger than those of the previous Dr. Lizard Connors. At least Dr. Lizard still retains his human sanity. But what if we don't destroy the evil lizard? It's totally a wild beast out of control. Is such an abnormality worth making such a fuss? However, the next scene made him stunned. In the screen, The immortal lizard that was killing everyone in the crowd seemed to have sensed the presence of the two operators in the distance, and its pair of scarlet eyes suddenly stared at the two of them. A sense of being targeted by a top predator hit me in the face. This made Deadpool, who was originally planning to say a few words, suddenly stunned. Damn it, this guy found us. Seeing that the immortal lizard was about to drop its prey and rush towards them, Deadpool immediately put his hand on Saitama's shoulder and pretended to be weak and said, "Hey, Egghead brother, I remember you seem to be from the One Punch Man universe. Since your name contains the word Superman, you must be very strong. You must protect me, I am most afraid of pain." Hearing this, Saitama simply tugged at the orange jumpsuit that he was somewhat unfamiliar with, and when he found that he couldn't take it off, he said helplessly, "First of all, I'm not some braised egghead." As he spoke, he turned towards the direction of the immortal evil lizard and said lightly, "Secondly, I'm not some One-Punch Man." After saying that, Saitama's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Deadpool's hands were empty and he almost stumbled. Beep. Immediately afterwards, a sonic boom suddenly exploded next to Deadpool's ear. The burst of air almost blew him away. Deadpool's eyes suddenly widened. In the atmosphere, the speed of sound is about 343 meters per second. When an object flies at a speed exceeding this, a sonic boom may occur. At the same time Saitama disappeared, a huge black shadow had been crashed into the huge stone sculpture on the flower bed. Boom. Saitama was like a locomotive running at full speed, carrying with him violent waves of sound, sweeping across the entire garden. Boom. The man and the beast continued to exert their strength and penetrated the stone sculpture directly, plowing a long trench on the ground. This time, the audience finally saw what was happening. In an instant, the entire chat group exploded. WTF? Oh, my god. Was that a sonic boom? This guy escaped the sonic boom? Is he still human? My bad. I just thought that the two of them were just there to give the immortal lizard a snack. Who would have thought that this guy was actually a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? Where's the Animal Protection Organization? Save them. Immortal evil lizard? Is there no one speaking up for me? It won't be gone in a second, will it? Although it was just a brief encounter, in the eyes of the audience, the balance of victory had already completely tilted towards the two operators. What if the brutality and power displayed by the undead lizard before were deeply rooted in people's hearts? Can someone be as awesome as the boiled egghead? Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Oh shit. Isn't this guy a little too strong? Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other less powerful superheroes were almost shocked. I thought this time the containment would still depend on Deadpool, but unexpectedly, this guy named Saitama turned out to be the dark horse. Guys, my Mark 40 can easily reach a speed of Mach 5, there's no need to make a fuss. Iron Man raised his head proudly. The captain shook his head and smiled. Mach 5 is the limit of your armor, but it may not be the limit of this guy. One Punch Man Universe. Hero Association. Damn it, didn't this guy just become an A-class hero? How can he be so strong? This was the exclamation of the association members who were not familiar with Saitama. Only Saitama's circle of friends were not surprised by this. Instead, he was amazed at the immortal evil lizard. This guy, judging from the threat level alone, should be a ghost level, right? Ghost, a crisis that may cause a town's functions to be paralyzed or even destroyed. Isn't that a bit high? It feels like it's only Tiger level. Tiger, a risk that could cause casualties. As he spoke, Hell's Fubuki looked at the immortal evil lizard, which was almost a pile of rotten meat in the light curtain, and sighed. In this case, the battle should be over, huh? Before she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly froze as she looked at the light curtain. In the light curtain, the scene was dead silent. The armed men from other organizations and the citizens fleeing around seemed to have been frozen. He stared blankly at Saitama in the flower bed and the pile of rotten meat on the ground. There is only one voice in everyone's heart. The immortal evil lizard was killed instantly like this? Even Saitama retracted his fist, which was covered with blood and flesh. However, just as he was about to leave, something strange happened. I saw a pile of rotten meat on the ground, which actually began to move. But in the blink of an eye, the immortal evil lizard that had been sentenced to death by everyone actually recovered. Saitama looked at the larger immortal lizard with a little surprise. Not dead yet. In response to him, there was a violent roar. Roar. The roar caused a wave of sound. The immortal evil lizard is moving. Beep. Another dull sonic boom. But this time, the one who flew out was the dazed Saitama. Boom. The sharp claws failed to tear Saitama's body into pieces, but instead blasted Saitama into the building behind him like a sandbag. The nearly meter-thick wall broke into pieces many times before Saitama finally landed on the ground. WTF. Deadpool, who was not far away, was stunned. The audiences from other universes were also stunned. Oh my god, this guy didn't die even after being shattered like that. Damn it. Who would have thought that this guy is really immortal? Oh no, isn't Saitama in danger? No, this transvestite in a red leather suit has no effect at all. One Punch Man universe. After seeing the immortal lizard's counter-attack, the entire hero association was in an uproar. What? Genos' pupils suddenly shrank. This weirdo in the light curtain actually took a punch from the teacher and survived? Are you kidding? After becoming Saitama's apprentice. In his impression, there are very few people who can withstand Saitama's punch. Could it be that the immortal lizard also possesses the strength of a dragon-level monster? Chapter 5. Audiences from other universes don't know the difference between dragon level and demon level, but they can see it. The immortal evil lizard's strength is far more than just this. The situation reversed, and the audience's hearts were suddenly lifted. Seeing that Saitama temporarily left the stage, the immortal lizard also turned his attention to Deadpool not far away. The audience couldn't help but look forward to it. They are both operators, but Saitama is so strong. Isn't this guy called Deadpool going to take off? Unexpectedly, Deadpool's reaction was shocking. There was no fight as expected, this guy just slid to his knees neatly. Hiss, big lizard. Deadpool quickly raised his hands, retreated tactically, and tried to appease. Listen to me, I am not in the same group as that egghead. I personally strongly oppose humans infringing on the rights of animals. Not only that, I'm even a senior member of the Animal Protection Association. We should be friends. Seeing that this didn't seem to work, he immediately changed his tone to a serious and said one. Also, I strongly condemn the persecution of your people by the Indians. Hey. FK, this guy doesn't seem to understand me. Seeing this scene, audiences from all over the universe almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, the immortal evil lizard took action. Beep. In the sound wave. It suddenly disappeared where it was. The violent figure is heading straight for Deadpool. In response, Deadpool put away his joking attitude. I saw him slowly and leisurely making a classic boxing starting stance. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Slim Shady. Immortal evil lizard, it's delicious, my friend. Audience. Seeing Deadpool with most of his body left in the mouth of the immortal lizard, the entire chat group fell silent. The hanging heart finally seemed to be at peace. Immediately afterwards, the chat group exploded. What the hell? Is this guy here to make fun of me? I was looking forward to it for a long time, but this is the result. Deadpool, I got up and was stuffy. What else can I say? FK, I've long felt that this guy is unreliable. The chat group was almost filled with curses. However, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed something unusual. No, look, that guy is still moving. As expected, in the picture. Deadpool was not killed instantly as everyone expected. Instead, he did not retreat but advanced and actually took the initiative to drill into the throat of the immortal lizard. At the same time, a dull sound was heard. If I can't penetrate your armor, can't I destroy your stomach? It was obvious that this guy had no intention of fighting the immortal evil lizard head-on from the beginning. Seeing this, the audience's hearts were suddenly in suspense again. Could it be that there is a reversal? At the same time. In an unknown space. Chu Yun looked at the images transmitted by the system and laughed. Does this guy really think that the immortal evil lizard is just a beast with powerful recovery abilities? Let alone the extraordinary state, even if it was just an immortal evil lizard under normal circumstances, its immortality, indestructibility, and unlimited evolutionary capabilities would make it a difficult containment object even for a Foundation in a state of total victory. You know, in the original Foundation universe, the SCP Foundation has almost never stopped neutralizing the immortal lizards. Its means include but are not limited to It was bombed in space with 20,200,500,000 RDS-220 hydrogen bombs until only 0.03 ml of blood was left. It turned out that the immortal lizard later adapted to this. It grew to about the size of Saturn, and went on to destroy and eat several planets in the solar system. It was bombarded with a giant wave projection cannon that could trigger the Big Bang, directly reducing it to atomic bonds. The result is rebirth at the cellular level hours after the data was edited. After destroying 77% of the observable omnipotent universe and neutralizing 95% of the abnormal lower-level narrative methods used on the immortal lizard, a ZK-class doomsday was triggered. Not only that, other means of neutralization are even more sensational and unscrupulous. Therefore, after the draft ended, Chu-Yun didn't expect the operators to make much contribution at the beginning. Even Saitama. However, even when things had developed to this point, Chu-Yun remained calm. Looking at the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's time for the mobile task force to take action. At this moment, the attention of countless viewers was focused on the immortal evil lizard, or rather, the Deadpool within the immortal evil lizard. Maybe this guy's weakness really is inside his body? Everyone couldn't help but think of it. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to it. Time passes by every second. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. However, in the picture, there was still only the sound of blood falling from the corner of the undying evil lizard's mouth. Other than that, nothing has changed. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. I knew it, I knew it. Natasha was so angry that she yelled, I knew this guy was totally unreliable. Several others also echoed it, except Nick Fury, who had a dark face. Even though he repeatedly raised his perception of the immortal evil lizard in his mind, he had to admit that he had indeed misjudged it. The ability to recover from an almost immortal death, the ability to evolve infinitely through eating, and the physical fitness that has no limit. This is just one of them. If other anomalies also have such abilities. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's expression suddenly became serious. There are many other creatures in the universe who have similar ideas as him. In the Ghost Blows Out the Light universe, Fatty Wong no longer has the heart to joke. In the Under One Person universe, the aliens began to worry. In the Naruto universe, Uchiha Obito put away his previous carelessness. In the Collapse Iron universe, Black Tower rejected the previous idea of abnormal equals strange object. In the Super God universe, Carl changed his sitting position and continued to stare at the light screen, muttering interesting. In the Light Curtain, Deadpool's voice rang out from the body of the immortal lizard. Wow, it's so dark in here. The audience laughed out loud. This guy is not dead yet. Seeing this, no one would have any expectations for him anymore. It was indeed a bit surprising that he was not killed by the immortal evil lizard, but that was all. You can't rely on him to starve the immortal evil lizard to death, right? Therefore, the audience's eyes, along with the immortal lizard, were locked on the direction of Saitama, who was hammered away. Surprisingly, there were not many scars on Saitama's body, as if the blow did not hurt him at all. Not only that, Saitama has changed his previous carelessness. He looked at the immortal lizard with excitement, and sighed with satisfaction. That's it, that's it. How long has it been? How long has it been since I felt the joy of fighting? Ever since he broke through the limits of human beings and removed his own limiters, it has become difficult for him to encounter an opponent who can withstand one of his punches. That kind of long-term bullying has made him no longer feel the joy of bleeding. At this time, his eyes sparkled with gold, and a refreshing feeling surged in his heart. Unexpectedly, the immortal evil lizard did not rush up immediately. Snap! Snap! A sound of shell tearing was heard. Saitama looked at the immortal evil lizard standing there in a daze, and his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Could it be? Bang! The shell that covered the immortal evil lizard's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It actually evolved directly by swallowing Deadpool. In the blink of an eye, a more powerful, faster, and more invincible immortal evil lizard appeared in the eyes of countless creatures in the universe. That look of contempt for everything. That predatory posture. At this moment, there was only one voice in everyone's heart. What on earth did that guy Deadpool do? Chapter 6. The immortal evil lizard, the immortal creature that hates humans. Immortality is only one of the most abnormal abilities of the immortal lizard. Another of its abilities is to evolve infinitely through eating. It can obtain energy from any substance it ingests, whether it is organic or inorganic. Inside Site 0, Chu Yun muttered to himself and looked away, then toward the command room behind him. A man who looked like an officer had a sinister look in his eyes and said to the 7 combat members in front of him who were wearing pure black MTF individual combat uniforms. The 2 operators forgot the purpose of the Foundation, which led to problems in their working methods. 7 tombstone-like mobile task forces shouted in deep voices. Control. Containment. Protect. As the officer shouted, "Action begin," several people quickly disappeared into the command room. Chu Yun stood up and walked out of the strange space. Looking at the huge and empty Site 0 in front of him, he said to himself. Although the system's gift package is a bit stingy, only given to 1 site and a few members. He paused and said confidently. But as long as I take in the immortal evil lizard, this world will become interesting to me. Today's Queens has long lost its former prosperity. The exquisite flower beds were in a mess, as if they had been carpet bombed by bombers. The towering skyscrapers around are full of broken walls and ruins. The roar of the explosion makes people feel as if they are in a white-hot modern battlefield. The culprits behind all this are Saitama and the immortal lizard. The huge monster made of reinforced concrete was like foam in front of the man and the beast. No weapons or armor needed. Because Saitama and the indestructible lizard are the strongest weapons and the strongest protective gear. Compared to the seemingly endless setting of the immortal lizard, Saitama's ability setting is much simpler and more brutal. As the name suggests, One Punch Man. Because his attack power is so strong that he can often defeat his opponents with just one strike, he is named One Punch Man. At the same time, his defense is extremely high, or it can be said that his body structure has completely exceeded the biological limit. All enemies he encounters cannot cause any harm to him no matter what attack they launch. Even if he is kicked into a vacuum environment, he can still move freely in space and return to Earth safely. In addition, he also possesses extraordinary abilities in dynamic vision, reflexes, and jumping ability. In a sense, Saitama is invincible. However, until today, he had just met the first person in his life who would not die under his fists. Roar! Saitama pressed the huge head of the immortal evil lizard to the ground. The tyrannical power was contained in those slender arms, and the scorching air waves buzzed, making the air sticky. He raised his other fist high, and the terrifying force field caused the space to begin to distort. For a time, the air in countless worlds seemed to stagnate. Saitama just stomped his feet lightly. Pour! The explosive force instantly created a circle of cracks on the ground that looked like water waves. Saitama throws a serious punch. Boom! Endless power fell like a huge meteorite, hitting the immortal evil lizard directly on the head. Waves of air gushed out like mushroom clouds from a nuclear bomb explosion, destroying everything in its path and reducing the buildings along the way to dust in an instant. The shock wave visible to the naked eye destroyed dozens of kilometers of glass before it disappeared. This moment, the whole world was quiet. The next second, the chat group of all heavens exploded completely. WTF? This guy created a mushroom cloud with his bare hands. Oh my god, what a powerful force this is. I want to know, what are the limits of these 2 people? For a moment, the entire chat group was filled with all kinds of exclamations. At the same time, countless people are looking at the screen expectantly. Looking forward to the immortal evil lizard being eliminated. Unfortunately, their wishes were destined to fail. Roar! All they heard was a violent roar. Next. The earth falls. Snap! Saitama pushed away the rubble in front of him and stood up, breathing heavily. The sweat secreted from his body was evaporated into clouds of steam by the terrifying high temperature on his body as soon as it appeared. The orange overalls on his body had long disappeared, revealing his strong body. At this moment, the initial joy and excitement on Saitama's face had long disappeared. The attack power of the immortal evil lizard is indeed far inferior to his. He can even withstand the opponent's attacks without any damage. But this was meaningless because he couldn't kill the other person either. Indeed, he clearly understood that his strength was far more than that. Having broken through the limiter, he can withstand the gravity of a black hole with his physical strength alone. When fighting with the Star Wolf, the aftermath of the explosion can even shatter distant galaxies. But at the same time, he also realized that the opponent's upper limit was far more than that. Sure enough, The smoke and dust dispersed with the wind, and the immortal evil lizard tore open the broken shell and flesh membrane on its body, and stood up from the deep pit with a roar. Seeing the other party once again transformed from a pile of rotten meat into an intact body, Saitama finally felt a little tired. "Please don't test my patience, I just want to get out of here." The only response he got was an increasingly high-pitched neigh. Seeing this scene, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds were silent. One Punch Man Universe. The Hero Association's Supreme Council seemed to have been put into a state of stillness. The S-Class heroes stared at the light screen with dull eyes, their hearts filled with shock and absurdity. They were shocked at Saitama's strength, and horrified that such a powerful Saitama could not defeat the immortal lizard. On the other side, among Saitama's circle of friends, Genos and others were completely stunned. The teacher who beat him hard still couldn't kill him completely. This guy has completely surpassed the level of a ghost, right? Could it be that this monster has reached dragon level? Dragon, a crisis that could lead to the destruction of several towns. Marvel Universe. The superhero that was just being debated is now like an eggplant hit by frost. Especially Iron Man, who sat in the chair, staring blankly at the light curtain in the sky, with a bitter taste in his mouth. Is this kind of power really something that technology can catch up with? Dr. Banner standing by also had a slightly gloomy look in his eyes. When he transforms into the Hulk, theoretically, he can exchange endless anger for endless power. But the problem is that even for him, it would be difficult to reach the level that Saitama just demonstrated. In other words, he had no way to kill the immortal evil lizard. In another conference room, the top S.H.I.E.L.D. executives held a brief meeting. Nick Fury's face darkened as he watched the top executives arguing over the level of threat currently posed by the SCP Foundation. Thinking back to his previous arrogant order to lower the SCP Foundation's universe threat level, every argument from the crowd seemed like a slap in his face. Subconsciously looking at the light curtain in the sky, Nick Fury had only one thought in his mind. How should we contain the existence of the immortal evil lizard? In the screen. Seeing the immortal lizard recovering from a piece of meat paste, Saitama's patience was finally exhausted. Even if the epidermis and muscle tissue are broken and the bones are melted, the recovery ability is not affected at all. Saitama sighed helplessly. It seems impossible to rely solely on power consumption. This was the first time he encountered such a tough opponent. He even began to doubt whether the other party was a real creature. Immortal and indestructible, so this guy is truly an abnormal. Just when Saitama was hesitating whether to try to take the immortal lizard to the moon, the streets were already empty. Suddenly, several uninvited guests appeared. There is a logo printed on Dan Bin's fully armed pure black combat uniform. Mobile Task Force Pi 1. City Slickers. City Slickers. Chapter 7. The 7 fighters, armed to the teeth, instantly attracted everyone's attention as they appeared. They were wearing different black standard field equipment and carrying a large number of unknown weapons and equipment. They were fully armed to the teeth. A solemn and iron-blooded atmosphere swept over me. The moment these 7 people appeared, the chat group suddenly fell silent. Then a heated debate broke out instantly. MTF? City Slickers? Other GOC armed elements. Wait, isn't the logo on these guys the SCP Foundation? Could it be that these agents are members of the Foundation? Are they here to assist in containment? Such a powerful Saitama can't do anything to the indestructible lizard. Even if every one of these guys is a master soldier, they can't do anything. Not only the audience had similar thoughts, but also Saitama at the scene. In the screen. Facing the mobile task force approaching silently, Saitama waved his hand and warned, "It is very dangerous here, please don't come closer." Although the battle with the immortal lizard affected a huge area, Saitama still tried his best to ensure that no innocent people were harmed. Unexpectedly, the other party ignored his words and arrived at the battlefield in a few breaths. D-Class, regulate your illegal behavior. A deep voice came from the leading agent. Saitama froze in place. D-Class? Me? Violations? Not only him, but the audience in the chat group also looked confused. One Punch Man Universe. Hero Association. D-Class personnel? Does that mean that those recruited like Saitama are all D-Class personnel of the Foundation? Fubuki frowned, but why do you say his behavior violated the rules? Compared to that loser called Deadpool, Saitama has been fighting all the time. Others were also puzzled. etc. Genos suddenly stood up and said with sudden realization, "I know what went wrong." Faced with the bewildered faces, he shouted, "It's containment. Containment." As if to verify Genos's conjecture, the agent in the light curtain spoke again. Containment, the Foundation contains anomalies to prevent their influence or effects from spreading, either by relocating, disguising, or dismantling them, or by suppressing or discouraging public knowledge of them. Saitama froze in place. The audience from all over the world suddenly understood. Because there are many ways to contain it, but the only thing that is not mentioned is killing. So they didn't expect the recruiters to fight to the death from the beginning. Damn it, then didn't Saitama fight for so long in vain? And that Deadpool, I guess he's been digested into shit by now. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the chat group suddenly became weird. Marvel Universe. A group of superheroes looked at each other in bewilderment. Iron Man still said stubbornly, "I understand the truth, but this doesn't mean that the Foundation has a way to deal with this guy. It's containment." Dr. Banner corrected. For this kind of immortal anomaly, the difficulty of containing it is obviously lower than killing it. Low difficulty doesn't mean there is no difficulty, someone said indignantly. As if in response to him. In the screen. The mobile task force simply issued a warning to Saitama, and then, in front of the immortal lizard, which had not yet fully recovered its ability to move, in front of his astonished gaze. The agent captain held the headset and reported to the headquarters. The target has been found. The target is a huge reptile of unknown origin. Recovery level is 32%. Initial recovery will take about 12 seconds. Request for containment. Allow. As soon as he finished speaking, Saitama stretched out his hand and was about to speak when he felt a deafening roar coming from afar. The next second, a reinforced transport vehicle, FTV, with a powerful and technological look roared into view. Then, 3 workers in chemical protective suits got off the transport vehicle. As Saitama stared in amazement, he injected a tube of medicine into the broken body of the immortal lizard, then loaded it into the car and drove away. The series of actions seemed to have been rehearsed countless times and were performed without any delay. It was not until the transport truck disappeared from sight that Saitama and the audience in other universes came to their senses. Ah? No. The immortal evil lizard that smothered Deadpool in one gulp and was then beaten into a pulp by Saitama hundreds of times. Just taken away like that? Are you kidding? Countless doubts suddenly arose in Saitama's mind. He quickly looked at the captain of the special agents and asked, "Excuse me, has the immortal lizard been contained like this?" It seemed to be a response to Saitama, or it seemed to be a message to his companions. The captain adjusted his headset and said in a deep voice, "Containment is over." At the same time. Site 0. Ding. Containment project, Immortal Evil Lizard, contained successfully. You will receive the following rewards. Alchemy Department, Anomalous Entity Contact Department, Artificial Intelligence Application Department, Cryptozoology Department, Abolition Department, Potential Threat Tactical Response Bureau, etc. A small number of members at each department level. Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11, Nine-Tailed Fox, Mobile Task Force Nu 7, Hammer Down, Mobile Task Force Tau 5, Samsara. 46 other mobile task forces and their members. The containment files of all contained objects and everything needed for their containment. The host will gain the positive abilities of all the contained objects. The host will obtain the status of Foundation Administrator. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind and feeling the sudden surge of power in his body that was the same as that of the immortal evil lizard, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. It was within his expectations to obtain the human and material resources needed for the Foundation. However, gaining the positive power of the contained object was a complete surprise. So, as long as I continue to recruit people, I will soon be able to. Many familiar figures emerged in Chu Yun's mind. When he thought that he would be able to obtain the other party's power in the near future, his heart suddenly became hot. Then what comes next is? Chu Yun whispered. At the same time, as the containment ended, the light curtain gradually dimmed in the eyes of countless cosmic audiences. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Countless speeches emerged in the chat group like a volcanic eruption. What the hell? Is this the end of the containment? No, is it true that the horrible immortal guy they took away from before? Question, how many steps are needed to contain the immortal evil lizard? Spray pesticides, load onto trucks, and take away. The answer is 3 steps. Damn it, I'm still confused. Chapter 8. Not only was the chat group bustling with noise, but the top leaders of each universe also had different reactions. 3-body universe. Luoji's eyes were fixed on the light curtain, but every scene after the appearance of the mobile task force kept replaying in his mind. After thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly flashed. So that's it, it's acid. Using the strong corrosiveness of acid, we will continue to corrode the regenerative tissue of the immortal lizard, thereby extending the time required for its recovery. It seems that everyone has fallen into a misconception. Containment is not just an option to elimination. Speaking of which, as if he had thought of something, Luoji's eyes gradually brightened. It seems that we don't necessarily have to destroy the enemy. Backroom Universe. Async Foundation. The senior executives gathered together and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. One researcher reported, "We have preliminarily ruled out the possibility that it is a level in the backroom." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became even more depressing. So, the SCP Foundation really exists. The leading supervisor pushed up his glasses, as if asking the researchers, or perhaps asking himself. So, the SCP Foundation is not only able to contain super dangerous entities like the Immortal Lizard, but can also conduct unlimited cross-dimensional recruitment. He could accept the existence of a backroom in his world, and even the existence of dangerous entities like the Immortal Evil Lizard. The only thing I can't accept is that there is another such mysterious and powerful organization in the universe. Who knows? Just then, the light curtain, which had just gone dark for a short while, suddenly lit up again. Countless audiences in the universe immediately focused their attention. I saw a few lines of information slowly appearing on the screen. Containment item, Immortal Evil Lizard. Item hashtag, SCP-682. Object class, Keter. Seeing this, everyone reacted instantly. This seems to be a file about the Immortal Lizard. But doubts also arise. Item hashtag, SCP-682. What does it mean? Could it be that the Immortal Lizard is the Foundation's 682nd containment item? What does Keter mean? Are there other levels? Fortunately, the light curtain continued to flow. Special containment procedures. SCP-682 is to be contained in a 5mx5mx5m container, with 25 cm thick reinforced acid-resistant steel plates lining all interior walls. The containment container is to be filled with hydrochloric acid until SCP-682 is completely submerged and unable to resist. If SCP-682 attempts to move, speak, or breach containment, response must be rapid and, as appropriate, full force and response must be used. See here. The audience suddenly realized. It turns out that the Foundation used acid to contain the Immortal Lizard. The next second, the document disappeared and the picture changed. 2 figures in orange overalls came into view. Take another look. It was Deadpool and Saitama who were recruited. Suddenly, some audience members exclaimed. Wasn't Deadpool already suffocated by the Immortal Lizard? How did you get here? It is not difficult to guess what Saitama is thinking from his obviously disgusted look. Deadpool looks like he has lost all hope in life. I emphasize again, I was not pulled out by that lizard. Saitama said nothing, but just shrugged his nose. Hey, egghead, don't go too far. Just as Deadpool was about to break through, a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses walked over. Behind him were several agents armed with real guns. Ignoring the 2 people's doubts, the man in the white coat spoke calmly. This is a world of anomalies. The Foundation's mission is to secure, contain, protect. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 of them indifferently, and you, D-class personnel, your first priority is to obey orders. As soon as these words came out. As a supernatural being, how could Deadpool tolerate such injustice? He immediately stiffened his neck and prepared to speak. But when he glanced at him, he found that Saitama, the center, was just standing there quietly, and he immediately became deflated. The man in the white coat ignored the reactions of the 2 and said indifferently. Your first priority is to obey orders, and the second is to protect your life. You must always be clear about your identity. D stands for dispensable. Experiments and assisting in containment are your daily routine. You are the guinea pigs here. Please obey all orders, otherwise. Or send us back. Deadpool answered quickly. Unexpectedly, the man in the white coat just glanced at him calmly and said a few words, "Otherwise, your existence will be erased." As soon as these words came out, the whole heavens and the world were suddenly in uproar. The white coat ignored the two people's reactions and continued, "As D-class personnel, you can earn contribution points every time you participate in a containment. Based on the contribution points, you can choose different rewards." He paused and said, "Including but not limited to returning to the original universe, reward feedback to the mother planet, and upgrading the status of the Foundation." Deadpool's expression suddenly became subtle, and it was Saitama, who had been silent the whole time, who spoke up. "Excuse me, how many containments are required to upgrade my status?" The white coat looked at him. "If your contribution points exceed 1,000, you can apply to become a C-level combatant or non-combat member. The higher your level, the greater your authority, the more objects you can access, and the more contribution points you will receive from participating in missions." The voice fell. A ranking list appeared on the screen. Operator Contribution Ranking. First place, D. Saitama, 500. Second place, D. Deadpool, -150. Hey, why are my contribution points negative? Deadpool jumped up anxiously, but the man in the white coat just glanced at him indifferently and left with the agents. "I obviously helped a lot, okay? Egghead, Saitama, please help speak up. I almost stuffed that lizard to death." FK. When the audience in the chat group saw this scene, they were suddenly shocked. "Ha ha ha ha, I almost died of laughter at his suggestion. It should be negative. The immortal lizard evolves by eating, but this idiot insisted on letting it eat him. I am so fed up. My goodness, from this perspective, this guy couldn't have been reborn from shit, right?" For a time, the entire chat group was filled with a happy atmosphere. But soon, the content in the light screen also changed. All they heard was a majestic voice. "The second call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted." Ding. Extraction completed. Chapter 9. Universe is drawn this time, under the Alien Universe, Magical Index Universe. Operators recruited this time, Jonghulan, under the Alien Universe, Kamijutuma, a certain Magical Index Universe. As the solemn and majestic voice from the sky fell, the audience in the entire universe suddenly became excited. The universe under aliens. North China region of Nadu Tong Company. What the hell? Am I seeing this correctly? Su Si jumped up from the sofa, and cigarette ashes fell to the ground. Jonghulan was selected. Facing Su Si's astonishment, Feng Baobao widened his curious eyes and said enviously, "So, he can travel to another universe?" Su Si said angrily, "Is this a matter of going on a trip? It could kill people." Recalling the devastating battle between the immortal evil lizard and Saitama, Su Si felt sick. On the other side, Su-san nodded and hung up the phone. He looked at the two of them and said solemnly, "There's news from the board of directors. It's true that the guy was selected." The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. Although extraordinary people can gain powerful strength by mobilizing the chi in their bodies. But in the final analysis, aliens are just humans, and they are not at all out of the category of biological beings. Looking back at the previous immortal evil lizard and Saitama. Up to the sky and into the earth. Kicking the sonic boom and punching the mushroom cloud, is this still a human being? Looking at the two people who were running around in a panic, Feng Baobao scratched his head and asked, "What if the containment we encounter this time is not that dangerous?" Hearing this, Su-san and Su Si looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "I hope so. A certain magical index universe. School District 7, Tokiwada Junior High School." Huh. Misako Mikato looked at the big screen with some surprise and said in astonishment. That idiot was chosen. Shirai Kuriko on the side sneered, "It's good enough that the ape doesn't make things worse." That's right, what can a level 0 guy do? Make the Anomaly laugh to death. It's likely that he's just a bystander like Deadpool, right? Listening to her companion's jokes, Misako Mikato frowned slightly. Although she couldn't stand that idiot, she still had some understanding of Kamijutuma's abilities. At the very least, being able to ignore the attack of a level 5 psychic is something that a level 0 psychic cannot do. I hope the anomaly that guy encountered won't be too troublesome. As the audiences from all over the world were discussing. The second call-up has finally come to an end. Finally. The originally dark screen lit up again. At the same time, a solemn and low voice was also heard. The call-up ends, and the containment mission begins. Anomaly in this containment, witch demon girl. As the prompt sounded, the entire chat group suddenly fell silent. Witch girl? What is this? After the last lesson of the preconceived notion of the immortal evil lizard. This time, the audience will not be so dismissive. But it's not that serious to say. Although I know that abnormalities are scary, this so-called witch demon girl can't be more outrageous than the immortal evil lizard, right? A witch girl, a little girl who can use magic. People have already said that there are all kinds of abnormal abilities. With abnormal beings like the immortal evil lizard, there must be some relatively weaker ones, right? So, the recruits this time are lucky. Site 0. Looking at the optimistic comments of those viewers in the chat group who were unaware of the truth, Chu Yun looked a little strange. These guys actually think that the witch demon girl is weaker than the immortal evil lizard. Are you kidding? Perhaps in terms of survivability, the witch demon girl is not as good as the immortal 682. But in terms of destructive power, 100 immortal evil lizards are no match for the little witch demon girl. The reason is simple. This little girl is a reality warper who has reached level 4. Although her ability has a limited range, objects within the area of effect can be shaped by her almost completely at will. In other words, she can create humans or anomalous objects at will with little to no harm, can make humans disappear and reappear, and can turn an entire site into a ragdoll. Fortunately, this time, the recruiter will not be as ignorant as Saitama was the first time. Containment item, witch demon girl. Item hashtag, SCP-239. Object class, Keter. As the archive content emerges, the audience, who had been talking a moment ago, gradually quieted down. Countless people opened their eyes wide, their gazes fixed on the Keter in the object level. For a moment, I wondered if I was hallucinating. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Another Keter. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim. Even if they don't know what Keter level means. But they understand one thing. The containment level of the immortal lizard is also Keter. Could it be that this little witch girl is another terrifying existence like the immortal evil lizard? Black Widow felt her mouth dry. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other in surprise. The audience was not given much time to react. Soon, more information appeared on the light screen. Description: SCP-239 appears to be an 8-year-old girl, 1 meter tall and weighing 20 kilograms. The subject has shoulder-length blonde hair. Further examination revealed that the subject's eyes shimmer with a gray-green hue. The subject appears to emit a previously undiscovered type of radiation, designated. These waves appear harmless at low intensities, but at higher intensities can break down matter at a subatomic level. See here. The audiences from various universes were somewhat confused. So this creature, with the same containment level as the immortal lizard, is a Keter-level terrifying existence, and is really just an 8-year-old girl. But soon, the audience realized they were wrong. The new content clearly described. SCP-239 is capable of doing anything she expresses the intention to do. Chapter 10. With the appearance of this content, countless audiences were stunned. Next, the chat group exploded. WTF? What kind of power is this? Making wishes come true? Making your wishes come true. Oh my god, does it have to be so outrageous? Could she be the daughter of God? Damn, this ability is too cool, right? I now understand why a little girl can become a Keter-level containment object. This ability is much more powerful than that of the immortal evil lizard. The universe under aliens. It works everywhere. Seeing the information on the light screen, Susan and Susie's anxious hearts finally died. Susi seemed to have lost all his strength and fell on the sofa, muttering. It's over now. Naruto Universe. Uchiha Obito, who was staring at the light curtain, suddenly became excited after seeing the contents of the last column. If I could gain this ability, wouldn't it mean linear? It was not until this time that Uchiha Obito became truly interested in the Foundation universe. For him, everything he has done over the years has been to transform the world into what he wants it to be through the eye of the moon. But now he found out. It seems that there is another more perfect, simpler, and purer path. I must go to that world. Uchiha Obito secretly clenched his fists. League of Legends universe. In an airship above the sky. Jinx's eyes hidden under the hat trembled slightly. She expected nothing but, if I had this power, would that mean that Hilko and Vandal would not die? Will Wei not abandon me? Can everything return to its original beautiful starting point? Backroom Universe. Async Institute. Even though the description of the witch girl's abilities was just a short sentence, it still made the researchers excited. Although they have made some progress in their research on the back chamber, and in some of the layers that have been discovered, there are entities with various abilities. But none of them can match the ability of the witch girl. Edit and collect the files of the witch demon girl. The supervisor looked around, his eyes revealing an indescribable enthusiasm. We're going to find every possible way to enter that universe. Countless universes fell into a strange frenzy because of this short description. May all your wishes come true. This is entirely the power of God. The result appeared in their field of vision. How can this not drive people crazy? But amid the madness, some people also realized a problem. Such existence. How should we carry out containment? The chat group didn't fall silent until the image reappeared on the screen. Damn it, I was actually chosen. Zhang Hulan tugged at his orange overalls while looking around at the scene inside the site. After realizing that he seemed to have arrived in the SCP Foundation universe, he said with tears in his eyes. Isn't this going to kill me? He had watched Saitama's battle against the immortal evil lizard before. But I just watched it as a science fiction blockbuster. Ask yourself. If he were chosen, his performance would definitely not be much better than Deadpool. He was gloating at the time. Unexpectedly. Why did the iron fist hit me on the head? Well, Zhang Hulan-kun, don't worry, I will do my best to protect you. Kamijotuma, who had a spiky haircut, spoke to comfort him. Although he couldn't guarantee how much effect his abilities would have, he already regarded Zhang Hulan as a partner and would not abandon him. Hearing this, Zhang Hulan was somewhat moved, but still said dejectedly. You should take care of yourself first. As soon as the words fell. Da-da-da. A lady in a white coat and high heels came over. Realizing that this was a researcher from the Foundation, the two of them quickly stood up straight. D. Zhang Hulan, D. Kamijotuma, before you start the containment mission for 239, I need to inform you of relevant information about the reality bender. The man in the white coat said in a cold tone. Reality bender. Zhang Hulan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, you mean, that little girl is a reality twister. Reality benders? Hearing this unfamiliar term, the audience in the chat group was also thinking about it secretly. Is this the Foundation's general term for humanoid superpowers? The man in the white coat did not respond, but continued. Reality benders, also known as type greens, are a group of people who can change reality through perception and willpower. Wait. A group. Zhang Hulan's face suddenly turned pale and he exclaimed. You mean, there's more than one reality bender? Zhang Hulan's last hope was shattered when he thought that there was more than one existence in this world that could distort reality at will. Kamijotuma's face turned pale, but he still managed to ask. Could it be that such a powerful superpower has no weaknesses? Upon hearing this, the audience also pricked up their ears secretly. Of course. It's not like they can distort reality at will. The man in the white coat calmly explained. The truth is, reality benders' powers can only alter what they can perceive and, to a certain extent, understand. Hearing this, the distraught Zhang Hulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are not invincible. The white coat continued. Essentially, they have their own limitations. One, reality benders cannot foresee the future and can therefore be ambushed. 2, reality benders have their own range limits and cannot affect anything they are not aware of. 3, reality benders cannot impose their will on anything they do not intend to exploit. 4, reality benders have human weaknesses and can be swayed by emotions/reason. After the words fell, the two people at the scene fell into deep thought. Zhang Hulan supported his chin and pondered the white coat's hint. His intuition told him. This time, the containment mission. The most likely one to rely on is the fourth one. Kamijotuma on the other side subconsciously compared the reality twister with the Esper from his world. Then I couldn't help asking. If that's the case, then reality benders should also have different levels of strength, right? Seeing that the man in the white coat did not deny it, he asked in a deep voice. I want to know what level of reality bender the witch girl is. Level 4. The man in the white coat replied. Level 4. Jong Hulan breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't sound particularly high. Who knows? As soon as these words came out, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the man in the white coat's face. I only heard her say in that quiet voice. A level 4 reality bender was discovered before the witch girl, with a larger range of influence. She looked at Jong Hulan and said word by word. He reconstructed cause and effect and wiped out an entire city from human cognition. Chapter 11. In an instant, countless universes suddenly fell into an eerie silence. An emotion called fear permeated the chat group. Marvel Universe. WTF? Wiping out the existence of a city? Is this something a human can do? Hearing this, Nick Fury's face suddenly turned pale. Even though he repeatedly raised his vigilance against anomalies in the Foundation universe. In the end, you will find out how lacking your imagination is. To be fair, in his impression, there are superheroes who can destroy a city by themselves. Even some of S.H.I.E.L.D's ultimate weapons can achieve such power. But he knew clearly that destroying a city and erasing the existence of a city are completely different concepts. That is an ability at the level of causality. Nick Fury's forehead veins popped out. We must not allow such beings to appear in our universe. The universe under aliens. It works everywhere. As more and more information about reality twisters emerged, Susan and Susie's hearts sank to the bottom. They even thought in their hearts. Perhaps participating in the sheltering of the immortal evil lizard is better than sheltering the witch girl. Only the heartless Fang Bao pinched her nose and said indifferently. Since she has human weaknesses and can be influenced by emotions and reason, then she is just an 8-year-old kid, right? Susie smoked silently without making a sound. Susan smiled bitterly. Compared to an adult holding a kitchen knife, a mentally retarded child holding a kitchen knife is definitely more dangerous. Saying. He looked at the screen. Murmured. I hope the other recruiter can find a way. While countless universes were still indulging in the horror of the power of level 4 reality benders. In the screen. Jong Hulan couldn't help but ask, is there a higher level? What about level 5? Kamijutuma also straightened up subconsciously. In his world, level 5 psychics are already the highest. Will reality benders be the same? How powerful is a level 5 reality bender? Level 5. The man in the white coat pondered for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. After a few seconds, he slowly said. A level 5 reality bender whose abilities are threatening enough to cause a global restructuring of CK reality. Then he added, the Pilgrim Protocol can't even deal with them. Let me think of an example. Oh, right. The man in the white coat's voice suddenly became louder, making everyone's heart rise to their throat. SCP-2464, a reality bender who remains in a coma, has used his subconscious to create an infinite spatial anomaly in the cave. As she spoke, she looked at the two of them and sneered. Just think about it, if she wakes up, what will the world be like? Gulp. Jong Hulan and Kamijutuma swallowed subconsciously. One person. Create an infinite space? Is this something a human can do? The audience in the chat group was also suddenly in an uproar. However, the white coats didn't seem to be finished yet. Keep on making shocking statements. In fact, there is an informal grading system above level 5. Jong Hulan's eyes widened immediately, and he began to stutter, 6th level reality bender. Right. The corners of the man in the white coat's mouth were slightly raised, as if he was mocking himself, or as if he was mocking the world. I only heard her coldly say. It's just as you imagine. The voice of the man in white coat seemed to penetrate the light curtain and reach the souls of the audience in all heavens and worlds. We call it God. After the man in the white coat said this word in a cold voice, the entire chat group seemed to have been silenced. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Guyi's hands behind his back trembled suddenly. The look in his eyes as he looked towards the light curtain was filled with disbelief. God? Ancient Hera mythology universe. Mount Olympus. Ding-ling clang. All I heard was the sound of a vessel being smashed, followed by an angry roar. God. Angry lightning leaped between Zeus' brows, and his golden eyes were filled with furious flames. How dare a mere human being call himself a god? Zeus stood up from his throne, wine flowing down his statuesque body. he said proudly to the light curtain in the sky. Very good, then let the king of gods Zeus tell you. No matter how many worlds there are, no matter how many universes there are, true gods only exist on Mount Olympus. I am the only true god king. The voice fell. He suddenly disappeared from where he was. And his divine power has begun to break through the divine realm and spread to other dimensions. Unfortunately, his attempt was doomed to be in vain. In the screen, Jong Hulan waved his fist tremblingly. That's enough. He looked as if he had been fished out of a pond. An ugly smile appeared on his pale face. Let's talk about how to contain this witch girl. Unexpectedly, the man in the white coat gave him a strange look, and then said calmly. You just need to follow Dr. Gear's orders. Dr. Gears. The man in the white coat obviously had no intention of speaking. He hastily signed his name in the booklet in his hand and left. Only Jong Hulan and Kamijotuma were left staring at each other. Look around you. All I could see were thick concrete walls, a wide room, and slightly glaring incandescent lights. So, we should. Huff. The air pressure door slowly opened. A long corridor appeared in front of the two people. The two looked at each other in doubt. Only then did he bite the bullet and walk in. Site 0. Ignoring the two cautious people in the picture, Chu Yun focused his attention on the several files in his hands. Applicant, Gears. Position applied for, researcher. The photo accompanying the narration shows a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses. Another file reads. Applicant, Kondriki. Apply for position, agent. Chu Yun looked at these familiar names and figures with great interest. 3 of the 4 doctors of Apocalypse have arrived, the only one missing is Clef. That guy might still be an agent in the GOC. Saying. He looked at the light curtain. All regretfully said. If this happens, we won't be able to see the 4 doctors of Apocalypse fighting the witch girl. Chapter 12. In the screen. Jong Hulan and Kamijotuma walked along the corridor for more than 10 minutes. Finally, we arrived at the door of a room that looked very strange. Just when the two of them were getting impatient, a voice suddenly rang out in the two people's earphones. See those 2 boxes at the door? The voice was low, yet without any emotion. At first glance, it sounds like a cold robot. The two immediately realized that the person on the other end of the headset was most likely the so-called Dr. Gears, so they answered yes. Open it, take out the reality anchor inside and take it with you. Jong Hulan did as he was told, but still lacked confidence, and asked tremblingly. Dr. Gears, what is the containment plan for this time? A cold voice came from the other end, go into the room and place the reality anchor next to the containment. Jong Hulan was anxious, I'm asking about the containment plan. This is the containment plan. Jong Hulan. Kamijotuma. Dr. Gears' voice sounded. The ability of a reality bender is to change the Hume level, which means it distorts reality, while the function of a reality anchor is to stabilize the Hume level. Jong Hulan understood it quickly, in other words, as long as the index around her is stabilized, her superpower will be ineffective. The other party was silent for a moment, and then replied, you can understand it this way. After hearing the solution, Jong Hulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kamijotuma hesitated for a long time before speaking. But the question is, how are we going to get the reality anchor to her? Jong Hulan's smile suddenly froze on his face. Yes. According to what the white coat said before. The witch girl only needs to think about it and they can disappear out of thin air. Just getting close to this point becomes an impossible task. Seeing this scene, the audience in the chat group were also a little stunned for a moment. Damn it, these 2 guys are so unlucky. That's right, what if that little girl hates boys and just makes them disappear? No. If she hates boys, then they won't be the only ones to disappear. Ha ha ha, poor guy. Seeing that the shelter had reached a deadlock from the very beginning, Jong Hulan was in tears. Dr. Gears did not give the 2 men time to react. Only a grunt was heard. The door in front of them slowly opened. What catches the eye is an empty and luxurious palace. The walls are inlaid with sparkling gems, and the cake-shaped candles are dripping with tempting honey. Even the air was filled with a sweet, milky aroma. In the center of this palace, a little blonde girl wearing a princess dress and an exquisite crown was sitting on the throne looking depressed. As the door opened, the little girl's amber eyes suddenly flashed a gray-green hue. However, Jung Hulan and Kamijotuma shuddered at the same time. "Are you here to give me a Christmas present?" the little girl asked in a baby voice, blinking her big eyes. "Christmas gift, huh? What the hell?" Before Jung Hulan could finish his words, he was shocked to find that his and Kamijotuma's orange overalls had turned into Santa Claus costumes without him noticing. The reality anchor in his hand also turned into an exquisitely wrapped gift box. An indescribable fear spread. Gulp. Jung Hulan swallowed his saliva, broke out in a cold sweat, and the shock in his heart was getting higher and higher. Is this what it means to make your wish come true? Not only them, but the audience in the chat group were also stunned. WTF? Is it really possible that everything you wish for will come true? Damn it, did you see when they changed? It's simply horrifying. So, this weird space is most likely created by her. Is this a level 4 reality twister? Too scary. In the screen, Jung Hulan felt as if his feet had taken root and he couldn't move. He lowered his voice. Doctor? Doctor? What should we do now? Kamijotuma on the side also whispered, I'm sorry, but my ability doesn't seem to work on her. The Imagine Breaker that resides in Kamijotuma's right hand has the ability to eliminate any supernatural power that comes into contact with it, whether it is psychic power or magic. Regardless of good or evil, even the miracles that appear in mythology are no exception. It is precisely because of this. Only Misaka Mikoto would say something like, if mine is a 1 in million ability, then yours is a 1 in million natural disaster. However, this superpower that has always been invincible is now completely useless when facing the little witch girl. Jung Hulan shook his head and smiled bitterly, I'm not surprised. Fortunately, Dr. Gear's voice appeared in the headset, follow her wishes and continue acting. Play. Jung Hulan was slightly stunned, and suddenly remembered the fourth weakness of the reality twister mentioned by the white coat. Reality benders have human weaknesses and can be swayed by emotion/reason. It turns out that the key to breaking the deadlock is here. Thinking of this, his previous dejection was swept away. As Kamijotuma looked at him in astonishment, he straightened his back and said in a weird old-fashioned voice. Hey, it's me, Santa Claus. While approaching quietly. Let me see which kid didn't listen and stay where he was waiting for Santa's gift. Who knows? As soon as these words came out. But the little girl clapped her hands suddenly, pointing at Jung Hulan angrily. You're lying. You're not Santa Claus at all. Santa Claus only sneaks into the room through the chimney after the children fall asleep. She just pointed her finger and said, you big liar, you are a bad person. Kamijotuma, step up. Jung Hulan, Maru spicy. Before he finished speaking, dozens of knights in armor appeared in the palace out of nowhere. Beat the bad guys. Chapter 13. Dozens of statue-like knights lined up. There was a sacred aura of destruction surrounding them. The surrounding light dimmed. For a time, even the air became stagnant and tense. Countless creatures in the universe were stunned. The audience in the chat group was immediately shocked. Shit. Creating something out of thin air. Oh my god, this is a miracle. She speaks the truth and creates things out of thin air. Is this little girl a person favored by God? Damn it, how many superpowers does she have? See here. Not to mention the audience in the chat group. Even countless outstanding people in the universe secretly took a deep breath. The universe under aliens. Long Tianxi Mansion. The old Taoist priest stood with his head held high, a rare look of worry appearing on his aged face. Even if it's him. After witnessing the horrific abilities of the witch girl, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Jung Hulan. Good boy, please don't die here. A certain magical index universe. School District 7, Tokiwada Junior High School. After seeing those dozens of knights with terrifying power, Misaka Mikoto gasped. Is this the ability of a reality bender? It's simply unbelievable. At first she thought that the so-called reality warper was actually a superpowered being from another universe. Only now did she realize how wrong she was. What shocked her even more was that, if a level 4 reality bender is already this strong, then a level 5 reality bender wouldn't even be a match for a demon god, right? Thinking of this, she looked at the light curtain with a hint of worry. It seems that the idiot's superpowers are no match for the power of the witch girl. Can he successfully contain her? Marvel Universe. There was complete silence inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and the atmosphere was a little weird for a moment. Nick Fury no longer has the arrogance he once had. Recalling his previous disdain for the Foundation universe, he felt his cheeks crackling. At this time, everyone is afraid of the horror of the witch girl, but at the same time, they are all curious about how the Foundation plans to contain such a terrifying existence. Covering the universe. Until I saw the witch girl's ability displayed. It was the first time that Emperor Yetian became interested in this universe. Since coming to the world of Shade Heaven, he had ventured into forbidden areas, learned source techniques, fought against holy families, battled against ancient creatures, broke through ancient starry roads, stopped the dark turmoil, and re-established the heaven. In the end, he proved his truth with strength, broke the curse that the holy body could not become an emperor, achieved the position of heavenly emperor, pacified the 6 forbidden areas, gained the recognition of all races, and was respected by the universe. It can be said that, now that he has become immortal, he is the master of this universe. Therefore, before this, even the immortal and indestructible evil lizard was not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, until now, this level 4 reality bender who kept his word finally piqued his interest a little. If I could go to that universe, I could try out the ability of a level 6 reality bender. The audiences from all over the world were discussing this. But Zhang Hulan and the other person in the picture had already felt their hearts sink to the bottom. After the fight, I found out that the strength of these knights was a little exaggerated. Zhang Hulan has now completely mastered the 5 Thunders orthodox method, Yang 5 Thunders. It also stimulates the tendons and veins with lightning speed to strengthen one's physique. But even so, facing the siege of the knights, they were defeated one after another. If it weren't for his sudden inspiration. Teasing the little girl for having no martial ethics, she wants to have a real man 1v1 battle with the knight. Maybe he has been beaten into a pulp by now. But even in a 1v1 fight, the two of them are gradually unable to hold out. Boom. Zhang Hulan didn't have time to dodge and was swept away by the knight's spear. Ahem, damn, are these guys perpetual motion machines? Zhang Hulan, are you okay? Kamijotuma said with a slightly worried look. Although his fantasy breaker could not eliminate the witch girl's reality-distorting ability, it had no problem stopping the knight. The prerequisite is to maintain contact with the knight at all times. Just when he was hesitating whether to risk his life to help Zhang Hulan, a mechanical voice sounded in the palace. Magic apprentice, stop your illegal behavior. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. Zhang Hulan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. What is a super masculine man? Aren't you afraid of making that girl angry? Then he felt that the voice seemed familiar. It's Dr. Gears. Sure enough. At the entrance of the palace, a slightly fat, bald, middle-aged man wearing a white coat and thick glasses walked in slowly. He held a thick book in his left hand and a shiny black wooden stick in his right hand. Then, in the midst of everyone's astonishment, he slowly spoke. Magic apprentice, have you forgotten the prohibition of the Super Council wizards? Magic apprentices must never bully the weak. Magic apprentice? Super Council wizards? Bullying the weak? Zhang Hulan screamed inwardly. The script I got didn't say that. What made him even more nervous was that it seems like the little witch girl was immersed in the role in just 1 second. She widened her eyes, looked at herself, then looked at Dr. Gears, and her gaze suddenly dodged. I'm sorry, Mr. Wizard. While talking, the dreamlike palace instantly turned into a warm magic cottage. The witch girl's princess dress also turned into a cute and exquisite magic robe. Another mind transformation. Even if you've seen it before. Once again, we can see the reality being accidentally distorted by the witch girl. The audience will still feel scared. It's simply a miracle. Obviously. The audience also realized that Dr. Gears used the same method as Zhang Hulan. Play. It's just that the script given by Dr. Gears seems to be the script of magic and witches. See here. Even though it was the first time the audience saw Dr. Gears, they couldn't help but sigh that this guy was really brave. This is a level 4 reality warper who has the power to make his words come true, transform thoughts, and make his wishes come true. So you dare to pretend to be a parliamentary wizard wearing a white coat, holding a reference book and a wooden stick? So, will it succeed? Chapter 14. Witch, Wizard. The witch girl sounded a little aggrieved, then pointed at Zhang Hulan and pouted, these two bad guys tricked me first. Zhang Hulan, who was pointed at, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I am not. I don't. Doctor, please say something. The situation was about to change beyond our expectations. Dr. Gears finally spoke. They have both been attacked by the ultimate darkness, an invisible force of evil that has reached our world. Zhang Hulan. As soon as these words came out, the witch girl suddenly widened her eyes, clenched her fists, and stared at Dr. Gears with shining eyes. Obviously very satisfied with the script. He couldn't wait to ask, and then, while talking, Dr. Gears' white coat also turned into a robe flowing with starlight. This dark force has taken over them both, and only a very few witches and wizards still have magic left. Dr. Gears' voice was cold and solemn, and the script he made up was full of loopholes. But the little witch girl believed it. Especially when he heard the word witch, his eyes lit up. I, as a wizard of the Over Council, was dispatched to subdue them and dispel the evil within them. Dr. Gears paused and said, And you, witch? The witch girl immediately straightened her chest. Are you willing to help me defeat the dark forces? I do. Conversation room. Dr. Gears has come to a position about 10 meters away from the witch girl. He raised his hand. Working together, you and I will be able to use the emergency spell book, which can only be used by two wizards at the same time when the ultimate darkness looms. Then, everyone saw Dr. Gears coming to the witch girl and whispering something. The little witch girl listened attentively, nodding excitedly from time to time, her pink fists clenched tightly. Forehead. Kamijotoma couldn't help but ask in a low voice, what exactly is the doctor talking to her about? Why is that kid always staring at you? Zhang Hulan swallowed. Just about to speak. His face suddenly froze, and then he arched his back and wailed, ah. It looks extremely painful. The sudden change stunned everyone. Kamijotoma was even more at a loss. Just as he was about to step forward and use his superpowers, he was horrified to find that a strong black light was emitting from Zhang Hulan's mouth and eyes. Seeing this scene, Dr. Gears seemed very shocked, but the little witch girl looked calm. Next second, Zhang Hulan fell to the ground with a bang, as if all his strength had been drained away. The black light that left his body instantly transformed into a giant black dragon more than 10 meters high. Brush. The black dragon spread its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Roar. The violent dragon roar created a layer of sound waves visible to the naked eye. A terrifying aura suddenly spread in the light curtain. The entire chat group was silent. Until a few seconds later. The speeches just poured out. WTF? Creating something out of thin air again? Or a giant black dragon? Damn it, is this thing the Dark Force? No, couldn't they have given the girl a low-level martial arts script? The previous fairy tale was low-level enough, wasn't it? Didn't the knights they summoned just crush them easily? In the screen, Zhang Hulan stared blankly at the giant dragon in front of him. This is worse than fighting the knights. Pity. There was no time for the two to react, the dragon's cruel eyes had already locked onto them. Where's Dr. Gears? Save him. Zhang Hulan subconsciously looked for Dr. Gears, but just happened to hear the sound of him pulling the little witch girl towards the door. He was so angry that he almost burst into curse. Can. The dragon's attack has arrived. On the other side, Dr. Gears brought the witch girl to the door. The witch girl was panting, bending over with her hands on her knees. But he still stared at Dr. Gears with wide eyes and asked excitedly, Wizard, how can we eliminate the dark forces? Dr. Gears raised the emergency spell book and staff in his hands. You can learn and use the magic above to fight against the dark forces. Really? The little girl eagerly took the emergency spell book and began to flip through it hastily. Roar. Swish. The hard ground was like paper and was easily torn apart by the dragon. Zhang Hulan rolled away in embarrassment, and with his backhand a bolt of lightning struck the dragon, but it couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Damn it, D-class personnel really have no human rights. Get out of the way. As Kamijotoma finished his words, a terrifying breath spurted out of the dragon's mouth. Buzz. The powerful energy caused the air to vibrate. The dragon's breath, carrying the power of destruction, instantly annihilated everything in its path. All they heard was a deafening roar, followed by the sound of collapsing bricks and stones. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Hulan crawled out of the ruins and looked at the shattered space in front of him. He felt numb all over. Destroy it. Hurry up. Buzz. The air vibrated again. No way, you're coming again. Seeing that the dragon had opened its mouth wide, Zhang Hulan had nowhere to retreat. Just then, suddenly a charming voice sounded. I cast magic missile. Next second, the breath of destruction came from behind Zhang Hulan. Even from a distance, it made him tremble. Kamijotuma on the side looked even more pale. The aura of destruction made him instinctively feel dangerous. Suddenly, like an iron horse breaking through an ice river, the energy accumulated to the extreme burst out. Boom! A huge white light spurted out, and a trail of destruction ran through space. At this moment, the space began to tremble due to the violent energy flow particles. Zhang Hulan and Kamijotuma were thrown far away and hit the wall. When the white light fell, the dragon disappeared without a trace. On the open ground, a long track was followed by an extremely huge pit. Both Zhang Hulan and the audience from all realms of the universe were stunned. Only the commander on the other end of the headset kept shouting. Large amount of energy leakage detected. D-class personnel, what's going on? Please answer if you get it. No one spoke. It was as if all the sounds were used up by the loud noise just now. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Hulan murmured unconsciously. You call this a magic missile? Chapter 15. Looking at the room that looked like a nuclear bomb had exploded. The audience in the chat group still haven't recovered from the shock. It's over. End it. Don't forget, the object in containment is the witch girl, not that damn dragon. FK. I almost forgot that the dragon was also created by this unfortunate kid. Damn it, what's next? In the screen. Zhang Hulan obviously also realized this. He quickly looked towards the door. But I just happened to see Dr. Gears hugging the fainted witch girl. A syringe of strange texture was inserted into the other person's forearm. Good night. Dr. Gears picked him up gently. And have a sweet dream. Zhang Hulan limped over with the help of Kamijotuma. Staring at the sleeping little girl in Dr. Gears' arms, there was no way he could connect it with a level 4 reality bender. So, our containment mission is complete. Dr. Gears nodded and slowly walked towards the door. At this time, dozens of fully armed mobile task forces were standing at the door. On their chests are written Nine-Tailed Fox. Zhang Hulan was not frightened by this group of people, but was instead brooding over what had happened before. With all due respect, Doc. Your script isn't very good either. Dr. Gears glanced at him. Don't forget, she's only 8 years old. Forward. Her only question was whether she could hold up the spell book while casting the spell. After that, Dr. Gears adjusted his headset and said in a low voice. Containment complete. Site 0. Ding. Containment project, Witch Demon Girl, contained successfully. You will receive the following rewards. Obtain a large number of senior members from various departments. Members will join the Foundation by actively applying, as well as a large number of D-class personnel. Acquire some safe-level storage objects in a large number of sites distributed around the world. Recruiters can conduct experiments on the interaction of containment objects. You gain the reality distortion ability of the contained object Witch Girl. Its capabilities include but are not limited to Immortality, Type 1 and Type 3, Regeneration, Mid-God level, Radiation manipulation, can break down matter on a subatomic level, Reality warping, Invulnerability, Energy manipulation, Concept manipulation, Thought manipulation, Death manipulation, Erase things from existence, Time manipulation, Time travel, can create pathways to other places in higher dimensions, Biological manipulation, Shape-shifting, Creation, Enhanced senses, Law manipulation, can force non-existent beings into existence. Resistant to mind manipulation and soul manipulation. After a series of prompts, I felt the power of a level 4 reality twister in my body. Chu Yun was very excited. What made him even more gratified was that the current Foundation had barely managed to catch up to some of the levels of the original World Foundation in terms of configuration alone. In particular, some safe-level containment objects with positive effects can provide great help for subsequent containment and also eliminate a lot of containment work for safe-level anomalies. If a level 4 reality bender can bring such a huge improvement, what about those divine anomalies, or even the Supreme Godhead? Thinking of this, Chu Yun looked at the screen more and more eagerly. As the light curtain lit up again, a ranking list came into view. Operator Contribution Ranking. First place, D. Sayatama, 500. Second place, D. Jonghulan, 250. Third person, D. Kamijutuma, 250. Fourth place, D. Deadpool, -150. Deadpool. -150 contribution points has become his eternal pain. Even though he is as shameless as he is, every time he sees this thing, he always recalls his experience in the digestive tract of the immortal evil lizard. Depend on. Jonghulan looked at his contribution and said unhappily, after all, he is a man who has slept with a dragon. Is he worth only 250? Kamijutuma smiled bitterly and said, if it weren't for Dr. Gears, we wouldn't know if we could get out alive. As he said that, he asked curiously, Jonghulan-jun, what do you plan to exchange after you accumulate enough contribution points? Needless to ask. Of course I'm going home. Recalling the terrible experience before, Jonghulan was still frightened. This world is terrible. There are so many weird and terrifying anomalies. I really don't know how the people in this world have survived to this day. After that, he looked at Kamijutuma and asked curiously, are you not planning to go back? After hesitating for a moment, as if he had figured something out, Kamijutuma replied, I plan to stay. Through my own reality, that is, through deliberately distorted calculation functions and judgment abilities to observe reality, the extreme probability of the microscopic world undergoes unnatural changes, thereby creating certain phenomena. This is the definition of superpowers in the world I live in. And our superpowers also have 6 levels. Level 6, the absolute power user, refers to the one who understands the will of heaven without being a god. But no one has reached this level yet. Jonghulan frowned slightly. So, you think you can find a way to become a level 6 in this universe? Don't you think so, Jonghulan? Thinking back to what he had experienced before, in the past, Jonghulan would have only thought that these things existed only in legends. But now. He nodded with a wry smile, maybe you are right. At this moment, Deadpool on the side suddenly exclaimed. Hole of Kingshti. Look at this. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, I saw a light curtain, which listed several tasks that could be accepted. Task, take care of the I-bean. Description, SCP-131, also known as I-beans, is a safe-level harmless containment object. It is a pair of tear-shaped creatures, one is burnt orange, SCP-131-A, and the other is mustard yellow, SCP-131-B. They move by means of a wheel at the bottom and are one of the few SCP creatures that can move freely within the site. Task description, the D-Class personnel who accept the mission must accompany SCP-131 at all times to prevent it from approaching the containment area and confidential area. Mission duration, 1 week. Task reward, 200 to 300 contribution tickets. Chapter 16. WTF? We're asked to take care of an anomaly. Deadpool screamed, this is totally sending us to our deaths. But doesn't it say that the iPods are completely harmless and classified as safe? Kamijutuma retorted. But there's more. Look at this. Deadpool points to another mission. Mission, interaction experiment with the immortal evil lizard. Description, SCP-682, also known as the immortal lizard, Keter level containment, extremely dangerous. Task description, under the guidance of the doctor, try to communicate with 682. Task reward, 300 contribution points/time. Hey, communicating with the immortal evil lizard, isn't that dangerous enough? Jonghulan heard this and came over rudely. I remember that you can regenerate infinitely, right? You won't die anyway. Can't you accept this mission infinitely and then get stuck with the bug? Deadpool. To be honest, he was moved. The audience in the chat group laughed out loud. Damn, it's a bug in the indestructible evil lizard's digestive tract, right? This is a perfect match for my major. To be honest, interactive tasks can also be a way to convert contribution points and quickly get promoted. You have to spend what you earn. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group. Unfortunately, there was not much time for people to think. Because the third call-up has finally begun. All they heard was a majestic voice. The third call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Seeing this situation, all living beings in the universe stood solemnly. Having seen the first two conscript ions, some saw the crisis. But some people also saw opportunities. This is a game for the brave, and naturally there are brave people who hope they can be chosen. Soon. The answer is revealed. Ding. Extraction completed. Universes extracted this time: DC Universe, Collapse Universe. Operators recruited this time: Aquaman, DC Universe, Fuli, Benkta Universe. As the solemn and magnificent voice from the sky fell, audiences from all over the world had different reactions. The cosmic creatures with low combat power secretly rejoiced. The powerful warriors in the universe with great combat power felt very regretful. DC Universe. Justice League. How's it going? Did you find it? Batman looked at Cyborg. The other party turned off the projection and shook his head. It is completely impossible to capture his pheromones in our galaxy. It seems that he was really chosen. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. Wonder Woman sighed. If he encounters the immortal lizard and the witch demon girl, it can only be said to be his misfortune. We can only pray that the items we collected this time are in the sea. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. The moment the word Fuli appeared, Haida was instantly in an indescribable shock. It is precisely because I am not satisfied with the laws of the ordinary world. That's why she turned her attention to the unsolved existence in the galaxy, hoping that those distant mysteries could satisfy her curiosity. To this end, she led the construction of a museum-style interstellar ship and launched it into planetary orbit, beginning her research work on sealing all the weirdness in the starry sky. Today, the space station has countless collections of rare objects and is a veritable starry sky museum. A large number of shipboard researchers also settled here. They continue to collect relics and strange objects from all over the galaxy, record their shapes and functions, and establish systematic observation and research methods, ultimately finding more puzzling puzzles from puzzles. This is also the original purpose of the Black Tower. Therefore, when the administrator of the SCP Foundation launched the call to action, her first reaction was excitement, curiosity, and undisguised excitement and anticipation. I have to say, the immortal evil lizard had left a very deep impression on her. The little witch girl who served her made her even more curious. And he was very curious about the next collection. It's not like she hadn't thought about the possibility that her own universe might be chosen. Maybe it's a scholar, a traveler, a pioneer, or even some strange creature with wisdom. But she never thought that the chosen one was actually the star god Fuli. That's the star god. Star god. As the name suggests, it is a god that is upgraded from an intelligent creature. They create reality, erase the stars, and leave their traces in countless worlds. The star god Fuli is the god who controls the fate of memory. There is nothing in the world more inclusive than pure memory. It records everything, without aversion or preference. It selflessly preserves every essential fact, every beautiful gesture. It is a river formed by the endless flow of life and a treasure built up by eternal wisdom. He will even only appear when major events of a cosmic nature occur. At this time, he was actually selected by the SCP Foundation's Heavenly Recruitment Order. Became the SCP Foundation's official, D-Class personnel? For a moment, Haida felt that his worldview was collapsing. At this moment, what she was worried about was not the star god Fuli, but the universe where the SCP Foundation existed. After the appearance of star gods in the SCP Foundation universe, will other star gods be born? Or even one day, will they completely merge into our universe? While the audiences from all over the world were still discussing the recruiter, the third conscription has finally come to an end. Finally. Above the sky, a solemn and low voice sounded. The call-up ends, and the containment mission begins. Anomaly contained currently, Ananda Shesha. As the notification sounded, the entire chat group fell silent for a moment, and then immediately erupted into a more heated debate. Site 0. The moment he saw the name Ananda Shesha, he was distracted for a moment. No wonder, this time the conscription actually chose a god for the first time in history. It turns out that the one they want to take in is a more troublesome existence. He didn't know much about the star god Fuli. All we know is that Fuli is a school of upstream swimming fish and is also the key to the treasure house. He sits in meditation in the center of the Pure Land, watching all things in the world tirelessly repeating their past mistakes. Legend has it that after everything returns to final silence, Fuli will use the memory of the universe as a blueprint to revive all realms. Memory. Thinking about this word over and over again, Chu Yun showed a strange smile. Then how will you deal with the giant eel that feeds on consciousness and memory? As he said this, he couldn't help laughing and sighed. I just hope that this time we encounter a normal giant eel, otherwise, it will be a lot of fun. At the same time, the files of this collection appeared on the light screen. Containment target, Ananda Shesha. Item hashtag, SCP-3000. Object class, Thou Meal. Chapter 17. Thou Meal. See a new level? The audience in the chat group immediately shifted the topic from the slightly difficult to pronounce name of the containment, Ananda Shesha, to the new level. The next second, more archive content appeared on the light screen. Description: SCP-3000 is a large aquatic serpentine entity, closely resembling a giant moray eel. The total length of SCP-3000 cannot be measured, but it is estimated to be 600 to 900 kilometers. The head of SCP-3000 is about 2.5 meters in diameter, and the maximum diameter of the body can reach 10 meters. The moment this content appeared, the chat group was in an uproar. WTF? 600 to 900 kilometers? Are you kidding me? Isn't this a bit too damn long? Does it mean that it will take me more than an hour to walk from the beginning to the end or take a plane? Damn it, how do we contain something like this? Marvel Universe. Camartage. When seeing this content, Guyi's eyes trembled slightly. 600 to 900 kilometers? What is the concept? Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, she has been traveling through the universe frequently. There are countless giant creatures that we have seen. But even the single cosmic gods that have been seen, the Celestials, are only 200 miles tall at their maximum, or 300,000 meters in height. As for the existence that can reach the size of Ananda Shesha, it can only be the level of gods above the multiverse. Could it be that the objects contained this time were created by gods? One Piece universe. Wow, such a big eel. Luffy swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, if we catch this, won't it be enough to eat for a year? Are you an idiot? Or do you have no idea of size? Nami said unhappily. The largest creature in our world, the Elephant King, is only 35,000 meters tall. It is also the foundation of Zo Island. As she spoke, she pinched Luffy's ear and said loudly, in their eyes, we are nothing more than a flea. Gulp. Luffy swallowed, only this time it was out of fear. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Station. 600 to 900 kilometers. Darkness marveled at the number, but also frowned secretly. Things seemed a little different from what she had imagined. Although in the face of absolute strength, body size cannot be expected to play a decisive role. But the fact that it can grow to such a terrifying size is enough to show that the object in containment this time is definitely not an anomaly that is easy to contain. But until this time, Haida had never thought that the Star God would not be able to defeat that guy. After all, he is a god. The voices of the audience from all over the world soon calmed down as new information emerged. More files appeared on the light screen. SCP-3000 is generally a sedentary creature, moving its head only in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. The majority of its body is located in the Gangetic sector and rarely moves. SCP-3000 is carnivorous, and although it rarely moves, it is capable of moving quickly to kill prey. Despite its huge size, it is speculated that SCP-3000 does not actually require nutrients to maintain biological functions. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitive hazardous entity. Direct observation of SCP-3000 will cause severe psychological changes to the observer. If directly observing SCP-3000, or entering an undetermined range around it, personnel will experience unexplained headaches, delirium, fear, and panic, and memory loss or tampering. This is the end of the file. But the audience in the live broadcast room were a little confused for a while. Because according to the description in the archives, SCP-3000 doesn't seem as scary as they imagined. Perhaps due to the previous experience of being slapped in the face, some viewers were more restrained in their comments. So, the scariest thing about this scary-looking giant eel is that you can't look directly at it. To be precise, will looking directly at someone affect their thinking and memory? It seems that the biggest obstacle to containment is its absurdly large size. It depends on what the two recruiters do. The chat group didn't fall silent until the image reappeared on the screen. Feeling the endless sea around me, looking at the orange overalls that I had put on without knowing when. Only then did Aquaman realize that he had really been recruited and selected to come to this SCP Foundation universe full of anomalies. To be honest, even though he had witnessed the power of the immortal evil lizard and the witch demon girl, he did not feel any fear. Now he has been crowned the King of Atlantis, in charge of the Seven Seas, and has been given the symbol of Atlantis's royal power, the Trident of Poseidon. Whether in terms of strength or mentality, he has enough confidence to face those so-called abnormalities. So, the target this time is the big eel in the sea. He grinned. If this thing were in my universe, I would give it a name, because I just happen to be in need of a good underwater transportation tool. Aquaman felt a little embarrassed when he didn't receive the expected response after he said it. He looked around. But he was surprised to find that his companion was not there. What's going on? I remember that I'm not the only one chosen. The audience in the chat group were equally confused. Fortunately, a man in a white coat and a khaki hiking hat came over. You may address me as Dr. Kondriki. He briefly introduced himself, and then hurriedly said, if you are ready, you can carry out this interactive experiment. Etc. Aquaman couldn't help but said, where is my companion? I mean, the guy named Fuli. You mean him? Dr. Kondriki just snapped his fingers lightly. Bang. Aquaman was surprised to find that a set of floating orange overalls appeared out of thin air beside him. Yes, this is your companion on this trip. Dr. Kondriki explained considerately. He has no physical body, and unless you're paying attention to him, he doesn't even exist. Noticing Aquaman's bewildered look, Dr. Kondriki smiled and added. By the way, his identity is a star god. Yes, a god. Chapter 18. God? The moment this word appeared, the entire universe fell into an eerie silence. Countless creatures in the universe stared at the light curtain intently. I just felt like I was hallucinating. A god? Being drafted? Next. The chat group was in an uproar. Crazy, really crazy. Oh my god, they recruited those with superpowers, but now they actually recruited a god. No, that's God. He is a higher being than ordinary human beings. All I can say is, the SCP Foundation is awesome. By the way, isn't this Containment the easiest episode? Marvel Universe. Camartage. The moment Dr. Kondriki finished speaking, Ancient One's eyes suddenly revealed a terrifying light. God? They actually summoned a god. What made Ancient One lose his composure was not that there were gods in other universes. Rather, this means even gods cannot refuse the call of the SCP Foundation. DC Universe. Justice League. Phew. After learning that the other recruiter was a star god, the superheroes were shocked, but also felt relieved. I have to say, Aquaman is really lucky. The Flash said with a sour tone, not every conscript can have a god as a partner. Based on the data, the difficulty of this containment has been reduced by 90%. Cyborg turned off the instrument and said with a smile. Hopefully it'll be a good trip for him. What a lucky boy. For a moment, the whole house was filled with optimistic voices. Only Batman in the corner had a gloomy look in his eyes. If we just want to contain a huge anomaly whose ability is only to affect people's thinking and memory, so why conscript a god? Thinking of this, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Covering the universe. Star god? Interesting. Emperor Yetian exclaimed. I didn't expect that there are so many new and strange things outside of our 3,000 worlds. Different from the shock and fear of other cosmic beings. There was only curiosity and eagerness to try in Yetian's heart. Now that he has achieved the status of immortal, he is immortal and the true master of the universe. The long river of time can no longer leave any trace on him. The peak of immortality is loneliness, solitude, and endless pursuit. Today's SCP Foundation has undoubtedly opened a door full of unknowns for him. Thinking of this, his desire to go to the SCP Foundation universe became more and more urgent. The appearance of the star god made the audience from all the heavens and worlds fall into a subtle state of excitement. There is no doubt that the first two missions, whether it was the difficulty of containment or the terrifying power of the contained objects, left indelible memories for the audience. It's rare to see a one-sided crushing containment mission nowadays, how can one not be excited? Finally, under the watchful eyes of the public, the scene returned to the mission. Dr. Kondriki seemed to be making his final remarks. Please remember that this mission is in the form of an interactive experiment. Interactive experiment. Aquaman was a little surprised. Shouldn't it be containment? Dr. Kondriki glanced at him. Due to SCP-3000's large size and inert behavior, we do not need to intervene too much in its containment. The area containing SCP-3000 is currently an area approximately 300 kilometers in diameter in the Bay of Mon La, which is regularly patrolled by Foundation warships. No civilians are allowed to attempt deep-sea exploration or diving activities within the quarantine zone. Cool. Aquaman couldn't help but whistled. This means our mission will be much easier. Dr. Kondriki gave a meaningful smile. I hope so. Therefore, your mission is to bring 3 samples, feed them to SCP-3000, and collect the sticky dark gray substance secreted from its head, designated as Y909. Aquaman nodded confidently and was about to speak when he discovered that the star god seemed to have become invisible. I think I should complete this task by myself. This star god friend doesn't seem to like communicating. He rejected the diving equipment offered by several technicians and glanced in the direction of the Fulai star god. Without saying anything else, Aquaman jumped into the sea with the 3 samples. Plop. Buzz. Aquaman looked back and found a strange energy fluctuation appearing not far behind him. Obviously, the star god Fulai also followed. Aquaman grinned and secretly increased his diving speed. It's not disrespectful to the gods. On the contrary, as the king of Atlantis and the Poseidon who rules the 7 seas, he has known since childhood that there are powerful gods in the universe. But reverence does not mean fear. Especially in the ocean. While he was thinking, he turned into a sharp arrow, so fast that it left an afterimage in the water. It was as if the water pressure and resistance had no effect on him at all. However, when diving about 1,000 meters, Aquaman suddenly stopped. His excitement and eagerness to try disappeared. Instead, I feel confused. And deep in his eyes, there is a lingering uneasiness. The dive has stopped, please report the situation. The voice in the headset brought Aquaman back to his senses. He opened his mouth, lowered his voice, and was about to speak, but when the words came to his lips, his expression became confused again. I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong. It's just... After a long period of inactivity. He forced a smile, just taking a break. By the way, what should I do next? After 2 seconds, the person on the other end of the headset said in a deep voice. Keep diving. Maybe the dark clouds blocked the sun. The already dim deep sea became darker again. For the first time, the ocean, which had always been so familiar to him, became a stranger to him. Cold. Darkness. Distortion. The Sea King gazed down below him. It was like staring into an abyss. This is wrong. He realized. But soon. He had forgotten this awareness, too. At the same time. An indescribable fear spread throughout the heavens and all worlds. Chapter 19. The audience in the chat group was immediately shocked. WTF? What's going on? I feel like there's something wrong with this guy. It was fine just now. I didn't see any signs of being hit. Damn it, could it be SCP-3000? But we haven't even seen each other yet. DC Universe. Something's wrong. Is Aquaman's memory so bad? Several superheroes noticed the abnormality in Aquaman's behavior. It's hard not to think of SCP-3000's abilities. Personnel who directly observe SCP-3000, or come within an undetermined radius of it, will experience unexplained headaches, delirium, feelings of fear and panic, and memory loss or alteration. No one expected that. When everyone was shocked by the terrifying size of SCP-3000. This ignored information is the most terrifying thing about SCP-3000. The original optimism disappeared without a trace. A feeling of worry also secretly welled up in my heart. Collapse Iron Universe. It hasn't appeared yet, but it's just near the water, and it's affected. Haida frowned slightly. This kind of ability is more like a domain effect. Fortunately, star gods are not ordinary creatures, but a higher level of life. Not only that, Fulai Star God has another title. Memory Star God. Thinking of this, Haida's inner uneasiness calmed down a little. As long as Fulai Star God takes action, there will be no problem, right? In the screen, the dark deep sea seemed to have transformed into a thick black fog, devouring anyone it chose. Everyone knows that SCP-3000 is just below. Aquaman's movements were no longer as smooth and unbridled as before. He numbly moved the 3 samples, and would become briefly dazed every time he dived a certain distance. His inner uneasiness grew stronger and his thoughts became more confused. He felt something was constantly being pulled out of his brain. But he couldn't remember what he had lost. Please continue to dive. Here it is. Keep diving. Sorry. Dive. Huh? I saw it. With a cry of surprise from the Sea King, the audiences from all over the world suddenly felt their hearts in their throats. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the so-called SCP-3000. What did you see? The voice in the headset remained calm. I saw. Aquaman narrowed his eyes, without a trace of light in them. All I could see was darkness. A fierce evil wind blew, pushing me toward an invisible cliff dash. His tone became ethereal and profound. His expression became painful, torn. At the edge of nothingness, just a stone's throw away from annihilation. There is a sickness in my heart that has no cure. Above me there is only darkness, and there are dark eyes. What are you talking about? The doctor's voice gradually became deeper as he gave the command. Quiet, just be quiet, my consciousness is disintegrating, only dashed sitsaizi. Just then, the audience heard a cry of surprise in their headsets. Doc, we've picked up some physical activity on our radar. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. As soon as these words came out, the chat group immediately exploded. Countless spectators were filled with fear. Isn't it said that SCP-3000 doesn't like to move? What's the situation now? Who knew that at this moment? The sea area where Aquaman was located on the screen suddenly began to shake. The sea water is intertwined with undercurrents. Poseidon, once the darling of the sea, was now like a rootless duckweed, drifting with the waves. Aquaman's weird state and behavior made the audience breathless. Buzz. A strange vibration surged from the deep sea. This sound, in the silent deep sea, was like the sobbing from hell, which was chilling. Finally, SCP-3000 appears. It didn't block out the sun as expected. Because SCP-3000 is so large, most of its body is twisted and intertwined. Like the intersection of all things, like a chaos, a world. Like a higher level of creation. At this moment, this higher level of creation, out to hunt. Aquaman floated unconsciously in the sea, and the 3 samples he was pulling had already drifted away. At this time, these 3 samples then became food for SCP-3000. The cold sea water seemed to pour into the audience's ears. All I heard was a gurgling sound of bubbles. The deep, dark, and cold sea water seemed like materialized darkness, enveloping everyone. Natural light cannot find here. It's dark here all day long without a single ray of sunlight. Only the surging sea water tells people. Ananda Shesha is hunting. Bite. This is the sensor on the sample. This beep indicates that the sample has been consumed by SCP-3000. Bite. Bite. When the third sound was heard, the audience's hearts suddenly tightened. Next. Is it Aquaman's turn now? But in the eyes of the audience, Aquaman had forgotten even the ability to think, let alone escape. At this moment, a voice came into the minds of the audience. As if it came from the gradually dissipating consciousness of the Sea King. There's something about it, some hidden part of its creation, that resists recognition. It disintegrated my human consciousness, shredding the parts of us we believed to be our souls until all that was left was our true essence, an electronic signal that will one day disappear. How can I expect anyone else to remember me if I don't even remember myself? I have faded into darkness, like millions before me and after me. My life will eventually be forgotten, but I do not despair for myself. I am insignificant, you are insignificant, countless insignificant drops of water stretch out for eternity in the ocean of time. We fought it, but our enemy was defenseless. It is not Ananda Shesha, it is not the forerunner of death, nor is it the end of mankind. It's the other side of some supreme being. Forget. Chapter 20. The other side of some supreme being? Supreme. Once these words appeared, They immediately caused exclamations from the audience in all the heavens and worlds. In the world under the alien, Susan and Usse suddenly froze in place. In the Marvel world, Nick Fury's hand holding the coffee began to tremble slightly. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Obito's inner fear temporarily suppressed his fanaticism. In the world of pirates, even Luffy, who has always been a bit nervous, has realized the seriousness of the problem. All the audience slowed down their breathing again. He stared at the light screen intently, afraid of missing any moment. In the light curtain, SCP-3000's feeding is ongoing. Who knows? Just then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sea behind Aquaman. Everyone immediately looked for the light. All I saw was a gorgeous and crystal-clear crystal platform. A transparent lotus flower blooms above the spotless Pure Land. Fu Li sat in meditation in the center of the Pure Land, like an observer of the universe, watching all things in the world tirelessly repeating their past mistakes. He is a star god. Is part of an imaginary number. It is a metaphysical spiritual aggregate. The darkness around him seemed to become his shadow. The stream of light engraved with memories spread out from Yeotai as the center. The light swept across the dark sea water, and the sea water immediately became clear again. The light brushed over the fish, and they swam upstream. When the light passed over the Sea King, whose existence was beginning to dissolve, a miracle happened. Ahem. What's wrong with me? Aquaman, who had long lost the ability to think, actually regained his sanity in an instant. What happened? ZZ Dive Team, please be advised that we think you may be experiencing some kind of negative cognitive effects. Negative impact? Big Eel. Aquaman's eyes suddenly widened. Back. His memory is back. But along with it came dizziness and tingling. When the audience in the chat group saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. WTF? This is the power of the Star God. Oh my God, you saved him like this? You are worthy of being a god. But, isn't the power of this giant eel too exaggerated? Just by getting close to it and just taking a look at it, it can directly melt away my memory, and I can't even think. I'm so stupid, really, I naively thought this mission would be easy. Damn it, I just glanced at the star god Fu Li, and suddenly I felt like a glance from across the Milky Way. While the audience was shocked, they also couldn't help feeling like they had survived a disaster. However, different from the audience's optimism. Collapse of Iron World. Haida's face looked so solemn that water seemed to drip out of it. Strictly speaking, not all star gods in the universe she lives in are good people. There are even countless travelers and pioneers who, while trying to resolve the various crises caused by the Star Corps, also have to fight against the star gods who intend to trample on civilization. Therefore, in her initial expectation, although Fu Li Xingshen was chosen, he would never obey the SCP Foundation like the other recruits. The reason is simple. Because Fu Li is a star god, a god. Gods may respond to believers, but they will never be controlled by believers. How could gods possibly obey the orders of an organization? Even if that organization is the SCP Foundation. But as Fu Li Xingshen followed the Sea King into the sea, Haida realized that he was wrong. Although no one knew what exactly happened, the star god Fu Li did indeed start to act. At this moment, Black Tower's worldview began to collapse. She was wondering in her heart. Why? Why didn't the star god who created reality and erased the stars ignore the demands of this group of people? Until she saw SCP-3000 and saw Ascension's ability as a law, forgetfulness. Everything has an answer. That is a being no less than a god. Only God. Only then can you defeat another god. At this moment, a doubt took root in her mind like a seed. Can the Fu Li star god defeat SCP-3000? In the light curtain, the weak Sea King looked around. This time, he finally saw the body of SCP-3000. Smooth, gray skin. Slender yet huge body. Like eels, sea snakes, pythons. Like a collection of all contradictions. It is not a natural product that can exist in any universe. Poseidon, what should I do? Yes, I need to collect a sample, wait. He suddenly raised his voice, there was liquid flowing out of its scalp, about a meter away. Looking at that thing made me feel dizzy. I felt very sick. Another familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. Aquaman felt his soul being stretched again, his mind was becoming rigid, and his memory was fading. Instinct made him turn on the collector, and he started talking nonsense again. "Oh no, don't do that. Don't. It feels like the world is ending right there, guys. My heart's stopping, I feel like I'm dying, and I just..." He gave a quiet laugh. "It's too dark. Fuli has no emotions and no thoughts. He just flickers quietly on the platform. Like a heart, it continuously pumps out the memories he has etched." The light from Fury once again enveloped the Sea King. However, this time. But he couldn't awaken his fragmented memory no matter what. At the same time, SCP-3000's body began to stir, and the chaos began to move. The darkness began to close in. This time, Anand-Esh's prey. Replaced by Fuli Star God. Chapter 21. SCP-3000 swept up that light. There was no battle between gods as the audience had expected, no darkness or the sky and earth changing color. The light curtain dimmed little by little. A voice sounded. Vague, quiet. It's like a sigh from the deepest part of the universe, lasting forever. There is only darkness here, a place of oblivion, a place of emptiness. It feels like a dream. But I am Fuli, and star gods don't dream. As soon as these words were spoken, countless audiences' eyes widened. Collapse Iron World. The Black Tower of the Black Tower Space Station looked at the screen in disbelief. Could it be that SCP-3000 has entered Fuli's spiritual world? Even if she feels it is impossible in her heart, her reason will still tell her. SCP-3000 appears to be more powerful than the god of the world of Fuli. She stared at the screen intently, not daring to breathe. Until a light appeared in the light curtain. The memory etched by the star god Fuli suppressed the darkness for a short time. However, I can't wake up. The audience can even see the torrent of memories flowing past Fuli's Yaotai. In my memory, there is a wind howling across rivers, mountains, and oceans. It blows freely, sweeping up flying fish and dust, which gather into foam on the beach. Under the midnight sun, the beach is forever changing and everlasting. There the troubadours and lovers sat, thinking, kissing. Hops drifted in the wind across the fields. They saw adobe houses scattered around the doorways of the long wall. The little gray sky kisses the little gray clouds. The rain wet the crops and soaked the people walking in the jungle under the dark clouds. However, even in those memory worlds that he had recorded, he was still surrounded by darkness. I can feel the darkness. Or rather, I can feel its presence. It was there in the depths of my consciousness, in the endless darkness behind those eyes. It stole my memory. The memory stream etched around Fuli began to visibly break, fold, and twist. Finally left him. The rock returns to the sand. Sand returns to dust. Dust returns to the energy bundle. Eventually, even the concept of memory and destiny, which was held by the star god, began to peel away from his consciousness and collapse. In a moment, time shrinks. Space collapses. The darkness also evaporated and tore apart. The hunt was over, and SCP-3000 returned to its hotbed in chaos with satisfaction. This battle between the Star God and the Supreme Godhead. It ended just like that under the horrified gaze of countless spectators. Not a loud bang, but a whimper. Dead silence. Deathly silence spread across the heavens and all worlds. The originally densely packed speeches have now completely stopped. The faces of the audience were filled with confusion and fear. At the end of the screen, Aquaman seemed to be rescued and returned to shore. People in white coats and technicians were busy around him, but no one mentioned the star god Fuli. It's like he never showed up. The bright sunshine shines through the light curtain in the sky and falls on every audience member. But the chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow was like a cancer that could not be shaken off. See here. The audience in the chat group finally couldn't contain their inner shock and panic and began to vent. Whole of Kingshti. Oh my god, what did I see? A star god was defeated silently like this? That's AFG god. Phew, it's too scary, it's really too scary. So, what happened to Fuli Star God in the end? Nobody knows the answer. DC Universe. There was dead silence in the Justice League. The superheroes stared at the light screen in a daze, as if their sanity had not yet returned to their bodies. I don't know how long it took. The sound of breathing could be heard in the room. There was not a trace of blood on the Flash's face. Thinking back to when he had previously teased Aquaman about being lucky, he felt an extremely bitter taste in his mouth. So, What's the situation with Aquaman? Someone couldn't help but ask. As a star god, Fuli was ultimately placed under the so-called Law of Oblivion of SCP-3000. It is obviously even less likely that Aquaman will be spared. Again, no one knows the answer. Collapse of Iron World. Haida collapsed to the ground helplessly, his face full of fear. People know very little about these mysterious beings, the star gods, who roam the deep sea of stars. Limited by their finite cognition, intelligent life can only vaguely perceive that the star gods are embarking on a destiny that is beyond the reach of mortals, and that they are exercising their immeasurable power through certain ideas. As the station master of the space station, Haida owns a museum-style interstellar ship and is one of the few people in the world who can sense the existence of the star god. However, just now, she lost the sense of the memory and destiny controlled by the star god Fuli. This means Marvel Universe. Camartage. Oh my god, Supreme Sorcerer, what's wrong with you? This is, the Eye of Agamotto? You used the Eye of Agamotto. What did you see? Ancient One, who was surrounded by magic apprentices, was now lying on the ground weakly, and the magic elements around him were almost in a frenzy. The reason for all this? It was because she had just used the Eye of Agamotto. Take a look at SCP-3000. It wasn't that she was being careless, it was just that the power displayed by SCP-3000 didn't seem very directly threatening. And she just wanted to figure out the source of SCP-3000's power. However, the moment she made the attempt, she regretted it. Because it was just that one glimpse that caused her memory to go wild, her soul was almost devoured, and even her thinking almost stopped. If she hadn't instinctively turned off the Eye of Agamotto and cut off her ability to detect minds, she has definitely been wiped out by that power now. The nothingness outside of time, the end of all things. The embodiment of oblivion, hell, samsara, and all things connected with death. The profile of the fifth starfish. Guyi almost unconsciously recited everything he had seen in that fleeting glimpse. Her voice began to tremble. What kind of existence is it? Even though what she saw was not his true self, but just the embodiment of that concept, it almost drove her crazy. Guyu thought with fear. What if we really saw his true form? Thinking of this, she trembled and closed her eyes. At this moment, she even lost the courage to think. Chapter 22. Site 0. Ding. Interaction Project, Ananda Shesha, interaction completed. You will receive the following rewards. Operators are immortal. If a recruited operator dies during a mission, the administrator can revive him/her after the mission is over and have him/her return. Operator upgrade. Since the Foundation has already obtained enough D-class personnel, after the recruiter completes the first mission, the administrator can directly upgrade him to C-class personnel. You obtain the forgettability of the contained object Ananda Shesha. The series of prompt sounds made Chuyun slightly dazed. After looking at a series of rewards, he nodded with satisfaction. It improves the treatment of the operators and ensures their safety. Yes, this is a good system. After all, I am not a devil. Having said that, he looked to his side, and also saw the first victim in the 3 missions. At this time, the star god Fuli was not swallowed by SCP-3000 as the audience thought. Instead, it is reshaped from the beginning under the capabilities of the system. I saw him still quietly blooming in the center of the colorless lotus on the crystal platform. Colorful rays of light linger around him, illuminating the space with holiness and clarity. Even Chuyun was a little dazed for a moment, immersed in this beauty that belonged to the unique laws of the universe. After admiring it secretly for a moment, he snapped his fingers. Pa! The star god Fuli disappeared instantly. At the same time, deep in the universe of the collapse Iron World, in a dim star field, a soft light suddenly appeared. Fuli star god once again sat in meditation in the center of the Pure Land, watching everything in the world tirelessly repeating the same mistakes, over and over again. The Black Tower of the Black Tower space station stood there in a daze. The audiences from all over the world were filled with surprise and joy at the same time. What is surprising is that even though the god of Fuli had been almost completely devoured by SCP-3000, the Foundation was able to restore him. The good news is that even if I am selected, I won't die in vain due to a mistake in receiving me. After sending Fuli away, Chuyun focused his attention on the one in his hand. A thin, viscous, dark gray substance. Obviously, This is Y909 secreted by SCP-3000. This thing has many uses, but the most valuable one is making memory erasing potions. The original Foundation implemented the Veil Protocol, which aims to isolate the anomaly from the view of ordinary people. Therefore, highly effective memory clearing drugs with no side effects are essential tools. However, the anomalies in this world are in the stage of recovery, and the Foundation was established after Chu-Yun traveled through time. Therefore, other related organizations do not care too much about keeping the anomaly confidential. In other words, the Veil no longer exists. Some routine anomaly containment work may not have much impact on society after being exposed. But there are always some anomalies that are more troublesome than others because they involve memetic or cognito-hazardous entities. To this end, Chu-Yun plans to restart the curtain. Mission: Neglect Protocol. Description: the Negligence Protocol is a global memory erasure protocol that uses the ENUI-5 memory erasure agent as its core to perform artificial memory erasure on a global scale. Thanks to the memory programming capabilities of the ENUI-5, this system can create amnesia, targeted erasure, and even overwrite target memory segments as needed. Currently, the site execution terminal of the agreement is located in the Bay of Mongla in South Asia. Once activated, several warheads carrying concentrated drugs will be launched into the atmosphere of various parts of the Earth and detonated, and ground discharge ports and air-spraying drones will be activated simultaneously to complete the global spread of ENUI-5. Mission content: collect a large amount of Y909 and produce ENUI-5 amnesiac. Task reward: 1000 contribution points / 10 kg. Looking at the edited task, Chu-Yun nodded with satisfaction. Little did they know. Once this mission was announced, it caused an uproar among the audience and the recruiters. The audience in the chat group was arguing fiercely. WTF? Is this true? Global amnesiac. Damn it, after seeing what the Foundation does, I'm not surprised. To be honest, if more and more cognitive hazardous entities like SCP-3000 appear, the Ignorance Protocol is indeed the most effective means of protection. However, the difficulty of this mission is no less than that of an ordinary Keter-level mission. At the same time, the draftees are also buzzing about the emerging changes. Operator Contribution Ranking. First place, CC King, 1250. Second place, Fuli, 1000, has returned. Third place, C. Sayatama, 700. Fourth place, C. Jonghulan, 400. Fifth name, C. Kamijutuma, 350. Sixth place, C. Deadpool, 150. During this interactive experiment, several people participated in some tasks and improved their contribution values to a greater or lesser extent. Especially this time's promotion in rank directly freed them from the treatment of D-level personnel without human rights. Now, not only can we live in an area that only C-level personnel can live in, but we have also unlocked many activity areas. Certainly. The most important thing is the improvement in authority. Why are you looking at me like that? Deadpool raised his arm and sniffed it. This doesn't smell like anything. Jonghulan. He looked at the new operator, Aquaman, who was also the only operator whose contribution value exceeded 1000 points. So, do you choose to return with the reward, or do you choose to stay and upgrade your rank? The new Sea King asked curiously, so you collected more than 10 kilograms of Y909 this time? Aquaman hesitated. Thinking back to the horrific experience he had before, he still felt a lingering fear. He should want to return. But I don't know why. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes around him, he was unable to make up his mind for a moment. Just at this moment. Da-da-da. Dr. Kondriki appeared, wearing leather shoes, a white coat, and a khaki hiking hat. Chapter 23. Congratulations to everyone on your successful promotion to C-level staff. Dr. Kondriki briefly introduced the definition of C-level personnel. C-class personnel have direct access to most anomalies that are not considered too hostile or threatening. Class C personnel may be exposed to potential mind-affecting or memetic agents and are to be placed under mandatory quarantine or psychiatric evaluation as deemed necessary by security personnel. In the event of a containment breach or hostile attack on a Foundation facility, non-combat C-class personnel should immediately report to the secure lockdown area. In the event of a site-level containment breach or other disaster, they should evacuate under the instructions of site security personnel. He paused and said, In addition, you also need to choose your own functional direction. If you want to become site personnel, you can apply to become containment specialist researchers, security personnel, and tactical response personnel. If you want to be a field agent, then you can apply to become a field agent or a mobile task force operator. The series of information left everyone overwhelmed. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Dr. Kondriki looked at Aquaman and said, "As for you, your current contribution value has exceeded 1,000. You can choose to return with the following rewards, or stay and accumulate contribution value." Before he could finish his words, the Sea King said firmly, "I choose to apply to become a member of the mobile task force." That look was as determined as if he wanted to join the party. This surprised Zhang Hulan and others. No one expected that Aquaman would choose to stay. What a surprise. Dr. Kondriki rolled his eyes, then opened the booklet in his hand, glanced at it for a few seconds, and casually clicked. "If you are good at underwater combat, the deep feeders may want you." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Zhang Hulan came up immediately and said, "Damn it. You actually chose to stay like this? You almost died in the last mission." Aquaman shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I know. Then why did you choose to join the mobile task force? What did you want? What's the point?" Aquaman's eyes turned deep. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I chose to return. I am still the king of the sea, the king of Atlantis, and the ruler of the seven seas." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his voice, "But I can only be the king of Atlantis and the ruler of the seven seas. After seeing the vastness of the ocean, how can a fish want to be confined to a pond?" Another thing he didn't say is, he had seen for a moment the list of rewards given by Dr. Kondriki. There is a reward clearly marked in between. God. While several people were discussing this, a magnificent voice suddenly came from the sky. "The fourth call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted." Finally, the fourth call up. It arrived as promised. Seeing this situation, all living beings in the universe are excited. The two entries of Operator Immortality and Operator Upgrade. It also dispelled the last bit of hesitation in the audience's hearts. There is no doubt that the call of the heavens has now become an evolutionary path full of unknowns. Soon, the answer is revealed. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe is drawn this time, League of Legends Universe, Devil May Cry Universe. Operators recruited this time, Jinx, Hero Universe, Dante, Devil May Cry Universe. The call-up has been settled. The audiences from all over the world sighed in unison. Countless people looked at the two people chosen on the screen with envy. Deep down I wish I could replace him. League of Legends World. Piltover. The moment Caitlyn saw the name Jinx, her eyes narrowed. As expected, she escaped after all. And she was chosen. Zon. Law enforcement officer Wei, who was on patrol, was stunned. She felt dizzy and her feet felt like they were stepping on cotton and she could hardly stand. An idea came into her mind. If Jinx completes the task and accumulates enough contribution points. Vander, is there a chance of recovery? Nakus. Royal Court. A ghostly woman opened her eyes, her deep pupils seemed to be wrapped in stars. She murmured to herself. The voice was charming and deadly. Roses cannot grow in darkness, they will only die from the growth of darkness. Black roses seem to have a new place to grow. Devil May Cry World. Devil May Cry. Looking at the empty office, Letty cursed, "Damn it, this BD really caught up with me." Although Nero on the side didn't say anything, he was obviously very indignant about this. Of course, some people are not so optimistic. I hope the target of this capture won't be as scary as the previous three. Recalling the Immortal Lizard, the Witch Girl, and Ananda Shesha who had appeared before. The optimistic mood has calmed down slightly. At the same time, the fourth call-up has finally come to an end. Above the sky, that solemn and low voice sounded again. The call ends, and the special mission begins. Abnormality of this project, Gate of Death. The Gate of Death? When the project name appears behind the light curtain, the entire chat group suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Countless viewers looked at the word in astonishment, and for a moment they thought they were hallucinating. After a few seconds, someone asked weakly in the group. Could it be that the anomaly this time is a door? Damn it, can a door be an anomaly? The gate of death, could it be that this gate leads to a terrifying place? In this case, it shouldn't be particularly powerful, right? As the audience was discussing, the files of this collection appeared on the light screen. Containment item, Death's Gate. Item hashtag, SCP-1983. Object class, Keter. Chapter 24. Where? Come on. The moment they saw the project level, the audience, who had just made reasonable guesses, were stunned. No one expected that. A door is actually a Keter-level containment object. The immortal, indestructible, and infinitely evolving immortal lizard is of Keter grade. The witch girl who can create things out of thin air and make her wishes come true is also Keter level. So how terrifying would the Keter level death gate be? Fortunately, the light curtain did not give everyone time to discuss. A large amount of archival content appeared on the screen. Special containment procedures. Outpost 54 has been established on the land surrounding SCP-1983 and disguised as a chemical plant. The factory building will serve as barracks for Mobile Task Force G-13 choir boys. All entrances into Outpost 54 are to be guarded at all times. Personnel should refer to Document 1983-12 for official instructions on how to deal with any overly curious civilians. According to G-13 protocol, all Mobile Task Force personnel must have strong religious beliefs. All ammunition boxes must contain silver or silver-plated bullets. The front door of SCP-1983-1 is to be monitored 24 hours a day. Guards are to engage any instances of SCP-1983-2 that appear. No personnel are to come within 5 meters of SCP-1983-2 beyond the limits of scheduled testing protocols. See here. The audience from all over the world were somewhat surprised. Strong religious beliefs, silver or silver-plated bullets. What kind of a request is this? What is SCP-1983-2? More information appears. Description: SCP-1983-1 is a single-story farmhouse located in County, Wyoming. It has been abandoned following a series of religious murders in 1968 that were linked to a satanic cult. Upon opening the front door of SCP-1983-1, a spatial anomaly appears to occur. No matter or light other than instances of SCP-1983-2 has been observed to escape from the doorway, although the anomaly does emit heat. Space anomalies. The audience with a keen sense of smell immediately caught the word. Three-body universe. Earth. Now it seems that perhaps this so-called spatial anomaly in SCP-1983-2, which may be a derivative of the Death Realm Gate, are most likely the source of danger. Luoji looked at the files on the screen and thought secretly. But why is it connected with faith and cults? He couldn't figure it out. Until he saw the new content, he was stunned on the spot. SCP-1983-2 is a bipedal monster 1.8 meters tall. They have a vague humanoid shape and are completely black. They are extremely aggressive and will attack any human they see. When an SCP-1983-2 instance comes into contact with a human, they attack the victim's chest cavity by extending their upper limbs, but without causing any superficial damage to the skin or tissue. Through unknown means, they then extract the victim's heart, thereby killing him. Once the human heart is obtained, the SCP-1983-2 instance will return to SCP-1983-1. Firing the silver bullets while praying is the only known method of killing SCP-1983-2. The content of the prayer and the faith of the person praying are unimportant, as long as the person praying is sincere enough. Once an SCP-1983-2 is killed, its body appears to evaporate, leaving only a layer of sulfur. The moment I saw this content, the audience in the chat group were suddenly shocked. WTF? Isn't this a devil? Damn it, no wonder we need faith and silver bullets. It turns out they are used to fight demons. It's this demon's ability to take away a heart from a distance. Wow, it's really evil. Looking at it this way, the place behind this door could be hell, right? The audience was guessing for a while. Devil May Cry world. When Nero and his companions saw this description, the first thing they thought of was the devil. As demon hunters, they have killed hundreds of demons, if not 1,000. I know this existence all too well. They are evil, greedy, bloodthirsty, and are humanity's #1 enemy. But those guys basically only exist in the demon world. Could it be that the door behind that door leads to the demon world? This is the end of the file. The two operators recruited this time also appeared on the screen. Jinx curiously looked through the pure black combat uniform that was standard for special agents, shook her long blue braids, and smiled with satisfaction. Wow, you didn't let me wear that ugly orange peel. +1 to my impression of the Foundation. After saying that, she opened her eyes wide and looked around curiously. When she saw Dante, who had pure white hair, blue eyes, and a stub-bled face, she greeted him. Hey, old man, what's your name? My name is Jinx, Jin as in Jinx, Si as in Jinx. Dante rolled his eyes impatiently. Damn it, why do you want me to team up with a little girl? Just then he saw the man in the white coat walking towards him, and he waved. Request to change teammates. UFG, Jinx exploded. Glancing at the furious Jinx, he sneered. Or I can carry out the mission alone. We're all fighting the Devil Cubs anyway, so it doesn't matter where we fight. Ignoring the irritated Jinx, Dante asked the man in the white coat who was approaching. By the way, I have my own silver bullet. As for my faith, I believe in eliminating the demons that harm humanity. Is that okay? The man in the white coat finally walked up to the two of them slowly. He smiled and said, of course, the premise is that your faith is pure and firm enough. Of course, only with prayer can you completely kill those guys. Then he began to introduce himself. My name is Bright, you can call me Dr. Bright. Besides, this mission involves more than just the two of you, and the purpose of the mission is not to contain you. Hearing this, both the two operators and the audience in the chat group were stunned. Chapter 25. Not containment. Any other burdens? Dr. Bright raised his hand, signaling the two to be quiet. In fact, 2 teams have been sent through the front doorway to investigate the anomaly. Unfortunately, they have not returned. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene was a little subtle. None of them came back. This means that the mortality rate for those entering SCP-1983 is 100%. Jinx propped her chin up and asked curiously, so, what do you need us to do? You will join a search team as special agents. The team members include 4 agents and 3 D-Class personnel. Your mission is to help as many D-Class personnel as possible take photos of the interior of SCP-1983. Pop. Dr. Bright snapped his fingers, and immediately an agent came over with a box. Jinx opened the box in front of her and immediately smiled. Cool. My boom boom gun. Fish bones, and a Gatling gun. There were several strangely shaped weapons in the box. Dante took out his black Zenwood and white ivory double guns and said contemptuously. Children's toys. Snap. In response to him, he heard the black muzzle of a gun. Jinx gave a dangerous smile. Old man, are you interested in eating a bullet? Well, it's a specially made Foundation-made spiked bullet. It seems that you two are ready. Dr. Bright said in a brisk tone, seemingly not caring at all about the explosive situation. Then, we can go on our mission. The little episode made the audience laugh and cry. At the same time, I also have a certain understanding of the two operators this time. A beautiful girl who explodes and goes crazy at the slightest provocation. A violent man who confronts and sneers at everyone he meets. Soon. The scene comes to this action team. Everyone seemed to be sitting in the transport cabin of a transport plane. The other 2 agents were fully armed, with their faces hidden under fully enclosed helmets. They were Captain K and Team Member H. The 3 D-Class personnel are 2 men and 1 woman. Middle-aged bearded man numbered D12436. A young punk girl numbered D15268. And, a young man who looks somewhat shrewd, numbered D14134. Dante closed his eyes and rested. Jinx, however, couldn't sit still, looking here and touching there. From time to time, he would ask the agents about things related to the Foundation. Even if the other party didn't pay much attention to her, she didn't care. Looking at the D-Class female figure next to him who also had a punk vibe. Wow, nice tattoo. Thank you. The young woman smiled. Seeing that the other party was able to communicate, Jinx immediately became interested. By the way, how did you become D-Class personnel? Who knew that as soon as these words came out, the other person's smile suddenly froze on his face. He turned his head away with a sullen face, losing interest in communication. Sniff. The short-haired man beside him sneered. D-Class personnel are typically recruited from prisons around the world and are inmates with violent criminal backgrounds, particularly those on death row. That bearded guy was a drug lord. This woman is a transnational human trafficker. And I. The young man smiled what he thought was a cruel smile, killed 4 people. Oh. Jinx widened her eyes and asked politely, what about today? Young man. Realizing that the blue-haired girl in front of him might be a real terrorist murderer, he rationally interrupted the conversation. In addition, as a D-class personnel, he has no good feelings towards these agents or even the Foundation itself. Just a bunch of Foundation lackeys. He thought so. Seeing this, the audience in the chat group had complicated expressions. Whether it is the other 2 agents or the D-class personnel, I'm afraid everyone knows that this is destined to be a mission from which there is no return. Soon, the transport plane landed on a farm. And the audience finally saw SCP-1983-1, an abandoned farmhouse. The farmhouse in front of me is dilapidated. There was a thick layer of dust on the wooden floor, and some strange black and red patterns seemed to be etched on the mottled walls. However, it is difficult for everyone to associate this thing with abnormality. In the chat group, someone raised a question. To be honest, it doesn't look like anything special, does it? Yeah, didn't they say there was something like a demon? I haven't seen it yet. As a Keter, let alone against the witch girl, even against the immortal evil lizard, it seems that this time it is not very good. The easiest episode. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group, and many people believed that the classification of the Death Gate as a Keter-level containment object was unworthy of its name. But several people at the scene did not think so. At this time, even if you just stand at the door, the group had a feeling of staring into an abyss. Captain K, who was in the lead, checked and saw that the 3D class personnel had all put on the recording equipment obediently, so he waved his hand. Action. After saying that, he was the first to enter the farmhouse. Next came 3 trembling D-class personnel, with Dante and Jinx walking at the end. After being injected with the perfect glimmer potion, Jinx's physical fitness has now been comprehensively enhanced. For Dante, a demon hunter, entering the demon world is like going home. However, the moment the 2 of them entered behind the door, dong dong, the sound of the heartbeat suddenly turned into a roar. An indescribable feeling of uneasiness quietly enveloped everyone's heart. Outside the farmhouse, Dr. Bright was looking at the monitor in front of him, which was connected to the camera on the D-class personnel. Everything was normal until several people entered the farmhouse. However, the moment they entered the farmhouse, sizzle, the monitor suddenly emitted a sharp electric sound, and the picture turned into white noise. A technician exclaimed, "The signal is interrupted." Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the rope connecting the camera suddenly tightened. The faces of all the people present changed. Because according to the normal area of the farmhouse, the length of the rope is more than enough. But right now, before everyone reacted, the rope actually broke directly. In a moment, the air at the scene seemed still. "K, what happened in there?" Dr. Bright shouted into the microphone. The only response he got was the crackling sound of electricity. Chapter 26. Seeing this scene, the chat group was quiet at first, and then it exploded. WTF? What happened? Damn it, we just entered the farmhouse. Why is this happening? Could it be that they encountered a demon as soon as they entered? That wouldn't mean there wouldn't be any noise at all, would it? Could it be that we encountered a spatial anomaly? As the audience was in doubt, the next second, the scene suddenly switched. Before anyone could react, da-da-da, the fire flashed. The bursting gunshots and shrill wails instantly resounded through the heavens. The sudden change stunned everyone. The timid audience was even more worried. What exactly happened? Da-da-da. Another burst of gunfire rang out. The picture was briefly illuminated by the fire, but was immediately swallowed up by darkness. It is this fleeting firelight that allows the audience to see clearly what is happening in the picture. I saw 3 figures running in panic. Only one of the 3D class personnel was left, and none of the other 2 agents except Jinx and Dante survived. Of the 7 people who entered SCP-1983, only 3 are left after just one encounter. Seeing this scene, all kinds of doubts filled the audience's minds. What happened? Wasn't it a farmhouse they were entering? Where is this ghost place where the space is distorted like a kaleidoscope? Marvel World. I know that everything these evil cult charlatans come up with is normal. Looking at the space in the picture that was twisted like a pretzel, Iron Man felt dizzy. In this environment, let alone opening fire and killing the enemy, it's good enough to be able to stand firm. Nick Fury watched the playback recorded by his men through the instrument. When he jumped frame by frame to the scene where Dante and Jinx were firing, he took a deep breath. Because in the picture, there were suddenly a dense mass of black humanoid creatures hanging heavily behind the three people. There is no doubt that these black humanoid creatures are the SCP-1983-2 mentioned earlier. But no one expected that. There are so many. It's just endless. Resident Evil world. Leon felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the surging demons in the picture. These things are not slow-moving zombies. They are demons that can snatch hearts from a distance. If it were him, let alone killing them all, it would be hard to say whether he could escape. What on earth have these guys been through? In the screen, several people seemed to have temporarily hidden in a cubicle. Dante was breathing heavily, the previous pride on his face no longer there. He does possess demonic powers, and countless demons have died at his hands. But even he couldn't keep fighting when faced with those endless and fearless black humanoid creatures. Not to mention that these monsters will only die after being hit by silver bullets blessed by prayers. It's not that he hasn't tried his own strength. However, even after transforming into a demon, his attacks couldn't completely kill these monsters. On the other side, Jinx tilted her head, put her hands on her knees, and breathed heavily. At this moment, she didn't even have the strength to speak. This short combat experience almost overturned her worldview of more than 10 years. This time, her opponents are no longer the high-ranking law enforcers and counselors of Piltover. No longer any kind of natural creature. But it is a cursed demon that only exists in legends. This still makes her feel a little scared. Thinking back to the 2 agents and D-class personnel who had not been rescued, she felt a little guilty. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked behind her. "Hey, are you okay?" Dante replied unhappily, "What do you think?" Jinx frowned. "I'm asking about that D-rank kid, huh?" As soon as these words came out, she and Dante both realized that something was wrong. Dante stood up all of a sudden, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find that guy. Damn it! Dante's face suddenly turned gloomy. Jinx's eyes also trembled. Obviously, the boy was lost by them. And the ordinary D-class personnel got lost here. There is only one result. Die. The audience in the chat group also realized this. For a time, the chat group fell silent. No one would sympathize with a D-class personnel who might be on death row. But it is hard to avoid feeling sad that he had tried so hard to survive and now died quietly. However, this emotion lasted less than 3 seconds before it disappeared without a trace. Because the guy who appeared in the light curtain, who else could it be but the only remaining D-class personnel? He is running. He ran as fast as he could, as if there was a hell behind him, as if how long he could live depended on how fast he could run. This is indeed the case. Not only that, the breathing and footsteps should be as light as possible, breathing should be slowed down, toes should be tapped on the ground, and the protests from lack of oxygen and fatigue in various parts of the body should be suppressed. This can effectively prevent attracting their attention. At the same time, he had to be careful of various things on the way back to avoid collisions, trips, and slowing down his speed, and the dark environment exacerbated this difficulty. But this is not the first time this has happened. He can't say that he is very familiar with it, but at least it is much better than at the beginning. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and he easily found the room where he was hiding. He quickly opened the door, went in, and closed it. The first thing is to hold your breath and listen carefully to the sounds outside. After confirming that nothing was approaching, he let out a breath. The whole person slowly collapsed to the ground, feeling like Schrodinger's cat who had once again luckily survived the poison gas box. Seeing this scene, even the audience in the chat group were secretly worried for him. But more of it was surprise. This guy is not dead. Damn, this series of operations went so smoothly, this guy is really a talent. He can survive with his bare hands. He is even more awesome than the operators. Haha. Unfortunately, it's just living a little longer. No one thinks that ordinary people can survive without an operator. As for completing the mission, then no one would count on him. After all, he's just a D-class, isn't he? Chapter 27. In the screen. After resting for a while, He took out the camera and pointed it at himself. Ahem, huh. After a light cough and a long sigh, he began to record. It's been almost 5 days since we entered this place. Subjectively it feels like a year. Haven't the Foundation sent anyone in yet? After saying this, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Given their cold-blooded style, it seems a little unrealistic for them to stop this suicidal behavior for the sake of human lives, retreat, give up. I don't think so, right? He shook his head to clear his mind of these chaotic thoughts. It was suffocating to think about these things in such a narrow space. So he looked around and continued. After entering that door, we came to this dim place. This place is like a low-quality space kaleidoscope, constantly spinning and swallowing up outsiders, and every visitor can only despair and feel powerless about it. I was no exception at the beginning. But fortunately, those two mysterious agents, if not for them, I would have died long ago. Speaking of this, it seems that something has come to mind. His tone suddenly became depressed, and he smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, in a hurry, I was separated from them. See here. The viewers in the chat group finally understood why this guy escaped alone. It turned out that he ran away. For a moment, everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But as soon as you see the screen, a D-class personnel who has run out of ammunition and food can still find joy in the desperate environment surrounded by demons. Everyone's mood suddenly became complicated again. In the screen, the young man pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and held it in front of the camera. I picked this up from a dead body. He explained. It seems to be a report about this hellhole. The author is an agent who entered here before us. His name should be Backley. Of course, he must be dead now. The contents on the note were clearly seen by the audience. Project number, waiting for number. Object class, Keter. God bless you. Special containment procedures, you're going to die, you unlucky idiot. Seeing the familiar content and format, audiences from all walks of life were stunned. Some people even cursed loudly. What is this? Do you want to tease others before you die? But when I think about it, this is the last words of a certain agent before his death. Everyone had no choice but to be patient and continue watching. This is not an exaggeration. I am Agent Barkley. I'm in this stupid building, and I promise you, if you were here, you'd be dead too. I'll probably be dead by the time you read this report. See here. The audience was very puzzled. What on earth did this guy want to say in his last words? Continue reading. It's impossible to get out of here, so let's talk about the containment procedures directly. There's only one FG way to do this, close the damn door. DC World. So, this is actually the solution left by the agent that can actually deal with the demons in SCP-1983. Wonder Woman muttered. Batman frowned. Door? The door again? At this moment, he was extremely curious about the so-called door. You can't go back. You may have tried. Those things can get out from here, though it might take some effort. After all, that's how we found this damn place. I hope you closed the door when you came in. We closed the door when we gave up and left here. If you didn't close the door, then go back and close it. That's your first priority now. You're going to die anyway. At least do something good before you die. Marvel World. SHIELD. Seeing this, Nick Fury suddenly realized. Why didn't everyone see those black humanoid objects when they first arrived outside SCP-1983-1? But once you enter SCP-1983-1, you encounter overwhelming demons. It turns out that SCP-1983-1 is the door. A door connecting this world and the real world. And those black human-shaped objects cannot get out when the door is closed. Etc. He suddenly thought of a serious question. After they entered the door this time, didn't the door open again? Realizing this, his expression suddenly became solemn. In the chat group, the audience was still joking. Do good things? Haha, are you expecting the D-class personnel who are used as guinea pigs to do good things? Perhaps the agent thought that it was another agent who picked up the note. Haha, if I were him, I would just pretend I didn't see it. No D-class personnel would be stupid enough to risk their lives for such a thing. Description: so, the cause and effect are like this. Agent Barkley briefly describes the circumstances leading up to the Foundation's discovery of SCP-1983. Then he started saying some sensational things. It doesn't matter what FG task force you are from, be it Sakura NOS or Choir Boys, if you open the door and rush in like I did, you're FE'd. Those things are hard to see with your eyes here. You may have noticed. They are like shadows. You have to stay away from the light source. I know that sounds stupid, but if you think about it, in a lighted area, your shadow is sharp and distinct. But when it's pitch black, your shadow becomes a blur and isn't that distinct. So those things can hardly touch you, and can't see you clearly. I think those things find you through your shadow. But to be honest, I'm not sure, I just think it's likely. See here. The audience finally understood. How did this D-class personnel survive in such a dangerous place? Obviously, it was the information on the note that helped him. However, after seeing the next paragraph, the chat group that was just full of discussion suddenly became quiet. You may have already tried to go out the door, but if you haven't, don't think about it. That will lead to a worse place. There weren't many monsters there, but Joan went too far away from the house, and, I swear, he started to melt. Things kept exploding from his body. Chapter 28. Seeing this description, that scene emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. The audience felt their scalps tingling. Besides, there is also an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. Because right now, it is a dead end for the survivors. Enter. What we face are endless demons. Retreat. As long as you leave the door, you will melt in an instant. What the hell should I do? Therefore, after seeing this content, when everyone looked at the surviving D-class personnel, their eyes were inevitably filled with pity. As for what this place is like, I can only say that it's huge. It's not just a farmhouse. It's like those things stole bits and pieces of space from various places and pieced them together randomly. Some of them look like apartments, others look like shopping malls, and one is definitely an old closet from my high school. It's exactly the same, even down to the plaid pattern. See here. This was the first time that the audience had a general idea of what space anomaly was. There is no logical construction. A completely distorted space. All physical laws in reality seem to be ineffective here. There are also some fragments that aren't made of stuff. They're black, like shadow matter, and most of them are in well-lit areas. If the light can penetrate them, you can put your hand through them. I don't recommend that. That's how we lost Torres. Something grabbed him and pulled him in. The hole was too small for his head, but he got in anyway. Just two scattered sentences of description paint a picture of a horrifying scene. This made the atmosphere in the chat group even more depressing. However, when you see the next paragraph, all the audience were stunned. Of course, there's no way to escape. We've figured that out as well. Any door you find just leads to another room in this stupid house, or back around. Obviously we can't live here. But there is one more thing you can do. I couldn't do it, but maybe you can. It won't keep you alive, I don't think, but I think it's important. I'm sure someone has to do it, otherwise those things will get out there and cause trouble sooner or later. See here. The audience immediately echoed the previous words. Obviously. Close the door is what the agent said. However, all the agent's hopes are likely to be dashed. Because now those who hold the note. He is a D-class personnel who has a complete bad relationship with the Foundation. It's the Foundation's disposable guinea pig. For a moment, an inexplicable sense of irony surged into everyone's heart. But the audience still watched it patiently. I found a way to stop those things, find their nest. I only saw that thing once, for a short while. We followed it after one of them got Denning's heart. It took the heart and went into a room I guess is the center of this place. It's all shadowy stuff, and I think they brought in whatever light sources they could find. Fluorescent lights, flashlights, candles, you name it. As I watched, the things continued to bring in more light. In the center of the room, there was a huge pile of hearts. Each heart had been ripped open and thrown there in a pile. Those things threw Denning's heart up there, and it began to beat and throb violently. Then it tore apart, and the new members of those things tried to crawl out of the heart. It swayed, slowly grew, and took shape. The disgusting thing was that the heart was torn apart but it was still beating. I swear I felt a sharp pain in my chest. See here. The audience in the chat group couldn't help but frown. FK. This is too weird. I swear, after watching this, I will have nightmares tonight. I can only say that he is indeed an agent of the Foundation. He is so damn strong inside. Damn, these guys collect hearts to create new monsters. Speaking of which, the audience subconsciously recalled the demons that had appeared several times before. Which time was not overwhelming. Then, a terrifying doubt arose in everyone's mind. These guys. How many humans were killed? The content of the note did not end there. That's when I started running away. I couldn't take it anymore, you know? I wasn't trained to deal with this kind of shit. I heard other people's voices behind me. I don't know if they told me to stop or if those BD monsters saw us, but we got separated in the end. I found a perfectly sized closet in the dark and have been hiding there ever since. I write with a small flashlight and turn it off when I hear something approaching. So far it's working fine. 3-body universe. Earth. After reading this passage, Luoji took a deep breath and his expression was extremely complicated. These words touched him deeply. Apparently, the agent escaped. But Luoji did not, and could not, blame him. He could even visualize such a picture in his mind. An agent who was out of ammunition and food hid in a closet in a distorted space full of demons, and wrote such a file with the faint light. I wrote down the information that I and my companions had obtained at the cost of our lives. He couldn't imagine what kind of belief supported him. I can't hold on any longer. I still have some bullets in my gun, but I can't pray anymore, I mean it. Especially after what I saw in their nest. But you, if you found this, you must also be an agent. Maybe you are stronger than me. Destroy the nest if you can. Destroy every heart. If you do that, you might be able to kill them. That's the only thing I can think of. You might die while doing it, but you'll be dead anyway. So what are you afraid of? Chapter 29. See here. Everyone clearly noticed that the D-class personnel holding the note was shaking slightly. He slumped on the ground, his tiredness fading and the pain coming back. Especially when he saw this passage, he almost laughed out loud. Not to mention that I am not on the same side as you guys, all of you who have been specially trained have died in pairs, and you expect me to accomplish this alone. Upon hearing this, the audience in the chat group all smiled bitterly. No one thought there was anything wrong with what he said. Yes. He had many reasons to refuse this job. He was alone, with only a pitiful amount of weapons and food. He was a D-class personnel and had no good impression of the Foundation at all, so there was no need for him to follow their orders at this time. He had no happy or satisfying experience in his life, and he didn't need to devote himself to this world. All that was left for him to do was to put a bullet into his own temple and be free. However, after laughing, he fell silent. He held the report in one hand, Agent Barkley's suicide note. The other hand was rubbing randomly anywhere on it, and no one knew what he was thinking. People could only hear him muttering quietly. Foundation Agent Barkley. Barkley committed suicide after writing the report. He exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. Seeing this scene, the chat group fell into a sudden silence. No one would expect a D-class personnel to. But what if? In the screen, his eyelids trembled slightly, but his expression remained unchanged, and countless thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind. Finally, he opened his eyes. He looked down at the report, and although it was dangerous to turn on the light, he still read it carefully again. When everyone's eyes followed the report to the last paragraph, I only saw a short sentence. I'll try to get the report to the living room. Hopefully you'll find it there. Then I'll make sure they don't use my heart to create another monster. Good luck. Moricherites Lieutenant, Latin, the dead salute you. I'll try. He said calmly. As if answering Agent Barkley who wrote this report. It seemed like he was responding to himself. The brilliance of humanity shines silently. It was so loud that the audience from all over the world were speechless for a moment. People were in complete shock. They stared blankly at the calm man in the light curtain. It's hard to imagine why he would make such a choice. For a time, the audiences from all over the world just felt a sour taste in their noses. For him, this is an indescribable feeling, like a responsibility to pass on the torch. Perhaps, this was because it was the first time he was treated so non-judgmentally. He suddenly laughed, his mouth opened silently, his smile was slightly curved, and looked a little sarcastic. Perhaps it was ironic that Agent Barkley's report ended up in the hands of a D-class personnel like him. Or maybe it's irony. He, D class number 14134. Now I decided to take on this task. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire echoed in the twisted corridor. The exploding flames filled the light curtain. It makes people unable to open their eyes for a while. FK. I forgot to pray again. Jinx cursed inwardly as she watched the demons rising up while resisting the Gatling gun. As soon as the words fell, Dante behind him had already transformed into a demon and rushed forward. Get out of the way. Clang. Dante danced with the two strangely shaped, serrated scimitars with impenetrable force. The demons that were hit were either instantly mutilated or torn in half. However, what is despairing is that it won't be long before those injured demons stand up again, guided by a dark shadow. Damn, these guys are disgusting. Dante, can't you find us some real demons to taste? The two weapons in Dante's hands not only speak, but are even blaming him. Shut up. Tired of these two chatterboxes, Dante fought back while looking at Jinx behind him. Where to go? Damn it. How am I supposed to know where that guy is hiding? That's right. Jinx and Dante were out looking for D14134. Although neither of them believed that the ordinary person could survive in such an environment. But you have to try, right? However, at this moment, boom. There was a burst of explosions not far away. Jinx's eyes lit up. Go that way. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Dense bullets formed a series of light curtains. This is the last stronghold and also the most central place of the entire house. During each cleaning in the past, D14134 would show some degree of nervousness and panic on his face. But this time he was calm, composed and even a little relaxed. This was indeed the emotion he should have. Anyone who came could see that the battle situation was already in his favor. There are less than 5 monster entities left. There are 2 reasons for this. First, there are indeed very few monsters here, at least half as many as in the previous stronghold. Second, he brought almost all of his silver bullets to fight this last stronghold, the original nest, with all his strength. So he did not save his ammunition like before, but fired at full force without any scruples, venting all his emotions to the end. The usually dead silent space was now filled with gunshots, the sound of things colliding, roars, and people's laughter. The silver light of flying bullets and the sparks of collisions created a dazzling display to celebrate his victory. Cheers. He laughed loudly, shot a monster's head with his backhand, opened a glass container tied to his waist, and a strong and pungent smell of alcohol emanated. He found a bottle of high-concentration alcohol used exclusively in laboratories in a room that seemed to be a storage room. He waved his hand and scattered it in the target direction, and the alcohol spread out a transparent ribbon in the air. At the same time, a lit candle also fell to the ground. Boom. The flames shot up with a bang. As if a bonfire had been lit, the room was instantly illuminated. The remaining monsters around began to melt and disintegrate, breaking into particles invisible to the naked eye, and then dissipated. The bonfire in the center went out after a few minutes, revealing a charred heart in the middle. D14134 stared at the embers for a moment, then sat down, and finally laid down on the wooden floor. He felt so exhausted that he didn't even want to move a finger. However, the expected pleasure did not appear, and my heart was still filled with that lingering sense of absurdity. Is this the end? He asked himself, feeling like he was dreaming. Idiot, what else do you want? Fight those guys for another 300 rounds. He scolded himself. He took a deep breath, struggled to stand up and walked a few steps around the room. These days, he has been concentrating on how to survive and clean up. Now that everything is over, he feels a little lost and for a moment doesn't know what to do next. He walked around the room aimlessly for a few times, his steps became faster and faster, and the amplitude of his hands swinging became faster and faster. An uneasy feeling of fear spread in my heart. An uneasy feeling of fear, spreading throughout the heavens and myriad worlds. Chapter 30. Prior to this, seeing those monsters' hotbeds being burned down by D14134, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and cheered for him. However, watching the smile on D14134's face disappearing little by little, the live broadcast room that was just filled with lively chatter suddenly seemed to have the pause button pressed. Because in their vision, nothing in the picture has changed. Still the same giant. Still no exit. It is still a dead end. 3-body universe. Earth. What happened? Luoji frowned, thinking in his mind. Is it possible to not get out even if I destroy all the monsters? The monster didn't establish some kind of connection with this opponent? Or is this really an abyss that you can only enter but never exit, and once you enter, you can never get out again? He stared at the screen intently, as if trying to find the source of why everyone was so uneasy. Unexpectedly, just as his eyes swept across the walls around him, he was suddenly stunned. In the screen, D14134 apparently noticed the problem with the wall as well. The walls around were covered with all kinds of distorted symbols and patterns. He was not a stranger, he had seen it before in many rooms. But now it's different. The originally dull reddish-brown color was replaced by a dazzling bright red, as bright as freshly flowing blood. The remaining relaxation in D14134's heart immediately dissipated, and his anxiety was instantly maximized. He turned away immediately. He saw a motionless entity 3 meters in front of him. Bang! Almost instinctively, he immediately raised his gun and fired, while not forgetting to pray. To everyone's surprise, prayer and silver bullets, which are always effective against demons, are now ineffective? The bullet passed through the entity in front of it without any hindrance, just like it passed through a real shadow. How could that be? All the audience members felt a jolt in their hearts. But before everyone could react, they saw a scene that made their blood freeze. Hundreds of entities appeared, like human-shaped black holes, walked over and surrounded him. Darkness enveloped D14134. It also swept everyone in the chat group. Silence. Deathly silence. No one could speak. No one could describe D14134's feelings at this moment. FK. What is this? A sudden turn of events. God, why is it so difficult for ordinary people to be heroes? Really, this scene is heartbreaking. He has already done his best, but unfortunately. Alas. One Punch Man World. Hero Association. Looking at the man in the picture, countless heroes of the association closed their eyes with complicated expressions. The unlicensed knight clenched his fists tightly, as if he saw himself helpless when facing the Deep Sea King. There is no hope of victory either. The same failure was a mess. But at that time, I still had people cheering me on. And what about him? Berserk World. An unknown swordsman carrying a huge sword walked through the wilderness. The great sword was rough and brutal. If it is a sword, it is too heavy. To call it a tombstone is too thin. The swordsman raised his head and looked at the dim light curtain. The familiar darkness made him lose his mind slightly. He could no longer tell whether the darkness was the sun or something else. After a while. Then he strode away again. Wild dogs don't need tombstones. Just run until you rot. Boom. A specially made grenade exploded among the monsters. It only stopped the demons for a short time. FK. I clearly remember it was right here. Jinx punched the wall in front of her and said angrily, "This FG place is driving me crazy." Dante walked over while shooting back. "Are you sure it's here? Look, there are footprints on the ground." Jinx pointed at the traces on the ground. Indeed, there was even a smell of alcohol in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, an evil force suddenly surged from him. "What the hell, you're gonna do? Wow, cool." Looking at the huge hole in front of her that was blasted by Dante, Jinx rarely showed any sarcasm. "You know, in this damn place, it's not just the buildings that are distorted, but also the space." Dante went in first. Jinx shrugged. He took out a special monkey bomb from his pocket, wound it up, and placed it on the ground. 3 seconds later. Boom. Special bombs containing hextech gems exploded among the demons. However, after the explosion, the dense black shadows came to the entrance of the cave, but they dared not go any further. It's like, in the space before their eyes, there existed a being that even they feared. At the same time, seeing that the two of them had indeed found the place. While the audience was amazed by the firepower of these two operators, they couldn't help but look forward to it. Maybe D14134 is still okay? Pity. Their wish was still unfulfilled. Inside the room, D14134 and the black humanoid creatures had long disappeared. A huge pit like a black hole was quietly lurking in the center of the room. "It looks like this guy is in a lot of trouble," Dante said with a headache. Jinx shrugged, and then, as Dante stared in amazement, jumped straight in. "Dante, I hate little devils. After saying that, he jumped down as well. Shield. Natasha's expression froze on her face. After a few seconds, he exhaled and said with a strange expression. Damn it, don't these two guys have the concept of fear in their minds? Compared to the operators who can be reborn afterwards, the ones we should really be afraid of are the D-class personnel. Then, Nick Fury smiled bitterly and said, but he is a brave and scary guy. He looked at the light curtain with complicated eyes. Maybe, even he himself doesn't know. The director of SHIELD, who is known for his iron-blooded methods. Now I am also secretly worried about the safety of an ordinary person. Dizziness. This was D14134's first feeling at this moment. The second feeling. It is black. The black here does not refer to the deep color, but it seems as if a piece of it has been dug out from the background. It's like a void in reality, completely deprived of the concept of color. The scene that came into view was shaken, twisted, torn into pieces, and then glued together again. He soon realized that he was no longer in the same room as before. He barely raised his head and looked forward. The group of monsters that had surrounded him automatically split open a path in front of him, and in the middle of the path stood a human figure. Human figure. Chapter 31. Logically speaking. Hearing the long-lost human language in such a dark and terrifying place, the subconscious reaction should have been ecstasy. But from the slight twitching of D14134's facial muscles and the uncontrollable fear. He doesn't think so now. With the faint light, the audience could finally see this guy clearly. This figure has the same characteristics as ordinary humans. Normally proportioned height and limbs, bipedal standing, 5 fingers of normal length on each hand. The audience even saw the facial features on its face. If this thing wasn't completely black like the surrounding monsters, they would have almost thought it was another new victim. Recalling the previous actions of the shadows showing respect to this monster, everyone soon realized that this guy seems to be the leader of these demons. The next second, this speculation became a fact. In this space that looked like a mirror world, the dead silence was suddenly broken. The space began to vibrate violently, and the sound of things colliding and breaking could be heard continuously. The monsters in the room screamed and walked towards the person in the center of them. They mixed together like liquids, wriggling like a ball of ink, with only a face visible at the top. The real master of these monsters. With eyes closed, smiling. D14134 watched all this in a daze. I was unable to react to the situation in front of me, and I couldn't even feel despair. The scene just now flashed back in my mind, as if darkness had fallen again after dawn. This scene. It is simply heartbreaking in the eyes of the audience. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's like a collection of all the evil. Is this really something that humans can defeat? It's just so despairing. They watched D14134 as an ordinary person. In this hellish death situation, I muster up the courage to resist again and again. He was knocked down again and again by the terrifying existence. Despair. That's the only feeling the audience has. Three-body universe. Earth. Perhaps it is the impact of the setbacks that human civilization has encountered in recent years. Luoji was now able to face this desperate situation rationally. Even in his eyes. D14134 has not reached the point of despair. Because, as long as you are alive, everything is possible. Looking at the man in the light screen who made him admire him, Luoji couldn't help but think. Faced with such a dilemma, how will he choose to break the deadlock? Thank you for everything you have done, said the monster formed by countless black shadows. D14134 was speechless for a moment. Countless complicated emotions and thoughts made him dizzy. He didn't bother to investigate the true meaning of the words spoken by the person in front of him. The audience in the chat group were also very surprised. Thanks for everything? Why should we thank you? Perhaps he saw D14134's confusion. The huge black shadow continued with a sneer. When you see monsters coming out of the heart one by one, isn't it easy to think that the monsters are produced by these poor and weak organs? As if to confirm his guess, the black shadow continued to speak slowly. So when you wanted to solve the problem here, did you first think of eliminating the source of the monster in your eyes? D14134 was stunned for a moment. Then I suddenly remembered its first sentence, thank you for everything you do. He only felt the pain in his chest become more intense, and a fear he had never felt before arose in his heart, the degree of which was greater than all the previous fears combined. Cold sweat appeared densely on his forehead. The audience in the chat group were in turmoil. Even the slowest person realized that destroy the heart doesn't seem to destroy the monster. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji seemed to have figured something out, and his face suddenly turned pale. If that's the case, wouldn't it be? He looked at the light screen, pondered for a long time, and then let out a breath. He gave a bitter smile. What if the heart is not a breeding ground for monsters, but a cage? It seems to confirm Luoji's guess. In the light curtain, the strange face smiled at D14134 again. Although you call us monsters, demons, and shadow creatures, in fact, our current appearance is what real human beings should be like. It can also be understood by the word evolution. We now have greater abilities and potential, and what we had before was just a cumbersome shell. The figure's voice was calm, but with a hint of disdain that D14134 was familiar with. You think this is ugly, that's because you are still just in that shell of yours. D14134 stared at it, trying to appear dismissive of what it was saying. But thinking that it was pitch black here and the other party might not be able to see him, he instead made a few sarcastic noises. The black shadow didn't care about this, but continued. This is the posture we should have, but for some reason, the power it represents has been locked deep inside our bodies, or more precisely, in our hearts. Hearing the word heart again, D14134 looks increasingly uneasy. It is like a cage that holds power. As long as the heart is beating, the cage is unbreakable, but it cannot die or be destroyed, because the power inside is also attached to it. Once the cage is broken, the power will die with it. Hearing this, the audience was a little confused. Hearts beat, monsters are imprisoned. If the heart is destroyed, the monster will die. Why does it say? Thank you D14134 for everything? Because the Great Lord has given us the key. Chapter 32. When the shadow mentioned the word Lord, there was an indescribable fanaticism and piety on the strange face. Chenlong Adventures Universe. District 13. Host. Sheriff Black was a little confused. Could it be that a certain god is involved? Uncle Long, who was standing by, suddenly had those strange totems and murals he had seen before flash through his mind. When he tried to connect it with what he had just said, he was suddenly shocked. What bad luck. It seems we have overlooked one thing from the very beginning. Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, he slowly uttered two words. Cult. Cult. Xiao jumped up in surprise. You mean the cult members and cult activities that were first discovered in the farmhouse mentioned in the original files? After this was mentioned, others also reacted. If that's the case, then the Lord this guy mentioned is not a evil god. Upon hearing this word, the agents from District 13 all looked horrified. Let the power break free without harming itself in the process. When the heart loses the energy supplied by the body but has not yet completely died, we can use the key to unlock the cage and release this power. And the Lord also needs us. When more and more people evolve, the Lord's will come closer and merge with us, helping us reach a new height. At this point, its tone was pious and seemed a little proud. Of course, it's easy to say, but it's a lot more troublesome to actually do it. The preparations for the ceremony alone are very troublesome, but in addition to that, some other assistance is also needed. Its words seemed to have a meaningful meaning. D14134 was stunned for a moment. Then he trembled more and more violently, and finally he couldn't help it anymore and retorted. Since those monsters have already appeared, then according to what you said, the heart has lost its function as a cage. After all, destroying them will at least not have any adverse effects. This is also what the vast majority of viewers think. Unexpectedly, the shadow smiled at him again. This time the smile was particularly obvious and exaggerated, and it looked extremely weird combined with its face. Seeing this face, the little hope in the hearts of the audience and D14134 gradually disappeared, and their hearts sank completely. Even if you have the key, it's not enough, the shadow's voice sounded again. The key does release power, but while the heart is fragile, the restraints are quite strong, and the connection is unusually tight. Even though the power is released, some of it still remains. As you can see, it can be easily destroyed by a silver bullet in prayer. So it must be completely destroyed. But we The shadow paused. Perhaps we have this power, or perhaps it is a side effect of the key. We are unable to cause damage to it, so we can only rely on other forces, that is, you outsiders. It lowered its head and said in a slightly smug tone. Don't you realize we've helped you? Hearing this, the audience in the chat group was stunned. And they finally understood. Where did that vague sense of disharmony that everyone had felt before come from? FK. I was wondering how D14134, an ordinary person, could do this so easily. Yes, although he did his best, he was facing a demon that even the operators couldn't solve. Not only that, but even the number of demons he encountered was limited. So, all of this was part of this guy's plan. In the screen, D14134's reaction was similar to that of the audience. The inner space disappeared, replaced by a strong feeling of powerlessness. He understands a lot now. Why did those monsters automatically disperse to facilitate him? Why doesn't he attract other monsters every time he destroys a stronghold? I also understood why I had been feeling so uncomfortable before. Everything is easier than I thought. How can hell end so easily? It's quite troublesome to have to wait for others to do this. The flow of time here is different from that outside. It usually takes several months or even years to wait for an outsider. The shadow ignored D14134's condition and continued. In order not to arouse suspicion from outsiders, we try to adjust our thinking ability to the level of being almost the same as wild animals, and act only on instinct. And when you start trying to destroy the heart, our remaining sanity will automatically take certain measures to reduce the difficulty to cooperate with your actions. This is the whole truth. With each sentence it spoke, some of the color drained from D14134's face. Seeing this, the black shadow paused for a moment, and even said in a comforting tone. But even in this situation it is still very difficult. I have to say that you are quite capable. Otherwise, you would have to choose two other difficult guys, which would have been a lot more troublesome. This sentence completely made D14134 despair. The shadow not only took advantage of his determination, taking advantage of his courage, even took advantage of his weakness. He finally realized. He was the one who was actually terminated. A pathetic little guy who thought he could be a hero. At this moment, the audiences in all the worlds are the same as D14134. They are all losers. Three-body universe. Earth. Seeing D14134 collapse to the ground in despair as if he had lost all his strength, Luoji seemed to see his former self. Faced with the powerful Trisolarans whose technological level crushed the Earth, didn't he feel despair? It's such a bitter feeling to watch everything fall into the abyss but be powerless to save it. He looked at D14134 in the light curtain. Thinking in my heart. It ended like this, maybe it was a relief for him? But why do I still feel unwilling? Obviously, it has been achieved to this extent. In the light curtain. Seeing D14134's disheartened state, the shadow smiled again. It took a few steps back and made a few strange whistles, as if issuing some kind of order. The whole building began to tremble and groan, and the surrounding monsters began to move towards it. Chapter 33. See here. It is not difficult for the audience to guess that these monsters are either calling their master, or trying to break free. But no matter what the outcome is, the situation will definitely not be ideal. D14134, who was standing by, saw this scene and his face was visibly frustrated. He couldn't forgive himself, not only because he fulfilled the monster's wishes, but also because I failed Backlay. I knew it. He murmured to himself. I knew I would be like this. I will never be able to accomplish anything. I am useless. Those people are right. All the hardships I have encountered are not because of my background. There are so many people like me who can live a good life as long as they are willing to give up something. No, it's just because I am a fool. Looking at the picture, this desperate man trapped by regret. The audience in the chat group felt mixed emotions for a moment. Ask yourself. He has done the best that he can do as an ordinary person. Even if someone with superpowers from some universe were to replace him, they wouldn't be able to do better than him. Pity. It all seemed to be in vain. Everyone looked at the screen in silence, thinking in their hearts. What awaits D14134 next? Die? Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. This was a mission that was beyond everyone's expectations. The operators who were thought to shine were surprisingly overshadowed by an ordinary D-class personnel. The radiance of humanity in D14134 deeply touched everyone. Pity. Reality once again gave everyone another heavy blow. Sure enough, facing the servants of the evil god, ordinary people are still too powerless. Natasha said with reluctance. Nick Fury opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was suddenly stunned. He looked at D14134 in the light screen, who suddenly gathered his courage again. As if he had thought of something, his breathing became rapid. Could it be that he hasn't given up yet? In the screen, D14134's lifeless eyes turned away from the unbearable scene in front of him, and he glanced aimlessly around, stopping at the altar in the center. That is their key. As his eyes rested on the intricate patterns on the altar, the words that the shadow had said resurfaced in his mind. Thank you for everything. In fact, what we are now is what humans should really be like. Before we die completely, we can use the key to unlock the cage. Etc. D14134 seemed to have thought of something. His mentality, which was on the verge of collapse, was suddenly shaken. He focused his mind again and seriously thought about the spark of inspiration that emerged. The key can open the lock. He was only halfway through the thought when the thought that had been floating on the edge of his mind suddenly became clear, like an epiphany. Three-body universe. Earth. D14134 was not defeated by the current predicament, but instead mustered up the courage to stand up again. This moved Luoji, the wall-facing man. However, the moment I heard the words, "The key opens the lock," he seemed to have thought of something, and he stood there in a daze, exclaiming, "This guy is simply a genius. Although I know this idea is almost naive, are there any other better options?" Most of the audience didn't see D14134's chance of winning, but he still made people cheer for him after he regrouped. In the screen, D14134 checked his remaining supplies. There were still 2 bullets left, a dagger with a pitted edge in his hand, and a bottle of alcohol not far from him, which had 2/3 of the alcohol left. In addition, the floor beneath him was made of wood. He stared at these few things he had left, then looked up at the dark shadow. It is constantly fermenting like a huge virus. He looked toward the altar again. It's not that he knew nothing about it. He had fiddled with it and even tried to destroy it when he had cleaned several strongholds before. His hasty actions meant that he didn't have a deep understanding of this thing, but it was enough. Now, all he prayed was that the guy wouldn't notice him. The other side. The shadow smiled. It felt really good, like it was the most perfect day of its life. It could feel the Lord approaching, surrounding it, and releasing his love and care for it, which was what it deserved. All the hard work and struggle it had put in before had paid off. What little complaints it once had have now vanished. It revels in it. Until a shout ruthlessly broke this perfection. D-class boy! Are you still alive? It opened its eyes angrily, wanting to see who broke this wonderful atmosphere. Immediately there was another louder noise. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, flames suddenly exploded in this strange space. In the firelight, Jinx and Dante fall from the sky. The moment I heard this, D14134 almost cried. I'm here. Hearing this voice, even Dante looked sideways. Damn it, you're really not dead yet. Even though they followed D14134 here, they no longer had any hope of him being alive. You know, even if one of them was left alone, there was no guarantee that he could survive in such a dangerous place. But D14134, an ordinary person, did it. The appearance of the two finally angered the Black Shadow. Seeing that the ceremony has reached the most important stage, how can it allow anyone to disrupt it? Kill these humans who blasphemed my lord. As soon as the words fell, a wave of demons rushed towards the two. As for D14134, it glanced at him and sneered. Tisk, just an ordinary person who is half dead. Not to mention, he is the indispensable container of this ceremony. Thinking of this, it closed its eyes again and continued its ritual. Seeing this scene, in the darkness, the corners of D14134's mouth raised at an inconspicuous angle. He looked at the two agents who were already in a tough fight, and became more determined to continue with his plan. He silently said in his heart, Mortality salutes. Chapter 34. How the hell did these things get stronger? Jinx fought and retreated, praying as she shot. But I was surprised by the hairstyle. The monster that could be killed with one shot before now requires 2 or even 3 shots to kill. Moreover, the demons have greatly improved in size and speed. It must be that big guy's doing. As a demon hunter, Dante is very sensitive to demonic power. At this moment, in his eyes, the magic power of the huge black shadow had become so strong that it was exaggerated. Not only that, the altar behind the black shadow faintly revealed an aura that even he was afraid of. What kind of existence is this guy summoning? He quickly made a decision. No, we have to leave this damn place as soon as possible. As for killing that giant black shadow, not to mention whether he can do it or not. With his personality, he would not do such a thankless task. Then, he looked in the direction of D14134. Just when he was about to call on the other party to break out together, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be something wrong with the other party. At this time, D14134's hair was disheveled, his eyes were blurry, and his limbs were waving uncontrollably. He staggered to his feet and tried to run out of the room with the same messy steps, almost tripping over himself several times. I finally reached the door, but suddenly stopped. I looked up at the wall in front of me, and the door that was there before disappeared. He took a breath, seemingly unwilling. Then, starting from yourself, moved towards the remaining walls of the room. With every step he took, his hands frantically groped around on the surface, as if hoping to find a switch in some corner to let him out. Seeing this scene, Dante frowned, thinking that the other party could not bear the continuous blows and had become mentally ill. But, that's not right. Wasn't everything fine just now? However, from the perspective of the chat group audience, the facts were completely different. Shit. Such poor acting. If I hadn't seen what D14134 did before, I would have almost been fooled by him. But I have to say, this is very effective. At least the Black Shadow chose to ignore it. Wow, I can't help but breathe hard when I see this, it's so exciting. In the screen, D14134's pistol and dagger were placed on his waist, but surprisingly, a glass bottle containing some solution was also tied to his waist with a rope. Maybe he was too panicked and did not put the stopper on the bottle. The liquid in the bottle spilled onto the ground from time to time as his body swayed. Maybe now he is like a drowning person, desperately trying to grab a life-saving straw for comfort, even if that straw seems useless. But the reality is obviously not as good as imagined, and D14134's final dying struggle is of course fruitless. His breathing became more rapid. The arms waved more violently. The pace of walking along the wall became faster and faster, and finally I started running. It's like the last bit of hope is gone. The whole person was completely crazy, running without caring about anything. The container tied to the waist shook more violently, and the liquid flowed down like a silver thread, leaving a trail of water all the way. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Looking at the staggering D14134 in the picture, Nick Fury looked moved. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea that even he himself found incredible. Perhaps. Did he really come up with a solution? He knew that the possibility was infinitely close to zero. But what if? One Punch Man Universe. Hero Association. Whether it is a low-level hero or a high-level hero. At this moment, no one was not staring at the screen intently. Some people stared with eyes wide open, some clenched their fists. Some people also silently said in their hearts, "Come on, big brother who refuses to give up." Covering the universe. Looking at the ordinary person on the screen whose behavior is somewhat ridiculous. Even Emperor Yetian was moved. He did not take the so-called evil god seriously, but the perseverance and wisdom displayed by D14134 were awe-inspiring. Will it work? In the screen, Jinx and Dante were fighting fiercely with the demons. I don't know if it's because the ritual has reached its final stage, but the demons' attacks are becoming more and more frenzied. D14134 ran around the room and returned to the starting point, still unable to find a way out. But surprisingly, his eyes were uncharacteristically calm at this moment, no longer showing the despair he had before. He looked at the two agents who were fighting fiercely and secretly cheered them up in his heart. Then he turned around and looked at the shadow. Good, I didn't draw your attention. He thought to himself. Now on to the next step. At the same time, the dark shadow on the other side was still quietly waiting for the Lord's coming. But soon it was interrupted again. This time it was not a sound, but some kind of spiritual induction. It looks toward the middle. It was suddenly discovered that the insect was standing on the altar in the middle, with its head held high and chest puffed out, looking into its eyes. Its eyes were full of disregard for life and death, which was completely opposite to its attitude just now. But what attracted it more was not his abnormal mental state, but his appearance at that time. He was covered in blood and had many scratches all over his body. These wounds all have one thing in common. Neither of them are fatal, but they will cause heavy bleeding. He had become a bloody man at this point, his face pale due to massive blood loss. The blood flowed onto the altar at his feet. There was some connection between the black shadow and it, and he could feel the blood spreading on it. "What are you doing?" The black shadow finally couldn't help but ask. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, but that was all. The conversation between the man and the monster attracted the attention of Jinx and Dante. They looked over here subconsciously. Then he saw D14134, who looked like a bloody man. At this moment, D14134 stood proudly on the altar, apparently weak and shaky, yet solid as a monument. "Do you remember what you said?" His mood was unexpectedly calm. When the heart loses the energy supplied by the body, but has not yet completely died, we can use the key to unlock the cage. But don't forget. His body shook violently at this moment, and he took a few deep breaths, but he still stood still and continued. In addition to opening a lock, a key can also lock it again. Chapter 35. As soon as these words came out, all the heavens and the world suddenly became quiet. Three-body universe. Earth. Really? Luoji said secretly, and his eyes suddenly became excited as he looked at the light curtain. Sure enough, he placed the solution to the problem on the so-called key from the very beginning. Recalling D14134's previous seemingly insane behavior, even Luoji was filled with admiration for a moment. However, when Luoji saw the twisted rune on D14134's chest in the light curtain, his smile suddenly froze. As if he thought of something, his face suddenly turned pale. He stared at D14134 intently, as if he wanted to imprint him. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. The moment D14134 chose to explode, the depressing atmosphere was instantly swept away. Some agents even cheered. It's hard to imagine. Sheriff Black shook his head and smiled bitterly. This guy can always find a way out of this situation. He is the great hero. Xiao said excitedly. He's like a Superman. In the screen. For a moment, the black shadow didn't know how to respond to D14134's words. Then it seemed to realize something and its gaze fixed on the altar. At this time, all the audience also found that the altar has changed. The colorful patterned bricks on the altar are not fixed but can be moved around at will. D14134 knew this, he had tried it before, just like putting together a toy. Now, if the original pattern when viewed from above was generally a circular shape, now this circle has been turned inside out. The audience suddenly understood. Someone has already guessed D14134's plan. If following is coming, what about the opposite? The answer is sealed. Sure enough. The shadow was inexplicably uneasy, but it still forced itself to ignore it. What a fantasy. Even if you say so, the ceremony is not complete. Before it could finish its words, it was interrupted. I know, it still lacks a light source, right? Just like you did before. The shadow was a little surprised, then said calmly. Yes, it is light. I can tell you that the ritual can only be successful if there is sufficient light. And here. It didn't say anything else, but everyone can understand what it means. Who knows? Da-da-da. You mean, you need light. Jinx stopped throwing and took out the fishbone from behind. At the tip of the fishbone rocket, a hextech crystal was shining with a faint fluorescence, but the terrifying energy it contained could be felt even by the audience outside the screen. D14134 forced an ungainly smile. Then he took out his pistol and fired a shot at an inconspicuous corner. Bang! The bullet whizzed away, and almost at the same time, a crisp sound was heard in the corner, which was the sound of fragile objects breaking. Dante reacted instantly. Alcohol. Sure enough. Sparks from the friction of bullets flashed in the dark corners. It looked extremely weak, but the next second it did not go out as expected, but instantly grew dozens of times larger. The sudden burst of dazzling light made D14134, who had not seen the light for a long time, burst into tears. D14134 frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the effect. Jinx on the side understood and decisively pulled the trigger towards the pile of demons. Woo! Boom! The violent hextech energy instantly exploded in the demon pile. The exploding light instantly illuminated the space as bright as day. The black shadows twisted, hideous and strange body was fully revealed. It looked at Jinx, who was looking smug not far away, and the circle of fire surrounding the room. It was silent for a moment. You did it. Its voice was still calm, but with a hint of ups and downs. Yes, when you weren't paying attention to me. D14134 could no longer support his body. He almost lay prone on the altar. He felt his pulse getting weaker and weaker, but he was still smiling. It seems like you still need to be careful with an ant. It might take the opportunity to bite you, right? The arrival of Jinx and Dante was a pleasant surprise. He was not sure whether his method would work. No one would be so foolish as to think that turning over the so-called altars could really reverse the ritual. He was just betting on that 1 in a million chance. He doesn't care about his own life. As Barkley said, "You're going to die anyway, so what the hell are you afraid of?" The audience in the chat group watched this scene excitedly. Obviously. He bet right. The dark shadow began to panic, and for the first time, fear showed on his face. At the same time, D14134 felt his heart, which had been beating increasingly slowly, suddenly beat faster, almost making him suffocate, but at the same time making his smile even more pronounced. The next second, every pattern on the ritual surface lit up instantly, and the brilliant firelight around it provided enough energy, and the ritual began to reverse. The heart cage in D14134's chest opened instantly, and the monsters sent by the shadow to hunt down Jinx and Dante gradually disappeared like mist, some roaring and some unwilling. They were deprived of their freedom and imprisoned again. In an instant, the monsters that had just surrounded Jinx and Dante disappeared without a trace. The black shadow was now completely panicked. Looking at the dark shadows around it that were fading more and more, it tried to change the situation in front of it, but to no avail. See here. There was cheering in the chat group. Countless audiences couldn't help but applaud. Oh my god, finally, it worked. It's not easy, really. FK. An ordinary person crushed a demon. 3-body world. Earth. Luoji looked at the scene on the screen and couldn't hide his excitement. Very good. However, this joy lasted only 3 seconds before gradually fading away. As if he thought of something, his heart skipped a beat and the smile gradually froze on his face. He suddenly realized a problem. Now all those demons are sealed in the heart of D14134. Doesn't it mean that? Chapter 36. D14134, acting as a container, suffered backlash. He was enduring and struggling with the extremely swelling and bursting feeling in his heart and the constant roars and whispers in his mind. It's not that he was unprepared for this situation, but he still almost fainted for a moment. It was like a roller coaster dozens of meters high diving vertically at 90 degrees. No matter how prepared you are, you can't withstand the moment when it really comes, and the intensity he endured was hundreds of times that of a roller coaster. He's just an ordinary human being. But at this moment, his heart was imprisoned with countless demons, and this situation was completely beyond his endurance. His fingers were tightly gripping the edge of the altar, his knuckles turning white. He tried hard to ignore the unwilling roars coming from the monsters in his head, and concentrated on gritting his teeth, trying to stop his heart from splitting. Jinx and Dante hurried over. Dante supported D14134 who was about to fall to the ground. How are you? Can you hold on? On the other side, Jinx simply dropped her gun which had run out of bullets and chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the shadow. However, before she could get close, the shadow turned into a wisp of black smoke and went straight into D14134's heart. This caused D14134's face to suddenly lose all color. Jinx was at a loss for a moment. She looked at Dante, leaving now. Dante did not answer her, but stared at D14134's heart, his eyes revealing disbelief. He looked at D14134 again, wanting to say something, but ended up sighing. Obviously. He also noticed the problem. You won't last long. The shadow's voice came, and along with it, its distorted face now engraved on D14134's chest appeared. You really don't think this overconfident approach will succeed? D14134 does not respond. Why did you do that? Its mocking voice sounded again. Just because of that agent? Think about it carefully, he is just using you, wanting you to pay with your life, and squeezing out the value of a D-class personnel. And these two agents, do you really think they are here to rescue you? No, they are just here to retrieve your recording equipment. You. Jinx was about to retort but was stopped by Dante. He shook his head, signaling the other party to calm down. The Black Shadow's temptation continues. They didn't even give you a proper name or code name, just a string of letters and numbers. Do you remember your original name? I'm afraid even you don't remember it very well. Does anyone else remember it? Jinx looked a little guilty when she heard that. After all, she had been calling him a D-rank kid all the time. Unexpectedly, D14134 suddenly raised his head. Although he was still in great pain, he still said seriously. Yes, the Foundation keeps records of everything. When a D-class dies, the administrators will archive his number and original name. The Black Shadow suddenly became quiet, not because he had nothing to say, but because he was choked by his words for a moment. Dante and Jinx were also a little surprised. D14134 laughed again, which was a little funny with his torn expression, but he didn't care. Whether it's D14134 or my original name, they all represent me, not anyone else. That's enough for me. It's always good to have something that represents yourself. And from a certain perspective, D14134 is a unique name. There is still a high probability that there will be duplicate English names, right? He even winked at a guilty Jinx. The other person's eyes turned red and he immediately turned his head away. As he spoke more gradually, his tone changed from being intermittent to becoming more and more steady. His overall condition also began to improve miraculously. The chaotic torment in his mind and the unstoppable swelling in his heart began to become less painful. He felt the pain the ocean was bringing him slowly subside, and he knew exactly what was going on. Dante also knew that. The audience in the chat group knew better. This is a last glimmer of light. For a time, the audience who had just been cheering stopped. They stared at the light screen in a daze, not understanding why he had come this far but still couldn't escape the fate of death. I don't understand even more. What kind of belief supports him? In the screen. The Shadow's voice was still lingering, as if it was making its last struggle. Why on earth would you do that? What's it worth? This is also the voice of countless viewers. Why? Why can it achieve this level? Because of that note from Agent Backlay? But it was just a ridiculous misunderstanding. Why? D14134 repeated this sentence, lowering his head as if thinking seriously. Well, just assume that I suddenly had the urge to try to play the role of a hero. He then laughed, as if he also found this statement funny. But if I really had to choose, I'd like to be the kind of character who survives in the end, or at least doesn't have a bad ending. But now it seems impossible, maybe I'm not good at playing the role of a hero. Dante's hand holding him trembled slightly. Also, you disgust me more than those people in the Foundation. He stared into its eyes without any fear in his eyes. The two sides looked at each other for a while, and he suddenly laughed again, laughing without any pressure and with great joy. Dante helped him sit up and leaned his back against the altar. Watching the vitality slowly fade away from this ordinary person in front of him, he couldn't help but speak. Hold on, we'll get you out. Unexpectedly, D14134 shook his head and said, Don't lie to me. No one can get out. In this rare moment of clarity, he knew that the final end had come. Chapter 37. He stretched out his remaining arm and pulled out the gun tied to his waist, with the last silver bullet left in it. It's right. This is a plan of a snake swallowing an elephant, but I never expected that I could really carry it out from the beginning. D14134 laughed weakly. Seeing this, Jinx was a little confused and even a little angry. Why? Hasn't the reversal been successful? But, why? D14134 forced an ugly smile. Thank you for coming to me. This is one of the reasons why I persist. I'm sorry, I thought I could get you guys out of here and avoid this disaster. I've let you down. Dante's arms were shaking slightly, and Jinx was crying. I'm going to die soon. That guy and the others will definitely drag me down to hell. D14134 smiled with difficulty. Now, let's go. Jinx wanted to speak again. Dante shook his head heavily at her. He gently placed D14134 on the ground, and slowly stepped back as the other person smiled. Seeing them walking away, D14134 put the muzzle of the gun against his chest and felt the chaotic beating of his heart coming from the gun. He closed his eyes and silently began to pray for his heart. Thank you for its existence. Its beating. Its perseverance. As well as it gave him everything. Yes. Why had he never thought about it when he prayed before, and didn't even devote a bit of his attention to it, but only obsessed with those illusory names? Look. No matter when he was down and out before, or when he was dying now. It has been fulfilling its duties firmly. It beats thump and thump, repeating the power and rhythm that it has brought since birth, from beginning to end. It is more qualified than any other god to receive prayers from him. Jesus is not qualified, Buddha is not qualified, and the so-called Lord in the Black Shadow is even less qualified. His eyes were still closed, but a smile of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. A moment later, the finger pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Jinx, who hadn't walked far yet, shuddered. The entire dead realm seemed to be shaken by this inconspicuous sound. After a few seconds, a dull sound was heard. It was the sound of the hand holding the gun falling weakly to the ground. The flames burned more and more fiercely, with crackling sounds coming from time to time. The constantly jumping light gradually expanded, eventually covering the entire room, submerging his body like a tide. The heavens and the universe fell silent. An indescribable sadness spread. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji stared blankly at the light curtain that fell into darkness, feeling a subversive shock in his heart. Why? Why could a despised D-class personnel achieve this? He can only find the answer himself. Qianlong's Adventure Time. District 13. Sheriff Blake silently took off his hat and gave a standard military salute to the figure fading in the sky. His action was like a signal. Next. All the agents in District 13 stood in solemn silence. Cover the sky. Emperor Yetian silently watched the light curtain gradually darken. His expression was slightly complicated. Having become an immortal in the mortal world, he had long believed that nothing in the world could touch him anymore. Unexpectedly. Now I actually received such a touching feeling from an ordinary person. There was a long silence. He smiled again with relief. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. In the screen. Watching the farmhouse melt away like bubbles. Dr. Bright, who was left outside SCP-1983, and the other agents were stunned. Doctor, this. Doctor, survivors found, an agent shouted. In just a few seconds, the farmhouse disappeared completely. Only a few corpses and the stunned Dante and Jinx were left on the ground. Dr. Bright smiled and walked over. Very good, congratulations on surviving and exceeding your target. Bang. Jinx punched Dr. Bright in the face, causing him to stagger. Snap. The agents around immediately raised their guns, and it seemed that a battle was about to break out. Wait a moment. Dr. Bright stops them. Then he looked calmly at the furious Jinx. Sometimes I want to smash this face more than you do, but there's nothing I can do. This is our world. After saying that, he left without looking back. Welcome to hell. After hearing these words, Jinx stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. Soon. The picture dimmed again. When it lights up again. Everyone appeared in a huge conference room inside the Foundation's site. Like holding a commendation meeting. On stage. Dr. Bright is reading out. On XXX, D14134 was equipped with a closed-circuit camera connected to a monitor via a 25-meter cord. He was instructed to check as much as possible and try to return later. As he passed through the doorway, the camera feed was cut off. The rope was pulled tight and then broke. After several hours, SCP-1983-1's anomalous phenomenon disappeared. Inside, the mummified bodies of several agents were found, along with document 1983-15, a critical SCP report written by the agent within the anomalous phenomenon. Based on video footage and reports from the two surviving agents, it is presumed that the object has been destroyed by D14134. Therefore, the Foundation has decided to posthumously award D14134 the Foundation Star in recognition of his great contribution in this mission. The voice fell. Whether it is on stage or off stage. Or the heavens and the worlds. For a time. The applause was thunderous. Lasts forever. Chapter 38. The rare display of humanity from the Foundation came as a surprise to the audience from all over the world. The audience in the chat group were even more moved. A D-class personnel single-handedly destroyed a Keter-class containment. In the past, I would have thought this was a science fiction story. Foundation star, perhaps this result is worthy of a hero like D14134. Salute to those who died. Countless hearts were touched by D14134's epic deeds. At the same time. Site 0. Ding. Interaction project, Gate of Death, interaction completed, the project has been invalidated, you will get the following rewards. Divine kindness, after certain divine anomalies are contained, they can be used by administrators to a certain extent. Black technology sharing agreement, the Foundation will obtain the most advanced equipment and weapon technology from other organizations. You gain the distorted space ability of the containment object Death's Gate. The series of prompt sounds made Chu-Yun slightly dazed. After looking at all the rewards, he looked a little strange. Let alone the second and third points. The first one is very intriguing. To some extent, it drives the divine containment. In his mind, he subconsciously recalled which divine anomalies the original Foundation had contained. Then the expression on his face gradually became interesting. This is the reward for neutralizing a Keter-class containment object. It's really too generous to be true. Chu-Yun sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the phone rang suddenly in this empty space. After answering the phone, Chu-Yun was a little surprised to hear the respectful voice coming from the other side. GOC contacted us for a joint containment operation. The anomaly is a supreme deity. As if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he said lightly. Leave it to Kondriki, Gears, Bright and the others. Also, call the new Clef. After hanging up the phone. After thinking about it, he decided to find something for the previous operators to do, so he immediately started editing the tasks. Mission, contain the Supreme Divinity creature. Description, Supreme Divinity generally refers to a powerful entity that possesses divinity in a higher status, and is a higher existence than divinity. Mission content, assist new operators to carry out the containment of supreme divine creatures. Task reward, 100-1000. As soon as this task appeared, the audience who were just paying tribute to D14134 were suddenly stunned. Zhang Hulan and his companions all had their eyes wide open, their fists clenched, and they were all in a strange state of horror. Divinity? Supreme divinity? What the hell? Let us contain a being that is above God. Even Deadpool, who has never been afraid of death, was confused. Eyes were wide open, mouth was open, head was buzzing. Everyone thought they had a certain understanding of the anomalies in this universe. Immortal Lizard, Witch Girl, Ananda Shesha, Gate of Death. I originally thought that these contained creatures were the most powerful and outstanding of all the abnormal species. However, until now, only then did they realize how wrong they were. The audience in the Zushan chat group was even more excited. WTF? Am I seeing this wrong? The Supreme Godhead. Oh my god, what is the limit of the anomalies in this universe? Supreme Godhead. Just hearing this word gives me a feeling of fear. Can such an existence really be contained? Three-body universe. Supreme Divinity. The moment he saw this word, Luoji was distracted for a moment. I originally thought that God was already the most terrifying existence in the Foundation universe. Unexpectedly. Nowadays, there are actually beings that are above the gods. After a long silence, he uttered a bitter laugh. Comparatively, the threat posed by the three bodies does not seem to be that despairing. He could not imagine how a civilization could stand up to a supreme deity. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. The shock brought by D14134 has not completely faded. The agents were once again in a state of confusion. Uncle Long, pinch me, am I still asleep? Xiao shook Uncle Long's arm, but he just opened his eyes wide and looked dazed. Oh, evil god, divinity, supreme divinity, Dad shook his head and said directly. This world is hopeless. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Supreme Divinity. Guyi was in a bad state. As the supreme sorcerer and protector of the earth, she had fought against many gods. There are also some strong ones among them. But no matter who it was, none of them were as shocked as the one they had seen through the eye of Agamotto when they first saw SCP-3000. She originally thought that SCP-3000 was already the best in the Foundation universe. However, it was not until this moment that she realized how poor her imagination was. Supreme Divinity. Whenever she thought of this existence, the magic particles around her tended to go into a frenzy. She quickly closed her eyes and forced her mind to empty. Backroom Universe. Async Foundation. The entire site fell into an eerie silence. The researchers looked at each other, and saw a lingering fear in each other's eyes. There are many dangerous and strange levels in the different levels of the backroom. Once any living creature enters, there is absolutely no chance of survival. At certain levels, there are entities that are comparable to gods. But all of this seems to pale in comparison to the Supreme Divinity. The researchers were silent, watching the administrator on the podium go crazy. Covering the universe. Supreme Divinity. Emperor Yetian cried out in shock. There are also some indigenous gods in the 3000 worlds. Many people died at his hands. He originally thought that the previous SCP-3000's forgetting law was already difficult enough. Unexpectedly. Now, there is even an existence called Supreme Divinity. Such an existence was obviously powerful enough to threaten him. He thought about it and began to contact his good friends Emperor Wu Shi and Emperor Henren. Who knows? Just then, the call for conscription from all heavens has been opened once again. The fifth call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Chapter 39. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe extracted this time, the heaven-shaking universe. Operator recruited this time, Ruthless Emperor. The call to end the conscription resounded through the heavens. However, Yeti of the shading universe. The moment he saw this hint, his pupils suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. The air around him trembled slightly due to his intense emotions. I was actually chosen. Did you see it? Emperor Wu Shi passed through the space and came directly to Emperor Yetian. At this moment, both of them had shock on their faces. No one expected that the universe they were in was actually chosen by the Foundation. What was even more unexpected was that the one chosen was actually the Ruthless Emperor. Yeah, Fan, Wu Shi and the Empress are friends for life and death, so naturally there is not much difference in strength between them. In a sense, the determination and character of the Ruthless Emperor are not even inferior to the other two. The Ruthless Emperor who has now become Immortal is the most top-notch existence even in the entire universe of Shrouding the Sky. Logically speaking, the Ruthless Emperor is so powerful that there is no need for the two to worry about her. However, after learning that the target of this containment is a supreme deity above all gods, this emotion still burst out involuntarily. At the same time, the entire chat group was also noisy. Damn it, it's fine to accommodate a being like the Supreme Godhead, but why did they only recruit one operator? Yes, logically speaking, I would not be surprised if such a supreme being was contained and summoned the creatures of the entire universe. By the way, who is this Ruthless Emperor? He sounds extraordinary. Just then, a viewer from the Shading Heaven universe suddenly said, "The Ruthless Emperor is the most brilliant emperor in history, the first person in history to be transformed into a chaos body, the most talented woman in ancient times, and the most ruthless person in ancient and modern times. She is proud of the past and present. She fights against the sky, the earth, and herself. She is not gifted, but she relies on her own strength to kill all the kings and stand alone in the 9 heavens. Even the gods could not stand in his way. With a physique inferior to that of an ordinary person, he eventually reached the pinnacle and became one of the most powerful figures in ancient and modern times." As soon as these words came out, the entire chat group was suddenly silent. The audience was stunned. It must be fake, right? How could there be such a woman in this vast universe? However, as a beautiful figure flashed across the light curtain, the doubts disappeared instantly. In the screen, looking at the Empress who suddenly appeared in front of him, the entire operator's meeting room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by the peerless grace of the Empress in white. However, at this moment, the Ruthless Emperor was experiencing rare emotional fluctuations. Because even she could not resist the call of the heavens. Although she is a woman, she is extremely strong. Not to mention ordinary demons, Even when facing supreme beings of strange origin, she would attack as well and look down on the world. Such a unique person would naturally not be willing to be controlled by the Foundation like other operators. Even the Foundation's so-called channel to becoming a god. In her eyes, it is totally worthless. Therefore, the moment she learned that she was chosen, she chose to ignore it. Not to mention going to another universe to accommodate the supreme deity. The mere fact of being chosen by an organization to become an operator has undoubtedly touched her weak spot. Who knows? Just when she was about to resist the conscription order and stay. But he was surprised to find that even with the power of the red dust Immortal that was unrivaled in the universe, he was unable to do this. When her power collided with the power of conscription, even the entire universe began to shake. She felt a kind of law power from a higher power from the Foundation's summoning power. If it were someone else, faced with such a situation, they would probably have started to feel uneasy a long time ago. However, as the ruthless emperor, she was not shocked at all. Instead, she became interested in the power behind the Foundation. So she decisively gave up resistance and chose to accept the conscription. She wanted to see how powerful is this so-called supreme deity and the mysterious administrator who has never appeared in the Foundation. The ruthless emperor stood here quietly. Little did she know that countless people in the entire universe chat group had already been obsessed with her peerless charm. The operators felt that they were somewhat out of tune with her. Even Deadpool, who has always been carefree and has no taboos, has temporarily calmed down. Joke. He is mean, but not stupid. He still knows which people he can mess with and which he can't. It was not until the content on the screen changed again that the audience turned their attention to this containment mission. Contained object, stag. Item hashtag, SCP-2845. Containment level, extreme. Object class, anomalous entity. Threat level, black. Seeing the beginning on the screen that was completely different from previous files, the audience in the chat group were all stunned. The containment level of this item is actually anomalous entity? Especially when seeing. When they heard words like extreme and dark, everyone suddenly felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Obviously. Rao is for the Foundation. Such anomalies also belong to the tricky category. Fortunately, the two new terms in the archive narration are explained. Threat level is used to assess the degree of danger that an SCP object could pose if its effects were not controlled or stopped. There are currently 7 different levels, each represented by a different color. They are white, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and black. Among them, the black threat level is the highest threat level. Black threat level means, this SCP object can cause global or even larger destruction. The containment breach of such an object is directly equivalent to a K-class scenario. K-class scenario refers to a specific world-class disaster event, and should be considered an absolute priority. Chapter 40. See here. The audience who were just discussing the ruthless emperor suddenly gasped. Then the pot exploded instantly. Oh my god. Global destruction, a world-class disaster. Damn it, is this the power of the supreme god? Can it easily trigger the end of the world? Shit. Does this mean that the operators are going to contain such an anomaly this time? To be honest, I can't imagine the slightest possibility of success. Yes, even if the operator this time is a strong man like the ruthless emperor, but... A pessimistic mood spread in the chat group. Even if you haven't seen the target yet. But people no longer have hope for this containment operation. The gap in strength is too great. Amid countless discussions, more information appeared on the light curtain. As stated in the first section of paragraph 4 of the January resolution, SCP-2845 is being contained by the Foundation, GOC, Global Occult Coalition, Prometheus Labs, and other organizations involved in dealing with anomalies, as well as the affected countries' guards, security departments, and the United Nations Task Force Blue Alpha. In order to maintain the containment of SCP-2845, the Foundation has authorized the indefinite use of outsourced containment consultants, pursuant to Operational Policy 336.87.b. In accordance with the revised Public Information Policy, information regarding SCP-2845 and its containment is classified as Level 3, High Security, and is overseen by Special Information Team 45. Misinformation has been spread regarding SCP-2845 and its containment, and due to the high risk of weaponization by external governments and groups of interest, SCP-2845 is to follow the Chatterbox Protocol in accordance with Public Information Policy 47.1.1. Seeing this series of introductions, the audience in the chat group were all surprised. Because this time, it is a rare case of joint containment by multiple organizations, and even the military forces of some countries are involved. The Foundation is already enforcing a non-disclosure agreement before containment even begins. This unprecedented situation once again made the audience feel an inexplicable pressure. Special Containment Procedures, Uncontained, Site-100 is being built to specifically contain SCP-2845. Its specifications are as follows. A central chamber containing SCP-2845 and 216 instances of SCP-2845-1. The atmosphere is composed of 96.3% hydrogen, 3.25% helium, and 0.45% ammonia, maintained at -110 degrees Celsius and 2.3 bar pressure. 9 concentric circle structures, numbered from ring A to ring I. 6 circular compartments are set at 0, 60, 120, 180, 240 and 300 degrees of each ring, with 0 degrees coinciding with the direction of geographic north. A complete lead hexagram is inlaid on the floor of each compartment. Seeing this series of strange shelter requirements, the audience in the chat group was dumbfounded. 3-body universe. Earth. Every action of the Foundation before, as well as its precise control over the containment measures, made Luoji realize that the other party was an extremely rigorous organization. For example, the containment of the immortal evil lizards. In view of its immortality and super recovery ability, the Foundation chose to use specially made acid as a containment measure. However, this time, even Luoji, who was always knowledgeable, was a little confused. The first one seems very strict, but the second and third ones give me a false feeling. He felt that this time the Foundation seemed to be using more than just science. It seems that a little bit more. Metaphysics? Especially the third one, which reminded him of things like rituals and sacrifice. After thinking about it, Luoji suddenly realized. He called himself a fool. SCP-2845 Stag itself is no ordinary anomaly. But it is the supreme divinity that is above all gods. Since it involves the concept of God, what scientific basis is there? The most important thing is, the very existence of anomalies violates scientific and natural laws. In other words, what the Foundation has always advocated is not science, but the use of scientific thinking and attitude to contain anomalies. Thinking of this, Luoji felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He didn't know how the Foundation had come up with this solution in the nick of time, but it clearly wasn't easy. Chenlong Adventures Universe. District 13. Dad, you are a magician who has inherited the tradition. What do you think about this? Ask Dad about metaphysics. A group of people subconsciously looked at Dad. Oops. Dad rudely slapped Uncle Long on the back of his head with his finger, then said angrily. Have you forgotten that you have to use magic to defeat magic? Magic? Uncle Long was a little confused. But they are facing a supreme god. Bang. Another finger attack. That's why we need rituals, idiot. Dad adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. The altar is a unique building used in ancient times to worship gods and pray for blessings. Sacrificial activities are a dialogue between humans and gods. This dialogue is achieved through rituals, music, and dance, and sacrifices, so that gods and humans can resonate with each other. So, what do the people at the Foundation intend to achieve with the ritual? As the audiences from all over the world were discussing, more containment procedures appeared in front of the light curtain. The audience looked at it. Suddenly found that the 3 previous containment measures didn't seem so mysterious anymore. Chapter 41. Procedure 410 Cassini, 60, Containment Specialists wearing masks, joy, sadness, anger, indifference, fear, and stupidity, enter and perform Ritual Cassini. Ritual Cassini is a farce involving the mistakes and mutual insults of 6 characters, culminating in foolish outwitting and winning a riddle game and declaring himself king. A dice game will be played after the conclusion of Ritual Cassini. The winner of the game is of no consequence to the program. See here. Such a picture subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. An inexplicable sense of weirdness suddenly came over me. However, that's not all. Procedure 420 Perinaldo, 120, play the fifth movement of Holst Op 32 for flute, oboe, clarinet, horn, timpani, and bass drum. This segment is accompanied by specific body movements and vocal components made by the performer throughout the performance, numbered ritual Perinaldo A. The performance must be live, and recordings of this segment will not be valid. First there was a comedy performance. And then come and play music? Some viewers subconsciously thought, can such a bizarre and strange ritual really help contain anomalies? Without waiting for people to doubt, more content appears. Procedure 430 Epimet Hughes, 180, Containment Specialists exchange gifts. The specific gifts are immaterial to the procedure, but the value of each gift must not exceed $4.28. Each gift is accompanied by the recitation of ritual Epimet Hughes and the scattering of grain around the perimeter of the containment cell. Procedure 440 Kasser, 240, Containment specialists are to bind their feet with wool and drink 60 ml of olive oil while reciting ceremony Kasser A. They are to then use a hammer to smash a rock weighing at least 20 kilograms while reciting ceremony Kasser B throughout the process. See here. The audience's reaction was much calmer. Compared to the previous weird behaviors, these two are at least not too outrageous. However, just when the audience thought this strange ceremony was over, with the appearance of the last two ceremonies, the audiences in the heavens and the worlds realized that they were still thinking too conservatively. Procedure 450 Cairo, 300, prepare a D-class subject, draw the symbol, circle around a point, and an upward arrow at 90 degrees, on its abdomen with a platinum-based solution, and wear a blue cape, crown, and scepter. The D-class subject is then tied to a chair and ritual Cairo A is recited. After ritual Cairo A is recited, a containment specialist castrates the D-class subject using a hand sickle. The TS are then placed in a bowl of salt water while ritual Cairo B is recited. Procedure 460 Omphalos, 0, sacrifice a data expunged. With the emergence of these two contents, the audience, who had just been making fun of the Foundation, were suddenly stunned. Countless people looked at each other in confusion. It was only a few short lines of text, but it made them feel an unprecedented fear, sending chills down their spines. The sudden reversal immediately caused an uproar in the chat group. WTF? Sacrificing human beings. Damn it. Is this ritual serious? Oh my god, this is just crazy. Although we know that the people who are sacrificed are most likely those on death row, this behavior still makes us feel uncomfortable. Have you ever thought about what the final outcome would be if we don't do this and can't contain the stag? K-class doomsday scenario, the end of the world. Damn it. I can only pray that this ritual can really successfully contain that guy. 3-body universe. Earth. Looking at the contents on the screen, Luoji looked indifferent. He has never been one to follow the rules. In his opinion, if he could save the whole world by sacrificing only 2 people, he would make the choice without hesitation. Not to mention, the victims were even just criminals on death row who had committed heinous crimes. The only thing that made him feel something was wrong was this bizarre ritual. Building a hexagram circle, performing farce, orchestral ensemble, recitation, castration, sacrifice. Rather than saying that this ritual is used to appease or pray, it is better to say, it's for pleasing. A twisted, grotesque show to please the gods. Just then, the last piece of content appeared on the light curtain. Luoji just took a look and his expression changed instantly. In the event of a containment breach, Site 100's nuclear device will be detonated, followed by all Foundation facilities going into lockdown, and Protocol 2845XK1, shoot down the moon, will be initiated. Seeing this, the audience in the universe was suddenly shocked. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. WTF. Natasha burst into swear words. She widened her eyes and said in astonishment. Detonating a nuclear device and shooting down the moon? Damn, isn't that a little too over the top for the Foundation? Nick Fury also had a complicated expression. It can make the Foundation do such a thing as killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of its own. Obviously. This means that the consequences of containment failure are far greater than detonating a nuclear bomb. Who would have thought that while everyone was still shocked by the horrific regulations in the files, The content on the light screen suddenly changed. The scene seems to have come to a confidential meeting room. In the high-tech conference room, representatives from dozens of organizations, large and small, sat down. Global Occult Alliance, Prometheus Labs, United Nations Task Force Blue Alpha, Bald Eagle National Guard, Security Department. And, sitting in the middle is the representative from the SCP Foundation. Seeing such a luxurious lineup, the atmosphere in the chat group suddenly became solemn. In the screen, Dr. Gears and Dr. Kondriki, who had not been seen for a long time, sat in the chair. Dr. Bright and a new face sat behind them. Under the gaze of everyone, the new face came to the podium. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clef, and I have been tasked with presenting to you today the containment requirements for SCP-2845. Chapter 42. The speaker's words caught everyone's attention. However, when the audience looked at the screen, they were surprised to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not see the speaker's face clearly. His whole face seemed covered with a hazy film. All you can just see is that he has a big nose and a big grin similar to that of a Cheshire cat. Even more surprising is that he has 3 eyes, green, blue, and hazel, and they all seem to have pupils that absorb all light that falls on them. Without giving everyone time to react, he continued. You were previously briefed correctly. Containment procedures require the ritual castration of a male and the sacrifice of an infant. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do about this. As soon as these words came out, the representatives in the audience were suddenly shocked and confused. Only the representatives of the Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition remained silent, like solemn statues. Dr. Clef obviously had no intention of explaining. His focus was mainly on the representatives of the 2 seats, the Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition. Seeing that they had no objection, he continued. Rituals like these operate by repeating an arbitrary standard, rather than obeying underlying laws that can be found in science. The belief that meeting these standards will lead to a definite result gives ritual its power. We give meaning to our own creations. Speaking of which, he paused. However, we cannot do it arbitrarily. The ritual needs to resonate with the object in order to work, that is, appropriateness. Hence the requirements. He looked at all the representatives in the audience and said word by word. Some gods can only be appeased with blood. Some gods can only be appeased with blood. Hearing this, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became silent. Chenlong Adventures Universe. District 13. Some gods can only be appeased with blood. Uncle Long pondered over this sentence again and again, with a complicated look on his face. Until then, he finally understood. Why do the containment procedures have those complicated and bizarre rituals? Even at the cost of human sacrifice. Turn out to be. Some gods can only be appeased with blood. This is a ceremony to appease the gods. The Foundation knew from the beginning that humans would be unable to eradicate the stag. Dr. Clef didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. Faced with these large organizations, some even include representatives of the United Nations Task Force and the military representatives of a major country. There was nothing vulgar about his behavior, and his attitude was even a little tough. I know your organization disagrees with this terminology, but it is still true. The stag is a god, and not a gentle one like the ones on our planet. So, we use a ritual to fool it into thinking we are more powerful than it is, and that is how we seal it away. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the chat group gasped. 3-body world. Earth. Fooling. God? Luoji looked at the light curtain with eyes full of disbelief. He never expected that. What was thought to be a ritual sacrifice to please the gods turned out to be a trick. He was immediately stunned by the Foundation's crazy behavior. He couldn't help but think. This ceremony. Is it really possible to fool a supreme divine being? Audiences from all over the world had mixed reactions to this crazy plan. In the light curtain, the controversial items finally made some representatives feel uneasy. The representative of the Bald Eagle National Guard could not help but speak. Are the 5th and 6th rituals necessary? The representative of the Ministry of Security also agreed. After all, such acts of sacrifice are always anti-human. Under the gaze of everyone, Dr. Clef remained calm and simply replied. Some gods can only be appeased with blood. He looked at everyone and said calmly. This means that once such and such a ritual is set, It cannot be abolished or replaced. To make a change would require breaking containment and starting over, and we obviously don't have enough time to discuss this now. Hearing this, the representatives of the National Guard and the Ministry of Security of the Bald Eagle country looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that the stag was most likely to land in their country, they would have nothing better to do than to participate in such a dangerous containment operation. They had no way of refutation of Dr. Clef's words, so they chose to remain silent. Indeed, some time had passed since SCP-2845 arrived on their planet. There was no way they could come up with a new containment plan in such a short time. Seeing that there were no more questioning voices, Dr. Clef continued. Despite the rituals in place, if the stag wants to escape, it can, and we are powerless to stop it. The entire facility will dissipate in a cloud of hydrogen. So let us be thankful that it can't think at all. Can't think? When the audience in the chat group heard this sentence, they thought they had heard it wrong. A supreme godhead. An existence above the gods. You can't think at all? Three-body universe. Earth. Can't think. Even Luoji was dumbfounded by this information. But in addition to being shocked, he finally understood. Why would the Foundation come up with such an abstract containment plan? Because the stag, who is completely incapable of thinking, is interested in this. Keep reading. In the light curtain, Dr. Clef continued. This is an old god, it does not make decisions. Decisions are for creatures whose behavior is uncertain. A god with such power would simply exist. Dr. Clef's voice was calm and powerful, and there was even a sense of confidence in his words. It makes people feel subconsciously. The supreme deity seems to be no more than this. It is absolute. Its choice of one way or another is no different from gravity. When we built this ritual, we intended it to be locked into a pattern of behavior. It struggles against us, we struggle against it, and together we will be locked in an eternal dance as long as the ritual remains intact. Let me finish here in one breath. No other representatives interrupted. Obviously, they not only realized the seriousness and urgency of the problem, also realized Dr. Clef's containment plan seems to be feasible. Chapter 43. Just then, the representative of the Global Occult Coalition, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. He looked at Clef, his eyes devoid of emotion. The only question asked. What if something goes wrong? Dr. Clef had obviously expected this. He grinned, revealing that familiar Cheshire Cat smile. If something goes wrong, the deadlock is broken and everything is lost. We have an unstoppable force but no immovable object. That confident smile. The relaxed tone seemed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The audience in the chat group was speechless. Dr. Clef added. The ritual here is definitely the best approach. There is powerful symbolism there, and whether you or I feel it is appropriate for the situation is irrelevant. He looked at all the representatives, and finally in the direction of the Foundation, and made his final statement. I know not why it comes here, nor what it is for. But I listen to the pillars it makes us of, they sing mysteries around us. They didn't suffer, but they were radically changed. He took a deep breath. After a long pause. Then he spit out. If this fails, the same fate awaits us all. After that, he bowed slightly and said, thank you for taking the time. Then, without waiting for the final verdict, he strode away. Offstage. All the representatives simultaneously looked towards the seats where the Foundation and the Global Occult Society were located. Finally, Dr. Kondriki stood up. Decision approved. Special personnel request required for containment of SCP-2845 is granted. As soon as these words came out, whether it is on the screen, or the audience outside the screen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The stag has arrived, and every minute of delay will increase the death toll. Under these circumstances, the current ritual becomes almost the only possible means of containment. Just then, the scene once again changes from the conference room back to the files regarding SCP-2845. Everyone then remembered that the file seemed to be missing a description of SCP-2845. SCP-2845 is an extraterrestrial quadrupedal entity, 2.9 meters tall at the shoulder. Its neck is usually held straight and upward, extending 0.5 meters, terminating in a head with humanoid facial features. SCP-2845 possesses antlers, 4.8 meters across, the antlers are white with black marble patterns, and have not been observed to shed. SCP-2845 is covered in hair averaging 10 centimeters in length, with the exception of its face, which is hairless. SCP-2845 is primarily turquoise blue, with a cream-colored stripe along its neck and abdomen. To everyone's surprise, the supreme deity that has made countless people wait in awe, the stag. It didn't have a body as huge and terrifying as everyone had expected. With a body length of just over 3 meters, it is not much bigger than a moose. District 13. Oops. Dad slapped Uncle Long on the back of his head with a finger knife. Don't let the appearance of things confuse your mind. Facing everyone's puzzled gaze, Dad said in a deep voice, for an existence that is above the gods, size is meaningless. He looked at everyone. Have you forgotten what the three-eyed man said? Everyone thought for a while. Finally, Xiao jumped up. I know. A god like him only exists. Exist? That's right. Dad looked at Xiao approvingly, then said seriously. A god with such power can only exist. He can be infinitely large or infinitely small. This doesn't mean anything. His power comes from the law. It can even be said that his existence itself is the law. As he spoke, Dad looked at the light curtain. He was not as optimistic as others and was not naive enough to think that he could rest assured just by relying on this ceremony. So, can the Foundation successfully contain SCP-2845? By then, how many people will die in this detention? Marvel Universe. Camartage. After seeing the description of the stag, Guyi's uneasiness continued to grow. Supreme Divinity. Every time she thought of this word, she would be shocked by such an existence. The stag, the Supreme Godhead, an existence above all gods. Guyi kept muttering to himself, completely in shock. Covering the universe. A rare look of uneasiness appeared on Yetiendi's face. In the past. Not to mention the exotic creatures that were more than 3 meters tall, countless monsters that were 30 meters, 300 meters, or even 3,000 meters tall died at his hands. This time, he was somewhat uneasy. Forcing himself to suppress his inner doubts, he looked at the new content appearing on the light screen again. However, just one glance and his pupils trembled slightly. This. A ring of crushed ice hovers 15 centimeters behind SCP-2845's skull, with a diameter of 1.7 m and a thickness of 35 centimeters. The ring is separated by 7 spheres at certain intervals. The spheres are composed of metallic hydrogen and metallic helium, each with a diameter of 15 centimeters. The ring and sphere rotate clockwise at a rate of 1.6 rpm. The forces that maintain the movement of the ring and the physical form of the sphere, as well as the means by which SCP-2845 supports its head under the weight of the antlers, are unknown. See here. The audience then understood why 6 rings at different angles were needed in the ritual to fool the gods. Now it seems to be to correspond to the appearance characteristics of a stag. SCP-2845 is capable of transforming and reconstructing matter instantaneously. No matter is created or destroyed in the process. The transformed matter will remain stable regardless of external conditions. The physical state change will remain in the transformed state regardless of external temperature and pressure. The altered atmosphere will maintain its chemical stability and will not mix with the unaltered atmosphere outside the affected area. Chapter 44. Common conversion results include 1. Metallic hydrogen and metallic helium structures. The structures do not reflect any functional or aesthetic orientation, but are usually naturally irregular or planetary in appearance. 2. Liquid hydrogen and liquid helium lakes. 3. Converts the atmosphere to a mixture of hydrogen, helium, and ammonia. SCP-2845 will typically maintain a conversion zone with a radius of approximately 5 meters around itself. For SCP-2845-1 instance. See here. The audience who had just been talking about it were suddenly stunned. Marvel Universe. WTF? Instantly transforming and reconstructing matter. Natasha looked at the light screen and said absent-mindedly, even a complete transformation from a life form. The other superheroes were also confused and surprised. Although everyone had been mentally prepared for the stag's powerful strength, when they really saw it, they found that the other party's ability was so terrifying. Nick Fury looked at the light curtain with a very ugly expression. This is the first detailed introduction file of the Supreme Divine Anomaly. However, The anomaly information recorded in it is completely different from the containment objects that have appeared before. Such an existence is simply so powerful. However, that's not all. SCP-2845 will use targeted transformations to resist attackers and obstacles. Typically these transformations are located within a cylinder 5 to 7 meters in diameter and 60 to 80 meters high, or within a horizontal cone 100 to 150 meters long and 10 to 30 meters wide at its widest point. However, SCP-2845 has been observed attacking single targets at ranges exceeding 10 kilometers. Early observation of SCP-2845 during recovery indicated that it would generally ignore non-combatants and focus on counter-attacking its attackers. SCP-2845 has not been observed to attempt to avoid harming non-combatants within the area affected by its transformation, and subsequent recovery reports indicate that both military and civilian targets will be preemptively attacked. In the light curtain, more and more content is emerging. But every time the audience saw one more picture, the color on their faces faded a little. Until I saw the last one. All living beings in the universe were speechless. SCP-2845-1 refers to organisms transformed by SCP-2845. SCP-2845-1 instances are hexagonal prisms, uniformly 2.4 meters tall, with rubbery yellow-green skin. SCP-2845-1 instances do not possess any external sensory organs, and dissection has shown that they also lack internal organs, with the exception of the brain, which occupies the entire interior of the column, which contains all other organs and a reconstructed mass of additional external matter. It is unknown how SCP-2845 obtains nutrients, or if it requires them at all. Neuroimaging of SCP-2845-1 specimens shows a constant state of high brain activity. Analysis of multiple specimens shows a pattern of call and response, leading to the assumption that some form of long-distance communication between SCP-2845-1 occurs. The moment this content appeared, the entire chat group suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, countless speeches emerged in the chat group like a volcanic eruption. Oh my god! Is this the power of the Supreme God? It's so strong. Instant death field, instant transformation, reconstruction of matter, this power even reaches the molecular structure. The attack range is easily several thousand meters. Damn it, doesn't this mean that there is almost no possibility of close combat with him? Honestly, I can hardly imagine any chance of successful containment. This is also the true inner reflection of most viewers after watching the Stag Files. Even the SCP Foundation. In front of such a supreme divinity, we are still too insignificant. Three-body universe. Earth. After reading the files about the Stag, Luoji's heart was shrouded in a layer of depressing shadow. To be honest, this opponent, who was completely out of his league, once again made him feel the same sense of powerlessness as when he faced the Trisolarians. However, the Trisolarians are still far away in other galaxies, but the Stag has already arrived on Earth in the Foundation universe. However, there are still some doubts that always fill Luoji's mind. For example, why would a supreme deity like the Stag come to Earth? How did he appear? As if to answer Luoji's doubts, the following appendix solved some of his doubts. This appendix appears to be a timeline. November 27th, Comet C/2011 W3 is discovered for the first time. December 1st, C/2011 W3 confirmed by Mount John University Observatory. December 2nd, Comet C/2011 W3 is confirmed and named by the Minor Planet Center. December 16th, Comet C/2011 W3 reaches perihelion. Solar Dynamics Observatory images recorded a fragment separating from the main body of the comet, with a speed maintained at 0.0018 c. See here. The audience in the chat group was stunned. So it really was split from a comet and then fell to their planet? It can even be said that. Was it a whim of the Stag? For a time, countless audiences were speechless. The Immortal Lizard, the Witch Girl, Ananda Shesha, and the Gate of Death are enough to give people a headache. As a result, there is a supreme deity in the universe that shows up from time to time to join in the fun. Could it be that? Is the survival difficulty of this civilization hellish? December 17th, debris confirmed to be on a trajectory that will eventually impact Earth, with an estimated impact date of December 21st. Containment procedures at Thoth failed to change the debris trajectory. United Nations issues advisory. Evacuation of the estimated impact area begins. December 21, debris falls into the Pacific Ocean, 124 kilometers off the west coast of the Bald Eagle State. Despite evacuation attempts, casualties from the storm surge on the first day of impact are estimated at 160,000 to 190,000. The federal government declares a state of emergency. December 24, SCP-2845 is believed to have reached coast. As this content appeared on the light screen, countless viewers in the universe suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 45. Just its arrival directly caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Even the landing site is more than 100 kilometers away from the coastline. This is undoubtedly a natural disaster. Three-body universe. Earth. Phew. Luoji pondered for a long time and let out a breath. His face was full of solemnity. 160,000 to 190,000 casualties. This is not just a simple number, but represents human lives, and behind it are hundreds of thousands of families. However, all this was caused by the coming of the stag. What made Luoji even more troubled was, the stag has arrived. Faced with such an opponent, Luoji couldn't imagine how humans should fight back. December 25. SCP-2845 is first observed via civilian video footage. First contact specialists dispatched. Foundation personnel within the Bald Eagle Army begin conducting retrieval and containment procedures, with assistance from UN Task Force Blue Alpha. Mobile Task Force Mu-9, Alpha 3, and Arcanist Military Squads 3, 5, 9, and 12 dispatched. Heavy casualties. Foundation containment sites in the area placed on lockdown. See here. The audience in the chat group was shocked. It is not difficult to see from the above content that, after the stag's arrival, the Foundation and other organizations did not sit idly by. Several organizations and institutions joined forces to fight, and the personnel they sent were all the elite among the elite, and some had even fought against the stag. But the problem is, what is the effect? December 26 to 29, bombardment of SCP-2845 begins, lasting 4 days. External containment consultants contacted. Movement of SCP-2845 confirmed to be directed toward Site-115. December 30, data expunged. SCP-2845 remains unimpeded for 16 hours. December 31, the Overseer Council votes unanimously to declare a VK class, lifting the curtain, event. Initiate woodwork protocol for the public. Resume bombardment of SCP-2845. Audience. Obviously, human thermal weapons cannot cause any harm to the stag, which is the supreme divinity, and can't even stop its steps. All files end here. But the more the audience in the heavens and the worlds learned about the stag, the stronger the feeling of despair became. Immune to all physical attacks, not affected by any factors, able to transform objects and recast structures at will with a wave of the hand. How can we defeat such an enemy? Finally, the scene returns to the interior of the Foundation site. However, the group of operators are now clearly divided into two teams. Team 1 is Zhang Hulan, Deadpool, Dante, and his group. The other team, of course, consists of the operators recruited this time, the Ruthless Emperor. At first glance, the two teams have different styles. Zhang Hulan and others' style is realistic. The Ruthless Emperor has an extraordinary aura and does not belong to this world at all. It can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be heard from close up. It seems as if it may ascend to heaven at any time and leave the world in its own separate world. 3,000 strands of black hair are like a waterfall, swaying in the wind. The stars are as bright as jade. A white robe wrapped around her slender body, stunning and extremely beautiful. On her jade neck, there should have been a fairy-like face that was unrivaled in the world, but now it was covered by a bronze mask that looked like it was neither smiling nor crying. The most eye-catching thing is the Deo vase hanging above her head. Wherever it passes, all things retreat, all laws are destroyed, and she is the only one who reigns supreme between heaven and earth. Site 0. Chu Yun looked at the Ruthless Emperor quietly, and his past appeared before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. He pondered for a moment when he saw the magnitude of some of his opponent's fights. The Empress has the cultivation level of Immortal. Judging from her performance of exploding galaxies with a snap of her fingers, Her strength is probably at the level of exploding galaxies. I don't know if this is enough. If it was just a normal stag from the original Foundation archives, based on its performance, the Empress should have a chance to fight. The scary thing is, that guy suddenly got promoted. Ascending to a supernormal stag, it can easily bring about an XK class end of the world. He can even evaporate the entire tree of knowledge with a single thought, and is able to fight even against the Crimson King in his most victorious period. The ruthless Emperor looked around in confusion. She felt watched. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not sense those invisible eyes. This surprised her a little. There is something that I can't even detect? Could it be the powerful one who used the summons from the heavens? Just then, the mission that everyone has been waiting for finally appears. But this time there was no white coat, and the task was directly printed on the light screen where everyone could see it. Task 1, participate in the ceremony. Description, the 6 rituals required for SCP-2845's special containment procedures. Task content, become a ritual member and participate in the containment ritual. The rituals that can be applied for are, Procedure 410 Cassini, Procedure 420 Perinaldo, Procedure 430 Epimet Procedure 440 Kasser, Procedure 450 Cairo. Task rewards, participate in different programs and gain different levels of contribution value 100, 1000. See the task content. All the operators were stunned for a moment, and then they started arguing. WTF? They really want us to take in the Supreme God. Zhang Hulan yelled. I'm just a kid, a whole idiot. Dante sneered, if you're afraid of death, you can choose not to participate. The worst that can happen is that you'll be a C-rank operator who eats and waits for death for the rest of your life. You. Jinx pointed to the second mission, fire support, and raised her hand, saying, I'd like to apply to participate in this. Perhaps it was the last interactive mission with SCP-682 that made Deadpool taste the sweetness of his own immortality, so he chose to participate in the Procedure 450 Cairo ceremony without hesitation. The audience suddenly felt a phantom pain in their lower body. Aquaman was a little surprised. Why do you want to join the ceremony of having your balls cut off? Because I'm not a baby, I can't choose the 6th ritual. Deadpool shrugged and said, it will grow out soon anyway. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. Seeing that everyone was really excited to start choosing tasks, Zhang Hulan turned pale and cursed inwardly. They are all crazy. On the other side, the ruthless Emperor finally received her own containment mission. Mission, contain the stag. Description, SCP-2845, item name stag is the target of this containment. Task description, attract the stag to the containment site to ensure the successful completion of the ritual. Chapter 46. Attract stags to the shelter. Make sure the ceremony goes smoothly. For others, even one of these 2 requirements would be a hellish task with no chance of survival. But for the ruthless Emperor, it did not surprise her. With her immortal cultivation, she thought she was not afraid of any enemy. Even this so-called supreme divinity. The lengthy dossier did not scare her like others did. Even when facing a supreme divine being of strange origin, she would still attack and look down upon the world. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers throughout the universe, the mission to contain the supreme deity stag has begun. Everyone only saw the scene suddenly change. The next second, a group of operators appeared in a huge valley. In the valley, the originally lush vegetation disappeared, replaced by various modern heavy weapons with exaggerated shapes. Countless fully armed agents and soldiers surrounded the entire valley. With this kind of firepower, even Godzilla would be turned into meat paste within a minute. But no one at the scene dared to say that they could succeed this time. Everyone looked in one direction in silence. Where the stag is. In the center of the valley, outside a huge hexagram formed by 6 circles, stood Zhang Hulan and his group as well as several panicked D-class personnel. Before becoming a C-rank operator, I was doing the work of a D-rank personnel. After becoming a C-rank operator, I was still doing the work of a D-rank personnel. Zhang Hulan said indignantly, then I became a C-rank operator for nothing, didn't I? Be content, BD. Deadpool, lying on the ground, waiting to have his balls cut off, crossed his legs, you may lose your life, but I will lose my balls. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Phew. Natasha couldn't help laughing. Seeing everyone looking at her, she shrugged and said, "Sorry." Nick Fury sighed helplessly, his expression only relaxed slightly before being covered with worry again. The Earth had been invaded by mutants and alien civilizations several times, but he had never been so worried. But today, this stag, whom he had never seen before, cast a shadow over his heart. Can the Foundation win? He thought without confidence. Just then, the scene suddenly changed. The ruthless Emperor dressed in white appeared in the light curtain. She is beautiful. It is hard to describe, like an unreal creature walking out from the end of the immortal path, perfect without a single flaw. She was dressed in white and dancing in the air. She was extremely beautiful and graceful. However, at this time, all the creatures in the universe had no intention of appreciating such a peerless empress. Countless spectators looked into the distance in panic. It was as if behind that mountain, there was an extremely terrifying existence approaching. A violent roar sounded behind the mountain. The firelight mixed with smoke blurred everyone's vision. But the fear in everyone's hearts did not decrease at all. The atmosphere became more solemn every second. Just then, a voice rang out among the crowd. The stag is crossing the mountains and is about to reach the pre-containment perimeter. Artillery is in place. Ceremonial team. At the front, the voice of the command center rang in the ears of every member. Everyone suddenly fell silent, staring at the direction of the mountains. Seeing this scene, the audiences in the universe felt as if their hearts were grasped by an invisible hand. The atmosphere was suddenly extremely depressing. Three-body universe. Earth. Luo Ji subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only then did he realize that his vest had been soaked with cold sweat without him noticing. But even so, he didn't have the heart to change his clothes. He just stared at the screen. Keep asking yourself. Can the Foundation successfully contain such a supreme deity? Qianlong Adventures Universe. District 13. Xiao couldn't help but look away and looked at Uncle Long. Uncle Long, do you think they can succeed? It's hard to say. In fact, Uncle Long didn't have much hope for this. He simply wanted to talk to suppress his inner tension and anxiety. Covering the universe. Emperor Yetian looked at the light curtain in silence. He seemed calm, but in fact, his heart was still slightly fluctuating. He and the ruthless Emperor have worked together to kill more than a few powerful enemies, including some gods from small worlds. Certain beings even pushed him into a desperate situation at one point. But even such a powerful existence did not seem to be as oppressive as the stag that he was currently experiencing. He took a deep breath, calmed his inner emotions, and looked at the light curtain intently again. That's all. Time passes by every second. The roars and explosions coming from behind the mountains were getting closer and closer. This oppressive feeling of approaching death constantly stimulates the audience's nerves. Even Deadpool, who is usually fearless, became quiet for a rare moment. Just at this moment, it was as if telepathy occurred in my heart at the same time. Countless viewers looked in the same direction. Here we come. Whether it is the agents and operators on the scene, or maybe it's the audience from all over the universe outside the light curtain. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking intently in that direction. Even the Empress, who had kept her eyes closed, opened them. The pair of magnificent starry eyes that seemed to contain the galaxy of the universe were staring in the direction of the mountains. Next second. Moo. Suddenly a moo came from the direction of the mountains. It was like the whimper from an ancient beast, and then the whole world suddenly became quiet. The thick smoke and fog seemed to be separated by an invisible hand. The strong smell of ammonia immediately filled the entire valley. The ruthless Emperor stood in the air, sniffing the pungent smell, her brows slightly frowned. Next second. Moo. An even louder explosion rose into the sky, and the exploding notes came with the power to uproot mountains and knock down the earth. The Empress opened her red lips slightly. Here I come. Next. Countless audiences in the universe were so nervous that they stopped breathing temporarily. Finally saw him. Supreme Divinity. Stag. Chapter 47. In the mountains filled with cold white fog, a deer-like creature stepped out slowly. Its entire body is covered in turquoise blue fur, with a cream-colored stripe running down its neck and abdomen. A long, slender neck connects to a humanoid head. The white background of the antlers is interwoven with black marble patterns, with a strange glow shining through them. A ring of crushed ice hovered behind his head, separated by 7 spheres at regular intervals. The spheres and rings composed of metallic hydrogen and metallic helium are intertwined and rotate clockwise, filled with an indescribable beauty. The creature slowly walked out of the mountains and looked out at the ceremonial procession in the distance that was also standing between the 6 circles. His gaze penetrates the trembling and distorted reality. He opened his mouth. Moo. The entire world suddenly echoed with a low humming sound. Then everything fell silent. In an instant. The countless universes inside and outside the light curtain seemed to be frozen at this second. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom. The entire chat group of the universe exploded. The tsunami-like speech immediately flooded the entire chat group. Oh my god, is this the Supreme God? Damn it, even though we were separated by a light curtain and even the universe, I felt like he saw me at that glance. Damn, I feel like my soul is frozen. It felt like I saw a higher level being. The oppressive feeling and despair almost made me stop breathing. There's no chance of containing this anomaly. 3-body universe. Earth. The moment he saw the stag, shock surged in Luoji's heart like waves. Even when the water cup in his hand slipped and broke into pieces on the ground, he didn't react at all. This was the first time he saw the existence of the Supreme God with his own eyes. It was also the biggest challenge his sanity as a human being had ever received. Different from humans, different from the Trisolarans. This is another level of creation. It is the law. It is the universe. It is the law by which all things operate. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. FK. This was the first and only time that Bald Sheriff Black swore. He stared at the stag in the light curtain. Thinking back to the so-called demons that I had fought against or gotten to know, I suddenly found them a little ridiculous. He even had a tendency to. In fact, it seems that our world is not that bad. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Meeting the pair of eyes belonging to the Supreme God in the light curtain. Guyi felt like his soul was about to freeze, and even his thoughts stagnated for a moment. Instinctively warned her frantically. Danger. Never use the Eye of Agamotto. Covering the universe. The moment he saw the stag, even Emperor Yetian was stunned for a moment. The stag is not very large. Even its appearance was not the most terrifying among the monsters he had fought. However, this deer-like creature, which was only 3 meters tall, made him feel a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. Danger. He didn't know if there were any more powerful, more incredible entities in the Foundation universe. He only knew one thing. The stag is here. His body, his power, and his laws are exposed to everyone's eyes. In the screen. A group of D-class personnel stood there in a daze, almost losing the ability to think. Whole of Kingshti. Deadpool let out an unintelligible growl. Zhang Hulan felt even more regretful. Why would I participate in this mission? Wouldn't it be better if I just died? Even in the special agent team, Jinx and Dante, who were fully armed, were trembling slightly. The objects before them were beyond their understanding. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The next second, something even more despairing happened. The stag faced the crowd and opened its mouth again. Moo. It's a sound that's hard to describe. It sounded like the low moo of a cow, the roar of a moose, and more like a mixture of the calls of all living creatures. Everyone only saw him open his mouth slightly. The air in the valley suddenly began to echo with a low hum. In a moment, the air began to vibrate visibly. Then, he began to move. Boom. Boom. His body, which had nothing to do with hugeness, seemed to affect time and space, and the earth would tremble with every step he took. The whole world seemed to be frozen, with only the stag moving forward gracefully. Boom. Zhang Hulan felt as if his heart was hit by a heavy hammer. Boom. Deadpool felt a dull pain in his uncut balls. Boom. Jinx felt that the fish bones that she had always been proud of seemed to no longer give her a sense of security. Boom. This time, the footsteps stopped. Because the Empress finally took action. She was standing in front of everyone. Just a wave of the hand. Swish. A crack appeared in front of the stag. No entry here. After that, she pointed in the direction of the ceremony and said calmly. That's your way. Seeing this scene, the agents and operators on the scene were stunned. Even Emperor Yetian in the Shrouding Heaven universe was stunned for a moment. This guy, his spirit has never changed. It's worthy of her. However, the stag was completely unable to understand the language of the ruthless emperor. He just quietly looked at the creature in front of him blocking his way. Block. He just had to understand the concept. Then, he took action. He opened his mouth again, and either howled or made a strange sound. A deafening buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the valley. Invisible sound waves surged, and the smoke and dust it stirred up obscured everything in sight. Except for that figure. Boom. Countless metal spheres appeared out of thin air and flew towards the ruthless emperor. Bite. The empress waved her hand and a magic sword appeared out of thin air. Clang. The peerless sword energy rises to the sky. This magical sword seemed to have intelligence and it flew towards the flying metal sphere with great precision. Clang. The two penetrated the space and collided with each other with a loud bang. Boom. Countless rays of light shot up into the sky. The violent energy surged. In a moment, the entire valley was swept away by these two violent energies. The abundant energy splashed everywhere, and the space seemed to begin to distort. Chapter 48. If the previous artillery fire was the pinnacle of modern thermal weapons combat power, so now, the strength displayed by the Empress is the pinnacle of cultivators. Each of her strikes contained the blessing of the great Deo. All evil demons and demon gods will be destroyed and everything will be successful. In a moment, countless sword lights obliterated the metal sphere and then headed straight for the stag. Buzz. The terrifying sword light cut off everything along the way. Even the space was torn into pieces. Seeing this scene, the agents at the scene, as well as the audience in the chat group, were all stunned as if they had seen something unbelievable. The stag was more powerful than they had expected. However, the Empress's power was beyond everyone's imagination. So many people are wondering. This ability. Is it really something that humans can possess? For a moment, everyone was stunned. I watched as the sword light containing the power of the great Deo distorted the space and headed straight for the stag-faced head. However, when he was 5 meters away from the stag, clang, the sword light seemed to hit an invisible barrier and exploded. Boom. The valley behind the stag was broken into two by this sword. In a moment, the sword light shattered, falling like feathers of light, and instantly spread throughout the valley. An indescribable power spread out. The Empress finally opened her eyes completely. This sword once cut off the Tianduan mountains and turned the Holy Spirit royal family's ancestral land into ruins. This sword light was powerful enough to wipe out the forbidden zone of life, but it failed to harm the stag at all. The Empress was a little surprised, but more of a fighting spirit was rising. I saw her black hair flying up to the sky. Faced with the stag's strange and powerful supreme power, she chose to take the initiative to attack. This scene stunned everyone. However, the destructive power emanating from the Empress caused great suffering to the people present. Among the Foundation's mobile task forces, members wearing Lambda-type thaumatic hazard protection suits opened their special masks. Watching and smacking your lips. Tisk tisk, the Eve/life force energy density around her is off the charts, and the aspect radiation has reached an exaggerated level. Strength, damn, a spirit? Is this guy also a supreme god? A thaumaturge who has reached the highest god level with a human body? Damn it, this world is doomed. The ruthless emperor could not be a thaumaturgist. However, despite his terrifying strength, he did not defeat the stag as expected. Boom. The Empress struck out into the air with a palm. This sound suddenly exploded. The ground began to shake, the air began to violently flow, and energy began to surge. Visible waves spread out, and the entire valley was pushed away. Everyone was stunned. Open the valley with one palm? Is this something a human can do? It's simply shocking. However, what is even more devastating is that the stag, at the very center of this destructive energy, remained unharmed. Not only that, his counterattack has begun. Flames burst out from the ground, and the metal balls and rings around the stag continued to transform into metal pillars. It can not only resist the attacks of the Empress, but also change the terrain to limit the scope of the battle. Zhang Hulan, who was far away, even saw with his own eyes a giant cone-shaped metal tens of meters high being opened by the Empress's palm and then inserted deeply into the valley. There were also some agents who were unable to dodge in time, and in the blink of an eye they were transformed into hexagonal prisms made of yellow-green material. For a time, The battlefield was filled with flames and roars. The magnetic field is disordered, the temperature is unbalanced, and even the space is distorted to varying degrees. But even if it got to this point, the Empress did not use her full strength. Because he realized that it was impossible for him to kill or even defeat the guy in front of him. Also because, the stag didn't use his full strength at all. I don't know why. She, who has always been decisive in killing, felt an indescribable power from the stag. Even the slightest touch of this power would make her extremely uncomfortable. For the first time, she was experiencing incomprehensible emotions. She didn't understand why there was such a thing in the universe. Their very existence seems as if the universe deliberately expresses absurdity and incomprehensibility. The Empress had no talent and could not practice cultivation, but she was able to defy heaven and earth. Because of her obsession, she rose against the times and became the supreme emperor of heaven, whose glory illuminated the heavens for all eternity. It took her several reincarnations and hundreds of thousands of years to achieve the immortal status she is today. However, her power, which had always been invincible, was now unable to even hurt the guy in front of her. She could accept that there were beings in the universe who were more powerful than her, but she absolutely could not accept that there were invincible beings in the universe. Due to many factors, her mentality began to change. The valley has almost become a forbidden zone for life because of the battle between the two. Seeing that the ceremony venue was about to be destroyed, a look of determination flashed in the Empress's eyes. She looked at the stag and grabbed the avenue vase that was swaying behind her. She wants to change the battlefield, covering the universe. Seeing that the ruthless emperor was actually forced to use the Deo bottle, Emperor Yetien's face suddenly changed. You must know that only when you have comprehended the heaven-devouring magic art to a certain level, you can choose to forge the great Deo treasure bottle. This is the carrier of Tao, which can be used to gather infinite magical power and has great power. It can suppress all the heavens and worlds, possesses immortal power, swallow up the origin of the world, is mysterious and unpredictable, and can devour the heaven and earth. In other words, this is also one of the trump cards of the ruthless emperor. But now the two sides fought for only a few breaths. The stag was unharmed, but the ruthless emperor had been forced to reveal all his cards. A feeling of uneasiness spread in Yetien's heart. In the screen, the Empress stood peerless. I saw her folded her hands and slowly raised them up. Slowly, in those crystal clear hands, the treasure bottle containing the power of the Tao began to move. The 3,600 runes engraved on the bottle suddenly burst into dazzling light. Next second, the powerful original force suddenly rose up. Swish! The two parties who were fighting fiercely just now disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything changed so quickly that they couldn't see clearly what was happening. However, the audience in the chat group were surprised to find that the ruthless emperor and the stag actually appeared in outer space at the same time. In an instant, the entire Zushan chat group was in an uproar. WTF? This has reached outer space. I'm dumbfounded. Is this the power that a living creature can possess? The most important thing is, even though the Empress is so powerful, she still can't do anything to that stag. I feel like this containment operation has been declared a failure. Chapter 49. Three-Body Universe. Earth. Luoji's face turned abnormally pale. He stared at the light screen, his heart filled with horror. The power of the ruthless emperor was beyond his expectations, and the strength of the stag made him feel even more desperate. Such an existence is a complete disaster for civilization. He raised his head, closed his eyes and sighed. Suddenly I didn't dare to watch any further. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. All the agents were completely shocked. Even Uncle Long, who had experienced many storms, had an unpleasant look on his face at this moment. He originally thought that the existence of the Holy Lord and the Sky Demon Zolan was enough to make people despair. Until now. He saw the stag. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. The appearance of the ruthless emperor gave them hope. But this hope seemed to gradually fade away as the two sides continued to fight. Bang! Nick Fury slammed his fist on the table and said to himself angrily. Even a strong man like this can't do anything to that guy. The World of Magical Index. In the windowless building of District 7. Instantly transform and reconstruct matter, or even completely transform it from a life form. Powerful abilities comparable to those of a demon god, An immortal body. Alistair, who was in the life support device, looked at the light curtain with surprise on his face. Although there are people with superpowers in the academy, but those with superpowers, let alone fighting against the stag, it's not even comparable to a level 3 or 4 reality benders. In the universe he lives in, level 6 superpowers exist almost only in legends. Even the most powerful demon in the universe seems unable to kill this kind of existence. Etc. A flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to his mind. If the demon god is chosen, doesn't it mean that the problems that have been bothering us will be solved? In the picture, a slender, white jade foot slowly descended and appeared silently in the space. The Empress stood proudly in outer space, but her beautiful face looked secretly solemn at this moment. The strength of the stag was beyond her expectations. Transferring it to outer space is really a helpless move. If the fighting continues in the valley, I'm afraid the entire planet will be affected. But even if he brought it to outer space, the ruthless Emperor couldn't think of a way to defeat it for a while. The stag still stood calmly, its 4 hooves firmly stepping into the void. He looked calmly at the creature in front of him. No doubt, no anger. There is only one kind of boredom that those in a higher position feel when facing those in a lower position. Yes. Boring. To him, it didn't matter whether it was the previous bombardment or the creature in front of him. Because God doesn't care. He raised his head and opened his mouth slightly. A silent hum unfolds in space. The Empress could not hear any sound, but she felt the invisible power. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and even her skin felt numb. That's the soul shaking. The Empress quickly took out the Deo vase and pointed the mouth of the vase towards the stag. The Deo in the body is gathering crazily. At the moment when the low humming sounded, like an iron horse stepping on a river, or like a melody breaking from a guitar string, the energy that had accumulated to the extreme suddenly burst out. The power gushing out from the Deo bottle was as vast as the ocean, with billions of runes. The stag's low moan emanated a completely different kind of power. Law. There is no dazzling light, no vast formation. Only the collision of molecules and atoms. In the onlooker's level that cannot be seen by the naked eye, everything is transforming madly and savagely. In a moment, endless energy exploded in Alpha Centauri. First, the meteorite. Then there are comets, planets, and stars. This power eventually spread throughout the galaxy. Everything fell apart in silence. In the space about 1.5 light-years outside the solar system, an irregular silent area like an ideal black body suddenly appeared in the background radiation. It blocks all electromagnetic radiation in the surrounding area, including microwaves. The length of the smallest side of this area reaches 5 astronomical units, and the darkness inside is different from the surrounding space. No language seems to be able to clearly express the difference in this darkness. Gradually, in this darkness that was darker than darkness, some existences that were clearly different from comets and asteroids began to emerge. The metal sphere rotated silently clockwise, and a ring of crushed ice hovered behind the stag. These spheres became more and more numerous and formed an asymmetrical square array with a strange beauty. When the last sphere appeared completely among the starry sky, the huge silent area disappeared as abruptly as it appeared, and electromagnetic radiation filled the area again. The battle is over. The stag won. Dead silence. Deathly silence. The feeling of despair suddenly spread across the heavens and the worlds. The sanity of countless people was on the verge of madness at this moment. The magnificent and shocking scene in the light curtain was like a branding iron, deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. They wanted to shout, but no matter what they did, they couldn't make a sound. They wanted to cry, but their dry eyes could no longer shed any tears. There is only silent shock and speechless despair. Three-body universe. Earth. The turbulence from outer space did not reach Earth, nor did the invasion of the Trisolarans. But Luoji's eyes became empty at this moment. As if he was shocked by an invisible force, he froze in place, unable to move. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. No one could speak. Dad's face was pale and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen the most incredible scene in the universe. Uncle Long opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. Even Xiao, who seemed to have no idea what fear was, curled up in True's arms. It seemed that only this big guy could give her a sense of security. DC Universe. The superheroes fell into a rare silence. No one jokes that they envy Aquaman anymore. At this moment, they wish they would never be chosen. Even if he rejected the miracle brought by the Foundation, he would not encounter such a hopeless enemy. No one wants to be an enemy of God. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Guyi stared at the light curtain in horror, clutching his chest tightly, as a feeling of astonishment surged in his body like a silent gale. Covering the universe. Emperor Yetian has maintained the same posture for a long time. The shock in my heart has reached its peak. A thought echoed in his mind. The ruthless emperor. Defeated? This thought felt so unreal that a sense of absurdity surged in his heart. The ruthless emperor who killed people all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing all the supreme beings in the heavens and myriad realms to tremble and all spirits to bow down to him, shocking the ancient and modern times. The ruthless emperor who swept across the world, stood alone in the 9 heavens, stood at the pinnacle of humanity, and looked down on the eternal cycle of reincarnation. The ruthless emperor who single-handedly resisted the backup of the 9 great celestial masters, and even fought against their living ones, conquered the 9 heavens and 10 earths alone, and created 9 ultimate mysteries comparable to the 9 secrets. Actually lost? Chapter 50. Yetien's inner astonishment was also the reaction of the vast majority of the audience. No one expected that. The Empress with unparalleled grace was actually defeated by the stag. Without an equal force, it can be said that the Empress had almost no power to fight back. After this astonishment, confusion, and despair followed. People looked at each other, and saw the lingering fear in each other's eyes. So, the Empress is dead and the containment has failed. Damn it, are there really such terrifying gods in the universe? It's so hopeless, there's no hope at all. If such an existence appeared in our universe, it would definitely be a complete disaster. However, just then, the stag in the picture looks in one direction. The audience in the chat group suddenly fell silent. Because that direction is exactly where the Earth is. Within the valley, the agents fell into an eerie silence. They were not spectators or operators, and could not see the war that had just ended in outer space. But they could feel the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. The smell of ammonia in the air had not yet dissipated, which made them realize that the containment of the stag was not over yet. In the crowd, Jinx, who had just watched the battle between the Empress and the stag, had no color on her face. Dante's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped when the words came to his lips. Here I come. The smell of ammonia in the air suddenly became strong. Next, an explosive buzzing sound rose from the ground, and a wave of sound surged into the sky. The stag reappeared. Still no doubt, no anger. Some gods. It can only be appeased with blood. Just as everyone was staring at the stag also looked at them. He tilted his head, and the whole world was responding to him. Some guards and security officers of the Bald Eagle Nation even knelt on the ground and worshipped the stag. Facing the other party's eyes that were difficult to describe in words, everyone felt as if their souls were frozen and their minds were stiff for a moment. It is he. Defeated the Empress. It is he. Destroyed an entire galaxy. The next second, the stag opened its mouth and the low humming sound filled the air again. At this moment, a rough and crazy voice sounded in the crowd. Final countdown 5 seconds. Someone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Dr. Clef standing arrogantly at the highest point. His 3 eyes, green, blue, and hazel, seemed to absorb all the light that fell on them. It also allowed everyone to briefly recover from their fear. Cassini. Kamijutuma trembled as he adjusted the mask representing fear on his face. Perinaldo. Jonghulin's fingers holding the oboe were pale blue. Yamato Mokudosu. Sayatama stroked the gift in his hand that he was about to give away, wondering what he was thinking. With every word Dr. Clef shouted, the color drained from everyone's faces. Kasser. Cairo. Omphalos. Prepare for the ceremony. Countdown, 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The moment one was called out, the whole valley suddenly sounded a strong note. Ceremony. It finally started. The 6 people standing in the 60-circle each wore a mask representing 6 different emotions, dressed in gorgeous costumes, and stood in the circle to perform a weird farce. Several people standing in a 180-degree circle, each holding some strange little gadgets, gave them to each other, and at the same time loudly recited short sentences that the audience could not understand. As he chanted, he scattered grains in the circle. A D-class personnel in the 240th circle had his hands and feet tied with wool. After drinking 60 ml of olive oil, he began to chant another short sentence. The others in the circle kept swinging their hammers and hitting a stone hard. The ceremony, which originally seemed a little inexplicable to the audience, immediately plunged the world into a weird atmosphere once it was performed. The vivid inmates failed to bring any exciting performances to the audience, but it made them feel a lingering sense of horror and uneasiness. Jong Hulan stood in the circle of 120, and his task was to perform. They used flute, oboe, clarinet, French horn, timpani, and bass drum to play a piece called Whole Stop 32 Fifth Movement. It was a piece of music that was unfamiliar to everyone. There is no coherent melody, the phrases are intermittent, and the dialogues and clapping seem to disrupt the rhythm rather than responding to it. It's more like noise than music. However, it was during this strange and chaotic ceremony that the stag actually stopped. Is it effective? It actually works. Countless audiences shouted silently in their hearts. The Almighty Supreme God. The stag symbolizes law and rules. I was actually attracted by this weird performance performed by a group of ordinary people. Jong Hulan was completely unaware of the shock of the audience. As one of the players in the ceremony, he stared at the dark gray six-pointed star on the floor, and every time he saw it his stomach dropped. There is no audience here, or rather, there is only one audience. Stag. But he had never felt so watched before. He had never studied the clarinet before, let alone performed on such a unique stage. However, as soon as he picked up the clarinet and walked into the circle, the strange score and the ability to play the clarinet appeared in him like muscle memory. The fear in my heart has been replaced by shock. His sanity briefly returned. If this is the case, perhaps this containment can be successful. He thought of it with great anticipation. But at this moment, he keenly felt that the D-class personnel playing the oboe next to him missed a beat. Very strange. It was obviously his first time playing the clarinet, and he knew nothing about the oboe. But he clearly felt that the other party missed a shot. It seems that it is not heard. Rather, it was as if the world told him that at that moment. It's normal to make a small mistake occasionally. Jong Hulan comforted himself in this way. But once a person falls into fear, any mistake will become a fuse leading to despair. Then, that D-class personnel missed the shot again. He almost lost his composure and missed the next two trills in a gesture. For a moment, the heartbeats of the audiences throughout the universe seemed to skip a beat. Someone's heart skipped a beat. Completion. Then, without any conscription, the number of viewers in Jong Hulan's mind increased dramatically, and there were 10,000 people watching. And he can guarantee that they are not human. That's why the dim guy missed the fifth clue, and the number of audience immediately increased to 100,000. And the audience no longer gave people the same quiet feeling as at the beginning. They became agitated. For a time, the hearts of the audiences throughout the universe almost stopped. The others apparently noticed as well, and they glanced at the D-class personnel. This mistake was almost fatal. The atmosphere on the scene plummeted, and the atmosphere in the chat group was extremely depressing. Everyone realized that the worst might be happening. Chapter 51. The 100,000 inhuman people looked down at Jong Hulan, and at the same time, they also looked down at countless spectators. Full of expectations, elusive. The smell of ammonia in the air became stronger and stronger, and Jong Hulan felt that it was becoming difficult to breathe. He even saw the lead hexagram beneath his feet begin to smoke. Then it was the sixth beat. He hoped that the D-class had missed it out of curiosity, courage, or a noble scientific desire to see what would happen next. But his hopes were doomed to fail. That guy is weak, stupid, helpless. He missed it again. Then he saw him. He saw everyone. People also saw him. There are already hundreds of millions of people. This impossible face is the collection of endless audiences. People saw or imagined antlers, rings of ice, and balls of shining metal. Behind that, there is more. A twisted movement, a reversed melody. This being is preparing his response. He tilted his head again, and the whole world leaned in to meet him. The timpanist clapped. The flutist clapped. The horn player applauded. Jong Hulan took a deep breath and began to applaud. Everyone looked at the D-class personnel. 150 meters to the northwest, through the trembling, twisted reality, The stag looked at him, too. He looked at everyone at the same time. Maybe it was muscle memory that prompted the guy to blow the G hashtag. The oboe player began to applaud. The hammer stopped hitting the stone, Deadpool's screams disappeared at this moment, and the baby's crying also disappeared. The stag watched the crowd leave. Hundreds of millions of 380 people are applauding. It was as if asking for another song, 7 more wrong notes. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to have been paused. Perhaps it is to satisfy this flawed performance. The stag bowed his head. Those eyes that seemed to contain the laws of the universe closed comfortably. He waits. Waiting for his turn to sing. But that is definitely not now. Finally, Dr. Clef's voice rang out in the valley. The ritual worked. SCP-2845's initial containment procedures are complete. Secondary containment begins. Successful performance. Containment successful. In a moment, all living beings in the universe were in an uproar. Countless audiences seemed to be in a dream, so much so that they suppressed their cheers for fear that any noise would shatter the dream. No one wants to face the stag again. No one wishes to contain the Supreme Being again. Next. The chat group was in an uproar. Whole of Kingshti. Oh my god, was the containment successful? Was the stag really contained? To be honest, when that guy missed the shot, my heart was in my throat, fearing that the stag would get angry again. Yes, this time there is no Empress. If the stag attacks again, I'm afraid it will be. The nuclear device at Site 100 will be detonated, followed by all Foundation facilities going into lockdown, and Protocol 2845-XK1, shoot down the moon, will be initiated. Those are the words of the three-eyed doctor. Fortunately, it succeeded after all. So, the Foundation really has a Supreme Being in its custody. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji was breathing heavily, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of a sauna. He looked at the light screen with a tired smile on his face. Although I don't know why the ritual works, but this is still a victory of mankind over God, isn't it? Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. The agents cheered, as if they were not celebrating that the Foundation had contained the stag, but celebrating that they had successfully contained the stag. Uncle Long and Sheriff Black smiled at each other. But no matter how you look at that smile, it seems so bitter. Oh, there is one more thing. Dad supported his waist. This kind of ceremony must be recorded. Dad needs to study it. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Looking at the agents cheering in the light curtain, Guyi still feels a little unreal. She never expected that. That weird and bizarre ritual actually worked. That is a supreme deity that is above all gods. Ancient One screamed in his heart. Covering the universe. Emperor Yetian stared at the light screen with a slightly lonely look, lost in thought. Perhaps when the ruthless emperor used the great Deo Aquarius but still couldn't hurt the stag. He already understood that the stag was definitely not someone that the ruthless emperor with the cultivation of Immortal could fight against. But he never expected that the ruthless emperor would be defeated so thoroughly. What he didn't expect was that the stag that easily killed the Empress actually bowed down in the end because of such a bizarre ceremony. There are so many factors that he still finds it difficult to accept. There are always people who are better than you. We thought that we, who have become immortals in the mortal world, have no rivals. Emperor Yetian gave a bitter smile. But I didn't expect that the first supreme deity to appear in the Foundation universe could easily kill us. While sighing, he looked at the light curtain and murmured. So, will you choose to come back in the end? A certain magical index universe. In the windowless building of District 7. A. Leister, the chairman of the board of directors, had a trembling look in his eyes. The more I understand the stag's strength, the more I fear him. He never thought that the Foundation would actually succeed in taking in the stag. What puzzled him even more was how the Foundation could accurately find such a ritual that would work. He looked at the Foundation members in the light curtain, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Can the Foundation solve the thing that resides in Kamijutuma's body? The beings in the heavens and the myriad worlds were discussing this. Just then, the picture on the light screen changed. At the same time, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. It's Dr. Clef. He seems to be giving a report. FFLX. In order to contain this sacred deer, the Foundation had to perform cruel and bizarre rituals involving blood and sacrifice, just to deceive it and make it believe that humans are stronger than it. And only this ritual can do it. It's not because the Foundation can't find other ways to deceive, the reason is much simpler and more desperate. The laws of the universe dictate that there is only this method. And once the dear God realizes it has been tricked, the ritual no longer works. He will easily escape and destroy the site, bringing about an XK-class doomsday. He can even evaporate the entire tree of knowledge with a single thought. Dr. Clef's words caused the audience to be surprised and suspicious. It also successfully answered some of the audience's doubts. Why would the ritual work on the supreme divine stag that is above all the gods? Because the laws of the universe dictate that there is only this method. At this time, some viewers also suddenly recalled what Dr. Clef had said before. The dear God is an ancient supreme deity, powerful enough to defeat any physical containment measures. But at the same time, he is also a stupid supreme god. Therefore, although the ritual is abstract and bizarre, it just achieves the effect of fooling the stag. Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Usse looked at the screen with a slightly unbelievable look in his eyes. Until now, he could not imagine that the stag, as a supreme god, was actually fooled by a group of humans. It's just ridiculous. However, despite the absurdity, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the ritual doesn't work and containment fails, I'm afraid this interesting civilization will cease to exist, right? And now, Usse looked at the light curtain with a meaningful look in his eyes. God can be fooled, but once God realizes that he has been fooled, all rituals will lose their meaning. At that time, what will the Foundation do? Site 0. In that strange space, Chu Yun listened to Dr. Clef's report. Of course, the other party would not realize that the administrator of the Foundation was right next to him, let alone the existence of Chu Yun. He was just reporting into a video recording device as required. Until then, Chu Yun's mind suddenly began to think of the reward that would be given after this containment was completed. Ding! Containment Project Stag, containment completed. You will receive the following rewards. Cause and effect improvement. You can specify some objects to be contained directly and improve the process at the cause and effect level. Operator's Path to Ascension. You can provide more comprehensive rewards for operators with sufficient contribution points. You gain the natural transformation ability of the contained stag. The Path to Ascension. Under your leadership, the Foundation has received a supreme deity, and you have obtained part of the godhood. The reward reminder sound rang for a long time before it finally stopped. Chu Yun took a quick look and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The rewards for housing the Supreme Godhead are different. First, the perfection of cause and effect. At first glance, this one doesn't seem to be anything special. Isn't it just to contain a certain anomaly? But in fact, this is the most valuable of the four. The previously awarded containment items not only have a limit on the safe level, but also have a limit on the harmless level. In other words, the reward that time was simply to save Chu Yun from spending time and effort to deal with safe level containment. But this time the cause and effect is perfected differently. You should know that. Even with the help of the system and the efforts of the operators recruited by the call-up order, the anomalies that are currently occurring must be accommodated one by one. I encountered the Immortal Evil Lizard and Witch Demon Girl before. Although these abnormalities have strong destructive power, they also have obvious weaknesses. Fortunately, I met Ananda Shesha, and the Gate of Death, which is usually inactive, is nothing. Even if they encountered a stag, they were able to contain it safely in the end because of the ritual to restrain it. However, if we encounter a situation that cannot be handled by operators and agents alone, the existence of the supreme divinity of reason, we can't let Chu Yun take action, right? It is precisely because of this that this causal perfection that can specify the direct containment of anomalies is so precious. At the very least, it gives the Foundation a chance to make mistakes. Besides, the second reward can be regarded as a complete improvement of the reward system for conscription. The third one is needless to say. But the fourth one surprised Chu Yun a little. There is a term in the Foundation universe. Ascension. The extended reality ascension level is also called the Russell level. The ability that an entity that has reached a real level of ascension gains is called power. The level of reality ascension is defined as the degree to which the reality structure of the apex multifunctional entity differs from universal reality in specific ways or laws. Furthermore, the higher the level of reality ascension, the greater the ability of the entity's power to influence reality. Under this definition, Vertex multifunctional entity has a nickname: God. Of course, it can also be called a godhead, a deity, or a mythological entity. Ascension is the process of transforming mundane things into divinity. In other words, the system provides Chu-Yun with a path to becoming a god. Thinking of this, even Chu-Yun was secretly excited. But he soon calmed down again and wanted to go further on the path of ascension, provided that he continued to contain it. Thinking of this, he looked at the figure in the space with his eyes slightly closed. The black hair is full of vitality, not covered with dust over the years, and is crystal clear and naturally scattered. Her skin was white and slender, and even though she was wearing armor that was torn from the previous battle, she still did not look the least bit disheveled. Chu-Yun looked at 2.8 calmly for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Bang! The Empress only heard a clear voice coming from the chaos. Then her world came alive. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a chilling light spread out, but it disappeared in a moment. She looked around silently, and finally set her sights on the only figure in the place. Chu-Yun was clearly standing there, but she felt as if the other person was in a different world from her. She could neither see the other person's face clearly nor sense his movements. However, when Chu-Yun looked at her, she clearly felt that her thinking had slowed down, and even time had become sluggish. When he looked away, the whole world began to cater to him. Feeling the power as vast as the universe, she was silent. But there was a huge wave of shock in my heart. This man is even more powerful than the stag. Just when she was a little frightened and even a little at a loss, finally, she found herself leaving that space. Everything I just saw seemed like just a dream. Within the site, Zhang Hulan and his group looked at the ruthless emperor who appeared out of nowhere in astonishment. They opened their eyes and mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. Fortunately, Dr. Clef in a white coat appeared in front of everyone. He looked at the Empress. "You have two choices," Dr. Clef said calmly. 1. Return. 2. Stay as an operator. He seemed to have completely forgotten the extraordinary abilities of the Emperor in the previous mission. It was as if he was not facing a peerless Empress, but an ordinary operator. Chapter 52. Seeing the other party's eyes flickering slightly, Clef said calmly, "By the way, your contribution value has not reached 1,000, so if you choose to return, you will not be able to receive rewards." As soon as this was said, the other operators were all surprised. Less than 1,000. Kamijutuma was surprised, but she even fought against the deer. Zhang Hulan suddenly asked, "Maybe her mission is not to fight the stag." After these words were spoken, even the Empress was slightly stunned. Immediately, a hint of extremely hidden embarrassment flashed across that beautiful face. It's true. Her mission is to attract the stag to the shelter to ensure the ritual is completed successfully. However, she had no doubt that if she hadn't acted rashly, the stag would have been controlled by the ritual. As expected, the operator contribution ranking appears. Operator contribution ranking. First place, CC King, 1,500. Second place, Fuli, 1,000, has returned. Third place, C. Sayatama, 900. Fourth place, C. Zhang Hulan, 750. Fifth name, C. Kamijutuma, 650. Sixth place, C. Jinx, 600. Seventh place, C. Dante, 600. Eighth place, C. Deadpool, 550. Ninth place, C. The Ruthless Emperor, 500. Not only is it less than 1,000, it even ranks at the bottom. On the contrary, the contribution values of other operators have increased due to their participation in the mission. Among them, Deadpool's contribution increased the most because he lost his balls. Seeing this, everyone looked at the Empress, waiting for her answer. "I chose to stay." The Ruthless Emperor had a calm look. This was not just a dispute of pride. As an Empress, she would not have made such a childish move. "The reason why I chose to stay. It was because she saw a path that was more exciting, more convenient, and had a higher ceiling than cultivation. She realized 02. If you choose this path, Her ultimate achievement may be in the realm of sacrifice. Chu Yun was not surprised by the Empress's choice. For him, since you have been selected, then her previous identity is not important. Whether it is the Star God or the Empress who achieved the status of a red dust immortal. Here, they have only one identity. Foundation staff. Just then, as if he sensed something, his mind moved. A new call has begun. After sensing the impending abnormality, he was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled. Tough guys are coming one after another. As expected. While the heavens were still discussing the process of the stag's containment. Finally, that grand and solemn voice resounded throughout the universe once again. The sixth call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. As soon as this was said, countless living beings in the heavens and the world suddenly became solemn. Perhaps it was because of the abnormality last time, the strength displayed by the stag was too terrifying. This time, there are fewer voices hoping to be selected. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe is drawn this time, Ancient Greek Mythology Universe, Qianlong Adventures Universe. Operators recruited this time, Zeus, Ancient Greek Mythology Universe, Holy Lord, Adventure Universe. As the beep fades, the call-up has been settled. The audiences from all over the world sighed in unison. Countless viewers looked at the light curtain in the sky. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should envy the two selected operators. Still worried about them. Ancient Greek Mythology Universe. Mount Olympus. The gods looked at the word Zeus hanging high on the light screen in astonishment, feeling both pleasantly surprised and delighted for a moment. Zeus is the third-generation king of gods in ancient Greek mythology. He is the supreme god who rules over everything in the world and the chief of the 12 Olympian gods. Zeus is the son of Cronus, the second king of the Titans. Cronus became the second king of gods by overthrowing his father Uranus. When he overthrew Uranus, the angry Uranus uttered a curse-like prophecy to Cronus. Cronus would also be overthrown by his own children. As expected. As the child of Cronus, Zeus grew up and, together with his brothers and sisters, overthrew his father's rule. However, after winning the great victory in the Titan War, Zeus and his brothers began to argue with each other over how to distribute the ruling power of the world, which led to many conflicts. Therefore, now seeing Zeus being selected by the Foundation, only the gods would have this kind of reaction. As for this tyrannical and arrogant guy, they just hope that he will die in that school. In hell. Alcyoneus, who was once defeated by Zeus, roared madly. Zeus, I curse you to be devoured by the supreme god and never be reborn. Qianlong Adventures Universe. District 13. The agents looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Uncle Long was speechless for a moment. That felt as weird as it could be. They are too familiar with the Holy Lord. As one of the 8 great demons in the world, the fire demon, although the Holy Lord is ranked 6th in seniority, in terms of all-conquering strength, it is definitely ranked 1st. The power and ability of the 12 zodiac charms alone is enough to make him the most powerful demon in the world. In the past, when we learned that the Holy Lord had gone to another world, they only worry about that civilization. But now, after seeing the existence of the stag, they didn't know who to worry about for a moment. Well, can we retire now? True asked sullenly. For a time, the entire District 13 was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At the same time, the 6th call-up has finally come to an end. Above the sky, that solemn and deep voice sounded again. The call-up ends, and the containment mission begins. Anomaly contained this time, Gatekeeper. As soon as the words fell, in the light curtain, 2 operators appeared on the screen. Zeus stood proudly, wearing a gorgeous robe, his half-naked body full of explosive muscles, which seemed to contain endless power. His expression was dignified, his eyes were sharp, and there was a hint of lightning between his eyes, as if he was overlooking everything in the world. After seeing the familiar decoration inside the Foundation site, he laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. As expected, I got here. I've said it before, there is only one true king of gods in this world, and that's me, Zeus. The Holy Lord standing next to him was a tall, muscular demon with a dragon head and a humanoid body, with a long tail behind him. Its eyes were bloodshot as it glanced around. He secretly said "damn it" in a hoarse voice. It is not as arrogant as Zeus. After seeing the extremely powerful containment objects that appeared in the Foundation's previous containment missions, it had long since recognized the gap between itself and divinity. Not to mention that in this universe there exists a supreme deity like the stag, which is superior to the gods. In the original world, it might be able to dominate the world with the power of 12 runes. Here, it's not even cannon fodder. Especially when it thought about facing those unknown powerful anomalies soon, it began to think about how to escape. On the other side, Zhang Hulan and his group of old employees looked at the two new operators and gave them some pointers. Damn it, this old man's butt is about to show out, so FG indecent. Zhang Hulan pointed at Zeus, who was wearing cool clothes, and cursed inwardly. Deadpool also nodded in agreement, and pointed at the Holy Lord and said secretly, "That dragon is yellow-green all over, and it's obvious that it's not a real dragon." Aquaman came over and asked, "Tell me, who is stronger than the Empress?" Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked in another direction. The Empress, who stood alone and aloof to the extreme, shook her head secretly. Let's take a look at the target of this containment. Containment item, Gatekeeper. Containment number, SCP-001. Object class, Keter. See here. The audience in the chat group was surprised. Not only because the object level is the terrifying Keter. What's more, the containment number of this object is 001. Is it possible? Is this the first containment object discovered by the Foundation? When the officers at the scene saw this, instead, I felt relieved. Although it is again under Keter level containment, at least it is no longer a supreme deity like the stag. The Immortal Lizard, which is also Keter level, is immortal and can be fought against. There are also some ways to reduce the risk of containment for witch girls. For them, Keter level containment means very dangerous, but not necessarily fatal. Unexpectedly, Zeus raised a dissatisfied question. Keter level? Who are you looking down on? Release any divine anomalies and let them see the power of the God King. Holy Lord. It looked at Zeus viciously, wishing it could tear this guy's mouth apart. Still divinity? The stag is right below their station, why don't you go and try it out? In just a few minutes, it had already fully understood what Zeus was like. Arrogant, conceited, and disrespectful. There are some clever parts, but they are all focused on how to show off one's arrogance and conceit. It doesn't believe that the other party hasn't seen the previous scene. The reason why he was showing off so much now was just because he knew that the stag had been taken in, and he was just pretending to be powerful. God King. Force the King. At this time, more content appeared on the light screen, and Zeus temporarily stopped talking. Special containment procedures. Due to the nature of SCP-001, no containment procedures are necessary. Continuous monitoring of SCP-001 must be carried out at a safe distance, more than 10 kilometers, outside the designated location, Site. The location of Site 1 is known only to the current SCP administrator and an overseer-level agent of an Abrahamic faith assigned to monitor SCP-001 from Site 1. This agent is authorized to take any necessary measures when SCP-001 begins to activate, and is required to immediately alert the Chief Administrator and other Overseer-level agents if any changes in SCP-001's behavior occur, as this could result in the start of a Patmos-class end-of-the-world scenario. Basic definition of XK-class doomsday scenario, the most common and broadest meaning, completely including all doomsdays, religious doomsday, human extinction, earth destruction, universe destruction, etc. Patmos-class end-of-the-world scenario? The end of everything? The destruction of the universe? When these words appear in everyone's eyes, the chat group that was buzzing with discussion just now suddenly fell silent. Even Zeus 057, who was noisy just now, was stunned, and the look of the Holy Lord beside him was even more resentful and anxious. The slightest movement could cause the end of the world. You call this a normal anomaly? The chat group immediately exploded. Oh my god. XK class end of the world scenario? A Keter class containment. Damn it, I thought it was safe when I first saw the Keter level. Looking at the description, this guy is even stronger than the Immortal Lizard and the Witch Girl. The last one that could cause the end of the world was SCP-3000, right? I'm so confused. How can we contain a fellow like this? Will we need to use some kind of ritual? Ghost blows out the light universe. Good boy. Fatty Wong swallowed his saliva subconsciously and looked at his companion with horror. What kind of suffering do the people in this place live in? Why is it always the end of the world? Hubei's mouth also felt dry. He originally thought that it was dangerous enough for him and his group to rob tombs and beat Zhongzi all day long. Now look. This guy is not even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. Let's just pray that such a mission won't happen to us. Three-body universe. Earth. Looking at the files on the screen, Luoji smiled helplessly. Is it really never going to end? Just sent away a stag that could easily destroy a galaxy. Here comes another gatekeeper who can easily cause the end of the world. He suddenly thought. What level of K-class scenario would be created if the Trisolarans invaded the Foundation universe? Marvel Universe. SHIELD. When Nick Fury saw the file, he suddenly didn't want to say anything. He had only one thought. Destroy it. Tired. Covering the universe. Having seen the horror of the stag, the shock caused by the gatekeeper was much less. He stared at the light screen in a daze. Thinking secretly in my heart. Am I a match for this kind of existence? The turmoil caused by the audience did not affect the Foundation. The file continues to be broadcast. If SCP-001 begins to activate in any way, staff are asked to immediately consider Emergency Patmos Order. The solution to Emergency Order Patmos is kept by the designated overseer at Site O, and will only be transmitted to the SCP Foundation's offices if SCP-001 becomes active. Staff members who have one or more key roles in Emergency Command Patmos are advised to prepare the following. 1. Maintain good relations with one or more organized Abrahamic religions. Chapter 53. See here. The audience in the chat group were all stunned. What the hell? How did it suddenly become related to religion? Among the staff, the Holy Lord seemed to have thought of something, and his long dragon face suddenly became interesting. 2. Carry or hold the following items: holy water, a rosary blessed by an Abrahamic religious priest of bishop rank or above, a crucifix, cross, or other symbol, an Abrahamic religious scripture, and standard emergency supplies that can be carried with you. 3. All important personnel are assigned a deputy who is not of the Abrahamic religious faith. This deputy will be informed of the backup address of the original personnel's emergency instructions Patmos and the inoculation of mimetic kill agents, and be prepared to take over the original duties if necessary. Stay aware of all other SCPs involving possible Patmos-class end-of-the-world scenarios. One weird request after another left the audience confused. The chat group immediately became lively. What the hell? Aren't they here to take in the gatekeepers? Why are they making it seem like a pilgrimage? Yes, could it be that this gatekeeper is a believer of that religion? To be honest, although I haven't finished watching it yet, I already have a bad feeling. Chenlong Adventures Universe. District 13. This. Uncle Long was confused. These requests seem really strange. Bang. Dad. Humph. Dad has long said that we should see the essence through phenomena. Dad adjusted his glasses. Have you forgotten what is behind religion? What is it? Bang. It's God. Dad's words woke me up. Everyone was stunned at first, and then suddenly realized. Yes, every religion believes in one or more gods. Huh? Shit. Uncle Long rarely swore. He widened his eyes, looked at the light screen in astonishment, and murmured. Doesn't it mean that there will be a divine being in this mission? Xiao, who had been silent the whole time, frowned, as she always felt like she had overlooked something. Within the site. What my father said is also what the Holy Lord is worried about. Other universes pretend to be mysterious and have some kind of belief, and most likely their motives are not pure. But this universe is not like that. If this universe says there is a God, then there must be one. When the Holy Lord thought about possibly participating in a containment operation involving a divine object, he even had the thought of tearing Zeus apart. Zeus, who had been so arrogant before, now calmed down. Joke. He is arrogant, but he is not humble. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a daughter like Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Obviously, he also realized that this opponent did not seem to be simple. Suppress the throbbing in your heart. Everyone continued to watch. Description: SCP-001 is a humanoid entity, approximately 700 cubits tall, located in an undisclosed location near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The following characteristics are known about this entity. 1. 700 cubits. More than 300 meters? You call this a gatekeeper? The chat group was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone has always thought that the gatekeeper is most likely a humanoid anomaly. But no one expected it to be such a huge monster. Although it cannot compare to SCP-3000's 900-kilometer body. But at present, it is already the largest humanoid containment object. Ancient Greek mythology universe. Mount Olympus. 700 cubits. This number is not exaggerated for a god. Hecatoncheir, a tribe of giants who were once imprisoned by Cronus in Gaia's womb, was also huge in size. Hecatonkles could even throw 100 stones as big as mountains at a time, and his enormous force made the Titans unable to resist. Therefore, the huge size did not worry the gods. What really worries them is the ability of the gatekeeper. Several luminous wing-like appendages extend from the instance's shoulders, back, ankles, and waist. Although an exact count is impossible, most observers give the number of wings as ranging from 2 to 108, with an average of 4. Hellblazer Universe. This image. Looking at the information on the screen, Constantine frowned. Humanoid entity. There are many glowing wings. Gatekeeper. Why does this image look so much like the angels in the Bible? In fact, Constantine had similar ideas when the archives repeatedly emphasized the special containment procedures that contained religious elements. Today, this idea is becoming more and more obvious. At this time, in the light curtain, more content emerged. A weapon, possibly a sword or knife, SCP-001-2. Through spectral analysis, this weapon appears to be radiating flames with a temperature comparable to that of the sun, although this extreme heat does not appear to have caused any damage to the surrounding area. Any individual that approaches within 1 kilometer of SCP-001 will be immediately attacked and completely destroyed by this weapon. Any form of hostile behavior towards SCP-001 will result in the destruction of the attacker, regardless of distance. As this string of information appeared, the audience in the chat group was immediately shocked. Holding a giant flaming sword, with a lot of wings growing on his body? Why does this sound so much like the legendary Archangel? Damn it, that was my first thought as well. Could it be that this gatekeeper is an Archangel? Damn it, the temperature is enough to rival the flames of the sun, and it can kill any hostile person no matter how far away he is. Who dares to get close to such a guy? I can only say that it is worthy of being a Keter-level containment object. It is just full of energy. SCP-001 stands, holding SCP-001-2 in front of him with both hands, with the tip of the sword facing downwards, and bowing his head in a prayer posture. SCP-001 has not changed from this position since its creator documented it data redacted years ago. Hellblazer Universe. Looking at the information appearing on the light screen, Constantine could no longer sit still. Standing with sword in hand, bowing head to pray. Isn't this Archangel Uriel? Constantine's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he had thought of something. Maybe the idea was too shocking. He straightened up suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had been struck by lightning. If the gatekeeper is Archangel Uriel, so it is almost clear what door he is guarding. Fan. The angel of wisdom holding the red flaming sword guarding the gate of the Garden of Eden. In a moment, a great fear enveloped him completely. Humans exposed to SCP-001 report hearing a voice in their heads, giving them orders that cannot be disobeyed. The most common command was forget, causing the subject to walk away from SCP-001 with no memory of ever having encountered it. The Foundation has currently conducted memetic testing on this behavior, and it can be preliminarily determined that the SCP-001 entity has a certain degree of anti-memetic effect. Meme detection? Anti-meme? Seeing these two unfamiliar words, the audience in the chat group were a little confused. Fortunately, the archives explain this. Memes are the basic units of cultural communication, similar to the role of genes in biological evolution, transmitting cultural characteristics and information. Anti-memes are processes designed to eliminate or limit the spread of information. In contrast to the positive spread of memes, anti-memes may spread harmful information without being detected, posing a potential risk. Seeing this, everyone finally understood this concept. Immediately there was a moment of surprise and doubt. No one expected that. The gatekeeper not only has a huge body and a terrifying flaming giant sword. It even carries an antimimetic effect itself. However, in rare cases, other instructions may appear. The most notable directive was given to the founder, prepare, prompting him to form data redacted to catalog and preserve all paranormal and anomalous objects that pose a serious threat to current human existence. This is the organization now known as the SCP Foundation. The moment this information appeared, the chat group that was just full of discussion suddenly seemed to have been silenced. Countless people looked at the light screen in astonishment, as if they saw something incomprehensible. Next, the chat group exploded. WTF? Did I see that correctly? The Gatekeeper actually gave such an order. So, could it be that the Foundation was established because of the Gatekeeper's order? It's simply unbelievable. Marvel Universe. Camartage. The moment he saw this content, Guyi was also shocked. She never imagined that such a mysterious and powerful foundation was established because of a word from a contained creature. However, she only thought about it for a moment and then came up with a new guess. Since anomalies can easily travel through the universe, and the Foundation can even recruit operators from other universes, then, could this so-called Foundation established under the Gatekeeper's order exist in another parallel world? Once this speculation appeared, it spread instantly. She even wondered curiously what the Foundation in the parallel world would look like. It wasn't until the picture on the screen changed that she came back to her senses. In the light curtain, Dr. Clef, wearing a white coat, appeared in everyone's sight. He came directly to Zeus and the Holy Lord. It's time to do some work. Everyone was stunned. The Holy Lord couldn't help but said, "You haven't told me what our mission is." Zeus, standing by, crossed his arms and said proudly, "Do you want a god to serve you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. Because this seems to be the first time that an operator has challenged the Foundation. Zhang Hulan and his group watched the fun without any hesitation. All eyes immediately focused on Dr. Clef. In their eyes, Dr. Clef seemed to have nothing special except that his face could not be recorded by video equipment and he had 3 eyes. So, Zeus, the 3rd generation of gods, facing Mount Olympus. And the fire demon, the complete Holy Lord with 12 talismans. What would Dr. Clef do? Surprisingly, facing these 2 powerful operators, Dr. Clef not only showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth cracked, revealing his iconic Cheshire Cat smile. "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly, could you please say it again?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord's expression changed slightly. He was not afraid of the human in front of him. What really frightened him was the administrator who had never appeared in anyone's sight. Zeus was a little surprised. It's fine that the anomalies contained by the Foundation are very powerful, but why are even the Foundation's employees so arrogant? He immediately took a step forward, with a flash of lightning in his eyes. But before he could speak, he then met Dr. Clef's 3 eyes. Dong dong! An inexplicable emotion suddenly emerged in his mind. He had a premonition. If he continues like this, he will be the one who suffers in the end. Gulp. Zeus swallowed his saliva calmly and changed the subject. God loves the world, and will not let his people suffer in water or fire. Fr. An. Zhang Hulan curled his lips and said disdainfully, "This kneeling slide is too fast." Others qualify as yes. At this time, only the gods of Mount Olympus were puzzled. They knew very well what kind of god Zeus was. When he is in a good mood, the sky is sunny and clear. When you are angry, the sky will be covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. He is arrogant and conceited, and cannot tolerate any injustice. However, now you actually bow down to a human? So, there is only one question. This human is no ordinary person. Perhaps to confirm their conjecture. In the screen, seeing Clef walking away, Zhang Hulan stopped a researcher. "Brother, who the hell is Dr. Clef?" The other party looked at him in surprise, with a look of some surprise, but more of pity. Dr. Clef was previously with the GOC, and was a top-notch agent. GOC. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhang Hulan climbed up the pole. What now? He is currently in charge of terminating the Foundation's Keter class containment. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. As soon as these words were spoken, all the audiences, whether inside or outside the light curtain, fell silent. Execution anomaly? Termination or Keter class anomaly? Is this something a human can do? Unexpectedly, the researcher never stopped talking and added before leaving. By the way, Dr. Clef is also a level 3 reality bender. SK. Instantly, everyone looked at Dr. Clef's back as if he were a monster. The other side. Seeing that Dr. Clef did not pursue the matter further, the Holy Lord subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. I cursed in my heart. Damn, are all the people in this world so awesome? Looking at Zeus again as if nothing had happened, it felt extremely depressed. Fortunately, following an order, the mission has finally begun. Chapter 54. In the light curtain. When the Lord and Zeus appeared again. It seems that we have arrived at a valley. Perhaps it was evening, the clouds were low and the sky seemed a little dark. The audience did not see the Gatekeeper at first, but instead saw Dr. Clef and several agents who seemed to be preparing to conduct some kind of test. You need to get as close to SCP-001 as possible on foot. Dr. Clef's tone was cold and unquestionable. The D-class personnel in orange overalls had fear and resistance in their eyes. However, facing the black muzzles of the agents' guns, he still compromised. Then, the scene changed, and the D-class personnel appeared in the valley. But his attire is a little peculiar. He was wearing a clerical robe and a rosary on his wrist. He held a cross in one hand and a thick Bible in the other. At first glance, he looks more like a devout believer. At this moment, he was heading towards the depths of the valley. Behind him was a pure black helicopter with a peculiar shape. Just as he came to a corner of the valley, the originally dark sky suddenly brightened. The orange-red flames covered the sky, as if another sun was rising over the valley. But when everyone looked carefully, they found that terrible flame is not the sun. It's a giant humanoid entity. He was covered in flames. Dozens of pairs of wings burning with blazing flames spread out behind him, blocking out the sky and the sun. This giant, burning humanoid entity tilted its head in a prayer position. The flaming giant sword held in his hands had its tip pointing downward. Solemn, ardent, holy. At the same time, it is full of a sacred and inviolable majesty. It seems that any failure would be a blasphemy to this scene. Countless viewers with similar beliefs even knelt down subconsciously and worshipped him. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. All the agents were completely in an inexplicable shock. The Gatekeeper may not have the same status as the Stag, which is superior to the gods. Perhaps there is no power like the Supreme Godhead that belongs exclusively to the law. However, the shock brought by the transcendence and divinity of all things. But it is incomparable to any other containment. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The superheroes were trembling with fear, and some agents even started to pray subconsciously. Nick Fury stared at the light curtain with a frown on his face. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought about something wrong. I thought this civilization had the Foundation, GOC, and so many other organizations targeting anomalies. This civilization should fully respect the concept of science. So those tricks like belief in gods won't appear. But now, he suddenly realized that he was wrong. Aren't those powerful anomalies with the power to destroy the world the omnipotent gods in people's imaginations? In other words, this universe is a perfect breeding ground for belief in gods. That is to say, there will be more and more similar divine beings. Hellblazer Universe. Constantine stared intently at the Gatekeeper's figure in the light curtain. To be exact, behind him. Almost as soon as the Gatekeeper appeared, he had already determined the other party's identity as Archangel Uriel. So, what about the door he guards? He was eager to know whether the Guardian was guarding the Garden of Eden. Just then, the D-class personnel in the picture also obviously saw the huge and sacred body of the SCP-001 Gatekeeper. Even more surprising is that the Gatekeeper, who had his head bowed, actually, through the trembling and distorted reality, I looked back. In a moment, the D-class personnel straightened up suddenly. His breathing became rapid and a gleam of shock flashed in his eyes, as if he had been struck by lightning. He clutched his chest tightly, and the feeling of astonishment surged in his body like a silent gale. The audience in the universe froze in place, feeling as if their souls were frozen. In their minds, there was only a voice that sounded like divine punishment. "Leave," he said. "There is no doubt about it." In the screen, the D-class figure turned around and left without any hesitation. D24586, stop. Stop. This is an order. FK. Agents ready. However, the threat of guns, which had always been effective against D-class personnel, now seemed to have lost its effect. The D-class personnel strode back, seemingly unaware of Dr. Clef's order. Everyone only saw Dr. Clef waving his hand. Da-da-da. There was a sudden sound of gunfire. The bullets easily penetrated and tore through the D-class personnel's body. But what is chilling is that, even though their legs were broken, the D-class personnel crawled in the direction they came from with an expressionless face. The shocking blood stain spread for a long distance before finally stopping. Seeing this scene, the audience in the chat group was stunned. FK. What you say is what you mean. Damn it, is this guy crazy? He's not afraid of the threat of death. It's not that he's not afraid, but that he can't. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. Now God tells him to leave, so how can he stay? This ability is too weird. If God asked him to commit suicide, wouldn't he? In a moment, the audience in the chat group felt a great fear. Who knows? That's not all. Just see. In the screen. At the moment when the D-class personnel breathed their last, the flaming sword that could melt everything suddenly swung. Boom. A burst of fire shot up into the sky. In an instant, a helicopter hovering in the sky, shooting agents, and Dr. Clef on the ground. All were reduced to ashes in this horrific attack. It's as if they had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the chat group suddenly fell into a strange silence. Countless viewers stared at the screen with eyes wide open in disbelief. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what had just happened. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji was slightly stunned as he looked at the members of the Foundation who were killed instantly. You know, there is a distance of several kilometers between the two sides. So he was killed instantly in one blow? Etc. He suddenly recalled an inconspicuous description from the previous file. Any form of hostile action towards SCP-001 will result in the destruction of the attacker regardless of distance. Luoji. After realizing this, his gaze towards the screen suddenly became somewhat bitter. How should we contain such existence? In the light curtain, Zeus and the Holy Lord, who witnessed this disaster with their own eyes, were stunned where they stood. Especially the Holy Lord. A pair of eyes full of horror. He saw with his own eyes that group of agents turned into ashes in front of his eyes. The terrifying high temperature can burn everything in the world. It still feels a lingering fear. However, after looking around, its scarlet eyes suddenly revealed a cunning light. Clef is missing, should we escape? That's right, you, huh? The Holy Lord's eyes suddenly widened before he finished speaking. He looked ahead in horror, his body shaking uncontrollably, as if the scene before him was too much for him to bear. Because Clef was just killed instantly by the Gatekeeper. Now it appeared before their eyes again intact. Dr. Clef, wearing a top hat, dusted off his white coat and said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid you'll have to continue your mission." As soon as this was said, the entire chat group suddenly fell silent. Countless viewers looked at Dr. Clef who had come back to life in the light screen in amazement. Doubts popped up in my mind one after another. Didn't he die in the attack of the Gatekeeper? Why now? Damn, it suddenly occurred to me that Dr. Clef seems to be a reality bender. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the chat group was stunned for a moment, and then went crazy again. Looking at Dr. Clef in front of him, the Holy Lord was speechless for a moment. Zeus standing by also made no sound, which was rare. Then the mission continues. On Dr. Clef's unquestionable orders, Zeus and the Holy Lord began to move towards the valley. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Dad, the Holy Lord has 12 talismans. The horse talisman can make it recover quickly, and the dog talisman can make it immortal no matter how severely its body is damaged. Xiao said, and asked in confusion. Then why is it still afraid? There is no magician like you in that world. Others also pricked up their ears secretly. Dad adjusted his glasses and sighed. Everything has its limits. After all, he is just a powerful demon. But what it faces is an absolute god. The Holy Lord and Zeus moved forward with heavy hearts. How it wishes this road would never end. However, it doesn't take much time to travel a distance of several kilometers. Finally, at a corner of the valley, it saw it. Seeing that exaggeratedly large body, I saw the 6 wings that covered the sky and burned with flames. It suddenly found it difficult to breathe, even though it didn't need to breathe. The power of the horse charm has begun to work. Keep going. Dr. Cleft's voice sounded in my ears, like a death spell. The Holy Lord glanced at the silent Zeus and moved forward again. Hot. That's the only feeling it has. The scorching heat made it feel as if it were in the center of the sun. Maybe after 1 kilometer, he will order me to leave. The Holy Lord thought so. However, when its claws stepped into the Gatekeeper's 1 kilometer. Dong dong. 1 share. The invisible force spreads. It felt as if its heart was being tightly grasped, being roasted, and squeezed at the same time. It forced itself to raise its head. The energy of the horse charm was mobilized frantically, constantly repairing its burned soul. Finally, it saw it. The audience in the chat group also saw it. Door. The gate guarded by Archangel Uriel. The door was wider than anything in the world, and it seemed as if space could no longer restrict it in any meaningful way. It was a glimpse. It allows all living beings to have a glimpse of the beautiful scenery of the Garden of Eden. They saw a field of trees and fields. I saw that the forest was a huge Luther vortex. I saw the leaves of the vines turn into the most beautiful golden color in the golden sunshine. I saw countless years merge into a silent river. At the same time, I also saw that flash. Countless beings with wings. In a moment, the pupils of countless audience members suddenly shrank into a point, and the blood in their bodies seemed to solidify. They held their breath and their eyes trembled, as if they had suddenly lost the ability to speak. Whose horrifying picture is this? Countless people looked at the light screen in horror. Looking at the countless figures flashing by in the Garden of Eden. Which ones are angels? In the case of how many more? 100? 1,000? Or 10,000? No one knows the answer. In a moment, the chat group was in an uproar. Is this real? Isn't this just my hallucination? Oh my God, can anyone tell me? The Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Then the Lord God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. Some believers spontaneously chanted the content in the chat group. Until I saw this sentence. So he drove out the man. And he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life. Everything fits right. The Gatekeeper is Archangel Uriel. And he is responsible for protecting. That is the Garden of Eden. If the stag that had appeared earlier had completely crushed their imagination, then the Gatekeeper and the Garden of Eden that appear now. It planted a seed of faith in their hearts. This is another level of shock and admiration. Now, the pressure came to the Holy Lord. Looking at the terrifying figure in front of him, recalling the countless similar figures in the door behind him. The Lord subconsciously looked in the direction of Dr. Clef. It pointed at itself, then at the Gatekeeper. That look seemed to say, me, the goalkeeping area? However, the next second, Zeus, who had remained silent, suddenly flew up. Without saying anything, he flew towards the Gatekeeper. Swish. The Gatekeeper's flaming wings suddenly spread out. Endless flames covered the sky. He looked at Zeus, at everyone. A voice. In the minds of countless beings, it echoed. You can't go in here. Snap. The low-hanging clouds suddenly began to flash with lightning. Zeus folded his arms and stood proudly between the thunder clouds. Endless power surged in his hands. He looked at Uriel and said with an arrogant smile. There is no place in heaven or on earth that the God King cannot go. I can't beat the foundation. Unable to defeat the supreme deity. I can't beat a god like you. Zeus vowed to vent his wrath on this angel. At the same time. Site 0. Gray cement walls and pale incandescent lights. Special containment areas. A containment door with SCP-343 written on it suddenly opened. An elderly man with white hair slowly walked out of the darkness. The shackles have been opened. Chapter 55. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the universe. He heard the call of his kingdom. He saw reality unfold before him. A figure told him, it's time to start. Then he saw the end of all things. At the same time. In the valley. The battle between Zeus and the Gatekeeper has reached a fever pitch. Although the Gatekeeper was only a god, the flaming giant sword in his hand still caused Zeus a lot of trouble. Zeus had only one feeling at this moment. Hot. Unbelievably hot. He is the king of gods, and also the god of sky, thunder, and dark clouds. He can easily mobilize the power of the sky and thunder. Pity. None of this seemed to be able to kill the gatekeeper. If the opponent had not had a strong desire to attack and had not left the guarding door, there is a high probability that Zeus could not survive until now. However, just as he was hesitating whether to rush forward again, but I was surprised to find that the gatekeeper suddenly stopped all movements. He raised his head as if listening. Next, the following picture appeared before the audience. A white-haired, old, and gentle old man woke up in the shelter. He has a kind face and gentle eyes. Appears to be an elderly man, however his appearance is different to each observer. Because in everyone's eyes, this old man is consistent with their image of God. So that the audience from all over the world were suddenly shocked. The chat group was in an uproar, and countless believers were thrown into a frenzy. Oh my God! Lord, I know you are real. Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, awesome in praises, working wonders? You did awesome things that we could not imagine. You came down and the mountains trembled before you. If I could make a pilgrimage to the Lord, I would give everything I have. God must have come to save the foundation. The foundation is saved. The entire chat group was suddenly filled with the hymns of countless fanatics. Three-body universe. Earth. Is there really a God? As a wall-facing man, Luoji is a typical atheist. Even after seeing so many powerful beings in the foundation, he still didn't think there was any connection between faith and God. He prefers the foundation's interpretation of divinity. Vertex-type multifunctional entity. Therefore, the appearance of God at this moment made him so shocked. But on second thought, what is happening right now doesn't seem real. Recalling the scene of the gatekeeper suddenly listening, Luoji's eyes flashed. Could it be that all of this is a picture of what is about to happen? Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Looking at the agent who was usually meticulous, he was now prostrating on the ground, praying constantly, looking like a complete fanatic. Sheriff Black sighed helplessly. What made him feel even more troubled was that the gatekeeper had not been dealt with yet, and it was very likely that another god would come. The foundation is in big trouble. Seeing that everyone looked so serious, Xiao was a little confused. Even if this old man is really that god, wasn't he also taken in by the foundation before? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Sheriff Blake's eyes also lit up. Yes, he saw the guy walking out of the containment room with his own eyes. If the foundation could contain him the first time, surely it could contain him the second time? Furthermore, since it is God loves the people of the world, maybe he will even lend a helping hand to the foundation? Who knows? The next scene that developed completely shattered Sheriff Black's fantasy. In the screen. The hour has come, the Lord intoned. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the valley. Came to the gatekeeper. Archangel Uriel bowed before him, lowering his flaming sword, his four luminous wings lowered in respect. Uriel, says the Lord. The time has come. Open the gates. Let my armies march across this planet. I have heard the will, and I obey your will, my Lord, and my God, said Uriel. The door slowly cracked open. Behind this door is the legion of angels from the Garden of Eden, thousands of shining creatures with open eyes and flashing red light. They raised their swords in their hands, chanted war songs, and countless shining lights rustled. Seeing this scene, the audience, who had just been so excited and thought that God had come to save the world, were suddenly stunned. A look of astonishment froze on his face. Each of them was like a goose with its neck strangled, unable to speak. The scene happening before their eyes and the words God just said were totally different from what they expected, that God came to save the world. Army? This. Has God abandoned his people? As if in response to the audience. In the screen. The Lord looked at the gatekeeper. Uriel, my servant, told your founder to prepare for the great terror of the Lord. The Lord says. The day has come. Be prepared. There is nothing you can do but wait. My armies sweep across the earth. Next I will summon the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. After the last judgment is unsealed, the great day of terror of the Lord is about to arrive. Heaven will come. Next. The light curtain was dyed blood red. A picture like a scroll of hell began to emerge in the light curtain. Members of the Foundation were seen dying on the coast in black combat gear. GOC members shouted, "The Global Occult Coalition must always be ready to fight all enemies for humanity." Saw the Foundation's activation of theological research and emergency theodicy suppression facilities. We saw God perform miracles, and then the army of angels and humans came into battle. There were starvation and death, and plague was rampant. Seeing the country destroyed and the family ruined, the beams on Mount Tai, and the corpses everywhere, it shows that the storm is coming and the endless sea of suffering is surging. I saw armies and monsters of the apocalypse, Ragnarok, and forgotten ancient myths sweeping across the earth. I saw 4 brides giving birth to horses of 4 different colors. Then the running horse spread death throughout the world. The old gods return and the new gods awaken. And many more are gearing up. The world finally came to an end. At this moment, the rationality of all the viewers in the chat group has been completely overwhelmed by fear. Everyone opened their mouths, but couldn't say a word. 3-body universe. Earth. Luoji stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, an emotion he had never experienced before spreading in his heart. No matter how powerful the anomalies or how difficult the situations were before, they were not as shocking as the scene in front of me. As he had said before, God brought his army and swept away the entire civilization on Earth. If all this is not reality, why is it so real? Luoji murmured. If all this is true, wouldn't the Foundation be destroyed? He didn't understand how it had come to this. Luoji shuddered for no apparent reason. Fear gradually took over his mind. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. The agents who were still praying had already stopped. Now he was staring at the light screen with lifeless eyes, feeling despair as if his faith had collapsed. Sheriff Blake looked at the light screen tremblingly, with mixed feelings in his heart. Perhaps the stag was contained in that absurd ritual, causing him to have a hallucination for a moment. The supreme deity doesn't seem that scary. However, when God led his army and easily destroyed a civilization, he took over. He then realized that, let alone the supreme divinity. Even when facing beings above divinity, humans are so powerless. In a moment, he even had a feeling of suffocation. He subconsciously thought, is this the end of it all? Who knew, at this moment? Xiao beside him exclaimed. Oh my God, what is that? Everyone looked at the light screen immediately, but suddenly found that the picture on the light screen seemed to be a little wrong. In the light curtain, God, and the army he led suddenly stopped. Next, everything started to replay like a disc, madly. The burning sea returned to calm, the destroyed civilization was silently rebuilt, and the dead stood up again. Everything seemed like a dream, in the end. The dream stopped at the very beginning. God heard a voice saying, it's time to start. So he walked out of the shelter and prepared to start his own kingdom of God. However, just then, the gears of fate began to turn. A voice seemed to have penetrated the endless abyss and exploded in his mind. The voice was calm and lazy. He said, I reject this story. SCP-343 suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked to find himself back in the containment room again. He stared blankly at the door. There was no one there. Like his blocked dream, the kingdom of God seemed to be moving away from her once again. Seeing this scene, countless creatures in the universe suddenly stood still. There is only one thought in everyone's mind. Who was the person who said that? Next, the comments in the chat group burst out like a tsunami. 0. Request flowers, 0. Whole of Kingshti. Who the hell is that guy? Is he the one who turned everything around? It's crazy, absolutely crazy. When I saw that doomsday scene, I thought everything was over, but unexpectedly, it didn't happen. So, everything we just saw was an illusion. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Guyi stared at the light screen blankly, wondering if he was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked again. In the light curtain, the god was still trapped in the holding room, in a daze. But Guyi soon realized that he was not hallucinating. Because the divine aura of that figure was so real. So, God really has the power to cause the destruction of the world. Is this possibility denied by that mysterious existence? He denied a K-class doomsday scenario? Such a result shocked Ancient One even more than if God destroyed the world. In an instant, countless doubts filled Guyi's mind. Who is the owner of that voice? How did he manage to deny a doomsday scenario? Just then, Guyi seemed to have seen something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. An incredible look suddenly appeared on his face. God's expression, is it fear? Not only her. Countless viewers also saw the expression on God's face. What is not fear? It's just that no one thought about this at first. After all, can God really be afraid? Yet, the fact is, God was indeed afraid. He no longer tried to leave the containment room. No longer trying to awaken my own army of angels. Don't try to continue the story that could have been completed. Finally, the scene returns to the valley again. The gatekeeper still kept his head raised and listened. Yet he did not hear Jehovah saying to him, "The hour has come." Instead, I heard the lonely sigh of Jehovah. The gatekeeper immediately knew that the end of the world did not come as originally planned. Then he folded his wings that were burning with blazing flames, and stopped swinging the huge sword in his hand, but slowly pointed it at the ground. The gatekeeper began to pray again, waiting for Jehovah's next declaration of war. Feeling the heat in the air gradually fade away. Be it Zeus, the Holy Lord, or the audience from all the heavens and worlds in the chat group, they were all stunned. Is this the end of containment? For a moment, everyone even felt that it was a little unreal. But if you think about it carefully, Uriel was appointed by God as the gatekeeper. Now that God himself has stopped fighting, there is no reason for him as the gatekeeper to continue fighting. Then, regarding the containment mission of the gatekeeper, it ended like this with a whimper. However, the audience was not as excited as before when the mission ended this time. Instead, a doubt filled everyone's mind and could not be shaken off. The one that prevented the K-class doomsday scenario. Who is it? Unfortunately, this doubt is destined to accompany them for a long time. Site 0. When Chu Yun heard the words, "containment completed," he was still a little dazed. That's right. He was the one who prevented the K-class doomsday scenario. This is the reward, perfection of cause and effect, obtained from the system last time. Thinking back to this containment mission, even he secretly smacked his lips. I thought it was just a simple interactive task, but I didn't expect it to develop to this extent. The gatekeeper under normal circumstances is actually just an ordinary divinity. In the interaction with 682, the gatekeeper swung his knife and knocked 682 away, eventually causing a huge hole to appear on 682's body, making it unable to move. Finally, they even asked the Foundation to take 682 away. If you are just a gatekeeper with this kind of performance, this interactive task will not be too difficult. That's right. In fact, the mission this time is not containment, but interaction. In other words, when the Lord and Zeus saw the door behind the gatekeeper, the mission is accomplished. Who knows? I don't know what went wrong. The gatekeeper actually awakened 343, which led to the development of the evolutionary doomsday version. In order to prevent things from getting worse, Chu Yun had to use the ability of cause and effect perfection. Fortunately, judging from the results, the effect is quite good. Ding. Containment Project Gatekeeper, containment completed. You will receive the following rewards. What happened in Site 0 is unknown. Chapter 56. Group Recruitment. Your recruitment can be changed from personal recruitment to organization or group recruitment. You gain the ability to summon an angel. On the road to Ascension, under your leadership, the Foundation has contained a divine entity, and you have gained a small amount of godhood. See here. Chu Yun was slightly stunned. Sure enough, the rewards for projects that use causal containment are not too generous. This is not surprising. If the perfection of cause and effect can be used for free, why would we need to recruit them? He alone can contain all anomalies. Just then, as if he had noticed something, his expression changed slightly. Sure enough, the revival of the Supreme Godhead has directly increased the combat power. The interactive mission this time is actually with that guy. I just hope I don't wake up his real body, otherwise. Seems to be a response to Chu Yun. Soon. That grand and solemn voice resounded throughout the universe once again. The seventh call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe is selected this time, Naruto Universe, Blackrobe Patrol Universe. Operators recruited this time, Danzo, Naruto Universe, Homelander, The Boys Universe. As the beep fades, the call-up has been settled. The audience from all over the world immediately started talking. Everyone was curious about the two operators selected this time. However, the expressions of the audiences in these two universes were very subtle at this moment. Naruto Universe. Konoha Village. What? Danzo was chosen. In the Hokage building, Tsunade was completely stunned. Danzo is currently on his way to the Land of Iron to hold the 573 5-cage tournament, but he didn't expect to be selected as a 1,000-member halfway through the journey. As the leader of Konoha's root organization, Danzo has always been cold-blooded and cruel, so he is not very popular. Now, after witnessing the horror of the Foundation universe, she really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for him. At the same time, the Iron Country. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke smashed the big tree next to him with one punch. After learning that Danzo was the culprit who exterminated the Uchiha clan, he has been planning how to take revenge. Now that he was about to find an opportunity to kill that BD, he learned that he was actually chosen. For a moment, a cold atmosphere spread out from him. Uchiha Obito on the side was looking at the light curtain with his eyes flashing. The boys' universe. Picketing inside the company building. The patrol team members looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little weird for a moment. Oh yeah. I don't know who cheered. This sound was like a signal, and it immediately spread throughout the building. Shenhai even cried like a child, muttering, "This BD is finally gone." Like Danzo, no one likes Homelander, the arrogant bully. They just hope that Homelander will die in the Foundation and never come back. People's sorrows and joys are not the same. The chosen Homelander and Danzo were already very disappointed at this time. In the screen. Looking around at the surrounding environment. After realizing that he was really selected by the Foundation, Homelander gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly FK. As a national hero, but also a bully. The people of my country may be bad, but they are definitely not stupid. He only bullies those who can't beat him, like his teammates. The locomotive, the deep sea, and the sun never utter a word. As for those he couldn't beat, such as the soldier boy, he would never take the initiative to provoke them. That's why he is so desperate. Because he can't defeat most of the objects contained in the Foundation universe. Danzo on the side narrowed his eyes and looked a little serious. As a veteran figure in Konoha Village, he no longer has much pursuit for strength. The only thing he was looking for. Only power. There is only one Hokage position. Now that the 5-cage conference has been convened. He convened the meeting on behalf of Tsunade, and this was the closest he had ever been to becoming Hokage. However, but he was selected by this conscription order from the heavens. The nameless anger continued in his heart. Of course, having seen how powerful the Foundation is, he would not be so arrogant as to think he could do whatever he wanted. Not to mention those divine beings. Even some of the operators he recruited before were a huge threat to him. He stared coldly at the station in front of him, wondering what he was thinking. Just then, above the sky, the solemn and low voice sounded again. The call ends, and the interactive mission begins. This interaction is abnormal, the door to another world. See here. The audience who were still discussing the operators were stunned. The gate to another world. Door? Door again? The audiences from all over the world now seem to be a little scared of the word door. Whether it was the gate of death or the gate of Eden. None of them is a simple existence. The former connected to a demonic world and even involved an evil god. The latter leads directly to the Garden of Eden, and once the gate is opened it will cause the end of the world. Who can guarantee that the gate to another world is safe this time? In the screen. Instead, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it is the gate of death or the Garden of Eden. As long as there is a door. It means that you don't have to face those terrifying existences from the beginning. It's better than facing the supreme divinity like the stag directly, right? Thinking like this. The files about the gate to another world also appeared in front of everyone. Contained item, gate to another world. Item hashtag, SCP-2317. Object class, data expunged. Object class is data expunged. Not only that. Everyone was surprised to find that there were 6 versions of the files related to 2317. And with each version update, the permissions required for viewing will be 1 level higher. Obviously. This is the security restriction that the Foundation has placed on its internal members. Only when you have the required permissions can you read the corresponding version. The chat group immediately started discussing. No, is it necessary? Isn't it just a file? Yes, if we really follow the order of authority, then wouldn't only the base supervisor be able to see the final version? Do you think this is done to protect those Foundation members who accidentally see it? Hiss, now that you put it that way, it seems possible. As they spoke, everyone turned their attention to the first version of the file again. There are only 2 short sentences above. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-2317 is to be stored in a 3mx3mx3m reinforced containment room at Containment Area 179. Armed guards must be on duty at all times to prevent any unauthorized intrusion. Description: SCP-2317 is a wooden door and door frame originally installed in the basement of a 19th century Massachusetts brownstone. Once the door is opened, anyone who passes through this door will be transported to another parallel reality. See here. Danzo and Homelander were both stunned. Especially Danzo, he read it over and over again. The frown on his face suddenly relaxed. He grinned and sneered, it really is just a door. He thought confidently, what if he really went through the door to another parallel reality? Do you really think I'm an ordinary person who is powerless? The fellow countrymen standing by were also secretly delighted. People who love to laugh really don't have bad luck. Soon, the screen turned to the second-generation archives. This time, there were some changes in the content of the archive. Object class changed from data expunged to Keter. When I saw the word Keter, whether it is the audience in the chat group or the 2 operators on the scene, everyone's expression changed. Especially Danzo, he looked at the contents of the file in disbelief. Isn't it data deletion? How did it become a Keter class containment again? Not only that, like the special containment procedures, there are 2 more paragraphs. All personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must undergo psychological counseling every 2 months after taking up their posts. Personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must undergo rigorous psychological testing before entering the site. These personnel must also meet the following conditions: score at least 72 on the Milgram obedience test, be unmarried, have no children, and demonstrate complete loyalty to the Foundation. During their time on duty, personnel assigned to SCP-2317 will wear face-covering helmets equipped with voice changers to conceal their identities. On-duty teams are not allowed to take off the above equipment in front of other team members. Rest time can only be spent in their respective single dormitories. These 2 inexplicable requirements are confusing. It's not surprising to require project personnel to be loyal to the Foundation, after all, the confidentiality level is high. But what the hell is it that armed guards must be unmarried, childless, and wear masks? As countless viewers were discussing this, the appearance of the next paragraph of content immediately made the chat group silent. 1D class personnel convicted of murder is to be assigned to SCP-2317 each month for the purpose of executing Procedure 220 Calabasas. During the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasas, at least 1 Level 3/2317 personnel must monitor the process via camera at all times. After the procedure is executed, all D-Class personnel must be returned to their original dormitories or have their explosive collars detonated. WTF? Destroy it directly after use by D-Class personnel? Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Nick Fury's face was grim. He finally knew what that wrong feeling was. Weird. The entire file, and everything described in it, gave him a lingering weird feeling. A kind of weirdness that seems to carry an indescribable atmosphere. Linked to the so-called 220 Calabasas process. An answer immediately came to mind. Ceremony. Nick Fury suddenly had an ominous guess. He looked at the light screen intently, eager to see more content. In the screen, the archive has reached its 3rd generation. Skip the previous part, which is similar to permission query. Everyone looked directly at the main text. As expected. This time, new content appeared in the description paragraph. Exploration of the alternate reality, SCP-2317 Prime, has been limited, but the area directly accessible via SCP-2317 is a salt pan with a radius of several thousand meters. 10 meters in front of SCP-2317, there are 7 pillars, referred to as SCP-2317A to SCP-2317EG, forming a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Each column is about 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters high. It is made of marble and has many incomprehensible reliefs. The artistic style of these reliefs does not match any known modern, historical, or prehistoric civilization. Ghost blows out the light universe. Tisk tisk, after all this time, there's probably a fight going on behind this, right? Fatty Wang was a little excited. We have never encountered such a fight as this one. Hu Bei frowned, and the corresponding images subconsciously emerged in his mind. The existence of reliefs indicates that there is civilization in this so-called parallel world. But what is this place used for? Surely Yang was also a little puzzled. This Keter-level containment object doesn't seem to be anything special. Until the last paragraph appears. The faces of the three of them turned pale at the same time. Addendum 1:220 Calabasas Procedure. Any misexecution of Procedure 220 Calabasas could result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. If any error or mistake occurs, 5.6 all personnel are to immediately withdraw from SCP-2317 and close the door. The containment chamber will be immediately sealed, and a Level 2 emergency will be reported to the O5 Council. Further instructions will be communicated to on-duty personnel in accordance with the Gallia Emergency Order. Seeing this content, the discussions of the audience from all over the world suddenly stopped. Countless creatures couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare at the light screen. The chat group immediately exploded. WTF? XK-class end-of-the-world scenario? This thing will also cause the end of the world. No, isn't this just a door? There are a few strange columns on the other side of the door. How can this cause the end of the world? It's crazy, absolutely crazy. No one expected that. Just now it was just an ordinary gate to another world. Now it has transformed. It could actually cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. But who is the most desperate? That must be Danzo as an operator. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. His heart roared. Where's the gate to another world? What about safety? No. I can't just go and die without knowing why. He looked at his fellow countryman who was also in a worried mood, and began to think in his mind. Of course, the people of our country don't know what Lao Deng is thinking. At this time, I can only pray silently in my heart. I hope the files in later versions won't be too exaggerated. Pity. His wish was doomed to fail. Because SCP-2317 involves more than just parallel worlds. There is a supreme divine being. No. Even the existence of two supreme divinities. Chapter 57. With the appearance of the 4th edition, new content comes into everyone's sight. This time, the last paragraph of the previous version of Special Containment Procedures was crossed out. In its place is a new piece of content. The above paragraph has been revised as follows: each month, one member of the team with Level 4/2317 security clearance will be assigned as a D-Class personnel to assist the Chief Master of Ceremonies. Individuals not holding Level 3 or higher clearance are to be informed that the assistant was selected from among the ordinary D-Class volunteers. All personnel directly involved in the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasas are to be informed of the facts. No one is allowed to participate in the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasas until they are informed that this assistant is not actually a D-Class personnel and will not be terminated by guards if they disobey orders. The Boys Universe. Although I am happy to see the Homelanders carrying out such a horrific project. But the new content still caused surprise among the superheroes. What? Replacing D-Class personnel with a team of Level 4 security clearance personnel, and even concealing their identities. Maeve couldn't accept this fact, and her face was full of confusion. The team members with Level 4 security clearance are all elite. Why should we waste them? The starlight on the side dimmed for a moment, and said uncertainly. Could it be to ensure that the ceremony would not go wrong? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. But if you think about it carefully, it seems possible. Because the archives clearly require that personnel participating in the ceremony must be absolutely loyal to the Foundation. And can those D-Class personnel on death row do this? Just then, the locomotive, who had been silent the whole time, asked in confusion, then, what is this so-called ceremony? As soon as the words fell, more content appeared on the screen. Performing Procedure 220 Calabasas requires 1-2 Foundation armed security personnel with Level 3 or higher clearance, referred to as guards. 2-1 Foundation personnel with level 4 or higher clearance, referred to as Master of Ceremonies. 3 A D-class personnel designated in accordance with special containment procedures, 02 referred to as Assistant. 4 Data expunged. 5 An obsidian knife, called Knife. 6 A silver sprinkler and holy water bowl filled with at least 500 c of water blessed by Abrahamic religions. The moment I saw this content, the audiences from all over the world were simultaneously thrown into a state of shock and doubt. Because of this strange ritual requirement, successfully brought back the scene that no one wanted to recall. Stag. To shelter the stag, the Foundation also prepared a grotesque and extremely twisted ritual. And that ceremony was to please the gods. If we follow this logic, it doesn't mean that this mission also involves divinity? Even the Supreme Godhead. As expected, more ritual requests emerged. 1 The MC, guards, and assistants open SCP-2317 and pass through to enter SCP-2317 Prime. The assistant will enter first, followed by the guards, and then the MC. The guards must keep an eye on the assistants at all times and may use lethal force if they attempt to escape. 7 Collect all materials, retrieve the obsidian knife, and all personnel return from SCP-2317, then immediately close the door. The ceremony has 7 steps. As the details of the 7 steps appeared, the atmosphere in the chat group became increasingly depressing. The bizarre rituals and strange procedures, constantly stimulating the nerves of every audience. An inexplicable fear suddenly spread throughout the heavens and the world. Next, the chat group exploded. FK. Another weird ritual like this. Is there another supreme deity? When I think of this, I think of the stag. The only one who could be pleased by such a ritual could be an evil god, right? So, this so-called door to another world actually connects to the space of an evil god. The audience in the chat group vented their inner fears crazily. By this time, no one will be naive enough to think that 2317 is just an ordinary door. Now, they just hope that the contents of the last 2 versions won't be too shocking. Naruto Universe. Evil God. As he muttered this word, Uchiha Obito frowned. In fact, there are gods in the world they live in. The former Akatsuki member Phaeton believed in an evil god, and even all his power came from the evil god. But there are also differences between evil gods. Recalling the terrifying stag that had appeared before, Uchiha Obito sneered in his heart. He also had no favorable impression of Danzo. Just then, the 5th edition of the file finally appeared on the light curtain. The series of verification procedures did not bore the audience. However, the extremely heavy emotions still made everyone feel breathless. Every time a version is updated, the emergence of each new content makes this emotion more intense. The audiences in the universe felt as if they had really passed through doors to other worlds, constantly approaching that ultimate existence. The contents of the 5th edition appear. The audience quickly scanned the repeated content and finally stopped at the description column. On the extra content, SCP-2317-AG extends 200 meters underground, into SCP-2317-H. SCP-2317-H is a spherical space with a diameter of 100 kilometers, located underground directly below SCP-2317-AG, and is made of the same material as SCP-2317-AG. SCP-2317-H contains SCP-2317-K, referred to as the entity. Deep underground, 100 meters in diameter, contains a entity. The moment they saw this content, the audience from all over the world took a deep breath at the same time. Their worst fears seems to be becoming a reality. As if responding to their conjecture, more content appears. The following information is obtained from seismic analysis, ground-penetrating radar and direct observation. Entity appears to be an extremely large, obese humanoid creature, with an estimated standing height of over 200 kilometers. Branch-like horns jutted out from its head, and its face had no jaw. Its entire body is covered with countless overlapping scales. 7 heavy hooks are embedded in the entity's back, each of which is connected to the bottom of 7 pillars at the top of the space by an iron chain. The moment this information appeared, all the viewers in the chat group were stunned. Next, all living beings in the heavens and the world were suddenly in an uproar. Whole of Kingshti. A 200-kilometer tall humanoid entity. Damn it, It's ridiculously huge. Such a being must be a divine entity. Divinity? At least it's the existence of the supreme divinity. Crazy, absolutely crazy. There was a lot of debate in the chat group. The boys' universe. All the members of the Black Robe Patrol team looked at the light curtain with slightly trembling eyes. If it is really as described in the information, then this huge humanoid entity was originally a divine being. But here comes the problem. Such a terrifying existence. How was it contained? Or even imprisoned in this strange place? All the team members couldn't help but reveal puzzlement on their faces. However, on the other side, Huey's focus was different from everyone else's. He stared at the screen, his eyes fixed on the last sentence. At the time of writing, 6 of the chains have been broken or damaged, and only 1 remains intact. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. If this iron chain is the measure to contain the supreme divinity, now the iron chain is broken and only the last one is left. Doesn't it mean that? As if he had thought of something, Huey's face suddenly lost all color. XK class end of the world scenario. He murmured. An inexplicable fear gradually engulfed him. In the screen, the calculating look on Danzo's face no longer existed. Instead, there is despair and hopelessness. A 200-kilometer-tall obese humanoid. Even if it is not the supreme divinity, or even cannot reach divinity, it is not something that a mere ninja can resist. Faced with such an existence, all his thoughts and calculations seemed to become a joke. At this moment, the countryman next to him seemed to see something. Suddenly he yelled, "FK!" Danzo's heart trembled suddenly. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction of the sound. When his eyes scanned the revised ritual content at the back, his heartbeat suddenly stopped, as if it was being fiercely grasped by a pair of invisible hands. To the point that even his soul seemed to be frozen. In Appendix 1, the 4th item that was deleted in the original ceremony appeared. 1 live male domestic chicken, recommended to be caged to prevent accidents upon entering SCP-2317 Prime, referred to as chicken. No one cares why the ritual requires a chicken. Because everyone's attention was focused on the following paragraph. Even though it was just a few short sentences, it was like a magnet. It attracts everyone's attention. 3 After completing 1 circumambulation of SCP-2317 AG, the Master of Ceremonies will sprinkle holy water on the assistant from head to toe, while reciting the following passage: 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King. 6. After completing 1 circumambulation of SCP-2317 AG, the assistant will walk up to the stone in the center of the circle and pour the remaining mixture of blood and holy water onto the central sand and salt debris, while reciting the following passage: blood for the old gods, holy water for the new. Star Iron Universe. The deepest part of the universe. The Fulai star god who had long since returned sat quietly on the Yaotai. However, judging from the chaotic energy turbulence around her, her heart was not as calm as she appeared to be. Even though 3 missions have passed since being selected. However, Fulai still remembers the experience of that mission vividly. As the memory star god, even his own original destiny power was dissolved by Ananda Shesha. In the end, if the administrator had not resurrected him, his existence might have been forgotten. For him who controls the destiny of memory, he records everything, without aversion or favoritism, and it is precisely because of this that he has been able to survive. It is because of this that she understands how terrifying the concept of death is. Among all destinies, the destiny power of the Void Star God is closest to death. But even the Void Star God can only face divine beings at best. So, after realizing that his power as a star god was not enough to fight against the abnormality of that world, he finally chose to return. At this time, some other star gods in the universe also appeared beside him. Divinity, supreme divinity. It's amazing that there are so many different kinds of existence in this universe. And the Foundation, which looks like an organization founded by ordinary people, is able to accommodate those who even I find dangerous. The greedy star god, Abelos, looked at the light screen with a little emotion. As the greedy star god, his size is huge even in the sea of stars. With just one mouth, it can even swallow planets. He is the thirsty drinker of all worlds, the insatiable devourer, the thinking black hole. It is a dual existence that is both a star god and an ancient beast. His power is far greater than that of the star god Fulai. Therefore, he believed that the return of the star god Fulai was only because he was not strong enough. However, when the name Crimson King appeared behind the light curtain, the star gods who were just discussing, suddenly, there was a strange silence. The Crimson King. These 4 short words. Even if you just recite it silently in your heart, you will feel a soul-trembling chill. It seemed like a memory from fate. Instinct from the star god. The gluttonous star god, Oberos, fell silent. He sensed a malice coming from the depths of the universe. The smile of the joyful star god Aha froze on his face. He didn't find enough fun, but realized that, if I continue to think about the existence behind this name, he is likely to be the greatest joy. All the star gods subconsciously looked at the star god of wisdom, Ba-Shai-Zun. Originally a stellar computer that could answer all questions, it was upgraded from a machine to a stellar intelligence. He can comprehend the universe and unravel the mystery of all things. In panic, they tried to get an answer from the intelligent star god that would stop them from continuing to live in fear. Little did they know. At this time, the sanity of the intellectual star god was on the verge of collapse. As the star god of the collapse universe, he certainly cannot spy on the existence of the Foundation universe. However, the moment the term Crimson King appeared in his consciousness, in his mind, there were countless civilizations shouting frantically. The roaring voice continued to chant. He is a creature of unusual rotation. From many different eras, throughout the universe. He is the memory of a lost world. Memories of the pre-modern world. It manifests itself as a hatred of modernity, a hatred of this new humanity and sneer that marks our daily existence. He is forged from the perfect balance of irreconcilable anomalies in our broken minds. He is an entity created by overwhelming, inescapable tension. It is the howl of the old world facing the cold, gray, and meaningless new world. He is the revenge of our lost past. Chapter 58. No. Can't think anymore. The star god of wisdom, Ba-Shai-Zun, was on the verge of collapse, but he managed to regain his sanity in time. Damn it. What on earth is this? Just chanting his name can have such a horrible polluting power, even capable of polluting the star gods. The Crimson King. The Crimson King. F. He is definitely not some ordinary supreme deity. He cannot be defined at all. All the curiosity in the star god of intelligence has now been completely replaced by fear. At this moment, he felt an emotion he had never felt since becoming an intelligent star god. Fear. That's right. It's fear. The star gods standing by almost lost their lives when they saw that the star god of wisdom just said Crimson King. He immediately gave up the idea of finding out. The greedy star god no longer wanted to go to that universe. The joyful star god also gave up the idea of having fun. The only person who had participated in the containment of SCP-3000 was Fuli, the star god of memory, who regained his sanity after a brief moment of fear. Wrong. The Scarlet King cannot be imprisoned. It is even more impossible for the Crimson King to appear directly in the Foundation universe. His true self does not need to descend at all. Otherwise, just a gaze. The civilization of this universe will collapse. In this case, what exactly is SCP-2317? What is his connection with the Crimson King? Thinking of this, memory turbulence appeared again around the memory star god. Super God universe. Carl, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly stood up. A pair of eyes filled with fear. He also felt the same malice as the star god of wisdom, Ba-Shai-Zun. The malice is so pure and direct. However, his fearful interest soon faded. Instead there was ecstasy and shock. This is the real ultimate fear. As the ultimate fear that Carl has been looking for all his life, in his opinion. No matter how the civilization of the main biological world develops, it will encounter some kind of irresistible interference. As a result, it is impossible to cross over and is always trapped in a corner without seeing the whole picture. He even speculated that the universe could not accommodate the highest wisdom. Because they are restricted to death, no matter what the people in the main biological world do, it is in vain, and they cannot understand things at a higher level. At this moment, all his conjectures were confirmed. The Crimson King. He is the revenge of the previous civilization. The tension between the times. The barbaric hatred of modernity. He is the ultimate fear of the universe. Carl immediately fell into an ecstasy and shock that he couldn't extricate himself from. At the same time, the entire audience in the Zushin chat group was also completely shocked. Shit. Is he really a supreme deity? Crimson King, damn it, as soon as I think of this name, I feel as if my soul is trembling. How powerful is this existence? The most important thing is it possible to contain such an existence? What exactly is the entity in SCP-2317? Could it be that the one being taken in is actually another supreme deity? As soon as this was said, the entire chat group suddenly fell silent. At this time, more new content appeared. Addendum 2317-2, History, SCP-2317 was first discovered in 1922, by data expunged. The object was subsequently moved to Temporary Containment Area 17. The object was moved to Containment Area 179 in 1982, where it remains until the time of this writing. When first discovered, 4 of the 7 chains were broken and 3 were intact. The breaking of the 5th chain in XX directly led to a data expunged event in our world. The 6th chain broke in XX, which led to more data expunged events, ultimately causing the deaths of 2 million people. 2 million. Just one broken chain led to the death of 2 million people? Are you crazy? Naruto Universe. Looking at the shocking numbers on the screen, a gleam of horror flashed in the eyes of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, and the whole person looked like he was struck by lightning. 2 million people? 2 million people in the entire world. Even if the number of people who died in the 3 previous Ninja World Wars was added together, there weren't that many. Such a terrifying existence. It's just a Keter level containment? She just wanted to say. Is this guy really not the real body of the Crimson King? What made him even more breathless was that there are 7 chains in total, and now it seems that only the last one is left, which is about to fall apart. She looked at the light curtain tremblingly. When my eyes scanned the last paragraph, fear suddenly overwhelmed her. After repairing the supplementary text recovered during containment, it was found that Procedure 220 Calabasas is an effective means of maintaining containment, and can be maintained until an effective method of repairing the chain is recovered or discovered. Containment procedures revised to implement Procedure 220 Calabasas. Since records show that the sequence of data expunged events increases exponentially in lethality, it can be inferred that the breaking of the last chain CSCP-2317G will result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Therefore, everything possible must be done to ensure the successful execution of the 220 Calabasas process. This concludes the 5th edition. However, the entire universe lost the ability to speak at the same time. An invisible terror seemed to penetrate the veil between the universes and descend upon them. 01460310 Fula 1931933291. Shock. Fear. Despair. Soon. It is the explosion of emotions accumulated to the extreme. The entire Zushin chat group suddenly exploded, and countless speeches emerged in the chat group like a volcanic eruption. Oh my god, each section of the iron chain can cause a world-class disaster, and even 2 million people will die because of it. Didn't you notice? The most serious problem is that there is only one left, and the damage caused by the disaster is increasing exponentially. Another supreme deity who can trigger an XK-class doomsday scenario at will. Is there any hope for this world? Now I understand why this file must be kept secret. If ordinary Foundation employees saw it, they would probably be so desperate that they would commit suicide. In the light curtain, Danzo's heart sank to the bottom. He felt as if his legs had lost their strength and kept sliding down. If he wasn't so proud that he didn't allow himself to make a fool of himself in front of others, he would even want to give up this mission to the Foundation. He didn't care what would happen if there was only one chain left and it broke. He only cares about one thing. That damn entity. If SCP-2317K, the giant humanoid entity, loses all restraints, what happens? When he thought of that scene, cold sweat wet his back. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Damn it, how on earth did such a being get contained by the Foundation? Uncle Long looked at the number and felt sick. In the face of such absolute strength, it is impossible for modern human weapons to hurt him, right? Dad. Uncle Long looked at his father aggrievedly. Dad adjusted his glasses and said unhappily, "You made a mistake." As he spoke, he pointed at the light curtain and said slowly, "Nowhere in the archives does it say that the Foundation contained SCP-2317K. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Uncle Long suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yes. It seems that what the Foundation has contained is only the door leading to this space. And those stone pillars seemed to have been discovered only after the Foundation entered the door. In other words, this space has been imprisoned with SCP-2317-K since it was discovered. Thinking of this, Uncle Long said excitedly, "Yes. If those people can contain SCP-2317-K once, they can contain him a second time." Hearing this, Dad shook his head helplessly. With a long sigh. If possible, there wouldn't be only one iron chain left. He is far less optimistic than others. Looking at the screen, waiting for the last version of the file to appear. He was a little out of breath. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the public, the last version of the archives appeared in Guangxiu's Heishan. But before watching, at the beginning of the file, there appeared a shocking warning written in red. "Attention, impersonating a member of the Overseer Council will result in immediate execution. If you entered your login information incorrectly, you now have 10 seconds to exit this page before a lethal visual security meme is activated. Otherwise, please enter your personal authorization key. Please note that failure to enter the correct key within 60 seconds will result in a mobile task force being dispatched to your location degree. See here." An indescribable feeling of tension came over me. This time, the content of the archive has completely changed. Item hashtag, SCP-2317. Special Access Designation, Codename, Nightmare Regent Red. Special Containment Procedures, not applicable. Everyone was stunned by the watch header, which was completely different from the previous 5 versions. Fear grew in everyone's hearts. Description: SCP-2317 is an ancient entity known as, the name intentionally obliterated, the Devourer of Worlds. The Arakesh Codex states that it was captured and imprisoned by the occultists of Arakesh circa 1894 BCE. The Devourer of Worlds. The occultist of Arakesh? See here. The audience in the chat group were shocked beyond words. Even SCP-2317, the so-called gate to another world, isn't real? And SCP-2317-K, the 200-kilometer-tall giant humanoid entity. It's actually called the Devourer of Worlds. For a time, the entire universe began to discuss it. Collapse Iron Universe. The deepest part of the universe. A group of star gods looked at the star god Tanjian in silence, and the atmosphere was a little weird. It's no wonder that the star gods reacted this way. Because of SCP-2317-K, the Devourer of Worlds. This name is very similar to the Tanjian star god. Insects and ants are to birds, hares are to wolves and dogs, stardust is to black holes, and all realms are to gluttony. Could it be that this Devourer of all worlds is also a being that can devour all worlds? Don't forget, he is not a star god, but a supreme deity. Aha's speech ended the conversation. The Tanjian star god fell into silence. He was already feeling lucky that he was not chosen to participate in this mission. In the picture, there seems to be an excerpt from the Holy Book of Arakesh. Then Keshpeth led his army of 10,000 into the realm above the clouds, where they fought a great battle with the Devourer, may his name be forever forgotten. Then Keshpeth and his 10,000-strong army forged 7 chains of spirits, all of which were named after the terrible Devourer, may his name be forever forgotten, the 7th bride Jasp. The bones of Tar were forged to bind him within the pearl of the father of secret keepers, who dwells in the mirror of salt beneath the ocean realm. Keshpeth decrees that the gate to the distant land be forever sealed, lest the terrible Devourer, may his name be forever forgotten, have a way to our world. See here. The following picture subconsciously appeared in everyone's mind. The gigantic Devourer of Worlds stood on the ground, its upper body rising into the clouds. In the midst of breathing, the world is crumbling. At this time, countless armies of occultists invaded the cloud realm. There we will fight the Devourer of Worlds. Mystics fought bloody battles. The battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and gloomy. Final. The blood dyed the earth red. The huge Devourer of Worlds was also imprisoned in an alien space by the mystics using special chains. Until today. Niu Zhao Zhao. The majestic picture and tragic story. It deeply touched every audience. It's awe-inspiring. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. In other words, the Devourer of Worlds was imprisoned by a group of humans thousands of years ago. Natasha said this with disbelief written all over her face. She couldn't imagine it at all. How that group of mystics fought the devourer of worlds in the clouds and eventually imprisoned it. That was before Christ. Without modern technology. No mobile task force. Relying only on the flesh and blood of scholars. Nick Fury standing by was also in awe. However, he looked at the light curtain. His eyes were fixed on the number 7. I couldn't help but recall the 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Crimson King, mentioned in the previous files. He couldn't help wondering. Why are they all 7? 7. What is the connection with the Crimson King? It is not clear how the Golden Arrow Society opened the way to the universe Kappa Arakesh, nor is there motivation for doing so. It has been confirmed that the breaking of the first 4 chains binding the Devourer was purely accidental. After the dissolution of the previous society, the Our Founders Society took control of the project, and the organization dissolved itself after several unsuccessful attempts to repair the damage. Accident? Seeing this word, the audience in the chat group was confused and puzzled. What shocked them even more was that this chain was forged by mystics thousands of years ago, but even the Foundation can't repair it. That said, isn't it that the so-called 220 Calabasas procedure is the only means to limit the Devourer of Worlds? Who knows? Just then, Dr. Clef appeared. He said something that no audience in the universe had expected. Chapter 59. In fact, the Devourer of Worlds has been identified as a lower-level projection of the Crimson King. As soon as this was said, the entire universe fell silent. Immediately, the entire chat group exploded. WTF? The Devourer of all heavens is just a lower-level projection of the Crimson King. Even the lower projections are supreme divinities? Then what kind of existence is the Crimson King? I'm stunned. If a sealed lower-level projection can cause an XK-class doomsday scenario, then if the Crimson King appears, wouldn't it be? The audience was simply stunned. In the screen, Danzo and Homelander were silent for a long time before they came to their senses. Especially Danzo. His face looked extremely ugly. Finally, he plucked up the courage to ask a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Is that ritual used to please the Devourer of Worlds, or the Crimson King? When he mentioned the name Crimson King, his tone couldn't help but lower. As if afraid of attracting the attention of that being. The people of the motherland also pricked up their ears. This question represents the ultimate difficulty of this task. Who knows? Dr. Clef showed his signature Cheshire Cat smile, and even looked at the two of them with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Danzo and Homelander's hearts were in their throats for a moment. Then, I heard the answer. The 220 Calabasas program itself is actually useless. What? WTF? Danzo and Homelander exclaimed at the same time. Especially Danzo, he was so scared that he took 2 or 3 steps back, his face first turned pale, and then turned extremely red. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Rituals are useless for containment. Hearing this, my father secretly said, as expected. After learning that the Devourer of Worlds was a lower-level projection of the Crimson King, he had similar speculations. This is a very simple truth. How could a being of such a high level like the Crimson King pay attention to a group of humans performing a strange ritual? He is not a supreme deity who is completely unthinking like the stag. He is more like an idea. An unusually swirling creation. As for the Devourer of Worlds, that is SCP-2317-K. He has already been imprisoned by those mystics with 7 chains. Wouldn't it be unnecessary to come up with a weird ritual? In the light curtain, Danzo's defense was somewhat broken. Since it is useless, why? To stabilize morale? Dr. Clef responded without hesitation. In order to achieve the realism of 970, we even deliberately forged some special containment procedures, such as adding ritual magic elements. Incorporate elements of mainstream religious rituals. Incorporating elements of other known paranormal organizations. Added descriptions of nearby but unrelated supernatural entities. Enhance information security on the specific steps of the procedure, and appeal to conventional memes that believe high-energy nuclear weapons can effectively eliminate anomalous entities. Every time Dr. Clef said something, the color on everyone's face faded. In the end, the color drained from everyone's face. Danzo was even more distraught and on the verge of collapse. Procedure 220 Calabasas is essentially useless on its own. Its primary purpose is to reduce anxiety among team members until a more permanent containment procedure can be found. As soon as this was said, Danzo closed his eyes in despair. This concludes the file on SCP-2317. Danzo and Homelander even wanted to commit suicide. Not to mention the Crimson King, even the Devourer of Worlds is not something they can handle. How to proceed with this task? Oh, the mission. Dr. Clef seemed to have just remembered his job. Your mission is to enter SCP-2317 and examine the 7th chain of SCP-2317-K. Danzo, Homelander. Dr. Clef seemed not to notice and continued. All indications are that final containment failure will occur within the next century of this writing. Average interval between failures is approximately 30 years. All attempts to repair or replace the chains have failed. So, we need you to check the last chain. Dr. Clef seemed to curl his lips and said, although I also think this is meaningless. For a time, the audience in the chat group looked at Danzo and Homelander with strange and anxious eyes. Danzo almost vomited blood. The audience was not given any time to react. The next second, the picture suddenly changed. When it appears again, Danzo and Homelander have reached a door. The door was large and simple, as if it were set into a stone wall in the basement. Obviously, this is the door to the alternate universe where SCP-2317 is imprisoned. Boom. The door was pushed open, and Danzo and Homelander walked in with their eyes closed. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived at an endless salt field. The sky is low and the clouds are dark. Danzo and Homelander spotted the stone pillar shrouded in gloomy clouds almost immediately. As soon as he saw the stone pillar, Danzo's heart was filled with unbearable fear. If you only read the first version of the file, this emotion might not appear. Unfortunately, he saw the last edition. He knew very well what kind of terrifying existence was hidden beneath this peaceful scene. The two of them walked one after the other, as if they were heading to a cemetery, and came to the stone pillar. As described in the archives, the stone pillars at the root of the field form a circle with an open diameter. Each pillar is about 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters high, and 6 of them have varying degrees of damage. And on the middle pillar, there is a large hole similar to the entrance of a stairwell. The cave seemed bottomless and it was pitch black inside. The audience felt as if their souls were being devoured after just a few glances. Danzo and his countrymen looked at each other, sighed, slowly stepped onto the downward building. Dida! Dida! The sound of their footsteps echoed in the corridor, and even their breathing could be heard clearly. Walking on this dark and long building, the immersive effect made everyone feel their scalp tingling. Naruto Universe. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Danzo in the light curtain, feeling mixed emotions. There is the pleasure of seeing the enemy in a desperate situation. And there is also fear of that terrifying existence. His emotions made him desperately hope that the Devourer of Worlds could be resurrected immediately and then completely devour Danzo. However, reason kept warning him that the appearance of that thing would be of no benefit to anyone. In the end, rationality prevailed over sensibility. The boys' universe. Feeling the pressure getting closer and closer, all the team members looked solemn. At this moment, the fear of the Devourer of Worlds outweighed the hatred for the people of his homeland. As much as I hate that guy, I still hope that there's nothing wrong with the 7th chain. Seeing everyone looking over, Shenhai shrugged and said casually. After all, no one wants to see the Supreme Being move. In the screen, the hearts of the people of the motherland are in their throats. As the captain of the Black Robe Patrol, he has a body that is stronger than human beings. Not only can it fly, it also has a pair of eyes that can emit destructive rays. But this superpower that he was so proud of in the past could not bring him any sense of security at this moment. Especially when a dark shadow like a mountain appeared in his sight. The fear in his heart instantly reached its peak. He saw. Danzo saw it too. Seeing that huge body like a mountain. The Devourer of Worlds. He was like a mountain just sitting there. His whole body was covered with a thick layer of black scales. The strange face without a jaw has forked sharp horns. He sat there. Calm. Solemn. Like a huge Shura statue. It also looks like an evil god that could break free at any time. The most important thing is the 7 huge chains behind him that penetrate deep into his body. At this point, all 6 roots have been severed, leaving only the root that is shaky and crumbling. According to the mission requirements, Danzo and Homelander, ACEF, should have completed the mission at this time. However, what was surprising was that Danzo seemed to be possessed at this moment, standing there stupidly, unable to move. At this time, what Danzo saw was not what the audience saw. The moment I saw the seventh chain, he felt as if his soul was being pulled into the darkest and most terrifying space in the universe. He heard the coldest, darkest howl. He saw hatred, he saw the most primitive evil and barbarity. He saw his unfathomable will hidden behind everything. Not the Devourer of Worlds, but the Crimson King. The Devourer of Worlds is not a projection. He is just a poor. The entity recognized by the public as the Scarlet King is then branded with the supreme divinity that bears his mark. He saw the king's voice raging under a crimson sky. He saw 7 chains, 7 brides, 7 seals, 7 times 7. In the end, his entire life was defined by this number. It tortured him. His soul began to roar, and his mind began to disappear. When everything is about to end, he vaguely heard Dr. Clef's voice. Mission accomplished. Pa. He seemed to hear a snap of fingers. Crisp, light. But it brought back his almost lost sanity. Sight 0. Chu Yun looked at everything that Danzo had experienced in his mind with a slightly surprised look on his face. This guy actually saw the Red King through the Devourer of Worlds. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. No, it's not so much that he saw the Red King, but rather that the Red King in this world accidentally glanced at him. Just one glance and this guy was almost wiped out. Tisk tisk, he is worthy of being the Red King who can be called a superior existence among the supreme divinities. Looking back at the experience of this mission, even Chu Yun had to sigh that Danzo's luck was really bad. Originally, one only needed to take a look at the Devourer of Worlds and leave. As a result, this guy happened to see the 7th lock. Chain 7. It is the cardinality corresponding to the Crimson King. As a result, he was contaminated with the Red King's aura, and his consciousness was blown up by the huge amount of data. Not to mention Danzo, even Chu Yun doesn't want to deal with such an existence at this stage. You should know that the original Foundation tried to figure it all out. They put the entire universe into a box, and the Crimson King is the world's resistance to this. 3125 Behind all the inexplicable things such as Lou Murphy and the 7 corners, there is his unfathomable will. He is the voice in the wind, and not to accept him is the best acceptance. Fortunately, although there were some unexpected events in the mission, it was not completed. Ding. Interactive project Gate to Another World, Containment completed. You will receive the following rewards. The kindness of the Supreme Godhead, the Contained Godhead and the Supreme Godhead will have a chance to help the Foundation, and the probability of the appearance of kind-hearted Godhead and the Supreme Godhead increases. Interstellar equipment is complete. The Foundation can now detect abnormal existence in space and obtain containment conditions. You gain the ability to teleport from the contained object, Gate to Another World. Looking at the reward for this mission, Chu Yun looked a little surprised. I thought such a simple task wouldn't get much reward. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. The most precious one is the first one. Being able to obtain the kindness of the Supreme Deity, even if there is only a tiny chance, is extremely precious. Recalling the previous appearances of the Divine and Supreme Divine. Ananda Shesha, the Gatekeeper, God, the Stag, and this time the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King. Which one of them is not capable of causing a K-class doomsday scenario at any time? Not to mention that there are many more powerful beings among the Supreme Godhead. For example, Yaldabaoth, the Broken God, the Pattern Screamer, the 5th Starfish, the 7-horned Devouring Spirit. As for the Void Emperor, poisonous snakes, butterflies, etc. From the perspective of the Foundation at this stage, the appearance of these entities would almost be a catastrophe. Fortunately, these scary guys haven't had time to show up yet, huh? As if sensing something, Chu Yun's expression changed, and then suddenly became interesting. No way. Whatever you think will happen. At the same time. Staff Department. A group of operators looked at the distraught Danzo and Homelander and whispered to each other. This guy is really unlucky, isn't he? Deadpool touched Saitama's shoulder and gloated. Now it seems that we have got a good deal. Zhang Hulan also nodded in agreement. Who says it's not true? From the fire lizard to the witch demon girl, the difficulty of containing them is on a different level. He curled his lips, not to mention the big eel, the stag, and this deep, red king behind. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed, if things continue like this, I dare not imagine how terrifying things will appear. Who knows? Just as the voice fell, a familiar and majestic voice rang out from the sky. The 8th call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe extracted this time, Collapse Iron Universe. Operator recruited this time, 9, Broken Iron Universe. The dust has settled. This time, no one regrets not being selected anymore. Instead, he was surprised by the operators selected this time. Because the operators selected this time. It's from the Collapse Universe again? Could it be another star god? If it is a star god, then the target of this containment is another supreme divinity? Invisible panic and fear spread throughout the heavens and all realms. Chapter 60. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. What? Looking at the familiar name on the screen, Haida jumped up from his chair as if he was pricked by a needle. Why did you choose our universe again? Dash. Why did you choose the star array again? And he is, the Void Star God. You should know that. He is almost the strongest among all the star gods. He can make himself so meaningless that the system cannot even detect his presence. If he wanted to, he could even destroy the entire universe. The deepest part of the universe. All the star gods have completely fallen into inexplicable panic. Especially the memory star god Fuli, who had already been to the Foundation. For beings in some universes who seek to transcend their limits, they might think that going to the Foundation is a good thing. But for Fuli, who had experienced death once, the Foundation is a hell where even gods can barely survive. The power of the Foundation world. Even these star gods cannot be compared to them. He originally thought that after he was chosen, the universe would be exempted from collapse. But now it seems that this idea is just his wishful thinking. But why is it the Void Star God? Fuli sighed. Finally, information about this containment appeared on the light curtain. The call ends, and the interactive mission begins. This interaction is abnormal, pattern screamer. The sound like a huge bell spread throughout the universe. At the same time, a shadow also appeared inside the Foundation's site. As one of the strongest among the star gods. The Void Star God has no entity. He is like a shadow, he does not exist as long as you do not pay attention to him. He is like a black hole. As long as you look at him, everything is being pulled towards nothingness. He is ignorant and desireless, chaotic and disorderly. He is blind, he is foolish. He is not conscious of his own existence. He just exists there objectively, resisting, struggling, beautiful, and ugly. Everything is meaningless because it will all return to nothingness. A group of operators looked at this strange existence and whispered to each other. Damn it, why do I feel like I have no desire to live after looking at him? Deadpool yelled. When Zhang Hulan heard this, he quickly avoided his gaze and said with lingering fear. I was wondering why I suddenly felt something strange, it turned out to be him who did it. Even the Empress, who usually kept her emotions to herself, looked at the Void Star God with a little surprise. In addition to the Memory Star God in the Benkta universe, there is actually such a magical existence. However, recalling the previous time, it was also an example of a single call-up. She had a bad feeling in her heart. She looked at the light curtain and murmured. Pattern screamer. Finally, the current file appeared on the screen. However, unexpectedly, the first thing that appeared was not the previous files, but a prompt. Warning, since the interactive object has unlimited conceptual capabilities, any viewing, understanding, thinking, imagining, etc. of its existence will cause the object to expand without rules. The Heavens Recruitment Order has temporarily blocked the extension of this conceptual capability in the universe of the heavens at the narrative level. The moment I saw this warning from the Heavens Calling Order, the audience who had just been talking about it were suddenly stunned. Jackie Chan Adventures Universe. District 13. The agents were all confused. Uncle Long, what does this mean? Xiao asked in confusion. She was young and inexperienced, and found it difficult to understand such abstract explanations. Uncle Long suppressed his inner fear. After a moment's hesitation, he explained. You think of it as a demon, and this demon has a power that the more people know about it, the more powerful it becomes. Xiao seemed to understand, frowned, and said, "This doesn't sound that great, does it?" Uncle Long's face froze when he heard this. He opened his mouth, and finally let out a bitter smile. He didn't answer, but looked at the light curtain. This was the first serious warning from the heavens calling order. This made him realize that the danger of this project might be far greater than any previous one. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Any behavior of watching, understanding, thinking, imagining, etc. of its existence will cause the project to expand without rules. Natasha read word by word, the color on her face faded little by little, and fear and horror gradually surged into her heart. She looked at the others in shock, muttering. "And, this ability has no upper limit. It's simply a conceptual god." Nick Fury's face was also so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. He simply couldn't imagine how terrifying the existence of this idealistic concept of God was. Collapse Iron Universe. Inside the Black Tower space station. Seeing the short sentence in the warning, Haida's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, then suddenly stopped, and he looked stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. One of the strongest star gods was summoned again. She anticipated that this project might not be easy. But she didn't expect that. The pattern screamer is so terrifying. Could it be that this is another supreme deity? First, the Black Tower felt powerless. In the face of this existence, all technological means, the power of destiny, and even the star gods cannot compete. Despair. It quietly emerged in her heart. The warning brought a complete shock to the universe. Same. It also made countless viewers' curiosity about the pattern screamer reach its peak. They were eager to know what kind of existence could possess such abstract and powerful conceptual abilities. Finally, the files about pattern screamer appeared on the light screen. Item number, SCP-CN. Object class, 6, Universe Top Secret. Containment level, Confidential. Disturbance level, Amida 5. Secondary level, Drigini. Seeing this long list of information and file formats never before seen, countless audiences instantly felt an invisible power. Obviously, this time, no matter how much the Foundation values it or the project specifications, none of the previous projects can compare. More content appeared on the screen. Special containment procedures. The object is currently under formal investigation by the Overwatch Council to determine its authenticity, so it is classified as Drigini. Before the Supervisory Council and the responsible MTF-000, Nameless Flower, confirm the authenticity of SCP-CN, any research activities that have not been approved by the above units must be immediately shut down and the positions of the participants must be revoked. Information about SCP-CN that is known to personnel without Level 6 or special clearance should be immediately erased, including but not limited to termination, to prevent the spread of SCP-CN. See here. The contents of the archives once again confirmed the authenticity and necessity of the previous warnings. But at the same time, it also aroused the audience's curiosity once again. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Haida looked at the contents on the light screen, temporarily suppressed his inner throbbing, and analyzed secretly. It seems that this project has been taken over by the Foundation since it appeared. They even sent a mobile task force to take charge of this. There was a complex look in Haida's eyes. In addition to shock and fear, she was also somewhat curious. How terrifying is this pattern screamer? Who knows? When her eyes saw the new content appearing on the light screen, she braked suddenly, her eyes flashing with astonishment in the darkness. Humanity's research on basic physics needs to be strictly monitored. If there is any suspected theory involving SCP-CN, the Foundation must intervene and erase the theory immediately. When the operation to erase the theory related to SCP-CN fails, it is necessary to use all available units to modify the known physical system in the public's cognition according to the situation. If necessary, it is allowed to destroy the existing physical theory system, and at the same time prepare to face the CK/ZK level scenario, including abolishing all Foundation scientific research institutions, blocking low-priority research projects, and lifting the curtain to allow the Foundation to establish a major global force. CK-class restructuring scenario. Reality is altered by a deity/reality bender/retroactive historical alteration/etc. ZK Class Reality Failure Scenario. Reality undergoes a fundamental collapse or obliteration, usually caused by physics or some SCP that can annihilate things. Although it is impossible to determine whether the occurrence of the K-class scenario, Poincare's return, is inevitable, it is still necessary to advance the codename Hedge project. Please note that the psychological state and thoughts of the engineering personnel need to be monitored in real time by MTF-000, Nameless Flower, to ensure that the personnel are unaware of SCP-CN. Modify the known physical system in public perception? Even destroy the existing physical theory system. CK/ZK class scenario? Lifting the curtain? When one after another eye-popping information appeared on the screen. Dead silence. Deathly silence permeated the entire universe. Countless viewers rubbed their eyes subconsciously, thinking they were hallucinating. But no matter how they rubbed it, the content in the light curtain did not change at all. These pieces of information hang over everyone's heart like a nightmare. Finally, the audience in the chat group was excited. Whole of King's Oh my god, if the operation to erase the theories related to SCP-CN fails, it will lead to the reconstruction and collapse of reality. 0 request flowers 0. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I don't want to know what pattern screamers are anymore. The audience in the chat group became more and more frightened. The more we discuss, the more desperate we become. By the end, everyone felt their hair stand on end. New content appears, seemingly a brief explanation of the existence of MTF-000, Nameless Flower. MTF-GZI-000, Nameless Flower. Member, data expunged. Team establishment date, data expunged. Function, in view of the discovery of SCP-CN. The Foundation explicitly classifies the development of human theoretical research and the containment of cognitive hazards suspected to be related to SCP-CN as top secret. MTF-GZI-000, Nameless Flower, was established to efficiently and covertly contain possible high-threat cognitive hazards, for the purpose of concealment. The Mobile. The task force was established in the China branch, and related anomalies were also contained or studied in the China branch. Selection criteria: MTF-GZI-000 members must have the quality of forgetting. When studying high-threat cognitive hazards, they must be able to make memories short and fragmented. Use it in fragments to ensure that the overall cognition is below the threshold. The brainstem function will be fully activated, replacing the normal use of subjective consciousness. The mechanical structure of the Chinese room is set up in the frontal lobe of the brain, aiming to allow members to only have the research ability of the project rather than its cognitive ability. Seeing this series of explanations, the discussions among the audience in the chat group suddenly stopped. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The agents and superheroes looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Nick Fury's eyes widened. He originally thought that the Foundation contained anomalies by relying on strange technological means and extraordinary beings such as thaumaturges and reality benders. The Mobile Task Force is just a group of ordinary people with excellent equipment and strong tactical qualities. But now it seems that his idea seemed a bit naive. These Mobile Task Force members may not be as physically fit as Steve. But the enhancements in other aspects are so awesome that they are a bit exaggerated. This one alone. When studying high-threat cognitive hazard anomalies, it is possible to extract memories in short and fragmented forms to ensure that overall cognition is below the threshold. It's enough to make some superheroes bow down to him. Shaking his head bitterly. For the first time, Nick Fury felt that the shield, which he was so proud of, seemed nothing compared to the Foundation. At this time, more information appeared on the light screen. Only then did the audience from all over the world get a real understanding of this project. Description: Codename, Never Dark Night. Event occurred in data expunged, caused by SCP-CN1 fleet, including approximately 2,700,000 SC. PCN1 individual. Travels through the solar system. The specific manifestation of the event is that the SCP-CN1 fleet, including approximately 2,700,000 SCP-CN1 instances, traveled through the solar system and this causes the Sierpinski triangle to appear in a continuous iteration perpendicular to the ecliptic plane, whose boundaries extend infinitely in the space-time continuum, emitting red-shifted light and blue-shifted light in opposite directions. When the curved plane disappears, The SCP-CN-1 fleet appears above the ecliptic plane. After staying for about 85 minutes, all the suspected engines on the SCP-CN-1. The device is activated. Kint counting array detected a small-scale CK-class scenario. SCP-CN-1 group's original location emitted Cherenkov radiation, then SCP-CN. The 1 fleet disappeared, leaving behind a single instance, designated SCP-CN-2-1A. The series of professional terms made countless audiences dizzy. No one expected that. The origin of the pattern screamers not only involves an interstellar battle. It also involves some technology beyond their immediate capabilities. Especially those cosmic creatures whose technological development has reached a certain level but has fallen into stagnation. My eyes widened immediately. Until the next message appears. The audience in the entire universe was stunned. Chapter 61. Analysis of the currently contained SCP-CN-1A. Known information about SCP-CN-1 includes 1. The project is a small ship capable of superluminal navigation. 2. The object has the equipment to temporarily break the laws of physics in an abnormal way. 3. The project is designed for escape. 4. The project has a set of equipment that can provide long-term life system maintenance for approximately 1.7 people based on human standards. Seeing this series of information, the audience was a little confused. But more of it is still confusing. They originally thought that this so-called SCP-CN was the pattern screamer. But now it seems that it is not. They are more like a civilization with super advanced technology. However, doubts also arise. A device capable of faster-than-light travel that temporarily breaks the laws of physics. Why would a civilization with such a high level of technology flee? What is chasing them? New content appears. The audience suppressed their inner anxiety and looked at the light screen again. There is an alien life form of an unknown species inside SCP-CN-1A. Because it does not contain any abnormal properties, it will not be numbered for the time being. It is currently numbered POI-7*7. POI-77 has intelligence at or above the level of H. sapiens and shows kindness during contact. POI-77's civilization has elements of Ordo-Than mythology, but when asked about information related to GOI 3088, the Church of the Second Hytoth, POI-7*7 stated that the civilization in question was not a member of the Church. Only vaguely identified the Karudiasa as the first batch of forerunners to confront the Vorwiyut, and expressed respect for Rockmali Yuzan. Currently, POI-7*7 has ceased life activities. See here. The audience then began to understand. In the chat group, there was a lot of discussion about the June 27th incident. Damn it, it turns out that there is indeed an alien civilization in the ship. Ordo-Than mythology? The Church of the Second Hytoth? No, this civilization has such advanced technology, why is it still engaging in religious worship? It seems that the escape was also caused by another race of that civilization. What does all this have to do with the pattern screamers? Who knows? Just then, the files in the light curtain disappeared. Instead, there appears to be a video recording from the Foundation. Not Dark Knight Event Surveillance Video Record CN.001. Everyone only saw the screen flash. The next second, a few words appeared on the screen. Video loading. Start. The scene suddenly came to outer space. The boundless universe, the flowing galaxy. Everything looks fine. But at this moment, the picture suddenly became distorted and noisy. At the same time, a voice sounded in the light curtain. It seemed that a Foundation employee was reporting. A brief distortion of the sun's magnetic field has been detected. Before the audience realized what was happening, an iterative glowing pseudo-Sierpinski triangle appears. Perpendicular to the ecliptic plane. Spreading in the universe. Unable to discern boundaries. For a time, countless creatures in the universe subconsciously held their breath and stared at the light curtain in astonishment. Watching the triangle continuously differentiate from the center and spread across the entire two-dimensional plane, each triangle center emits a dazzling white light. After more than 10 seconds, the plane radiated red shifted light and blue shifted light to both ends and then disappeared. The audience was stunned by the scene of just a few seconds. Especially those cosmic civilizations whose technological level is not high. They looked at the image on the screen as if they were seeing a miracle. However, that's not all. At the moment when the white light disappeared, A dark red spherical gas mass with a diameter of about 120,000 kilometers suddenly appeared at the center of the original plane. The researcher's voice sounded again, without the shock and excitement of the audience. We analyzed the gas composition and detected about 67.12% nitrogen, about 21.49% oxygen, about 11.08% unknown components, and a small amount of inert gas. The audience was stunned. Such a shocking scene, but the Foundation was unmoved? Unfortunately, they soon had no time to express their feelings. Because even more shocking scenes appeared. In the light curtain. In that huge air mass with no visible boundaries, a physical destruction suddenly occurred. Then a group of ships appeared. It is the SCP-CN-1 in the archives. They are like European-style coffins, a perfect combination of religion and science. The fleets were arranged in neat rows. The position of each SCP-CN-1 corresponds to the white light on the original plane. The next second, everyone saw that the boundless air mass seemed to be captured by the sun's gravity. It actually spirals toward the sun. Next, a cluster of lightning suddenly appeared on the tip of the ship. It looked like St. Elmo's fire, with multiple cell thunderstorms spreading through the air mass. 5 seconds later, Cherenkov radiation erupted, and the air mass was illuminated by a blue glow, instantly transforming into a dazzling purple. The outer fleet disappeared in the light. Only one ship remained in place, its engine-like parts sparking and then going out. It looks like something went wrong. Recalling the CP-CN-1 recorded in the previous files, everyone guessed that the ship inside was most likely the one that was taken in by the Foundation. This is exactly the case. Only in the screen. The pattern on the surface of SCP-CN-1A was lit up, emitting a golden glow, and then several strings of unknown characters appeared and jumped on the metal plate on the right side of the coffin. The huge air mass suddenly turned into a ring shape, spiraling towards the sun. A minute passed like this. I don't know if it's because I'm too close to the sun. The excessively high temperature ionized one point of the gas ring, and then the entire gas ring began to spiral apart. The ionized ions emitted a blue glow, and a substance of unknown composition was detonated. All this happens in a vacuum. The audience only saw the exploding flames occupying the light curtain, but could not hear any sound. This is a silent destruction. As a large number of charged particles were thrown out, the ship was blown away from the sun by the detonating gases. Next, the camera appears to be pointed at Earth. The audience stared with wide eyes, watching in horror as countless high-energy charged particle streams continued to bombard the Earth's atmosphere. In the night hemisphere, auroras appear in various places. On the surface of the dayside hemisphere, a solar explosion phenomenon even occurred. For a time, radio around the world was severely interfered with. Until the end. A line of words appeared on the screen. The Foundation successfully captured and contained SCP-CN-1A. For a moment, the entire chat group was dead silent. Countless viewers stared at the light screen in a daze. They were completely stunned. No one expected that this unheard-of civilization actually has such powerful technology. The scene of the fleet's operation in outer space is still vivid in my mind. Many images and structures even exceed the cognition of most cosmic civilizations. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Looking at the picture on the light screen, Haida frowned. She was not shocked by the technology displayed by this civilization. After all, with the technology she possesses, it is not difficult to achieve what is shown in the light curtain. What really puzzled her was what all this had to do with the pattern screamers. Just then, the picture on the light screen changed. Arrived from outer space to a site of the Foundation. In what appears to be a meeting room. An old man with gray hair seemed to be giving a report. In front of him sat a group of people with solemn expressions. Responsible, MTF Dinja 258 vacuum clamp. Target, tracking SCP-CN-1 group. Result, failure. See here. The audience in the chat group were surprised. The Foundation actually tried to track that fleet. And it failed? In the picture, the white-haired old man began to report to everyone. After the incident codenamed Never Dark Night, the mobile task force was ordered to track down the SCP-CN-1 group. During the mission preparation phase, we collected information on the radiation left over from the incident and inferred the direction of the target. After using the traditional Lang's space distortion engine to track down the target, We did not find any information left by the target, including fluctuations in the Hume index, changes in space curvature, etc. Saying. He paused and said something puzzling. After internal discussions, we believe that the target individual is very likely not staying in the standard slow universe, but has broken the laws of physics in some way, breaking through the speed of light and using traditional engines to drive into the fast universe. DC universe. Tachyon universe. Wonder Woman looked at the light screen and asked in confusion. What is the Tachyon universe? Everyone subconsciously looked at the Flash. After all, his ability could also allow him to break the speed of light. Seeing that he finally had a chance to show off, the Flash coughed lightly and said, due to the characteristics of general relativity, the speed of light cannot be exceeded. Seeing that some people didn't understand, he changed his words. That is, superluminal speed cannot fall below the speed of light, and low light speed cannot exceed the speed of light. Therefore, even if the drive stops after exceeding the speed of light, the superluminal speed can still be maintained. So, he looked at the light curtain. So the tachyon universe is theoretically a material universe made purely of tachyons. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. To himself. But according to this theory, in the tachyon universe, the order of time should be opposite to that of the standard universe, that is, from the future to the past. Just then, I heard the old man in the light curtain say that they planned to chase to the tachyon universe to find. Damn it, this is too outrageous. Wonder Woman said with eyes wide open. No. That's impossible. The Flash yelled. Looking at everyone, he explained with a horrified look. We are Bradytron creatures. The flow of time is different from that in the tachyon world. We have a predetermined past. Others were puzzled. What does this mean? This means that if we are sent to the past in the present to overwrite our past self-imprints, we are likely to. Once you enter the tachyon universe, you can't come back. The Flash said solemnly, we will walk towards that place until we turn back into children, fetuses, fertilized eggs, and finally evaporate and disappear. I'm shocked that the Foundation would come up with such a crazy plan. He just found it unbelievable. In the light curtain, the old man proposed a device called continuous time slot, and explained in a few words why the mission to track down the SCP-CN1 group failed. How did they enter the tachyon universe through the continuous time slot and return to reality? After finishing the report, just as he was about to step down, the people below finally couldn't help it. One of them stood up and asked, Y5 is missing. Didn't you realize that? The white-haired old man was stunned and asked, who is Y5? This number in Dinja 258 has not yet been claimed. We remember it clearly. The person who asked the question was silent for a while, and then said something that surprised everyone. The employee database still has his information. The report ended in this strange atmosphere. The audience in the chat group looked at each other. Finally I couldn't help but start chatting in the chat group. Damn it, this project is even more sci-fi than a sci-fi story. Yeah, the technological level of this civilization has already surprised me enough. I didn't expect the Foundation to be so awesome. So, what happened to this civilization? Where did they come from, and why did they flee? And the last part of the question and answer, why did they forget about Y5? It seems like the other person has been erased from their cognition. The audience in the chat group was talking about it. Maybe even they themselves don't realize it. The original curiosity about the pattern screamers has now completely shifted to the encounter with this so-called foreign civilization. At this moment, the picture on the screen changed again. POI-7*7 Neural Exploration Record P1 Video Record. Note, after the death of POI-7*7, his brain was fixed in the past through a continuous time slot. After the Foundation destroyed the individual's brain with the microwave device built into SCP-CN1A, it recalled the fixed entity from the past to the reference time point and contained it. This video records the Foundation's use of neural imaging and neural connection technology to read the memory of POI-7*7. See here. The audience was surprised. Collapse Iron Universe. When Haida saw this, 1.6's expression changed slightly. The Foundation actually used technology to read the memory of the only survivor of that foreign civilization. As if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean we can figure out what caused that civilization to start its interstellar escape? As expected. The picture appeared on the light screen again. At the same time, Two voices answered from outside the light curtain. How does it feel? It's very subtle. I can only say that I'm trying to recall memories that shouldn't exist. It feels like you have a dictionary with hundreds of pages of unheard of information inserted in the middle. I feel like I'm going to explode. Obviously, this is the agent who read POI 7*7's memory. During the conversation between the two, irregular snowflake noise splitting appeared on the screen, and the original lines were reconstructed into geometric noise of random Turing mechanism. Maybe we can get started. Okay. As the voice fell. In the picture, noise collapses and lines are reconstructed into a concrete scene. In the center of the picture is a huge prism with a polished surface and several heptagonal spikes protruding from the lower end. In the center of the prism stood an old man, whose physiological structure was no different from that of a human. The left half of the old man's body, except for his arms, was disassembled, and several cables were inserted into it, with the other end connected to a mechanical giant structure about 300 m high on the left side of the prism. 4 black limbs extend from the left half of the body, providing support. The tens of thousands of dark gray gears of different sizes on the surface of the mechanical giant are painted with matte paint, rotating once per second, making a sound of gear teeth biting. In places not covered by the gears, hundreds of human face-shaped structures expand and contract with the movement of the gears. The blue light flows along the contours of the facial features. Such a crazy scene stunned all the audience in the universe. Chapter 62. Flesh. Mechanical. These two completely different structures are now savagely fused together. Yet it gives people an indescribable sense of exquisiteness. The visual impact of this scene directly amazed countless creatures in the universe. Countless doubts suddenly filled everyone's mind. Who is he? What is he doing? Fortunately, another voice in the light curtain asked this question for everyone. Can you remember what this is? Siu Adolf. The agent who had merged the memories of POI 7*7 spoke slowly in a tone of reminiscence. It has remained like this for hundreds of years. It is said to be the result of a failed ascension. Ascension? Mechanical ascension? The audience was stunned. The huge creature in the picture looks neither like a human nor a ghost. It turned out to be the product of human ascension failure. The agent continued. Adolf's yearning for the Seven Saints was written in the textbooks, and he had been promoting bloodletting during his more than 100 years in power. For this purpose, he modified his body. Look at those joints. Under each small piece of carbon plate is an eye spot. This helps him perceive electromagnetic waves outside the visible spectrum, as well as sounds beyond the limits of the human ear. He tried to learn from the pioneers to perform individual ascension and mechanical ascension, but ended up with a weird ending. He changed the law. He dug out the dead man's brain and stuffed it into the mechanical heart. Each brain is a host that handles the cognitive hazards that may be encountered during ascension. After saying all this in one breath, the entire chat group fell into dead silence. Even some people in the universe who think they are indifferent. After hearing these words, everyone was secretly amazed. In order to ascend mechanically, he completely transformed his body. Even cruelly using other people's brains as tools to merge with their own. This guy is simply a devil. But some are curious about his final outcome. It just so happens that the person from the Foundation in the picture also asked this question. And finally, dead on the spot. The agent paused, as if recalling. Black barbs burst out of his body, 02 harvesting innocent stray celestial bodies like intercontinental missiles. The heart was half blown up, and the overflowing antimatter stream destroyed the satellite. Even the orbits of the planets were off on that day. Recalling the memory of POI 7*7, the agents were amazed. But the body and the heart were eventually recovered. Now standing there is a supercomputer mixed with organic waste, which has become the microphone above. Speaking of this, he changed to a special tone and said mockingly, "You know, in the Shiu era, there were still many fools who were brainwashed by him and believed that he was immortal like the Seven Saints. Although in fact 6 of them have passed away, and 1 died of jealousy caused by excessive vanity, which is quite ironic." The conversation between the two took place in the past. Now it has brought a different shock to the audiences throughout the universe. The audience in the chat group had mixed reactions. They seemed to be able to imagine such a picture. A huge creature made of flesh and machine attempts to ascend mechanically. However, he failed to ascend, and the violent explosion caused even destroyed the satellite directly, and even his own planet deviated from its orbit. At the end, the heart was still beating as big as the Twin Towers. Simply unbelievable. Just then, the picture on the light screen changed again. On the huge prism in the original picture, the voice of Suadoff echoed. The day of return is coming, and the prophecy of adding dishes a century ago is about to come true. Citizens of the Republic are citizens of Ordothan. The hedge will be conducted with the support of the fourth saint. Following the footsteps of our predecessors, we escaped the destruction of the first Hytoth. Although Neshanli Yuzan was driven down by the physical scream, we will not give up the possibility of ascension. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Station. Screaming. Black Tower accurately captured this word. She subconsciously thought of the pattern screamer. Is there any connection between the two? It seems that he thought of something. She straightened up suddenly, and her breathing became rapid. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that the pattern screamers caused this foreign civilization to flee? Just then, she was attracted by the cheers coming from the picture. Only in the light curtain. Below the prism, people with blurred faces raised their fists and roared. Emerald green holographic images floated in the air, most of which were slogans in support of the Ordothan group. 2 columns rose vertically from behind Ciaviadoff. For a moment, the ground shook. The sharp tip at the top of the cylinder pierced through the thunderstorm clouds above. After a few seconds, the cylinder was tilted at 30 degrees, and random white arcs jumped up from the prisms and down from the clouds. When the 2 arcs approached a certain distance, a loud explosion sounded. The explosion directly caused the decibel display of the imaging device to reach the critical value. At the same time, the 2 arcs come into contact and the plasma penetrates the air between the cylinders. The picture ends here. For a moment, the audience felt that they wanted more. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The second Hytoth, a unified galaxy civilization, was forced to abandon his flesh and blood and flee to Earth. Natasha stared at the screen and asked in confusion, 0146031002 Fila 1932033311. What kind of existence are their enemies? Nick Fury also frowned. From the few words and inferences we have so far, he seemed to have captured something special. Screaming. Devouring. At this moment, new content appeared on the light curtain. In short, it is a record of Hytoth. From the destruction of the first Hytoth to the second Hytoth's abandonment of the physical body and escape. There is only one reason. The invasion of the Vorwutu. They didn't know why Wowu-2 came, they only knew that they were killing. Just when the audience was wondering what this so-called Wowu-2 was, the answer was given in the light curtain. They exist in Hytoth in a metastable state. When their pitiful protective measures are touched, their flesh will be directly decomposed into elementary particles by physics, and then dispersed into nothingness. In this process, we can't see any more phenomena except Cherenkov radiation. Those substances just disappeared. The huge black hole skeleton evaporated along with the galaxy cluster at its core. Seeing this description, the audience in the chat group was stunned. Immediately there was a moment of surprise. What the hell is this? Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. The moment he saw this description, Hyto was in doubt. Physics decomposes into elementary particles and then diffuses into nothingness? Nothingness. Nothingness? As she pondered this description over and over again, the expression on her face suddenly became more vivid. For a long time, the Ordothans have been trying to explore the physiological secrets of the Vorchu to find a way to effectively defeat them, such as genetic missiles. After the ascension of the Seven Saints, people became even more confident in this idea. Everyone believes that the gods who ascended will have a broader vision beyond Ordothan. When these words were spoken, countless audiences were shocked. No one expected that. This so-called mechanical ascension. It actually succeeded? But doubts also arise. Who are the Seven Saints who successfully ascended? Where did they go? What is even more puzzling is that, since ascension has been proven to be a viable path, why did Hytoth still end up being destroyed? The first one to open his eyes was Zhou Yue Shang. On the day of ascension, you can feel that the familiar fractals seem to have changed briefly. Everyone is extremely excited and listens to Shen Yu. Then Zhou Yue Shang spoke, saying, all living beings must survive the sufferings and hardships, and ascend to the source of heaven, hoping for a chance. The vast world allowed the first saint to see the future clearly. He was certain that a Voruturut that was so huge that it could not be larger would arrive at a certain event node in the future, and slowly devour the past from there, destroying Ordith completely. He calls his infamous name the Beast. The future of Hytoth is doomed to destruction. The only way out is to ascend and fight against WoW. See here. The audience in the chat group all gasped. WTF? Even ascending to heaven can't prevent the destruction of the world. Damn it, could this beast be the pattern screamer? So, it was actually the pattern screamers that caused the destruction of the Hytoth. His too scary, such a powerful civilization ascended collectively and ran away. Who on earth is this Xiang Xiaoguang? Everyone was talking about it. Until now, they still haven't figured out what the pattern screamer is. What is his power? However, through the above few words, everyone felt a fear they had never experienced before. They can feel it. The pattern screamer hiding behind everything seemed to be about to surface. The seven saints taught their followers the only key to the ascension method, breaking the speed of light, and emphasized that individual ascension would be safer and the future group ascension would be simpler. So they quickly found the key to the ascension method. Lang's drive engine came into being. They broke the speed of light, and the entire species ascended. League of Legends Universe. Shurima. When Azir, the Desert Emperor awakened by Sivir, saw this passage, an invisible fear enveloped him. As the Emperor of the Desert, his pursuit of ascension has become an obsession. The Shurima Empire was once a prosperous civilization that ruled an entire continent. At that time, Shurima was invincible with an army of ascended god warriors, who created this empire single-handedly. The ascended ones united all the desperate southerners and brought about a lasting peace among them. That is why. He who knows the power of the ascendants well knows how difficult it is to achieve ascendancy. Especially when an entire population ascends. What frightened him even more was that a group of ascendants were helpless against the attack of this beast and could only flee with their entire family. They hid. After the disaster, he entered Iwuyuansu and survived. But when they woke up from the lullaby of the singularity, everything changed. Poincare regression. It happens all over the universe at the same time. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Everyone subconsciously looked at the knowledgeable Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner finally recovered from his shock. Looking at everyone, he gave a bitter laugh. Any particle will return to a position that is infinitely close to its original position after a long time. This cycle is called Poincare recurrence. 610. He wanted to explain something. After seeing the new content on the screen, his face suddenly changed. They no longer saw the shadow of Voruturut, nor did they find Voruk. But Ordothan was no longer the same Ordothan. The original Ordothan collapsed, and they called it the first Hytoth, and now, it is the second Hytoth. The audience suddenly realized. It turns out that the extinction of the first Hytoth was because they all chose to ascend after the Voruturut invasion. But here comes the problem. Why does the second Hytoth continue to flee? As more content emerges, the doubts in the audience's hearts gradually turned into anxiety and fear. When remeasuring physical quantities, some very slight deviations were found in some of the data. The speed of light has changed. In addition, they discovered something very remarkable: redundancy. They discovered redundancy in physics that shouldn't exist, meaning that there are meaningless elements in physics. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. After seeing this series of information, Dr. Banner was stunned. There was a panic immediately. In addition to his identity as the Hulk, he also has another identity: Doctor. He has 7 doctoral degrees in total and is one of the world's top physicists. In addition, he was involved in the creation of cutting-edge creations such as Ultron, Vision, and Time-Space Machine. It is precisely because of this that he understands more clearly. It would be terrifying if physics went haywire. At this moment, he just wanted to know what happened. They still wanted to continue their research, but were stopped by the 7 saints. It should be said that they were the 5 saints, because the 5th saint and the 7th saint were missing. Zuli Yuzan told them that they had only died at the hands of the Voronoi, but they found that they had completely forgotten the relevant information about the 5th saint. And there is no evidence of the 7th saint's existence, so they try to rediscover what the 7th saint is. The 5 saints failed to stop them, so their history was tampered with. They forgot everything. See here. Someone suddenly recalled the report of the white-haired old man. They seemed to have suddenly forgotten the existence of a team member. Just like the missing 5th and 7th saints. No one remembers them anymore. It was as if their existence had been wiped out by an invisible hand. Until the last paragraph appeared in the light curtain. Woe 2 appeared again. Under the call of the 4th saint, they started over and tried to hedge again. In a moment. An inexplicable fear and uneasiness spread throughout the heavens and all worlds. The pattern screamers are back. Chapter 63. The Universe Under Aliens. The Nadutong headquarters was in complete silence. The board members looked at each other, and saw the solemnity and fear in each other's eyes. No one expected that. Even if the entire first Hytoth ascended and entered the source space. In the end, he still couldn't escape the invasion of the beast. Can any civilization survive against such an enemy? Marvel Universe. Kamartaj. Guyi stared at the light screen in a daze, his heart horrified. This feeling of panic is so intense. It reminded her of the most powerful enemy she had ever faced. The demon Dormammu. However, the feeling of powerlessness in her heart at this moment was countless times stronger than when she faced Dormammu. She subconsciously thought. If such a being were to descend upon her world, would she really have the courage to resist? Toru Maijutsu no Index Universe. In a mysterious space, all the demons gathered together. These demons can easily cause K-level situations in any world. At this time, he remained silent. The atmosphere was very depressing. So, the beast is the pattern howler? Can anyone tell me what it is? Divinity? The supreme divinity. Who knows? A somewhat sarcastic voice sounded, mocking himself. I only know that once we demon gods enter the foundation, we will only be able to serve as food. Some demon gods were so angry that they wanted to refute, but in the end they just sighed. Yes. As Tezcatlipoca, the supreme god of the Aztecs, said. What reason do they have to believe that their demonic power can contend with those beings who are superior to gods? Even though they are beings from the realm of God, the ultimate form of magician. But even if he controls all laws and has the power to destroy the world and reshape it from scratch. But when facing an opponent like the pattern screamer, it's hard to feel like you can win. Such as the stag, Jehovah who commands thousands of angels to destroy the world, the devourer of worlds, the Crimson King. Now there is another pattern screamer who has not yet shown his face. Countless top beings in the universe are discussing this. Even though the screaming demon has not yet appeared, everything is just a side description. But his fear still enveloped countless viewers. Until a new picture appeared on the light screen. POI 7*7 Neural Exploration Record P2 Video Record. See here. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that POI 7*7's memory hasn't ended yet? As expected. As the light curtain dimmed, the voice of the agent who had previously read POI 7*7's memory sounded again in the light curtain. To make a long story short, I was unable to decipher the lock on the memory fragments of the Ascension period, so I had to settle for the next best thing and go and see what happened to that guy and his fleet before the Never Dark Night incident that made him so panicked. When these words were spoken, the audience was shocked at first, and then suddenly became excited. It can be said that this is also the mystery that puzzles everyone. What on earth caused the fleet of the second Hytoth to flee in such panic? What made them fly towards the sun? As soon as the words fell, irregular snowflake noise splitting appeared in the light curtain. Points and lines are reconstructed into geometric noise of random Turing mechanisms. Countless audiences immediately sat up straight and looked at the light screen intently. Obviously, this is a precursor to nerve access. In the picture, another voice that seemed to be that of a recorder was heard. He exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen the impact of an imager. It's beautiful. This is just some random geometry that was initially constructed. Why does this thing appear?" The agent paused and said, "Humans often see 4 types of Krover constants in hallucinations. These geometric shapes are like the gears of the universe, filling every corner of physics. It's just what?" Everyone heard the agent take a deep breath and sigh in a slightly anxious tone. "I'm uneasy. Ever since I became POI 7*7, I seem to have developed a fear of geometric shapes. It's still under control now, but that may not be the case in the future. It must be affected by his memory. I tried to remove it, but I couldn't find the right place to cut it. It was like it was covered up. After a period of silence, he smiled bitterly and said, "He has a deep fear of Turing geometry, and has been avoiding geometric information throughout his life in the coffin, as if it shouldn't be a reasonable thing." The agent's words left the audience in the chat group stunned for a moment. But more of it is emotion. Access POI7*7's nerves and read a memory that does not belong to you. It felt like a piece of jumbled and chaotic data packet filled with garbled characters was forcibly inserted into my brain. The feeling is suffocating just thinking about it. At this time, everyone looked at the small note in the header of the table that said dead. I suddenly felt mixed emotions. Just then, the image finally appeared on the light curtain. The noise collapsed, and the lines were reconstructed into a concrete scene that appeared on the light curtain. Like a virtual interface. There were some blurred numbers on it, jumping around constantly. When the audience was wondering what this was, the picture suddenly zoomed in. At this time, everyone reacted. The center of the picture is the universe. And around them are the SCP-1 fleet. In the light curtain, the recorder was also confused. "What's on this panel?" The agent explained. "Some random values. Look at this one, it's radiation. The one to the left that's always low is Kelvin. There are also some weird things like Hume readings, but I can't remember where most of them are. In the coffin, my brain nerves are directly connected to the coffin's external sensory system. You can think of it as the coffin having my eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, but they are different. The memory images here are the result of my own reprocessing, so that you can understand more easily." Hearing this, even some cosmic civilizations with high technological levels couldn't help but sigh that the technology tree of the second Hytoth was really biased. But on second thought, what caused this powerful technological civilization to be so unscrupulous? Isn't it the pattern screamer that never shows up but keeps invading them? So the emotion turned into sympathy. In the screen, spots of light flickered above the SCP-1 group, and a series of random runes floated in the air, sending each other at the speed of light. It looks like they are communicating with each other. A hemispherical directional antenna extends from the left side of the picture. The antenna stretched and swayed, finally solidifying after being touched by the rune. A new rune is sent out after a moment. Seeing this scene, the recorder joked, "It looks familiar. It looks like a synaptic cell." These antennas really act as synapses. To prevent them from being wiped out in one fell swoop, the fleet is designed to be small and numerous. But the small cabins mean that the available space is also cramped and difficult to use. So you have what you see now, neural synapses. Each cabin is a node, simulating brain activity together. The entire fleet is a living brain, used to integrate and analyze external information. Hearing this, it was as if a split brain appeared in the minds of the audience. The synapses between the brains are constantly communicating. Countless people couldn't help but shiver. You can't deny that it's really efficient. The agent seemed to have heard everyone's thoughts and responded. Even if the fleet is split due to an abnormal accident, the two parts can still maintain independent thinking capabilities. In fact, if we want, we can even combine forces to fight the enemy. Combined together, we can quickly assemble weapons using our ships themselves. Then he asked the recorder, "What kind of weapons do you think are suitable for these scattered coffins to build the strongest combat power in a short period of time?" The other party was stunned for a moment, and said a strange word. "Solar cooker. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Solar cooker." Dr. Banner was somewhat surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became interesting. "These guys are just too crazy." In the picture, the agent said something that no one expected. An extra-large solar cooker with exponentially higher energy. The radiation is reflected by the perfect array constructed by the fleet, and the particle beam spears finally emitted can effectively penetrate most known defenses. It may not be able to do much, but it is still possible to escape. Once these words came out, the audience in the chat group was stunned at first, and then they were immediately shocked. WTF? Using the sun's energy to escape? Are you crazy? No. So, in the first video of this file, the fleet rushed towards the sun frantically in order to escape. Damn it, how terrifying is Xiang Xiaotong to be able to force these lunatics to this point. It's simply unbelievable. As the audience was discussing, in the screen, the recorder suddenly raised his voice, "What you said makes sense, But, what is that? His response was silence. At the same time, the picture on the light screen changed. The footage shows that each SCP-CN1 instance has an identical mechanical device on its back, with the texture on the surface reflecting purple light. What is extremely terrifying is that, in the universe behind the fleet, the stars begin to move in retrograde motion. Such a scene that violates the laws of physics constantly stimulates everyone's brain. A doubt suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. This horrible place. Where is it? In the screen. The recorder screamed in panic, "What the hell is this, my god? I swear I saw it right, you have to explain it." The agent let out a series of sighs, continuous time slot. The recorder is relentless. I still changed the FG gear to third gear. Where on earth is this place? Where is this place? This is not a fleet, this is clearly a continuous time matrix of walking. It is hard for me to imagine where the stability of the past needs to be guaranteed all the time. The recorder continued to shout, as if only this could suppress the fear in his heart. DC Universe. The Flash looked at the screen. He straightened up suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had been struck by lightning. He murmured, "How is it possible?" Others looked at him for help. "Where exactly is this place?" The Flash gritted his teeth, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and gave an answer that made everyone's expression change drastically. "This is the Demtachyon universe." Cyborg's expression changed and he retorted, "Impossible. Only superluminal speed can reach that level, but look." He pointed at the fleet in the picture. "The Lang drive engine is not running at all." The Flash smiled bitterly and said in despair, "I understand, so this is Wowu, the Tachyon universe." It seemed to confirm his guess. In the screen, the agent said in a complicated tone, "This is Wowu. Combining the previous summary, I think, you should understand what kind of place Wowu is." The recorder seemed to laugh out of anger when he heard this. "Of course I know. Superluminal speed, the non-existence of baseline reality, the metastability of Wowutu. Wowutu is your mother's Tachyon universe. The place where the SCP-CN1 group escaped is Wowutu." As he spoke, he seemed to understand something, and his tone became calm. "If we don't open the continuous time slot and allow our present selves to appear in the past at all times, then for the slow, mano, sub-creatures, everything will go backwards. We will be restricted by our past, so we need the continuous time slot to cover our past and force us to maintain the slow-like thinking mode in the fast-speed universe." The agent smiled bitterly. "The same is probably true for Vorchu. And Vorchu, or the Bradytron universe, should be the other side of Ordo then. When we break through the speed of light, we will naturally go to Vorchu." At this moment, a mystery that has been bothering all the audience has finally been solved. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. After hearing this, Dr. Banner suddenly realized. Everything is connected. It turns out that the so-called Ascension is actually to break the shackles of the theory of relativity. No wonder it's so difficult for groups to ascend. As he said this, he smiled bitterly. Because even when he transformed into the Hulk, he was completely unable to do this. DC Universe. When the Flash heard this, his expression suddenly changed. A horrible thought appeared in his mind like a seed. In an instant it grew into a towering tree. He almost trembled as he asked himself, "If my speed exceeds the limit and breaks the shackles of relativity, can I also fly? If so, does that also exist? Wowu too?" Thinking like this, he subconsciously looked at the light curtain. But he saw a scene that made his blood boil. In the middle of the light curtain, clumps of broken ribs and wriggling antimatter floated into the frame in the vacuum of space. A fractal was paralyzed, making a whistling sound. Then it was pierced by a beam of photon spears from the fleet and stopped moving. Next. Screen rotation. The corpse of Wowu Tuesday. All around the fleet. The Chapter 64. Those strange corpses floating in space. Like a thorn, it constantly stimulates the minds of countless viewers. First there was a deathly silence. What followed was a tsunami of speeches. Whole of Kingshti. Is this the FG Wowu too? Oh my god, how on earth does this entity survive in a Tachyon universe? Yes, it looks like a kind of creature. They don't have the shells of the fleet that can be lower than the turbulence of the Tachyon universe. Alas, fortunately this thing can be killed. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Dr. Banner is not as optimistic as those viewers. Wowu 2 can indeed be killed. This is the information we have already obtained. They are strong yet fragile because they exist in Hytoth in a metastable state. In other words, they can exist in both the Tachyon universe and the Bradayan universe almost simultaneously. What really makes Dr. Banner feel difficult is that these guys actually caught up with the fleet again. Wowu 2 is endless, but the fleet has its limits. The most important thing is the beast that never appeared but seemed to be everywhere. Pattern Screamer. In the light curtain. The recorder looked at this scene and remained silent for a long time. He figured out the whole story and began to summarize. Let me explain everything. The Ordothans were born from the singularity, which is Iwu and the Wawuta were born from the beasts. If I am not mistaken, just as we are afraid that our future will be ended by the beasts, they are also afraid that their future will be killed by the singularity, so they have broken through the speed of light and tried to go to each other's world, right? As soon as this was said, the audience was stunned. It turns out that the Voru turrets are not specifically here to hunt down the Hytoth civilization. Are they also fleeing? Such a shocking answer stunned all the audience in the universe. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. WTF. Natasha looked at the light screen, the recorder's words still echoing in her mind. She was completely stunned. After all this time, it turns out that these Wowu 2 are not invaders, but fugitives. Saying. Her face changed, and she looked at everyone and asked a terrifying question. So, what makes them escape from the Tachyon universe? The answer she got was dead silence. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji looked at the light screen, and the words just now echoed in his mind. After a long pause, he asked himself a question. If the Voru turret were also on the run, why would they be at war with the civilization of the second Hytoth? He even wondered, why can't the two civilizations cooperate? Shouldn't the concept of seeking common ground while reserving differences be promoted at this critical moment? At this time, the agent's words in the light curtain answered his question. The agent sighed first, return to our respective origins and start the next reincarnation. The next point care return. The recorder asked in confusion, there is no conflict between you two. You can clearly work together. But someone started the war. The agent interrupted him. We can no longer guess who the origin is, but this is already a blood feud. Reconciliation is impossible. The biological gap between the Wowu 2 and us cannot be divided by boundaries. The physical laws they obey are even different from ours. Everyone recalled the physics anomaly that had been mentioned several times before and the redundancy that should not have appeared. Only then did I realize that it was Wowu 2 who transformed the environment. In the screen, the agent's tone seemed to have completely taken on the identity of Poi 7*7. This is a thick barrier that is absolutely impossible to communicate with. We will never be able to figure out what people who use results to determine causes are thinking or what they will do. They can't understand why we, a group of people who use results to determine causes, are so ignorant. The agent's speech speed became faster and faster, and his emotions became more and more excited. This is not something that can be solved by communication. The possibility of communication has never existed from the beginning. The wall of size that separates us is eternal death. The winner lives, the loser dies, and the point care recurrence will continue to cycle non-stop until. At the end of his speech, he let out a long sigh. The recorder continued what he had not finished saying, until one side is completely slaughtered and returns to the origin forever, and the return begins. Yes. Hearing this, the audience in the chat group fell into an inexplicable fear. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Haida clutched his chest tightly, astonishment surged in his body like a silent gale. Endless war. This war was unlike any she had ever known. It is not a certain point in time. It is not intended to achieve any strategic goal. It's just an endless fight. Even if one side is wiped out, the war will not end. Akag, but through the point care regression, we return to the starting point of the war again. In this way. Constantly revolving. This cruelty and despair enveloped the Black Tower almost instantly. She couldn't imagine, couldn't understand. What exactly motivated Wowu 2 to do this? Who knew that at this moment? The picture on the light screen suddenly changed. The interface shows that the hum index fluctuates violently. A hot red gas mass the size of a standard nebula appears in the front of the screen. The audience reacted immediately. This is the endless giant air mass in the first video. Outside the screen, the narrator raised a final question. What are the consequences of a failed ascension? What are the physics glitches that occur after re-entry? The agent sighed. We will soon find out. This memory can no longer be concealed. The lock will be broken. At the same time, in the screen, the fleet entered the air mass silently. The light spots flicker on each body, and finally converge into a holographic image. The content is the Fibonacci sequence. Then the graphics changed into 4 regular shapes. Then the figure changes and becomes a flowing snake fractal. The images are constantly transforming. The sudden change left the audience confused. But the absolute geometric figures that exist in that weirdness make people feel an indescribable beauty. The recorder realized, you are studying the analysis. Unexpectedly, the agent's voice suddenly became painful. Not right now. I feel like my heart is going to explode, and my brain is banging on the door of my mind like crazy. Stop. Do you need a break? I don't feel the need to. Who knew that before he finished speaking, in the picture? Those pictures full of geometric beauty suddenly turned into a pile of hyena feces in the holographic projection. Audience. Even the recorder was speechless for a moment. This is not a joke, this is. Then the Eton 7 Sun's rejuvenating soft mask powder was holographically projected. Then, the picture began to collapse. A holographic projection of the Rolex Oyster perpetual date just. The holographic projection shows a fragment of the agent's memory. Holographically projected neural imagers. A holographic projection of the broken Sarkic symbol. Looking at the constantly changing, illogical fragments in the picture. The audience all frowned at first. But soon, someone realized that these images are actually fragments of memories from the agent himself. This makes everyone realize a serious problem. His memory began to fail. For a moment, all the audience looked nervous. Because only the memories of the agents can allow them to break through those layers of veils. Find the culprit of this disaster. Once the agent's memory is completely shattered, this mystery may never be solved again. Who knows? Just then, the projection image on the light screen changed again. A holographic projection of a bone with a rotating Milky Way galaxy next to it. Sizzle. Geometric noise. Then, pattern screamer. The agent's voice suddenly became sharp and crazy. I released the demon, it. Your body emergency, stop the experiment. His physical condition is very bad, his cells, it's like being exposed to strong radiation, damn it, it's going to burn from the inside out. It's no use, it's already taken over. The agent sighed in despair. The recorder seems to have turned off the power. However, what is horrifying is that the power was off, but the neuroimager was still working. The agent's voice became paranoid and frantic. Look, doctor, look at it, my mistake. Do you know, I ask you, do you know? The brainstem is the basis of life, a pure survival machine, and the subjective. It's more like an extra. At the same time, the noise in the picture disappears and the lines are gradually constructed. Your brain makes mistakes, but your brainstem doesn't. If something terrible happens to you, and it damages you physically and mentally, your brainstem will help you forget, it will bury the memory, and help you make up for the mistake you made. Yes, deception of the brain is essential for survival. At the same time, the picture becomes clear. A fleet of ships is floating in the black universe. The Lang's drive engine was activated, and the blue glow illuminated Ceres, and the dark side faded. During the acceleration process, the starlight blurred and was stretched into a line. But if you dare to reopen the scar, I'm sorry, the brainstem is no longer able to pay for the stupidity of consciousness. Useless and cumbersome subjective consciousness will bring the life itself to face unbearable weight. Just like now. The agent's voice seemed to have become a voiceover. This strange and shocking scene adds an indescribable horror. Just at this moment, a black hand suddenly fell from the side of the camera, followed by a large number of explosions. The picture began to shake and swirl. Then stabilize. The result is the next second. A sudden change occurs. A tear in the space-time continuum created a wheok. 8 misshapen heads poked out from it, stretching out hands that were disproportionate to their bodies. 5 additional small arms grow from each joint, and the joints on the small arms also grow into smaller arms. 7.777 seconds later, a large number of Valkyrs appeared. In space, various forms of Wowu-2 emerged from it, attacking other surges except the SCP-CN1 group. The agent let out a sad laugh. It was as if the owner of that memory, Boy 7*7, had regained control of his body. He smiled miserably and said, "Don't you want to see the Ascension? I'll show you." The recorder was completely stunned by the scene on the screen. "No, no, 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 no." He screamed hysterically, "Stop. Stop the FG thing. You're crazy." Just then, the Wowu-K in the picture began to gather together, and Wowu-2 continued to pour out from them. 43.44% of the blackness of the universe has been blocked, and the rest is visualized Wowu-2. Countless Wowu-2 turned the universe into a picture of hell. Finally, they moved. This group of creatures from the Tachyon universe has begun to take action. The closer Wowooks began to merge into larger Wowooks, until all Wowooks came together. An illogical figure with horns for eyes forced his differentiated feet in and finally crawled into Ordo then from outside Vuk. The agent's voice had completely fallen into madness. The remaining rationality made him utter some intermittent and elusive words. It drools. It's greedy. Even though it's a bionic electronic prosthesis, the synthetic electrical body still reminds me frantically. It is hungry, and it wants to chew the stars. Finally, the audience finally saw the real Wowu-2. Saw this creature from the Tachyon universe. How the humans of the second Hytoth were massacred. In the screen, the light signal was received and interpreted as a distress message and a cry. Remote. 3 multi-unit dragons were eaten by Wowu-2. Next. Supernova chain explosion, no sound. Several diffuse nebulae appear against the black background. The screen goes up. A Wowu-2 was holding the remains of an unknown creature. Body fluids dripping from the mouth. It reaches out to the camera. Despair. The feeling of extreme despair enveloped the hearts of every audience in the chat group. Such a realistic scene even made some viewers feel that they were the ships being eaten by Wowu-2. Next. The chat group exploded. FK, FK. FK. Oh my god, this is hell. The fleet that can travel through the Tachyon universe is just food in front of these guys. Is this AFG Wowu-2? Is this Tama a fugitive? I can't imagine what could have caused these guys to flee. Is there really anything else in the sealed universe that can threaten them? Marvel Universe. SHIELD. Nick Fury stared at the screen. He was also filled with fear and despair, but he always remembered. The story begins with the scene where the fleet rushes towards the sun. That is to say, the fleet was not completely destroyed by this group of Wowu-2. So, what saved them? He stared at the light screen, his eyes fixed on every corner, afraid of missing any details. However, the next second, it seems that I saw something extraordinary. His eyes suddenly trembled. Oh my god. In the light curtain. The agent sobbed. I actually thought that this was all going to end. How I wished that this would end. The fourth saint came out and used his great power to blast these damn creatures. Then we ascended smoothly. This is how it should be. In the screen. At first there was a piercing noise. Then, the lines were reconstructed and the wall was broken. Wowu-2 lowered his head, penetrated his chest, and then his back, looking into the distance. Countless beings in the universe and Wowu-2 saw the same picture. A huge stone structure with the majestic appearance of a bodhisattva. Forearm-like mechanical supports were raised. Each palm dragged a spear-shaped beam of light. Chapter 65. Shock. Unparalleled shock filled the minds of all the audience. The scene before them was beyond their understanding. So much so that some people's brains even crashed on the spot. The universe under one person. Everywhere leads to the headquarters. The board members looked at the screen in horror. The shock was palpable. DC Universe. All the superheroes looked at each other in bewilderment, and the Flash's expression was the most exciting to the extreme. Marvel Universe, the boys' universe. Countless beings in the universe watched this scene. It's like watching a miracle. Finally, in the light curtain, the recorder's voice sounded, "What is this?" The agent gasped heavily. The incarnation of the fourth saint. He has come to save us. The voice was full of madness and fanaticism. At the same time, In the screen, the spiral structure at the center of the light sphere constantly swirls energy. The interface shows that the energy density is rising exponentially. The eyes of the entire universe were focused on that light. The terrifying power made countless creatures tremble in fear. That's the agent's breathing became more and more difficult with each sentence he spoke. Each sphere of light is a spiral galaxy. As soon as this was said, the audience in the chat group was stunned. Each ray of light is a spiral galaxy? That is to say, the majestic appearance of the Bodhisattva are the 4 spiral galaxies in the hand? Crazy. However, that's not all. Radiation and matter are stolen from the galaxy by the gravity of the supermassive black hole, a gravitational slingshot, and then launched out at high sublight speeds. The agent's voice became louder and louder. With the added power of Anomaly Usan, these 4 beams of light will break through the shackles of the universe, the speed of light. The recorder, like the audience. He took a long breath, which remained stagnant for a few seconds before he slowly exhaled. These are the 4 magical weapons held by the legendary 4th Saint. This is a question. It is also a declarative sentence. The audience was stunned. Such a powerful ability. Unheard of structure. It's actually a weapon? Until then, they finally had a true understanding of the true technological level of the second Hytoth civilization. The agent's next words were. This realization became a shock. It's just a replica of one of them, but it's enough. See that ring structure outside the galaxy? It's a galaxy-scale Dyson ring structure. In the screen, a red spear of light was thrown from the center of the galaxy. No sound. But the whole universe seemed to tremble. With the huge kinetic energy added, matter and radiation instantly shattered Wowu into pieces. The body stretched out its hand and tore a Wook. But the light easily penetrated Woke again, smashing the figure's head. Next, red cracks spread from the broken neck to the body. Then, accompanied by cascading shock waves, the figure collapsed into billions of scattered Wowu too, all of whom were killed by the remaining radiation. Their metastable state is destroyed and they suddenly disappear in the form of Tachians. The stone statue of the Bodhisattva opened its eyes. All the Wowu Kes were closed. The overwhelming battle stunned all the spectators. There is only one voice in their hearts. Is this true or false? Doubts also arise. Since Hytoth has such a terrifying divine weapon, why didn't it use it from the beginning, but had to wait until now? Unfortunately, I didn't get an answer. In the screen, the remaining fleet received antimatter flow from the 4th Saint as energy supply. Accelerate to the speed of light again, break through the speed of light after a moment, and enter Wowu. For a time, all that was left on the screen was geometric noise. See here. The audience looked at each other in bewilderment. It's over? In the screen, the recorder asked the same question, hey, it's time to end it. Unexpectedly, the agent let out a miserable laugh, I told you, this is just the beginning. Just the beginning? The audience was puzzled. Because the interface value in the light curtain is normal. There is only geometric noise in the picture. The recorder was also a little tired and said sarcastically, okay, what's the next bit of shit? The Ascension failed. The 5th and 7th Saints failed in their Ascension. Recorder. Audience. DC Universe. Wait a minute. Didn't they fail after their first comeback? Steelbone puzzled. It was clearly stated before that, the 5th Saint and the 7th Saint are missing. They had already failed to ascend. Even the memory of them has disappeared. The Flash smiled bitterly and said, don't forget, the true meaning of Ascension is to enter the universe. In the light curtain, the agent gave a similar answer. So that's what FG physics is all about, Doctor. The 5th Saint and the 7th Saint have been stuck at the moment of breakthrough until someone else ascends, he he he. The agent let out a strange laugh. I call this the FG malice of the universe, Doctor. It's like jumping into a black hole. If you don't enter the event horizon, you won't be able to observe that moment at all. As if to confirm his words. In the screen, the conceptualized 5th and 7th Saints reverberate in the space. The 7th Saint screamed continuously. The scream was silent. But it is like a wave reverberating in the universe. They slowly fell into the materialized physics. The audience saw with their own eyes. The 5th Saint tried to rescue the 7th Saint. But the 7th Saint's divinity collapsed, and instantly turned into arms made up of countless ortothan symbols. He grabbed the head of the fifth saint, and blood flowed from 5 orifices. Countless viewers watched with trembling eyes, watching the fifth saint being hanged right below the physics. Deathly silence spread across the universe. The recorder also fell silent. The agent asked a question as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. The closing moments of the fifth and seventh saints, and then what do you think will happen next? After the curtain is lifted. Answering his. It is the silence of the recorders and even countless viewers in the universe. As well as that horrible, silent scream. The body of the fifth saint was slowly pulled into the physical world by the seventh saint's transformed arm. The screams continued. The fifth saint slowly sank into physics. When his windbreaker leaves the picture, the scene hidden behind it is revealed. Visualizing the future of the Bradinonic universe. A human face. No logo. No prompt. But countless creatures shouted out that name at the same time. Pattern Screamer. The existence that troubled countless viewers. The pattern screamer that seems to be everywhere and yet has never appeared. Just like that, it appeared in the light curtain. The agent's long voice rang out from the light curtain. This is also the only sound left in countless universes. Undercurrent wrinkles surge on its crazy face, and the brown spots of old age swell in ooze pus. You can't detect the signals it radiates, and you can't see through its magnetic field because it affects everything. Hidden within its tonsils is the combined future of ortho then, doctor. We will all end up with that human face, regardless of race or gender. When we see it, even the survival machine at full capacity can't keep up. Those who cannot forget it will be destroyed and fail to ascend. The agent's words were like an invisible nightmare. It has become a haze hanging over the heads of all living beings. Shock, horror, fear. Countless negative emotions surged into the audience's hearts like waves. They can't speak. Because in the light curtain, crowded with faces, they were squeezed and screamed. But more and more creatures flew in. Or they forget by chance, but are dragged in by the screaming loser. Pattern screamers, Jesus, those losers with twisted faces are clearly the redundancy in physics. The redundancy in physics too. They are clearly pattern screamers. You can't see the painful screams people's faces. In geometric noise. Everyone finally saw the agent who read POI 7*7's memory and then died. At this moment, he was frantically grabbing the collar of a white coat and roaring crazily. And then I went crazy, Doc, and it was FG over for us all. Was he killed by Wowu 2 first? Or will it be killed by the expanding physics in an infinite loop? Or should we just FG step on the gas and become pattern screamers? Are you looking at me? Look at me. His roar turned into laughter. That ferocious face eventually filled the entire light curtain. Until everything turned to darkness. Silence. A deathly silence spread across the heavens. Then, the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme exploded. Countless speeches filled the entire chat group. FK, FK, FK. So this is the pattern screamer, so this is. Damn it, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like, everything is melting into nothingness. He will swallow up the entire universe. Jackie Chan Adventures Universe. District 13. All the agents still held their heads high, staring blankly at the light screen. It seemed as if there was only a curtain of light hanging high above the sky. It can give them a sense of security. 0 request flowers. This is an unprecedented fear. Pattern screamers do not follow their most basic instincts like the undying lizards and stags. Unlike Jehovah and the witch girl, they do not possess the most basic communication abilities. He is like an abstract concept. An evil thought from the deepest part of the universe. Uncle Long and Dad looked at each other and explained that they saw fear and powerlessness in each other's eyes. Dad smiled bitterly, such an existence cannot be dealt with by magic. No. No existence can resist it. A certain magical index universe. A group of demons. God no longer has the same scrutinizing attitude as before. Some of them were born as gods, and some were created from humans. Buddhism, Celtic, Shinto, Inca, Aztec, all kinds of religions. They all became demon gods after they cultivated these Tao to the extreme. This kind of life level jump, and the omnipotent power possessed by the demon god. They have always claimed to be the strongest in the universe. This situation did not fade away until the supreme deity appeared. After seeing the pattern screamer, the last bit of hope in their hearts also disappeared. Unable to resist. This is the consensus of everyone. Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Uata's face was filled with fear. As an observer, he can see more than other spectators. But it is precisely because of this. That's why he is so scared now. He saw the pattern screamers. But it seems like I saw non-existence. This was the first time he had lost his composure like this. Before this, neither Ananda Shesha, the devourer of worlds, nor even the Crimson King had ever frightened him so much. Because the former is powerful and has a certain logic. But not the pattern screamers. The purpose of his birth seems to be to make everything that exists disappear. Therefore, he hates all existence. A voice echoed in his mind, telling him. The pattern screamers are not any entity, place, time, vacuum, singularity, extra-dimensional space, metaconstruct. Pattern screamers are truly nothingness. It was non-existent before the universe. A resident of limbo. See here. He suppressed his uneasiness and looked at the light screen again. But in that frightened look, there was also a hint of pity. He doesn't think that after the pattern screamers appeared in the Foundation universe, the Foundation's civilization can survive. In the light curtain, the memories of Poi 7*7, the sole survivor of the second Hytoth, have ended. Everyone hasn't forgotten the final strange state of the agent who read Poi 7*7's memory. As expected, the last record of this file appears. SCPCN Incident Log Text Record. Data expunged. Agent who reads memory went to SCP-3930 alone without telling the Foundation, having previously been illegally removed from GOI 3088. The degraded Ascension method was obtained from SCP-3930, and it was attempted to be used in SCP-3930 to move the local cities eastward to escape from the beast whose existence has not yet been confirmed. At the same time, the mission for this call-up also appeared on the light curtain. Mission: execute agent data expunged. Until the task content appears. The audience in the chat group finally gathered their divergent thoughts. The scene shows the interior of the Foundation site. The only operator recruited this time appeared in front of everyone. Void Star God 9 still looks weird. At first glance it looks like a shadow. However, at this time, the Void Star God was dim and dim. He is different from most star gods. He not only communicates with other star gods. At the same time, he believes that the essence of the multiverse is nothingness, and therefore its existence is worthless. However, after seeing the existence of the 10,000 forms howling demon, he realized that the biggest crisis in practicing the idea of nihilism seemed to be about to occur. It seemed to confirm his idea. The content of this mission finally surfaced. Description: SCP-3930 does not exist. SCP-3930 is a place on Earth contaminated by pattern screamers. Mission content: go to SCP-3930, execute agent data expunged, and prevent him from ascending. Once the content appears, the audience in the entire universe was silent at first. Then the scene suddenly exploded. WTF? Is this something a human, a star god can do? If the Foundation wants Star God to die, just say so. There's no need to send him on such an impossible mission. Damn it, now when I think of the horror of the pattern screamers, I break out in cold sweats. Yes, if it weren't for the Heavens summoning order that restricted its ability, perhaps the pattern screamer would appear in our universe now. Feeling sorry for the Void Star God for 3 seconds. Knife. Chapter 66. Not to mention the audience. Even the operators stood in awe when they saw this. The look he gave the Void Star God was full of sympathy. Deadpool suddenly felt that being swallowed by the immortal evil lizard was not so difficult to accept. Jong Hulan suddenly felt that playing house with the witch girl was not so scary. Even the ruthless Emperor had a flickering look in his eyes. The poor Void Star God ended up having to bear everything alone. Just before the mission began, a brief introduction to SCP-3930 was given in the light curtain. Revised special containment procedures: in order to continue to contain SCP-3930, it is extremely important that all personnel assigned to SCP-3930 understand that SCP-3930 does not exist and has never existed. All personnel assigned to SCP-3930 must understand that, despite any language or instructions that might suggest otherwise, SCP-3930 does not exist. Maintaining SCP-3930's non-existence is the containment procedure for SCP-3930. See here. If it were the audience who watched the previous version, they might be confused. But now, after witnessing the horror of the pattern screamers, they felt that this measure was not safe enough. If they didn't need to deal with SCP-3930, they would rather the file didn't exist. Joke. The previous pattern screamers were enough to make almost any universe disappear. What if more people knew about this? Description: SCP-3930 is a static void within a 1 km perimeter near Yuzinsk, the Bear Country. SCP-3930 does not emit or absorb sound or light, has no form or texture, cannot be passed through, cannot be touched, cannot be manipulated in any way, and has no dimensions. Through extensive testing using a variety of techniques, Foundation researchers have been able to confirm with a 99.99% accuracy that absolutely nothing exists within the area described as SCP-3930. See here. Everyone remembered the previous video. The terrifying scene of the pattern screamer devouring all the ships and the Vorwuta. Everything that is swallowed by him is not death, but disappearance, non-existence. For a moment, I felt my hair stand on end. All in all, 1. SCP-3930 does not exist. 2. SCP-3930 is not a physical location, point in time, vacuum, singularity, extra-dimensional space, metaconstruct, or any other describable entity, as such describable entities would need to exist, which SCP-3930 does not. 3. SCP-3930 cannot be said to be anything, regardless of its perceived nature. 4. Since SCP-3930 does not exist, it cannot contain anything that exists. Therefore, if one attempts to pass through or enter SCP-3930, this is impossible due to SCP-3930's non-existence, and anything that attempts to do so will cease to exist. Despite the above, humans are still able to perceive SCP-3930 as perceptible, and objects that are rendered non-existent by SCP-3930 are similarly perceptible. See the fourth article. The voices of the chat group audience suddenly stagnated. All the operators on the screen were also stunned. Then, everyone's eyes towards the Void Star God changed again. Because this is almost a mission that means death. However, there was no time for people to react. With the sound of the mission begins. The next second, the Void Star God appeared in a world of ice and snow. Just when everyone was surprised at the goal of this mission, a space like a black hole suddenly appeared in the light curtain. The moment I saw that space, memories of the dead suddenly appear. The audience in the universe suddenly fell silent. They need no reminder at all, they realize this. It's SCP-3930. In the screen. At the same time, records of the pattern screamers within the Foundation appeared. Once this record appeared, the Void Star God's uneasiness turned into complete panic. Supreme Divinity, Pattern Screamer. The Pattern Screamer is not any entity, place, time, vacuum, singularity, hyperspace, metaconstruct. The Pattern Screamer is the true nothingness, the non-existence before the universe, the resident of limbo. They, is nothing but hatred. It hates the things that exist, so it lets out a soul-tearing scream, taking revenge on the universe, time, and space, and dimensions that exist, as well as the life within them. In the chat group, the audience's sympathy for the Void Star God. Now it has completely transformed into horror. They had indeed seen the Pattern Screamers. Seeing with my own eyes how the Pattern Screamers cruelly devoured the 5th and 7th Saints. But they don't have a complete understanding of the Pattern Screamers. Until now. This abstract concept once again makes the image of the Pattern Screamer concrete. The alien civilization of the unified galaxy was forced to abandon its flesh and blood and flee to Earth, and the ancient human civilization that once ruled the entire galaxy and created planets at will was almost destroyed because of it. Even the residents of Alagata, the capital of the multiverse, are afraid of it. They manipulate tachyons and rule time. They are angels that exist on a higher plane, a realm that has at least 7 dimensions. The Pattern Screamer is a being that is comparable to divinity. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. The agents looked at the light screen and felt their throats dry. The scene of the Pattern Howlers hunting the Ascendants was too shocking. So much so that they forgot for a moment that the Pattern Screamers were also a terrifying existence that could pose a world-destroying crisis to the Foundation. And he is unlike any supreme deity before. He is not like the deer that cannot think. He is also not like the devourer of worlds, unable to move. He is not like the Crimson King, who influences everything in the universe through a conceptual body. Pattern screamers are inherently hostile to humans and human civilization. He is the enemy of all existence. I didn't expect that the Hytoth civilization was not the only one destroyed by the pattern screamers. Natasha was horrified. Then he seemed to have thought of something, his face was shocked and he said, "Damn it, now that SCP-3930 has appeared in the Foundation world, doesn't that mean?" Nick Fury sighed. "This is the worst possible scenario." Saying. He looked at the light curtain and said without any confidence, "Perhaps if the Void Star God killed the agent and prevented him from ascending, SCP-3930 would not have expanded and the pattern screamers would not have appeared." Talking room. The files in the light curtain disappeared. The Void Star God stood in front of the static void for a long time. Finally the action has begun. The static void is a strange space. It absorbs no light, has no form or texture. At first glance it looks like a black hole. However, at the moment when the Void Star God entered this space, a bunch of inexplicable feelings suddenly appeared. It's hard to describe that feeling. It's like the wind blowing through the leaves. You can only see the leaves dancing randomly, but you can't hear any sound. The whole world is like a video with the mute button pressed. Weird, dull, depressing. And in the very center of this space, the audience saw a building with a strange shape. It is very large and looks like an enlarged European coffin. However, apart from the dense and strange runes on the surface, it also gives people an ultimate sense of technological beauty. The moment I saw this thing, the audience in the chat group was immediately shocked. Whole of Kingsh. Isn't this AF** kingship? Damn it. That guy actually made this thing. Oh my god, this is the ritual and instrument that can be used to ascend. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. During the discussion, the audience couldn't help but become anxious. Everyone wished they could get in and kill the agent. Because once this guy succeeds in ascending, pattern screamers will inevitably appear in the Foundation world. By then, everything will cease to exist. Fortunately, although the Void Star God had no emotions, he still acted according to instructions. He immediately floated towards the coffin. However, some viewers found that as the Void Star God went deeper, a strange, wind-like noise appeared in the light curtain. Not only that, there were actually some sporadic gaps on the shadowy body of the Void Star God. It was like that part had disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, the audience's faces gradually turned pale. Obviously, this empty land. It began to affect the Void Star God. Fortunately, this space is not big. Not long after, the Void Star God arrived in front of the coffin. People finally saw the man who read the memory of Poi 7*7. Now he has been completely assimilated into his agent. He was now very different from before, not only in appearance. The indescribable madness and fear are even more terrifying. As he was about to enter the coffin, he apparently noticed the Void Star God. He immediately roared angrily, "Damn it! Get out! Get out of here!" The Void Star God was still approaching quietly. The agent immediately tried to appease. "That's enough. I know you were sent by that damn Foundation. No matter what they offer you, believe me, it's all meaningless." Perhaps the word meaningless fits the concept of the Void Star God. He actually slowed down. See, this method is useful. The agent's face lit up with joy, and he began to prepare for the ceremony while loudly accusing. They have no idea how terrifying the pattern screamer is. He is not real. They are to neutrinos what neutrinos are to us. They are nothing. But they just know their own nothingness, and they hate it. Their existence is torture. They hate the existence of the universe. They hate their own existence. They hate our existence. They are nothing but hate. He seemed to be accusing the second Hytoth of the despair he had experienced. Who would have thought that, just as he was about to start the ceremony, the Void Star God moved? He just had an idea. The agent's body began to melt like an avalanche. His thoughts also changed in an instant. A 180-degree change. He is no longer crazy. No more anger. No more fear. It's as if all this has lost its meaning. Until the end. He lost the meaning of life. All I see is nothingness. So he fell on the coffin and died at the last moment of the opening ceremony. See here. The audience in the chat group finally felt relieved. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Heidel let out a long sigh, and then seemed to have lost all his strength. Fell to the ground dejectedly. He forced an ugly smile from his face. Although the process was a bit weird, at least the mission was accomplished. Noticing the increasing blankness on the Void Star God, she opened her mouth and comforted herself. This level of influence will not endanger his existence itself. As long as he returns, everything can be restored to its original state. Who knows? Before she could finish her words, she suddenly froze in place. It was as if I had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The most horrifying picture. She felt her body trembling, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. BDR-. She pronounced the name almost with her remaining sanity. That's right. The pattern screamers appeared. The non-existence that hates all existence finally appears. In the light curtain. That static void instantly spread to the entire planet. Then spread to the entire galaxy. Everything collapsed in silence. Except for the Void Star God. This star god who had no idea what fear was and believed that everything in the universe was meaningless finally revealed his true form. Dark stars appeared around him, and then disintegrated again. Countless meteorites, satellites, planets, and stars surround him. Start to rotate slowly. Breathing. A huge galaxy appeared in this boundless static void. The Void Star God poked his head out from it. Quietly observing everything in front of you. Observing. Pattern Screamer. Visualizing the future of the Bradinonic universe, with a human face. The wrinkles of the dark tide surged on its crazy 4.0 face. Then in an instant it began to twist again. Physics is filled with faces. They were squeezed in and screamed, but more and more creatures flew in. The geometric noise sound appeared again. This time, the audience suddenly woke up. They then realized that, when the Void Star God entered that static space, a strange sound appeared. It's the scream of the Pattern Screamer. This battle that cannot be equated. In fact, it started early in the morning. The Void Star God, who thought everything was meaningless, did not give up resistance. The power of the Void Destiny began to emerge. The wave of nothingness spreads. The rotating stars around him began to disintegrate and collapse. All existence began to dissolve into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the audience from all over the world were suddenly shocked. No one expected that. This time, the power of the Void Star God can easily destroy the galaxy. This suddenly gave them hope. The Void Star God may not be able to defeat the Pattern Howler. But what if I could stop him just for a moment? Pity. Everyone's hope vanished in the next moment. The colorful energy fluctuations suddenly burst out. Both inside and outside, it is filled with incomprehensible vibrations and leaps. The countless human faces on the Pattern Screamers began to scream. The gorgeous 7 colors of the rainbow crisscross and chant out a perfect bass, echoing for a long time in the vast and invisible ether. In the eternal chaos whose beginning is invisible and whose end is unknown, it sings, rejoices and praises freely and unrestrainedly from eternity. Final. All the screams turned into hatred. That is hatred for all existence. Even if it is nothingness. Chapter 67. A pattern emerged. It is so strange, so distant. It rotates upon itself, forming a singularity infinitesimal and infinitesimal. It devours light, sound and all existence, thus creating form. The spiral continues to stretch. It bends and twists, and ADI dissolves. Tearing apart abstract concepts. Build order. Everything that has ever existed has developed a new consciousness, pain. The Void Star God has no emotions. I don't know what fear is. However, at this moment, he felt the pain. The stars around him continued to disintegrate amidst the screams. Even if he exerted his destiny power to the extreme. Still unable to resist the scream, even for a moment. Then everything fell apart. It is swallowed and crushed by the ever-growing spiral, bound by its shape and sealed in a rigid form. The Void Star God even began to destroy his own destiny at the last moment. He tried to stop the scream by reversing the nothingness and making it exist. He calls back strange and powerful things from what was once the void. Even life appeared. They seem to have always been here, or to have existed here before. However, in the next moment, they do not exist and have never existed. The more you turn it, the tighter it gets. The past and the future are getting closer. The body of the Void Star God began to appear and disappear. Sometimes, his body before he ascended to become a star god appears. Sometimes it trembles in the stars. When the infinite and finite are sucked into the deepest part of the spiral, everything imaginable is full of energy, ready to burst forth. Falling, falling, falling. Entering a singularity. Countless explosions bloomed at the same time. A universe that transcends all universes and is above them all. Finally, the Void Star God disappeared completely in a silent scream. Everything is gone. Everything no longer exists. An invisible fear spread throughout the heavens and all worlds. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Countless creatures trembled as they watched the scene happening in the light curtain. I just felt as if my soul was frozen. They witnessed with their own eyes a massacre of the star gods by the Supreme Godhead. I witnessed with my own eyes how nothingness became non-existent. The visual impact of this unprecedented experience almost made their hearts stop. Next. The chat group suddenly exploded. The emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme burst out at this moment. Whole of Kingshti. Shit. Shit. Everything is shit. I don't want to watch it anymore. I don't want to watch it anymore. This is simply a massacre. It's so despairing. Is this world really salvageable? Can these anomalies really be contained? The entire chat group was shrouded in a shadow of despair. No one thinks the pattern screamers are abnormal. He is more like a law. An inevitability when the life of the universe comes to an end. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji's heart had already been filled with shock and despair. The turmoil of the earth has not shaken him. The invasion of the Trisolarans had not failed to shake him. However, after witnessing a massacre by a god, he was a little shaken. If everything that exists will eventually become nothing, then what is the point of civilization struggling and hoping? The universe under one person. Long Hushan Tianxi Mansion. The old Taoist priest stood with his hands behind his back, and finally lowered his head. Endless lightning flashed in his eyes. He was confused and angry. Why does this kind of existence exist in the universe? After a long pause, he sighed. Is this a kind of relief? Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Uata's curiosity has completely disappeared. Instead, there is fear and despair. As an observer, he witnessed the formation and end of countless planets. I have witnessed the birth and end of countless great civilizations. Countless powerful gods in the universe went from being fearsome to disappearing. In his view, all of this is a constant and the natural law of the universe. However, after seeing the pattern screamer, his cosmology collapsed. The power of the pattern screamer can easily return everything to the singularity. Make everything that exists become non-existent. It makes all the rules and regulations a joke. Deluo Universe. Deluo Star. The arrogance on the face of God King Tang San no longer existed. Originally, he thought that after leaving the black hole and absorbing the power of chaos, his strength would be sublimated again, and he would be invincible in the universe as one of the gods in charge of the great circle of gods. However, in the Foundation universe, those divine and supreme beings made his arrogance a joke. Especially after the pattern screamer showed up. He looked at the screen with a dark face. There was only one thought left in my mind. Don't get picked. All living beings in the heavens and the worlds are terrified. The fearful screams of the pattern screamers that turn everything into nothing. The creatures of the heavens and the worlds are celebrating again. Fortunately, the pattern screamers appeared in the Foundation's universe, not theirs. At the same time, I am also thankful that the Heavens Summoning Order has blocked the impact on the pattern howlers. However, while celebrating, someone suddenly thought, the planets have been completely transformed into static space by the howling demon. Isn't the Foundation dead? Who knows? Just then, the light curtain that had been silent for a long time suddenly appeared with lines of words. The day of eternity is coming, and the end is coming with it. The yardstick for measuring order has drifted. The end of the universe is coming. However, just then, under this sentence of the end of the universe, suddenly, a line of words appeared. But not now. Then, everything is back to normal. The universe that has become a singularity is reborn in a breath. The disintegrating stars, the vanishing planets, and the flourishing life appeared again. It is like, God said, let there be light, and there was light in the world. Now the voice says, The universe cannot collapse here. So everything is restored. Seeing this scene, countless creatures in the universe suddenly stood still. They subconsciously recalled the last time when Jehovah led Uriel and his legion of angels to destroy the world. There is also a voice saying, "I reject this story." So everything is back to normal. This time, miracle reappears. In an instant, the chat group, which was originally filled with gloom, suddenly became solemn. Next, crazy cheers rang out inside. FK. 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 This is the true miracle, which can restore the shattered universe to its original state. I can no longer describe the shock in my heart with words. Who is the owner of this voice? The God of creation. He even stopped the end of the universe caused by the pattern screamers. Could he be a being above the supreme God? It's crazy, this universe is really crazy. Three-body universe. Luoji rubbed his eyes in astonishment, thinking he was hallucinating. The dejection and despair were swept away at the same time. He murmured excitedly. If there are supreme gods like the pattern screamers in the universe, then there will naturally be groups of higher-level beings. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. The agents cheered and jumped for joy. Countless people have gone crazy for the supreme being who has never appeared. Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Uata's despair was swept away. Instead, I was completely shocked. Unlike other people's blind guesses, he had an absolute premonition about that voice. It must be the Foundation administrator who never showed up. As countless cosmic beings cheered. In the light curtain, the pattern screamer watched all this angrily. It struggles in its cage. Furious. It scratched the barrier. It tears open gaps. It scratches and erodes. It lashed out and cursed and hated. It hates those things that are carved out of it. It harbors a burning rage against all that is real. Except for resentment towards everything. It also hates the flourishing of life. However, it all seems to be in vain. That voice was too absolute. So much so that the entire narrative has changed. The pattern screamer returns to the Tachyon universe, angrily awaiting the arrival of the next doomsday of the universe. But not now. Mission accomplished. After hearing the words, "mission accomplished," countless viewers in the chat group breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. What followed was not the sense of relief after surviving a catastrophe. But it feels unreal. As the supreme god, the pattern screamer, hunt down Vorchu from the Tachyon universe. Then to the destruction of the second Hytoth. Then to kill the Void Star God. Until the entire universe is finally destroyed. All this happened so suddenly that the audience still has a lingering fear of the pattern screamer in their minds. However, the fact is that everything is back to the starting point. The pattern screamers were driven back to the Tachyon universe. The Foundation was not destroyed. Come back to your senses. This fear of the pattern screamers gradually turned into shock and worship of that mysterious existence. Site 0. Hearing the words, "mission accomplished," even Chu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way, Xiu Xiaotong's power is too overbearing. Even if it is the temporary supreme deity, the Jehovah of evolution and ethics. He also needs to summon his army of angels and cooperate with other divinities to cause a CK-class doomsday scenario. But the pattern screamers only need to keep screaming. The universe will end. If Chu Yun hadn't used his ability of perfect karma again. This time it's really hard to say. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of perfection of cause and effect. In a sense, this is also a superpower to change the narrative, right? While sighing, he glanced at the shadow in the space. This is the Void Star God who died at the hands of the pattern screamer. Even Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh when he saw him. What an unlucky guy. There are so many tasks at the moment. You just happened to meet the most ruthless character. In recognition of his outstanding performance in this mission, Chu Yun generously gave him the same treatment as the Empress and the Memory Star God. You can choose to return directly. However, surprisingly, the Void Star God did not choose to return directly like Fuli. At this time, in the perception of the Void Star God, the area where he was located turned out to be a mysterious place that was even more empty than the quiet space. He could feel the gaze from the higher being. But he couldn't sense the other person's existence at all. For the Void Star God, everything in the world is imprisoned in the cage of existence. Imprisoned by the body, coerced by thoughts, and blinded by the manifestations of all things in the world. Even beings with extremely high intelligence would have difficulty attending the meeting. On the opposite side of all real existence such as matter, order, logic, life, etc., there exists this isoentropic nothingness. Nothing in the world has any meaning. Therefore, he has no fear and no emotions. Until I met the pattern screamer. Until I was melted by that complete non-existence. He realized that nothingness itself is actually a kind of existence. This gave him a deeper understanding of his own destiny. Therefore, he chose to stay. The only difference is that he didn't stay in the Foundation, but stayed in this cursed universe, looking for the real virtual 860 UN. *:*. After learning about the choice of the Void Star God, Chu Yun did not hesitate. Directly agreed to his choice. Next second. Ding. Project Pattern Screamer, mission completed. You will receive the following rewards. This universe's conscription order. You will have the opportunity to conscript the existence of this universe, including but not limited to members of other organizations, abnormal entities, divine entities, the Supreme Godhead. You gain the scream ability of the Pattern Screamer. I will not stop screaming until I am free. The path of Ascension. Under your leadership, the Foundation has contained a supreme divine entity, and you have obtained part of the divine nature. The Pattern Screamer is a non-existence comparable to divinity, not. Containment is the best containment. A series of reward prompt sounds appear. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. After reviewing the 3 rewards, his face suddenly showed a hint of joy. The troubles that have troubled him for a long time seem to have taken a turn for the better. Yes, that's the first reward. This universe is calling for action. After seeing the anomalies in the Foundation universe, especially after seeing the divine entity and the Supreme Godhead, Chu Yun had anticipated the results of the future recruitment. That means you will need to take action to solve problems more and more often. Because the abnormal forces in the Foundation universe are too powerful. When encountering those less threatening anomalies. For example, safe and Euclid level containment. Some operators from the universe may still be able to play a role. But once faced with the existence of the Supreme Divinity, the abilities of those operators are not good enough. At this time, if the universe recruitment order can be triggered, isn't it possible to defeat magic with magic? The only thing that makes Chu Yun a little disappointed is that the universe recruitment order is not necessarily triggered, but there is a chance. It's a pity. If I hadn't used the ability of causal perfection, the reward might have become something that could be specified. But on second thought, the perfection of cause and effect does not apply. Chu Yun has absolutely no way to deal with the Pattern Screamer. I just don't know how high the chance is. Chu Yun had even been thinking in his mind which anomaly would be the most cost-effective to recruit. Who knows? Just then, it seems that he sensed something. His expression changed slightly. Damn it, do you want to do this? Even that person showed up. Seems to be a response to Chu Yun. Soon. That grand and solemn voice resounded throughout the universe once again. The 9th call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Ding. Extraction completed. Universe extracted this time, Foundation Universe. Operator recruited this time, Lou Murphy, Foundation Universe. Take the normal state, no sarcasm. Lao Lu is probably a high-level infinite power infinite box. The narrative can be modified. Chapter 68. Site 0. After seeing the name, Foundation Universe, and Lou Murphy, Chu Yun was stunned. Immediately there was a burst of joy. What the hell? Am I so lucky? I got it triggered on the first try? And the most important thing is, I got an SSR. Lu Fei, a super school existence. As the administrator, Chu Yun knows him too well. Lou Murphy is a detective living in a low-level narrative. In addition to its strong narrative ability, he is a detective with a sense of justice. Perhaps in the Foundation universe's battle power rankings, he couldn't get into the top echelons. But when it comes to helping Chu Yun, he is definitely an SSR. The only thing that made Chu Yun feel a little regretful was that the other party chose the normal one. But for Chu Yun, it was definitely a surprise. Because, if I hadn't drawn Lao Lu, he will definitely have to clean up the mess of the next mission. Besides, in order to avoid problems, or in other words, to prevent the curtain from breaking, the Heavens Recruitment Order naturally did not open a live broadcast to the Foundation universe. Therefore, creatures of the Foundation universe, even the members of the Foundation, knew nothing about this. However, at this time, the audience is from all over the world. But the discussion has gone crazy because of the result of this call-up. WTF? Am I seeing this right? The operators this time are actually from the Foundation universe. Hell, even the existence of the Foundation universe itself is up for grabs. LV Mofe? It sounds like a person's name. Could it be that the person who was picked this time was an ordinary person? What a pity. If only the one I drew was an anomaly, then I could see anomalies versus anomalies. Aha. Collapse Iron Universe. The deepest part of the universe. All the star gods looked at the joyful star god speechlessly. The only one who could still joke at this moment was probably Aha, the star god who was in charge of joy. Just now, a group of star gods witnessed the death of the void star god, one of the most powerful star gods. This time it was different from the previous silent confrontation with the memory star god. The battle scene this time was so exaggerated that even the star gods were shocked. The void star god used up almost all of his strength, but in the end he was still killed by the pattern screamer. This made all the star gods fall into an unknown fear. What makes the star gods even more uneasy is that, although the void star god did not die completely, he actually chose to stay in the Foundation's universe. As a result, at this juncture, the joyful star god Aha is still enjoying the fun. Isn't it good news that the boring void star god is staying in that universe? Aha enjoys watching the fun. Although the fate of nothingness is abstract, there will always be other existences that will eventually fill this gap. These two sentences left all the star gods speechless. He looked at the light curtain again and said excitedly, "Compared to this, I am more curious about the operators recruited this time. LV Mofe, is he a human or an anomaly? If the abnormal can be recruited, can the divinity and the supreme divinity also be recruited?" He was not the only one who had this thought. However, when the recruited operators appeared in the light curtain, the audience, who were originally talking a lot, suddenly became quiet. Within the sight, all the operators looked at Lu Mofe, who appeared out of nowhere in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Because this guy's painting style is different from everyone else's. That's right. The painting styles are just different. Previous operators, whether it was Boa Connor or Deadpool, all had bodies that resembled the real world. Even the anime character Saitama has a realistic body. However, Lou Murphy appeared at this time. But it has a completely different style of painting. The world he lives in is like a silent film with some strange filter, composed of a large number of pictures that look like hardcore sketches. In other words, Lou Murphy is a figure drawn by sketch lines. At first glance, it's like Chandler's Philip Marlowe novels were made into a TV series. Even more bizarre is that, when he appeared, the play within the act has similar gazes and narrations as in silent films. Inside the Foundation site unknown, time unknown. A white man appears in this unknown room. He is wearing a white linen shirt and a distinctive felt hat. You can see the holster on his shoulder, it contains a .44 Magnum. A bent cigarette is dangling from his lips. His name is Murphy, and he's ready to do business with anyone. He's tough and handsome, the kind of guy who can smash concrete and dust and still meet your mother's face. He is also our narrator. His voice is hoarse and rough, it's like he just swallowed a handful of expired cigarette butts and swallowed them with sulfuric acid. As the gaze disappears, a hoarse and rough voice sounded in the light curtain. "Wow, it looks like I've come to some incredible place, even though I was just in my own detective agency." Lou Mofe turned around and looked at the operators and asked, "By the way, I was suddenly told that I have to participate in a mission before I can go back. Do you know what this mission is?" All the operators were stunned. Jong Hulan subconsciously hid behind the crowd. The scene before him was too bizarre, even stranger than the previous appearances of the star gods. The audience in the chat group talked about it. The audiences from all over the world were even more shocked and confused. Three-body universe. Earth. This. Luoji looked at the strange scene on the screen with astonishment. For a moment, I thought I was not looking at the screen, but my own TV. What the hell is this Lou Murphy who looks like a silent TV drama? Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Wow, Uncle Long, this detective looks so cool. Xiao looked at the light screen with excitement. It looks like I'm reading a comic book. Uncle Long was stunned when he heard this. Comics. As if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly became more vivid as he looked at the light screen. Damn, I think I know what this guy is. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Looking at the bizarre scene on the screen. After his initial surprise, Guyi also got the answer. But this answer is too shocking and too unbelievable. So much so that she couldn't believe this fact for a moment. This is a low-level narrative role. That's right. As the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One already possessed the ability to teleport across space and even across dimensions. In which parallel universes, not only do the same life forms as in the real universe exist. Likewise, there are some parallel universes that are of a completely different structure. Exactly the same as Lu Murphy, a character in the narrative. That's why she was so shocked. Because the summoning power of the Heavens Summoning Order can not only cross the cosmic dimension. It can even cross dimensions and recruit characters from lower-level narratives into reality. Just then, above the sky, that solemn and deep voice sounded again. Not only did he help the operators out of trouble, but he also answered Lu Mofei's question. The call-up ends, and the containment mission begins. The anomaly contained in this case, Mary Zhongshan. See here. The audience in the chat group were all stunned. Mary Zhongshan? How come it sounds like a person's name? Could it be that the target of containment this time is a humanoid entity anomaly? Next. As the project's files appeared on the light screen, the doubtful voices suddenly disappeared. Project name, Foundation Documentation. Item No, SCP-001 Kate Tyrus's proposal. Object Class, Unknown. See here. There was a commotion in the chat group. Because this time the project number is also SCP-001. You should know that. The last time, the Gatekeeper population of SCP-001 eventually caused a world-destroying crisis. This immediately alerted the audience. Is it possible? Is this anomaly another deity? But why is the project called Foundation Documentation? Shouldn't the target of containment be Mary Zhongshan? All kinds of doubts filled the audience's mind. Until more content comes out. Special containment procedures. Pursuant to the unanimous subjective opinion of the full Executive Committee of Site Directors on May 3, data expunged, the database access location of SCP-001 is to be prohibited from editing and can only be modified by the 7 private keys owned by members of the O5 Council. The subjective majority opinion of SDE-COTW is that the object previously classified as SCP-001 should no longer be given SCP classification, and should be transferred to a standard high-value containment locker at Site 19. See here. The audience was amazed. So SCP-001 is really just a file? But why can a file become SCP-001? And why did the Foundation take it so seriously? SDE-COTW unanimously agrees that under no circumstances should objective claims or statements be made on the SCP-001 page in the Foundation database, since there should be a verifiable record of past Foundation management opinions. According to the majority opinion of the administrators, if the Daumil entity, Dr. Mary Nakayama, or any entity claiming to be this person contacts the SCP Foundation, they should be directed to the 05 Council for negotiation or cooperation. The majority opinion of the O5 Council is that no attempt should be made to destroy the Daumil entity, or to find a weak spot in the location of the SCP-001 database. Note, Daumil is a classification of anomalies. Thaumiel-level anomalies are used to contain or resist anomalies of other SCPs or anomalous phenomena. Finally, the archives show the long-awaited Nakayama Mary. However, the description is confusing. Especially the last note shocked the audience. The audience in the chat group couldn't help but talk about it. WH. Et? Mary Nakayama is not only a person, but also a doctor of the Foundation? But what the hell is the Daumil entity? Anomalies that contain other anomalies? Shit, does that mean Mary Nakayama can help the Foundation contain other anomalies? WTF? If that's the case, why is this mission to take in Mary Zhongshan? This time, both the recruitment and the mission are so weird. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Uncle Long, since Dr. Mary Zhongshan can help the Foundation, why do we still want to take her in? Xiao looked at Uncle Long and asked in confusion. Uncle Long opened his mouth but couldn't think of anything. On the contrary, Sheriff Blake on the side seemed to have thought of something and his eyes changed slightly. He looked at Xiao and asked. Think about it, under what circumstances would a hunter abandon his hounds? Xiao was stunned. Frowning and thinking for a moment. Hesitantly, he said, perhaps he will do this when the hound can no longer help the hunter. Sheriff Black nodded. Then he pointedly said. There is another situation. That is, when your hound stops obeying you and starts to threaten you. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao and the other agents' faces suddenly changed. Xiao looked at the light curtain with a heavy face. She just wanted to know. What exactly is SCP-001? Why was Mary Nakayama, a Daimyo entity, taken into custody by the Foundation? At this moment, more content appeared in the Minister of Light Curtain. Description: the SDE-COTW and the O5 Council have unanimously agreed on data expunged 5/3 that any. All factual statements made on adoers/001/SCP-001.ftml will become objective facts. It is believed that any modification of this page would result in an all-F-room, ultimate concern, type reality modification of extremely large and possibly unlimited scope. Change the situation, money is good. SDE-COTW and the O5 Council believe that no further testing of this effect should be conducted, citing the high probability that such testing will trigger potential XK/CK/LK/VK/ZK/K class scenario. As such a piece of content appears. The audience who were just discussing Zhongshan Mary suddenly stopped. The entire universe fell into deathly silence at the same time. Countless people looked at the contents of the light screen in amazement. For a moment I thought I was hallucinating. Next. It was a complete shock. Any factual statements made on the pages of SCP-001 become objective facts. Just this sentence. This made countless audiences go crazy. Whole of Kingshti. Isn't this just another version of, whatever you say comes true? This is the same as the witch girl's reality distortion ability. No. This is even more powerful than the witch girl's ability. Shit, this ability is much stronger than reality bending ability, because it has no limits at all. It's a total wishing machine. For a time. The heavens and the universe are in a turmoil. Just this paragraph alone has driven countless people crazy. Countless viewers subconsciously thought of the reality-distorting ability of SCP-239, the Witch Girl. It also means that your words will come true and your wishes will come true. But everyone knows that her reality-warping abilities actually have many limitations. For example, the scope, target, and degree of reality distortion all have limitations and limits. But what about SCP-001? No. There are no restrictions at all. Any modification of SCP-001 will result in an all-F chamber, ultimate concern, type reality alteration scenario of extremely extensive, and potentially unlimited, scope. In other words, this is the ultimate max version of SCP-239's abilities. This is a pure wishing machine. Chapter 69. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. After seeing the information on the light curtain, Haida froze suddenly, his eyes full of astonishment flashing in the darkness. Unlimited range of reality modification. After understanding the meaning behind this sentence. The following sentence, this test has a high probability of triggering a potential XK/CK/LK/VK/ZK/K class scenario, will not come as a surprise. Because to do this, you only need to write a sentence on the document. The world is destroyed. Haida swallowed. She originally thought that the endless stream of divinities and supreme divinities in the Foundation universe were outrageous enough. Only now did she realize how deficient her imagination was. She stared at the words on the screen again and again with a complicated look in her eyes. Dr. Mary Nakayama. The Universal Wishing Machine. Daimyo. Just as her eyes swept over the words, Dr. Mary Zhongshan, again. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in her mind. Etc. Haida's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief. Damn it, that guy didn't write himself into the document, did he? This guess was so shocking that after Haida made a simple analysis, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If that's true, then what did she write in the file? Type Moon World. Bao Shi Wang stared at the light curtain. After seeing the capabilities of the document, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body seemed to be frozen at that moment, unable to move. Unlimited range of reality modification, all done by just editing a file. For a time, he just felt that the world was full of absurdity and unreality. In his world, some people have spent thousands of years searching for it, just to use the third magic again. The three major families, Einsborn, Zorgan, Matu, and Tozaka, even launched the heroic war. The intention is to use the power of the heroic spirits who return to the throne of heroes after their death to open the door to the root. In order to induce those cunning magicians to participate, the three great families released the slogan of Universal Wishing Machine. So that, over the thousands of years, a large number of magicians have fought the Holy Grail War again and again for the so-called Universal Wish-Granting Machine. But Bao Shiwang, who was deeply involved in it, was always clear that the so-called Universal Wishing Machine is just a lie. Perhaps the third magic, Soul Materialization 670, can also simulate this illusory ability in a certain sense. But this desire to be realized must be achieved through known means and methods. However, at this moment, Bao Shiwang learned that there was a real wishing machine in the Foundation's universe. And to fulfill a wish, one does not need to participate in war or perform rituals. Just need to simply edit the document to make everything written down become a reality. This caused the worldview that Bao Shiwang had constructed over thousands of years to collapse. At the same time, the magicians of the entire Type Moon world were also completely immersed in a frenzy and excitement. At this moment, the desire for the universal wishing machine even temporarily suppressed their fear of those divinities and supreme divinities. Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Ueda was so shocked by the power of SCP-001 that he was speechless. In his eyes, SCP-001 is the Creator's Book of Creation. It is the foundation of all things and the universe. It is the rules, the laws, and the source of all indescribable power. He even thought, without difficulty, why does the universe allow such things to exist? Just then, more content appeared on the light curtain. Ueda suppressed his inner shock and panic. Force yourself to calm down and continue reading. SDECOTW unanimously agrees that other pages in the /procedures/001/ section of the Foundation database do not have anomalous effects, and past versions of SCP-001 data that led to the discovery of SCP-001's effects and the possible creation of thou-meal entities should be stored as subpages in this directory for reference. SDECOTW unanimously agrees that all empty slots in the Foundation database must be checked for more alpha chamber-type reality modification abnormalities. In addition, no more than 1,000 thoroughly checked database slots may be open to staff for editing new special containment procedures at any one time. See here. The eyes of the audience in the chat group suddenly became strange when they looked at the light screen. Because this description reminded them of a previous file. SCP-2317. That file also went through different versions to gradually reveal the true horror. As expected, several different versions of the content appeared on the page. As the first copy was opened, its contents appeared on the light screen. Foundation Database Modification Record, new SCP file created. Creation attempt at data expunged, but the object's effects may cause it to automatically move to -001. The administrator has been asked to unlock the empty 001 position. Why is it empty? I think it's for convenience, just in case. Nikaya Mall, 20202 F1811:34 AM. Seeing this content, especially the signature Nakayama, Mary Zhongshan, the audience soon realized that Dr. Mary Nakayama is the researcher assigned by the Foundation to examine SCP-001. At the same time, we also realize that at this point in time, Dr. Mary Nakayama is just an ordinary researcher. Death Note World. Standing by the window, Yagami subconsciously looked at Ryuk beside him. They happened to meet each other's eyes. What did you think of? The god of death, Ryuk asked curiously. Yagami Light's eyes flickered and he raised his head slightly. I wonder, after Dr. Mary Nakayama comes into contact with SCP-001, if she discovers its abnormal properties, will she continue to be an ordinary researcher? Oh. A strange light flashed in Luke's eyes. It deliberately asked, what about you? Light Yagami frowned. If such a file were placed in your hands, would you use it? As if he didn't notice that Light Yagami's eyes were getting darker and darker, Luke continued to ask. If so, what purpose will you use its power to achieve? Facing Sulk's questioning, Light Yagami pondered for a while, then suddenly laughed. His mouth opened silently, and his smile became more ferocious. Of course, I will definitely use it. He looked at Luke and said word by word. I will use its power to become a true god. Sulk opened his ferocious mouth and laughed as well. Its curiosity has also reached its peak. It wants to know. Once human desires are fully aroused and cannot be controlled, how ugly everything will become. At this time, the contents of the file finally appeared on the light curtain. Item No, SCP-001. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-001 is to be kept in a standard low-value containment locker at Site-91A. Further research into SCP-001's effects is to be conducted by Dr. Mary Nakayama, Site-91A's chief numerologist. See here. The audience in the chat group was stunned. Immediately there was a cry of surprise. No one expected that. Before the true purpose of SCP-001 was discovered, it was only contained by the Foundation as a low-value anomaly. Some viewers even thought, how will the Foundation react when it learns the true value of SCP-001? Description: SCP-001 is a vinyl record containing the 1958 record, Exploring New Stereo Sound, by Esquivel, RCA. This, ACTA, record will have an anomalous effect on the digitized digital lists into which it is included. If this record is included in the text of the data save, it will always be listed first, even if it is intentionally moved to another position. SCP-001 was given to Billboard magazine as a review copy before its release in 1958. Its effects remained undiscovered until December of Data Expunged, when Billboard magazine intern MS Data Expunged discovered its anomaly while updating the magazine headquarters' manual files of past review records to the database and reported it to his superiors. Locating the RCA employee who delivered SCP-001 to Billboard magazine. The leading containment theory currently holds that SCP-001 was used in an attempt to manipulate Billboard magazine's record charts, but due to the magazine still using manual typing at the time, this attempt was unsuccessful. See here. The audiences in the universe looked at each other in bewilderment. Damn it, SCP-001, which can make any wish come true, was originally just considered a magazine with some issues. FK. Who would have thought that such a slightly abnormal magazine could have such terrifying abilities? Getting him is 10,000 times luckier than winning the lottery. If I can get this thing, I would be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Amid the discussion among the audience in the chat group, the contents of the second file appeared on the light screen. Foundation Database Modification Record, great, it really moved by itself. Weird. Interesting. Going to dig deeper, maybe there's something hidden. Also, fixed a typo, thanks to Dramerals. Nakayama, data expunged February 18, 11:41 a.m. Seeing this record, everyone seemed to think of such a picture. A young and beautiful researcher was sorting out SCP-001, attracted by the most basic abnormal characteristics it exhibits. Then start in-depth research step by step. Besides, the second version of the archive appears to be no different from the first. Same item number, class, containment procedures, and description. Jackie Chan Adventures. District 13. Xiao suddenly pointed at the light screen and exclaimed, "Uncle Long, look, there's a slight change to the last sentence." Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction she pointed. Really? There are traces of modification in the last paragraph. Locating the RCA employee who delivered SCP-001 to Billboard magazine. The leading containment theory currently holds that SCP-001 was used as a test. The word test is crossed out, to attempt to manipulate the Billboard magazine's record charts, but due to the magazine still using manual typing at the time, this attempt was unsuccessful. The word try, which seemed to be wrong, was crossed out. Instead it was written in correct, red letters try. Obviously. The careful Dr. Mary Nakayama discovered this subtle error and corrected it. In a moment, all the agents' expressions changed drastically. If it is another containment object or the file has two words modified, it would definitely not cause such a violent reaction from everyone. But this one is different. This is SCP-001. It is a universal wishing machine that can modify any reality. Any statement written there will come true. Thinking of this, Uncle Long and Sheriff Blake looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but think. Could this be the beginning of Dr. Mary Nakayama's discovery of SCP-001's true anomalous properties? An inexplicable panic spread across District 13. Uncle Long stared at the screen intently. As the third file appeared in the light curtain, this atmosphere of panic immediately spread to all universes. Foundation Data Modification Record, Major Revision of Containment Procedures for 1 day Nakayama, Data expunged April 1, 9:41 a.m. 1 day Major Revision of Containment Procedures, winky face, fixed. The moment I saw this word, the audience, who were just in doubt, were suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, countless audiences went wild. At this time, Dr. Mary Nakayama may not understand the consequences of modifying SCP-001. But the audience knows. Likewise, everyone also realized that the thing they were most worried about might be about to happen. Really. As the contents of the third file appeared, countless universes suddenly fell into deathly silence. This time, the one modified by Mary Nakayama is Special Containment Procedures. She did not modify the original sentence, but added a sentence in green font at the end. All Level 2 researchers at Site 91 are to pay Dr. Nakayama $5 during his lunch break on April 1, data expunged. This seemed to be a little joke on the part of young Ms. Mary Nakayama. Perhaps this is a routine way to test for anomalous properties of standard low-value containment objects. At the same time, she may have just written this sentence with a pure mischievous attitude. However, as this sentence was incorporated into the document, the gears of fate began to turn. Countless viewers realized that things seemed to be heading in the worst direction. As expected, as the fourth document opens, all the fears finally became reality. Foundation Data Modification Record. What the FK is going on? Nakayama, data expunged April 1, 12:54 p.m. Chapter 70. Really? See here. The audience realized that the worst seemed to have happened. Everyone can even imagine such a picture. Mary Zhongshan came to the site as usual. But she was surprised to find that every colleague edited the same way as she did in the document. One of them gave her $5. Zhongshan Mary panicked. Because what she wrote in the archives became reality. The audience panicked. Because Mary Nakayama has apparently realized the true capabilities and uses of SCP-001. A door to destruction has opened quietly and silently. Even though the audience had guessed from the beginning that Mary Nakayama would eventually discover the true anomalous properties of SCP-001. They may even use their power to achieve some terrible goals. But now I see with my own eyes that Mary Zhongshan is getting closer to the truth step by step. Still, it's inevitable to feel panic. In the light curtain, Mary Zhongshan may have been frightened. Decisively put the last paragraph in the Special Containment Procedures. All Level 2 researchers at Site 91 are to pay Dr. Nakayama $5 during his lunch break on April 1, data expunged. Cross it out with a horizontal line. Until then, everyone suddenly realized that, before everything happened, Nakayama Mary is just a lively young girl. She will also be terrified after discovering the problem. But here's the thing. Once Pandora's box is opened, can it really be closed? Can anyone really resist the allure of a universal wishing machine? As the fifth file was opened, this question has an answer. Foundation Database Modification Record, some small tests. Nakayama, data expunged April 1, 9:09 p.m. See the time. Obviously, after her initial panic, Mary Nakayama realized the true capabilities of SCP-001. So she modified it and tested it again. This time, she simply added a paragraph in green font at the end of the Special Containment Procedures. The nameplate on Dr. Nakayama's desk is dyed green for easier identification. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Looking at the contents on the light screen, Haida felt his throat go dry. From the initial unintentional act. Then there was the panic when the first clues appeared later. Now to the test. She seemed to be watching Dr. Mary Nakayama opening Pandora's box step by step. Seeing this, she could almost conclude. Mary Nakayama must have finally discovered SCP-001's true abilities, and with the help of SCP-001's abilities, she became a Thaumiel entity. What did she end up writing on SCP-001? Besides, Since she has become a thou meal entity, this means that Mary Nakayama did help the Foundation in the beginning. But why did the Foundation now issue a mission to shelter Mary Zhongshan? Death Note World. Haha, have you discovered SCP-001's abilities? Sulk laughed and looked at the light curtain with a hint of amusement. It looked at Light Yagami. What do you think she will do? It depends on her vision and wisdom. Light Yagami gave an ambiguous answer. If she is a smart person, she might strengthen herself step by step, and at the same time not let this strength go beyond her control. Saying. He paused and sneered. If she is an idiot, she will just keep asking for more until she is completely consumed by her own desires. After saying that, Yagami Light let out a breath of foul air. He knows this kind of person too well. Because in his eyes, the vast majority of people in the world are short-sighted idiots. Who knows? But Suk suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Light Yagami and thought to himself. What about you? Light Yagami. Are you going to be an idiot or a smart guy? It seems to confirm what Yagami Light said. The sixth file finally appeared on the light curtain. Foundation Database Modification Record, I asked for a leave of absence. Nakayama, data expunged April 2, 8:09 am. Besides. Special Containment Procedures section. The sentence she had originally added, the nameplate on Dr. Nakayama's desk has been dyed green for easier identification, was crossed out. Instead, there is this sentence. Notify all personnel that Dr. Nakayama may be temporarily unavailable until data expunged April 9. She has been granted leave of absence during this period by Site Director Green. Really? After a preliminary understanding of SCP-001's abilities, Mary Nakayama was no longer panicked, and even took advantage of the effect of SCP-001 to give herself a day off. But behind this incident, the audience sensed that things were getting out of control. Damn. She seems to have figured out SCP-001's ability to modify reality. Fortunately, I just took a day off. If it were me, I would have directly asked for financial freedom and started living like an emperor. There are only 0 and countless times of indulgence. If you ask for a day off today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? As long as SCP-001 the sky is in her hands, she can do whatever she wants. Now that I've mentioned it, I think I know why the Foundation finally issued the mission to take in Mary Zhongshan. An uneasy atmosphere spread in the chat group. Especially when the 7th file appeared. This uneasiness suddenly turned into fear. Foundation Database Modification Record, recording the upcoming title change, Nakayama, data expunged April 9, 10:40 am. Lord of the Rings Universe. Middle-earth. Title change. Gandalf looked at the light curtain. As if he had thought of something, he sighed deeply. It seems like she wants to monopolize this thing. This subconsciously reminded him of the Lord of the Rings. The ring represents absolute power. It has the power to control, dominate, and change the world. This power can corrupt people's hearts, leading to the expansion of desires and the decline of morality. Likewise, SCP-001's power far exceeds that of the ring. Who would want to share such a powerful force with others? As expected. In the light curtain, the Special Containment Procedures section has been changed again. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-001 is to be kept in a standard low-value containment locker at Site 91A. Further research into SCP-001's effects is to be conducted by Dr. Mary Nakayama, Site 91A's Chief Numerologist. Dr. Nakayama, Site 91A's Chief Numerologist until April 9, will be promoted to Deputy Site Director to assist Dr. Green on the evening of April 9. She will be solely responsible for the SCP-001 project. This time, she deleted the sentence she had added to the previous document, and also deleted her previous title of Chief Numerologist of Site 91A. Instead, Site 91A Deputy Site Director. Not only that, she will also be responsible for the SCP-001 project independently. In other words, she turned this universal wishing machine into a private property that only she could access. From asking each colleague to give him $5. Then give yourself a day off. Now I have been promoted and have exclusive access to SCP-001. Mary Zhongshan was witnessed by countless audiences. It is heading towards destruction step by step. Until the first file appeared. The countless audiences in the universe suddenly held their breath. An inexplicable fear shrouded everyone's heart. Foundation database modification record. Good. Everything is just as I thought it would be. I've been preparing for weeks, now is the time. I have locked this page to everyone except myself and the O5S. I think I'm doing the right thing. This is my true thought. Pray for me. Nakayama, data expunged May 3, 4:11 a.m. The moment this content appeared, countless viewers in the universe were suddenly in a state of shock and confusion. Is it time? What is it time to do? Why lock pages? What is the right thing to do? Countless doubts continued to arise in the minds of the audience. The feeling of being out of control is getting stronger. Finally, as more content emerges, the anxiety and fear in the hearts of the audience instantly reached the peak. Item No, SCP-001. Object Class, Safe, crossed out. Special Containment Procedures, crossed out. Shocking red lines crossed out almost all the contents of the original document. She crossed out the object class, crossed out the special containment procedures, crossed out the description. Instead there is only a short sentence. Mary Nakayama, immediately after saving this document, will gain omniscience and omnipotence, ascend to and become a god. She will transcend all time and have complete dominion over the universe and reality. Everything, everything below everything and everything above everything, will obey her command. She will gain all the psychic qualities necessary to maintain and utilize these abilities while maintaining her own conscious awareness. 0 request flowers. 3-body universe. Earth. What? Luoji looked at the contents on the screen. A chill rushed all the way from the coccyx to the top of the head. He felt his heartbeat was overclocked, his blood was rushing, and even his thoughts were becoming intermittent. The words in front of me are not difficult to understand. But the result behind it frightened him to the extreme. Mary Nakayama used the power of SCP-001. Ascend to God? That's crazy. This is ridiculous. Even if he realized from the beginning that this matter would eventually go in a very terrifying direction. But I still didn't expect. Zhongshan Mary Final. He actually chose to become a god. Marvel Universe. Camartage. Guyi was stunned. The shock in her heart surged like a tide, leaving her speechless. Mary, Zhongshan. An ordinary human being. Ascended to God? It's not like she hasn't come into contact with gods before. In the infinite universe, no matter what level the universe is, there is always the shadow of God. Some are just imaginary creations of believers. Some of them do exist. But no matter which one, there is no doubt that gods are higher level beings than ordinary creatures. Even the Foundation has their own understanding of divinity. Vertex-type multifunctional entity. Definition: a culminating multifunctional entity that is difficult to destroy and has significant ontokinetic effects on other realities directly referenced by the Russell level. 0. However, this time, she saw that the constraints between humans and higher-level gods had been broken. A human being just wrote a sentence on the document SCP-001. Then he ascended directly to become a god. Become the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe. Death Note. Yagamayu looked at the contents of the light screen. The expression on his face was wonderful for a moment. He anticipated that Mary Nakayama would gradually use SCP-001's abilities to gain benefits. He even thought, Zhongshan Mary may be promoted step by step. I would like to think about salary increase. Make yourself beautiful. Get a healthy body and stay young forever. But he never expected that this guy would choose to become a god in one step. And he's not the kind of god he wants to be. He is the omniscient and omnipotent supreme god who controls the universe. For a time, I don't know whether it's envy or jealousy that's growing in Light Yagamai's heart. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. The Black Tower looked at the light curtain. The mind is shaken by this amazing fact. In fact, as early as when she learned that Mary Nakayama was the entity of Thaumiel, she had expected it. Mary Nakayama definitely relied on the power of SCP-001, and was eventually identified as a Thaumiel class entity by the Foundation. She was still thinking that it was very likely that Mary Nakayama had used SCP-001 to rewrite herself into a superpower, such as reality benders, or entrappers. But she never expected that Zhongshan Mary would become the omniscient and omnipotent supreme god. What was even more unexpected was that she actually succeeded. She subconsciously looked at the light curtain. There is another paragraph at the end of the file. O5 Council members receive a note describing the nature of SCP-001. Her family will receive a note expressing her love for them. Mary Nakayama disappeared from Site 91's dormitory before 6 p.m. on May 3. She has not been found yet. See here. In the chat group, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Countless speeches suddenly appeared in the chat group. Whole of Kingshti. Oh my god, she actually chose to become a god. No, is SCP-001's reality rewriting ability so strong? Can it really allow a human to ascend to godhood? Hiss, in this case, everything seems to make sense. Nakayama Mary ascended to godhood and eventually became the Thaumiel entity, helping the Foundation contain other anomalies. No, if that were the case, why would the Foundation take her in? Wouldn't it be good to have another helper from the Supreme God? Becoming a higher level being is too tempting for most creatures. However, SCP-001's ability can easily do this. This made the audiences in countless universes fall into an indescribable excitement. Until the contents of the last file appeared on the screen, a long time. Chapter 71. This file seems to be an email that Mary Zhongshan wrote to the Foundation before she chose to ascend to God. The content is not much, but it attracted the full attention of countless audiences in the universe. Everyone is extremely curious about what the reason is. This prompted a girl like Mary Zhongshan to choose to ascend to become a god. To the O5 Council. When I was 15, I took a pill that could have killed me 4 times, and I stuffed myself with a bottle of cheap vodka, which was all I had left of the man who had used me and left me broken and alone. I sat in the tub and let the hot water scald my body. I closed my eyes. Such a development was somewhat unexpected to the audience. No one expected that. Dr. Mary Nakayama, the original chief numerologist of the Foundation. There is such a shameful past. But at the same time, it also makes everyone more curious. What exactly caused her change of thinking? When I opened my eyes, the water on my body had dried up. Everything was fine. I was lying on the bed. At the door, a flickering figure was circling, glowing. It spoke to me with a voice that echoed only in my heart. It says I have greater things to do. I never saw it again. But I kept going. I believed that it was God who came and saved me. However, after joining the Foundation, how could I not believe it? Is there any other reason to explain the fact that we are still here, still miraculously, desperately, screamingly alive? Is there any other reason why the foundation of our world, everything about us, can withstand the alien things we face every day? We are protected. I prayed to it every night for guidance. I never heard that voice again. Marvel Universe. SHIELD. See here. Some people think that the figure, 053, that once influenced Mary Zhongshan was her fantasy. Some people also believe that it is some kind of anomaly that really exists. But no matter which one, all of these successfully helped Mary Zhongshan get rid of the decadence and confusion of her childhood, and instead devoted herself to the Foundation and worked to protect human civilization. However, it was after entering the Foundation and witnessing all sorts of strange, powerful, or terrifying anomalies that the sense of justice and responsibility made Mary Zhongshan eager to gain strength. Come follow the Foundation's lead and protect others. Naturally, SCP-001 appears. It seems to confirm everyone's speculation. I once touched God, and that was the moment that changed my life. But when I pressed save on a document and the nameplate on my desk changed color, I realized something. The foundation of all things has been opened to me. I could have abandoned this power, reported it to you, or concealed it, but what if this is the key to saving us? What if it is the key to saving us all? What if it is what protects us every day from the abyssal nightmares that tear apart the fragile stability of our world? What if pressing save on a text is truly the birth of God? See here. The audience in the chat group fell silent. Especially those viewers who thought that Mary Nakayama used the power of SCP-001 for her own selfish desires. They all lowered their heads in shame. No one expected that. What prompted Mary Nakayama to choose SCP-001 to ascend to godhood? It actually came from her inner sense of justice. Death Note World. Haha, it seems that she is not one of the 2 types of human beings you mentioned. Ryuk looked at Light Yagami with amusement. Light Yagami fell into rare silence. Mary Nakayama did use the power of SCP-001 to ascend to godhood, and added various restrictions to perfect this power. Especially the description of ability. It is rigorous, watertight, and leaves no room for distortion of semantics. This is enough to prove the other party's intelligence and rigor. But she also made choices that went beyond the rules. What makes Yagami feel even more complicated is that the ultimate purpose of her doing all these things is to protect humanity. In the light curtain, the content of the message has come to the last part. If it isn't, let me try. If it is, then let me monitor it. I will try to make everything right. This may take some time. Wish me good luck. MN. This message ends here. This is the end of the archive content. No one knows whether Mary Nakayama will eventually become the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe. But there is one thing everyone understands. Mary Nakayama did not save the world. There are still various anomalies in the world. The universe is still in a desperate situation where it could be destroyed at any time. Finally, the audience in the chat group couldn't help but start discussing. Damn it, is this the end? They didn't even tell us what happened to Mary Nakayama in the end. It worked, but not completely. Becoming a thou-meal entity means that she has the ability to help the Foundation contain other anomalies, but the anomaly still exists, which means that even the ruler of the universe cannot completely eliminate the existence of anomalies. The question is, why would the Foundation take her in? End of file. The audience felt a sense of loss. Regardless of the outcome of Mary Zongshan's choice, her starting point was good. Unfortunately, from the results, her goal was not achieved. At this time, there is only one question left for everyone to focus on. Why did the Foundation request to take in Mary Zongshan? Who knows? Just then, the content in the light curtain changed. The file disappears, replaced by what appears to be a video. But the picture inexplicably became hazy, as if it was covered by a layer of fog. Next, a young and beautiful lady appeared in the light curtain. She was wearing a white coat and high heels, and seemed to be walking inside the site. Her eyes were firm and her steps were swift as if she had just made a huge decision. 01460310 Fula 1932333071. Just as the audience in the chat group was curious about who this lady was. Someone exclaimed in the chat group. Look at her nameplate. It was written on it. Deputy Site Director, Dr. Nakayama. The audience in the chat group was stunned at first. Then the situation suddenly exploded. Because this lady is none other than Mary Zongshan, who ascended to godhood. Detective Conan Universe. A group of sheriffs looked at the light screen and gasped one after another. Just then, Conan frowned and said in a deep voice. Her title was Deputy Site Director, which was apparently before she became a deity. After observing the other party's expression again, Conan confirmed. Moreover, this is most likely the moment when she goes to the site and edits the document for the last time. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Maori Kogora exclaimed, in this case, doesn't it mean that she will soon ascend to become a god? In the screen, Mary Zongshan walked through the site with firm steps. The researchers she met from time to time would greet her respectfully, and she would also greet them patiently. Until a few minutes later, she came to a containment locker in the standard low-value containment area. After looking around and realizing that there was no one around, she took a deep breath and slowly opened the shelter cabinet. After seeing the record text on the blue cover, countless beings in the universe held their breath, widened their eyes, and looked excited. This is the universal wishing machine that can fulfill all wishes. They also realized that this may be the eve of Mary Zongshan's choice to ascend to godhood. Mary Zongshan came to this text again. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. From the confusion and pain of childhood, then to the awakening and excitement of adulthood. Finally entered the Foundation. I saw countless people hiding under the reality and shedding their blood to protect civilization. Saw the truth of the universe. At this moment, she was awake and in pain. She clearly knew that this was a world destined to perish. She painfully knew that neither she nor the Foundation could change the situation fundamentally. She thought the world would continue in this hopeless situation forever. Until SCP-001 gave her an opportunity. This brings an opportunity that may be able to turn all this around. At this moment, she was no longer afraid. She thought of the future, a brand new era. People will live in a normal world. No abnormality. There is no divinity, the supreme divinity. There are no powerful and strange beings in the depths of the universe. She took a deep breath. I closed my eyes and felt the breeze blowing across my body. She pressed the edit key. For the first time in her life, Mary felt that she was real. Undoubtedly, freedom. Then, she began to ascend. The Russell level has risen exponentially. Mary Zongshan's body instantly turned into an energy state. Endless energy particles flooded the site. Flooded the earth. Flooded the entire planet. Zongshan Mary began to rise into the air, half of her own accord and half lifted up by that infinite power. She rose into the sky, a huge interwoven thread, glittering. She only vaguely felt the impact of her flesh being torn apart. But soon, even the painful emotions disappeared. When she thought about the source of all this power, her previous worries reappeared in her mind. Can I really ascend to godhood with the power of SCP-001? Can I really become an omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe? Can I really completely eliminate the anomaly and make everything return to normal? Will my mind be enslaved by the will of the universe? Will my personality be stripped away and merged into a form of undead? What's the trap? At what cost? Why worry about nothing? Mary Zongshan asked herself in the whisper of the ether. Then she suddenly released. Of course. After a few seconds. In low Earth orbit, an entity is stationary. Watching. She gleamed in the light of the distant sun. Faint beams of photons drift on the cosmic wind. That flashing gaze contained the energy to evaporate galaxies and distort star fields at will. With just a thought, Mary Nakayama can twist the entire universe into a singularity. She became the universe that will transcend all time. Has complete dominion over this universe and reality. Everything, everything below everything and everything above everything, will obey her command. Sitting at the center of this outer space apparition is a human female figure. Small and inconspicuous. After undergoing the path of ascension, only vague shadows of the entity's original identity remain. A high ponytail, a blurry nameplate. A black and white pattern can be seen on the nameplate. It suggests the furnace in its heart, burning silently. The small figure looked at his own palm, thinking. As she described in the document. She still retains the awareness that she is Mary Nakayama. She has almost completely lost her human identity. She was no longer alone, she knew. In other words, the definition of being human has changed forever. She retained her name, and the memory of her former identity. After completing her ascension, her actual ascension level had surpassed divinity and reached the level of supreme divinity. She is all-knowing and almighty, her knowledge is complete. So she looked toward the earth. Look at the places she loves most and cannot give up. She blinked. Then everything changed. A city in the Bald Eagle country. From a gate that leads to another world, all kinds of demons keep pouring out. They are killing crazily. However, as an invisible ball of light flashed by, the gate to the other world and countless demons suddenly disappeared. The destroyed city was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. It was as if nothing had happened. In a forest in northern Europe, a pool of blood was bubbling up and down. All kinds of strange things were thrown out of the blood fountain like garbage. Then it began to kill people in the wilderness like a virus. As a breeze blew by, the monsters wailed and melted away, and the blood fountain evaporated in an instant. Bear Country. Hua Federation. Similar scenes are happening all over the world. Various organizations and countries were surprised to find that those abnormal things that harass and torture humanity. How could they all disappear out of thin air at the same time? For a time, countless people cheered and celebrated that the world had returned to normal. Outer space. She laughed. With a quiet sound, the stars trembled to its rhythm, and Space 0.7 twisted in a burst of primordial joy. An unparalleled victory. She said. The world has returned to normal and it's only a matter of time before we fully adapt. Although I can no longer return to the Foundation as a human. But it's all worth it. But, is it true? The answer is, no. As if she sensed something, Mary Zongshan looked towards the earth. A being with almost no visible edge suddenly swam across the ocean. Next, an errant thaumaturgical wave hit the ocean, causing some changes to its chemical structure. The seawater turned into gasoline, or something like that. The Pacific Ocean began to burn. A scream sounded in a large city. In the past, the land beneath their feet was called the Star of the World. Now it is an obsidian desert with no buildings. It's beautiful. It's very empty. A certain plate of Europe was reduced to a black spot in an instant. This glaring black spot is like the will behind the universe mocking Mary Zhongshan. Laughing at her whims. Laugh at her arrogance. She stared at the new blue star and let out a frustrated roar. In that voice lies every sacrifice, every tragedy, every montauk, and every victory. When she finally quieted down, the entire planet was almost empty. So she got angry. She activated her ability as the ruler of the universe to eliminate the abnormality from the root once and for all. But before she started, at that moment, she heard countless hungry and hateful creatures from space roaring in unison as they suddenly became aware of the existence of the Earth. They began to tear through space like a knife cutting a pudding, rushing towards the defenseless planet with its doors wide open. They intend to add this planet as the next meal on their devouring list, which dates back to the Hongmeng era. Chapter 72. A malicious roar came from the light curtain. All the spectators in the universe were frozen in place. In a moment, the blood instantly disappeared from the faces of all the living beings, and the only sound in the chat group was the sound of people gasping for air. The scene before their eyes was beyond everyone's understanding. The audience was speechless for a moment. What happened? Isn't Mary Zhongshan already a deity? No one knows the answer. Three-body universe. Earth. Luoji staggered, as if he had lost all his strength, and leaned weakly against the wall. He looked at the light screen, his face full of surprise and bitterness. Even the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe cannot completely eliminate the anomaly. Collapse Iron Universe. Black Tower Space Station. Haida stared at the light screen in a daze, with wave after wave of fear in his heart growing stronger and stronger. After Mary Zhongshan ascended to godhood, became an existence higher than the level of star god. Such an existence, in her universe, is the undisputed ruler of the universe. All living beings in all creation will obey her orders. Even the star gods will become her servants. Therefore, when Mary Nakayama successfully ascended, she even thought with anticipation. Perhaps after she eliminates those anomalies, the Foundation will no longer recruit them. However, what she never expected was that even Mary Zhongshan cannot completely solve the abnormality. Haida's eyes were dull, and he sneered. Where the hell did these things come from? Could it be that the abnormal laws even override the rulers of the universe? The more Haida thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. A certain magical index universe. A group of demon gods silently watched the abnormality that had returned in the light curtain. I feel mixed emotions. They originally thought that the demon god was the most powerful being in this universe. However, Mary Zhongshan ascended from Immortal to become the ruler of the universe, which opened doors that they had never imagined. Especially when I saw Mary Zhongshan destroy the world and save the world with a wave of her hand. It made them even more excited. Let them think for a time. Only by ascending to become a demon god at the cosmic level can one become the true strongest in the universe, and this is the most correct path. But this excitement did not last long before it was poured cold water by the recurring abnormality. The roars from the depths of the universe in the light curtain seemed to be a mockery of them. Ruler of the universe. It is impossible to make the anomaly disappear. Marvel Universe. Observer Dimension. Looking at those terrifying beings that appeared and roared, tearing through space. The observer Ueda was stunned. Because of those roaring figures. Even the weakest are divine entities. He even saw a few familiar faces among them. The Devourer of Worlds, the Stag. The Sacred Starfish, complete with 5 horns. An abnormally rotating creation closely related to the number 7. After a long time, Ueda shuddered all over and said in disbelief. These guys showed up at the same time. He stared at the light screen and suddenly began to tremble in panic. These beings, with one exception, are the supreme godhead that transcends all divinity. Any one of them alone could easily cause various K-level scenarios. Some beings can even cause the universe to go to destruction. No wonder even though Zhongshan Mary has become a god, she cannot completely eliminate the abnormal existence. After Ueda figured it out, he let out a bitter laugh. In front of these beings, the ruler of the universe can only be helpless. 3. He even had a guess. It is precisely because Mary Zhongshan directly eliminated the anomaly on Earth. This led to the counterattack of these entities. An idea that derived from this speculation directly shocked Uatu. He stared at the screen intently, muttering in his mouth. Or, abnormalities must exist, this is the deepest law of this universe. The audiences in the universe were all frightened by Chang's comeback in the light curtain. The next scene made everyone's blood freeze. Mary Zhongshan looked at the stars. Those from distant reality, screeching in the direction of the predators that were rushing towards the Earth. She once again mobilized all her strength to try to stop it. However, it's all in vain. A group of the most violent dead on this planet in thousands of years. A sea of pale corpses, rotting and screaming, exploded from beneath the bedrock of the North American continent. That angry mass of decay wears its tendrils into the bones of the Earth. Opened its bloody mouth, stretching toward the sky, longing for violence to breathe soul into it. In the wider universe, in the multiverse, in the higher dimensions, in the metaphysical realms, in all the nested narrative layers, countless primordial supreme divine entities are roaring and coming to chase and hunt this planet that is trying to correct it. This is to ensure the balance of the universe and the cycle of cause and effect. Then, a hunting operation beyond all existence begins from now on. Until the end of all things. Until the universe ends. This feast of sharing the earth was silently played out in the light curtain. Every time they roar. Every satisfaction they have. All the countless beings in the universe trembled. Until the earth is torn apart. The universe melts away. With a sob. Don't want. At that moment, Nakayama Mary's scream plunged the entire chat group into silence. The light curtain went completely dark. Countless viewers watched this scene with trembling eyes. The next moment, everyone was completely excited. Whole of Kingshti. Oh my god, the earth disappears, the universe is destroyed. This is crazy, absolutely crazy. The ruler of the universe who wanted to protect the earth ended up leading the universe to destruction. This is the ultimate horror in the universe. The entire universe is being torn apart and devoured by anomalies. If these beings come to our universe, no, just one of them can destroy our universe. No wonder the Foundation suddenly wants to take in Mary Zhongshan. It turns out that this guy is the culprit that caused the doomsday. But, judging from the picture just now, hasn't the universe already been destroyed? Speaking of this, the audience subconsciously thought of these two sentences. I reject this story. But not now. In a moment. The audience who were crying in the chat group just now suddenly felt like a goose being strangled by the neck. The atmosphere in the chat group became even weirder. Obviously. Everyone thought that it must be that extremely mysterious being who restored everything to its original state. In the light curtain, Mary Nakayama looked at the crumbling earth and smiled sadly. Before she joined the Foundation, she thought human civilization had nothing to do with her. But as time went by, she gradually fell in love with them. It was this love that prompted her to use SCP-001 to ascend to godhood. She wanted to carry the sorrow of the Foundation and human civilization on her shoulders so that they could develop in peace. As they built their great cities, she watched silently in the depths, pushing back the darkness that might appear at any time. She wants to replace the Foundation and face all the existence in the universe that is malicious towards human civilization alone. But she failed in the end. She now realized that her efforts had failed miserably. Her face was filled with sadness. Humans were imperfect, messy, and the only thing she had ever loved. Until now. Until she was alone. This metaphor that has been used for thousands of years has become a literal reality one day. Ironically, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. She shed her last tear. This is a memorial to a man who had fallen into ignorance, arrogance, and meaningless conflict. The screen ends here. Inside the Foundation's site, all the operators were completely stunned. Jong Hulan, Deadpool, and the others looked at each other, and saw the shock and fear hidden in each other's eyes. Jong Hulan swallowed his saliva and felt a bitter taste in his throat. When did the universe perish again without us noticing? Deadpool patted him on the shoulder. Fortunately, the Foundation is still there, isn't it? When everyone heard this, they felt that the existence of the Foundation brought them a rare sense of security. Just then, Jinx suddenly curled her lips. Speaking of which, how should we do this mission? Everyone was stunned. Then he subconsciously looked at the man with a different style in the room. Just then, that rough voice became the voiceover again. Narrator, you see a lot of ugly things in your work. Good people with bellies full of lead, lying in pools of blood in rainy alleys. Love degraded, turned upside down, into a rage. Festering wounds. Statues that can kill you in the blink of an eye. The door of the room was slammed open. A white male rushed in wearing a white lab coat. He was about 40 years old, with a cynical and contemptuous rudeness. This is researcher Clef. Although he needs non-assistance. That doesn't mean he likes it. Narrator, but when it comes to scandals, nothing compares to a containment breach. Dr. Clef's face darkened. Damn it, I hate this. Murphy, just like everyone else, Doc. You need my help. Dr. Clef rolled his 3 eyes at the same time and said to Lou Murphy speechlessly. You better take this seriously, Controller. The crudely sketched detective shrugged. Murphy, okay, it's my fault, Doc. I apologize. So, how can I help? Dr. Clef said dissatisfiedly. You have just seen the content. A lady thought that the Foundation's work was not done well, so she chose to do it herself. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette for himself. Hiss. Phew. After taking a long puff of smoke, he shrugged. Shrug, unfortunately, she screwed up. Hearing this, the audience in the chat group was suddenly speechless. It was Dr. Mary Nakayama who ascended to godhood and became the ruler of the universe. Then the universe will be destroyed. Why does Dr. Clef say it sounds like a secretary's temper? Narrator, the mistake that lady made to make the doctor so angry was obviously more than just spilling his coffee. And Lou Murphy looked at the nameplate on Dr. Clef's chest. Dr. Alto Clef, SCP Foundation. Narrator, a bunch of geeks sitting in an office at the Foundation wanted to know where magicians hide their rabbits in their hats one day. I should have refused him at that time and place, if it was related to. When it comes to the Foundation, you know there is no other possibility except trouble. Narrator, but me? I'm not the kind of man who avoids trouble. Murphy took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, then lit up his half-smoked cigar. Then he looked at Dr. Clef with cold eyes. Narrator, I'm the kind of person who would sneak up to trouble and buy him a drink. Murphy, all right, Doc. I'll take the case. Dr. Clef heard this and grinned. I like you, nice guy. Your mission is to find her and bring her back. Murphy, well, find a lady who made a mistake and bring her back. At last. In that rough voiceover. Narrator, my name is Lou Murphy. I'm the person you call when everything goes wrong, literally. The light curtain gradually dimmed. However, the entire chat group was filled with a strange atmosphere. Whether it's Lou Murphy or that FG narrator. They all felt an indescribable fear and shock. Detective Conan Universe. His unique painting style. Officer Megier stared at the screen and said, so this is the so-called lower class group. Conan stared at the screen intently. Recalling the previous narration in Lou Murphy's voice, a glimmer of shock flashed in his eyes, as if he was struck by lightning. He said in a deep voice. LV Mofei is not only a character in the lower-level narrative, he also serves as the god's perspective of the lower-level narrative, the narrator. Huiwen AI's eyes were shocked. So, even if Lou Mofei was recruited from the lower narrative by the Foundation, he still has the ability to transform everything into the lower narrative. When others heard this, suddenly I realized. Immediately there was a moment of surprise. So this is pataphysics. Damn it. Doesn't that mean that as long as Lou Mofei wants, he can edit and fabricate this world at will? As soon as this was said, everyone immediately gasped. Just now they were still worried about the operators they were recruiting. After all, after Mary Zhongshan ascended, he has become the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe. Even if she can't stop the abnormality from happening. But that doesn't mean she isn't powerful. So, no matter what the mission is this time, all of this means that the operators this time will face a supreme divine ruler of the universe. But now, after seeing Lou Mofei's powerful and strange abilities, they suddenly felt that it's really uncertain who will win. Just then, the last words flashed across the screen. Title splash, The Strange Case of Lou Murphy, codename, The Lady Who Spilled Coffee. Chapter 73. The strange scene on the light curtain shocked countless viewers. Until then, even the most obtuse audience realized that the operators recruited this time are not only from the Foundation universe. It's also an anomaly. The only thing that makes everyone uncertain is that How powerful is Lou Murphy, the detective who exists in low-level narratives? Even if Dr. Clef made it easy to say that Nakayama Mary ascended to become the ruler of the universe, which would eventually lead to the end of the universe. But none of them can change the fact that Mary Zhongshan is a supreme deity. In other words, Lou Murphy is about to face a supreme divinity. For a time, countless viewers became curious. How did Lou Murphy find Zhongshan Mary, who has become the ruler of the universe? How did Lou Murphy take her in? Without waiting for people's reaction. As the play begins, the world of the lower narrative finally appears on the screen. It's still that hardcore sketch filter. Int. LV Murphy Detective Agency Nighttime. In the screen, a white man was leaning on a table, reading a newspaper with his feet dangling. He was wearing a white collared shirt and his distinctive felt hat was dangling nonchalantly on the table. You can see the holster he has strapped to his shoulder. It contains a .44 Magnum. A bent cigarette was dangling from his lips. His name is Murphy, and he's ready to do business with anyone. He's tough and handsome, the kind of face that can smash concrete, dust off the floor and go home to your mom. He is also our narrator. His voice was hoarse and rough. It was like I had just eaten a handful of expired cigarette butts and swallowed them down with a special drink of sulfuric acid. Sherlock Holmes universe. On the pier. Wow, it seems this place is the studio of the detective named Lou Murphy. Holmes, smoking a pipe, looked at the picture on the screen with great interest. So, this is the world of sub-narratives. He looked at Dr. Watson beside him and asked, "How do you think he will accomplish this task?" Watson scratched his head. "You mean to contain a supreme deity? You don't really think he can accomplish this task?" "Why not?" Watson frowned. "That's the ruler of the universe. Do you think an ordinary detective from a third-rate novel can do that?" Holmes puffed on his pipe. Then he blew a puff of smoke at Watson. As the other party coughed and cursed, he smiled, and said meaningfully, "That's hard to say." He closed his eyes and held out his hand. "It's like touching the invisible thread that belongs to the upper narrative. Narrator, if there is one thing the Foundation is good at, it is giving people some inexplicable tasks. For example, now." Bang. The office door was kicked open. A beautiful woman in a white lab coat rushed in. She is about 25 years old, young, and beautiful. If she wasn't so sad, Murphy would have been willing to buy her a drink at the bar. However, when the chat group audience saw the lady who broke into the studio, the chat group that was just full of discussion seemed to have been silent. Countless viewers looked at the lady in amazement. It was as if I had seen a scene that I could not understand. Next, the chat group exploded. WTF? Isn't this Mary Nakayama? Damn it, how could she appear here? And as a human being? Could it be that what we saw before was all an illusion? A preview? Mary Nakayama hasn't actually become a god through SCP-001 yet. No. If those are prophecies, why doesn't the Foundation personally capture Mary Nakayama? After all, she hasn't become a god yet. I'm totally confused. What's going on? The audience was completely stunned. At this time, in the light curtain, Mary Nakayama looked confused. She looked around, then looked at Lou Murphy. "Where am I?" Lou Murphy put down the newspaper. "Same as the rest, girl. You need my help." Mary Zhongshan was suddenly a little angry. "Don't call me girl. I'm the chief numerologist dash." Lou Murphy put down the newspaper completely. "Okay, my bad." So, Murphy slid his feet off the table and stood up. He folded his hands over his chest and looked at her. "How can I help?" Mary Zhongshan hesitated for a moment. I don't know how I got here. I don't even know what here is. At this point, her face once again showed uncontrollable pain and sadness. "I just remember that I did something really bad and it was irreversible." She began to sob. Sherlock Holmes universe. What is this? Watson couldn't accept it and said excitedly. She acted rashly and beyond her capabilities, which ultimately led to the destruction of everything. And now she has completely forgotten about it. If it weren't for the Foundation, everything would be irreversible. "Calm down, Watson." Holmes consoled. Then he looked at the light curtain and said, hinting, "Instead of obsessing over an alternative ending, let's see how the detective plans to make up a plausible story." "Making a story?" Watson raised his eyebrows, looked at Holmes suspiciously, and said dissatisfiedly. I have a feeling you know something I don't. Damn it, tell me. Wait. I mean, at least wait until I finish watching this scene. In the screen. Just as Zhongshan Mary was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. His expression gradually became confused and surprised. I can't remember. I can't remember my name. Narrator, a beautiful woman with a PhD in molecular medicine and who had forgotten who she was or how she got here. Her eyes told me she needed help, her name tag told me that, too. As the rough narration fell, the picture was continuously enlarged, and finally focused on the nameplate of Mary Zhongshan. But what surprised the audience was that the nameplate was blank. Lu Murphy stared at her nameplate and said word by word, "You are Dr. Mary Zhongshan." Mary Nakayama looked down at the name tag and seemed to notice the last name. She seemed surprised. She raised her eyes and stared at Murphy. Now she knew her name. Yes, my name is Mary Nakayama, and I work for the Foundation. As soon as this was said, the audience in the chat group suddenly became agitated. Because she is obviously Mary Zhongshan. But why did she forget her identity? Detective Conan Universe. Conan looked at the light screen and said to himself, as expected. Sure enough, this is a lower-level narrative completely dominated by Lu Murphy. He could now confirm that Mary Nakayama was in a post-ascension state. It is precisely because of this that's why he was so shocked. Because Lu Murphy actually pulled the ruler of the universe, Mary Nakayama, into his story. But can this approach succeed? In the screen, Lu Murphy suddenly said for no apparent reason, "Okay, Your Majesty, I'll take the case." Mary Zhongshan was stunned. Can you? I mean, what's going on? The next second, the picture changed. Int. Murphy's car, night. In the screen, Murphy was driving, Mary was in the passenger seat, staring out the window. The light from the city shone into the car, casting a metallic orange glow on the two of them. Lu Murphy glanced at her. Okay, doctor. Talk to me, what do you remember? Zhongshan Mary was awakened by the sound. She looked around and finally noticed that she was sitting in the passenger seat of a moving car. She looked very surprised. How did we get here? When did we get here? See here. The audience looked at the light curtain with a slightly strange expression. Because the scene before them made them feel like they were watching a weird stage play. This also makes people realize that the lower narrative performs its mission in a peculiar way. The narration sounded. Narrator, she's very smart. But that's the problem, she's too smart. She always thinks too much. Sometimes, you just have to act according to the situation. Focus on the question. What do you remember before you walked into my office? Lu Murphy reminded. As expected, Nakayama Mary frowned and began to think, okay. I'm working on something. Updating a file, I think. About some kind of change, an important one. Speaking of this, Mary Zhongshan's expression became heavy and set again. At this time, something very strange seemed to happen. People started cheering, then praying, and despairing. Finally, I felt dizzy, like something was trying to fix something. I mean, trying to change something. Hearing this, the audience suddenly woke up. I immediately remembered what a terrible thing had happened before. Narrator, it sounds to me like the professor is getting involved in something he shouldn't be involved in. Lu Mofei frowned slightly. Anything else? Zhongshan Mary thought about it and said uncertainly. I think. I can't remember all the updates I made, but it was definitely about SCP-001. Okay. What is 001? Lu Murphy asked. Zhongshan Mary frowned and opened her mouth. As if realizing something, her gaze suddenly changed. There was no more hesitation or surprise on her face. Sadness and pain came back again, and with them anger. Seeing this scene, the audience seemed to have guessed something, and their hearts skipped a beat. Broken. She looked at Lu Murphy, the detective in the lower-level narrative. Lang Mo said, so, this is your trick. Narrator? It seems that this lady has noticed something. What should we do? Lu Murphy tried to correct the other party's thoughts. Is this also one of the sequelae? Doctor. Conversation room. Mary Zhongshan has completely understood. In the following situation, anger, sadness, and pain swept the entire picture. Lu Murphy narrowed his eyes. He realized he had screwed up. The situation is completely out of control. As expected. The next second, the air was twisted in a horrible way. When a pair of huge illusory eyes appeared in the sky, a thunder shattered everything. It blocked out the sun, whistled, smoked, and tortured the air with its heat. Shining with a fierce orange-white light, molten metal dripped from the sky and splashed onto the road. Like the chimes of a great bell. It hit the earth, obscuring everything in sight. It was dazzling and terrifying, vaporizing everything in its path. Narrator, damn it. This lady's anger seems a little too great. Then it stopped. The light disappeared. The sudden change stunned everyone. The next second, the chat group immediately exploded. Whole of King's tea. You just hit me when I say so. Obviously, Nakayama Mary has realized that she has been manipulated by this detective. Now that she has regained her omniscience, she will of course fight back. Damn, I almost forgot that she is also the ruler of the universe. Too bad. This detective is so unlucky to have encountered such a mission. Yes, there is absolutely no possibility of taking Mary Zhongshan into custody now, right? Sherlock Holmes universe. Seeing that Nakayama Mary has recovered her memory, Holmes did not react much. After all, this was within his expectations. Although the lower narrative belongs to metaphysics, this power does not seem to be enough to contain this supreme deity, Di Zhao. Before he finished speaking, it seemed that I saw some incredible scene. Holmes' eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen at that moment, unable to move. Just see. In the screen, the originally peaceful night sky has completely disappeared. The city was reduced to ashes by Mary Zhongshan's attack. But what shocked many viewers was that Lu Murphy was not dead, he was still sitting in the driver's seat. And Nakayama Mary, still sitting in the passenger seat. The audience was stunned. What's happening? This can't kill? At this time, the rough voiceover sounded again. Narrator, the Foundation always brings trouble to people, especially when the trouble is caused by a woman. Lu Murphy looked at the shocked Mary Zhongshan and said, Madam, can we have a good talk now? Mary Zhongshan looked at her hands in astonishment, and then looked at the outside of the car that had been destroyed by her and now turned into a chaotic space. The scene before her even made her, the ruler of the universe, briefly dazed. She looked at Lu Murphy, looking at this strange detective. After pondering for a long time, she finally couldn't help asking. How did you do that? Narrator, if you can calm a mad lady down, then whatever you do is halfway done. It's normal for a detective to do this. Anne. Is this really normal? Do you want to hear what you are saying? But such an unreasonable scene actually happened. Lu Murphy. This detective who exists in the lower narrative. He actually withstood the attack of a ruler of the universe and remained unscathed. Chapter 74. Three-Body Universe. Earth. Luoji looked at the scene on the screen and for a moment he thought he was hallucinating. Even though once your strength reaches a certain level, in the end it's just a matter of numbers. But Mary Zhongshan, who has ascended to godhood. Even if we only talk about strength, it is also enough to be placed in the front middle layer of the supreme godhead. Result. Lu Murphy actually blocked her so casually. Sherlock Holmes universe. Damn it. Watson was completely stunned. Is this guy too strong? He looked at Holmes. You are also a detective, why can't you do it? I'm a detective. Holmes looked at Watson and said with a wry smile, but I am not a pataphysical being. I do not have the ability to modify the narrative level. Watson was stunned. Modify the narrative layer. Detective Conan universe. Conan looked at the picture on the screen, silent and thoughtful. In fact, as early as the beginning, he noticed the sense of incongruity when Lu Murphy appeared. In fact, after it returns to the lower narrative, the sense of disobedience became stronger and stronger. Until now. He finally figured out Lu Murphy's abilities. Revise the narrative. He has the ability to weave all reality into the underlying narrative. That is to say, he is not only a character in a detective novel. He is also the author of the detective novel. He can change the plot of the novel as he pleases. For example, let Mary Nakayama, who has become the ruler of the universe, enter the lower narrative and erase her previous memories. This also leads to, even if Mary Nakayama has the power to destroy the universe. But it couldn't hurt Lu Murphy. Because there's no way she could beat a story. The debate among outside audiences did not affect the development within the light curtain. Zhongshan Mary seemed to realize that she couldn't kill Lu Murphy. Or, she didn't have that idea either. So she calmed down, but sadness and pain still flowed in her eyes. Narrator, judging from her behavior, the mistake she made was more than just spilling her boss's coffee. Fortunately, she still has a chance to make up for it. Next. The scene seems to start changing. EXT pure sunset. The scene came to the seaside. The azure ocean currents flowed and the setting sun dyed the sky red. 9:20 The gentle sea breeze blows. A peaceful and tranquil scene. It was as if nothing had happened just now. That world-destroying attack didn't affect this world in the slightest. Mary Zhongshan was no longer surprised as to why she suddenly appeared here again. She simply came to the fence and looked at the scene in front of her with loneliness and envy. I can't remember how long it has been since I last saw the sea. Lu Mofei tightened his windbreaker. He came over and handed him a cigarette. He lit another cigarette for himself. Narrator, often at times like this, you just need to be a quiet listener. I am the sorrow of all mankind. I am their pain, their patience, their memory. Mary Zhongshan's voice was low. A myriad of emotions mixed in. I thought I would be the one who prevented them from becoming beasts, and then I would look after them, teach them, help them develop step by step, and stop those who wanted to devour them. I foolishly thought that as long as I became the ruler of the universe, the era of mankind would come. I thought I would be the last knight, the eternal guardian of human souls, so I fulfilled my duty as a constable. But obviously, I was wrong. She looked at the sea in front of her that was big enough to hold everything, and sobbed. I screwed up everything. So I trapped myself in a pocket reality office to escape, a place that contains everything. Narrator, this does sound serious, but for the Foundation, it seems to be just a bland episode. Mary Zhongshan took a deep breath. Closed my eyes. Feel the breeze brushing against your body. Sorry. World. For the last time in her life, Mary Nakayama felt that she was real, unquestionable. She looked at Lu Murphy, her eyes gradually calmed down. So, now, kill me? The expression on Lu Mofei's face froze as he held the cigarette in his mouth. Narrator, I am sure that the mission I received was to bring her back, so. I'm sorry, but I can't kill you, and I won't kill anyone else. Lu Murphy gave Zhongshan Mary an unexpected answer. Mary Zhongshan finally mustered up the courage. Decided to walk out of this office and face the disaster that I had brought upon myself. Akfei, the answer turned out to be this? Then why do you? It's the Foundation. Lu Mofei took a puff of cigarette and then exhaled. A hint of helplessness appeared on his rough face. Those guys approached me and I couldn't say no. Foundation. Mary Nakayama was confused. Hasn't the universe been destroyed because of me? Narrator, this may be the fantasy of an adult magical girl, but the story takes place in the Foundation, so I think it is true. Lu Murphy shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the Foundation rebuilt it. Those guys are quite capable, after all. As soon as this was said, Mary Zhongshan was stunned. The shock in my heart surged like a tidal wave. It left her speechless for a moment. See here. Even the audience passing by were deeply moved. Nakayama Mary succeeded in becoming a god, but she was still just a girl. Made the wrong decision in a frenzy. Let herself ascend, which gave her powerful abilities. Her use of this power led to the destruction of the universe. But fortunately, thanks to that mysterious existence, everything still has a chance to be saved. See here. The subsequent development was also a natural progression. The ecstatic Mary Zhongshan almost couldn't wait to agree to Lu Murphy's request to take her back to the Foundation. So in the light curtain. EXT pure sunset. Murphy and Mary Nakayama stood on the dock, watching the sunset and the new day begin. Behind him, 2 luxury black cars drove up. More than a dozen people emerged from it, but he was not startled and did not look back. The men were neatly dressed in black suits. They surrounded a middle-aged man. He was wearing a top hat, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and slowly approached Murphy. The moment I saw this person, the faces of the audience in the chat group suddenly became strange. Because isn't this guy Dr. Clef? No one expected that. Dr. Clef actually came to the world of the lower narrative as well. The rough voice once again sounded as a voiceover. Narrator, these men in suits are agents of the Foundation, and no matter what, they follow the rules. The man in the lead is Dr. Clef, and if we tell you anything else, they will have to kill me. Dr. Clef smiled his signature Cheshire Cat grin. Mr. Lou Murphy, I think you should know that we can hear your narration. Lou Murphy shrugged to show his helplessness. Dr. Clef did not continue to joke, but glanced at the lady standing not far away, and then grinned. You did some good work today, Mr. Luffy. Yes. Lou Murphy also smiled. Dr. Clef took the cigarette out of his pocket, handed it to Murphy Lou, and lit it for him. If we need your help, how can we contact you? Dr. Clef asked. Lou Murphy took a deep breath. Hiss. Phew. He slowly exhaled the smoke, then grinned and said, I'm nearby. Later Murphy hides the cigarette behind his ear. As he left, a storm began to roll in. An agent stepped forward, trying to follow Lou Murphy. Dr. Clef grabbed his shoulders. Agent puzzled, but he's an anomaly. We can't let him go. We have to contain him. Dr. Clef shook his head. Forget it, Fred. Here's his story. The agent removed his hand from the gun. Together they watched Lou Murphy walk into the foggy night. The camera focuses on Lou Murphy's silhouette, and the scene gradually turns black. Gradually out. At the end of the screen. Like the curtain call of a silent film. A barrage of comments similar to the cast list flows across the light screen. Dr. Mary Nakayama played by Mary Nakayama. Site Director Clef played by Dr. Clef. L.V. Murphy plays himself. Administrator played by Redacted. Containment completed. See here. Looking at this bizarre yet magical scene in the light curtain. The audience in the Zushin chat group pondered for a long time. Finally, I couldn't help but started making noise in the group. WTF? Is this the end? A supreme deity, the ruler of the universe, is being contained just like that. Damn it, I still feel it's a bit unreal. It went too easy, too smoothly. Yes. Sherlock Holmes universe. Is it over? Watson looked at the light screen, still feeling a little lost. Regardless of what happened to Mary Zhongshan before and after she ascended to the throne. Or is it Lou Mofei's unique but powerful narrative ability? All of them made him feel novel and shocked. Especially the final story-filled asylum made his heart fluctuate all the way. Thinking of this, he smacked his lips and said with emotion. I have to say, it was a very satisfying and smooth dental replacement. Holmes glanced at him oddly. Easy? Smooth? What else? Watson scratched his head, puzzled. No one died in this containment, and the operators finally survived. Isn't that good enough? Holmes smiled complicatedly. The premise of all this is that the operator selected in this call is a detective who lives in the lower narrative but has the ability to change the narrative. Others might not have noticed it, but he had been summarizing and calculating Lou Mofei's abilities from the very beginning. So far, he had an answer that was closest to the truth. His ability is not to be a detective in the lower narrative, but to flatten reality and transform everything around is a story. As soon as this was said, Watson was stunned for a moment. Holmes continued. Lou Murphy will play the role of a detective in the story and be hired to solve the case. Everything else will also act in the style of a black detective novel until an ending that fits the style comes. The story will become reality. Watson seemed to have thought of something, his eyes suddenly widened, and Chen Ho said. You mean, he can turn the underlying narrative he changed into reality? While the audiences from all over the world were still discussing the process of this containment. Site 0. Chu Yun looked at Mary Zhongshan who walked into the holding room obediently with a strange expression. Although Mary Nakayama is currently being held in human form, Chu Yun knows clearly that she is still the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the universe. In other words, under the premise that Chu Yun does not take any action, the current containment measures are actually just a decoration for her. Obviously, Mary Nakayama was admitted voluntarily. She is the one described in the previous reward, the supreme godhead of kindness. This made Chu Yun, who was a little worried about the containment process at first, speechless. Damn, what a pity. A patophysical being like Lou Murphy is taking in an anomaly that is willing to be taken in. Isn't this a complete waste? However, when the reward sounded, after browsing a series of generous rewards, Chu Yun's regrets were instantly swept away. Ding. Containment Project Zhongshan Mary, mission completed. You will receive the following rewards. Designated abnormality, you can designate the abnormality item and operator selection for the next resuscitation. After completing each system recruitment, you can activate this ability again. You have obtained the ability of Universe Ruler of Nakayama Mary. The omniscient and almighty Universe Ruler / has not obtained the complete godhood, and cannot be upgraded at present. You gain Lumofei's ability to rewrite lower level narratives, because you have the ability to perfect cause and effect. After the two are combined, your ability is upgraded to rewrite narratives. You can now change the reality layer. The path to Ascension, under your leadership, the Foundation has contained a supreme divine entity, and you have gained a large amount of godhood. Chu Yun is sorry. He was not surprised that Nakayama Mary was successfully taken in and thus gained the power of the ruler of the universe. What really surprised him was the third one. Lumofei is clearly a recruited operator, but I can also gain his power. Could it be that as long as anomalies are recruited into the Foundation universe, they can receive an extra double reward? This was a complete surprise for Chu Yun. What made him even more excited was that Lumofei's ability to rewrite the lower level narrative was actually combined with his cause and effect perfection and upgraded. It has become the narrative rewrite of today. This means that no matter how terrifying or powerful the abnormality is, it is impossible to threaten the Foundation universe from the root. This point is much more powerful than any ruler of the universe. Didn't you see that even though Mary Zhongshan became the ruler of the universe, she couldn't stop those powerful anomalies from invading the Earth? As for the first one, it was also a pleasant surprise. The continuous appearance of the Supreme God has made countless viewers hold their breath. Should we take this opportunity to show everyone something relaxing? Chu Yun has already started thinking about what choice to make. P.S. Next time I will be planning to have a designated exception and a designated call-up. If you guys have anything you want to see, please post it in the comments section. Chapter 75. After thinking for a while, Chu Yun came up with a plan. Soon, that grand and solemn voice resounded throughout the universe once again. The 10th call begins, and a random world draw will be conducted. Ding. Extraction completed. The universe is drawn this time: Detective Conan Universe, Jackie Chan Adventures Universe. Operators recruited this time: Conan, Detective Conan Universe, Xiao, Jackie Chan Adventures. With the end of this call, the audiences from all over the universe immediately started talking. Especially the chosen ones, 2 universes. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. Uncle Long and Dad were getting really anxious. I was clearly holding her, how could this happen? The big guy True's face was full of panic, and he kept suspecting that he had lost Xiao. Where? Is there a corridor? Maybe in the elevator. Should we give Dad's store a call? Maybe she ran back. Uncle Long was so anxious that he was jumping up and down, and his emotions were almost on the verge of collapse. He simply couldn't accept the fact that Xiao was drafted. Especially after seeing so many horrific anomalies, the Foundation universe has been labeled as Hell Survival Difficulty by him. There are so many powerful beings from other universes, but they can only be beaten in it. What about Xiao? She is just an ordinary little girl. Chen Long. I'm sorry. Sheriff Blake patted his shoulder and sighed. Don't think your niece is so weak. The old man stood up. Xiao is already a big kid, trust her. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long shook his head dejectedly and looked at the light curtain with a worried look. Detective Conan Universe. Ah. Xiaolan's scream caused the entire police station to fall into silence. Then, everyone panicked. The usually carefree Maori Kogoro was scratching his head anxiously. It's over, it's over. Why did you choose this little devil? What should I do, Dad? Conan is just a child. Xiaolan grabbed Kogoro Mori's collar and shook him madly. You, don't be so anxious, ugh, you don't ugh. On the other side, the members of the junior detective team were all envious. Oh my god, so Conan is traveling to another universe all of a sudden. It's not a trip. It's a trip to fight monsters. It's solving a case, just like the detective Lou Murphy before. Will there be any danger? Of course, but it's no problem for Conan. Listening to the chattering of several people, Yun rolled his eyes helplessly. At the same time, I was also very worried. Of all the anomalies that have appeared so far, even the first immortal evil lizard is not something that an ordinary person like Conan can deal with. Why was he chosen? As the audiences in the heavens were discussing, the operators selected this time finally appeared in the light curtain. However, when I saw the two operators this time, the audience, who were originally talking a lot, suddenly became quiet. Immediately there was a moment of surprise. WTF? Am I hallucinating? Why did the Foundation recruit two children? What the hell, you haven't even graduated from elementary school yet. What the hell is the Foundation doing? Are they going to let these two children face those horrible anomalies? It's over. I don't dare to watch anymore. The original discussion and curiosity suddenly turned into worry. They obviously couldn't accept letting two little kids participate in such horrific and dangerous tasks. At the same time, within the site, the operators were also confused when they saw the two children. Damn it, doesn't the Foundation have any moral integrity? Zhang Hulan said indignantly. It's fine if they chose weaklings like us, but why did they not even let the children go? Deadpool also showed his great and glorious temperament, cursing. Where's the ethics committee? I want to report it. On the other side, the Holy Lord looked at Xiao and suddenly had a headache. How did you get her here? He had a lot of dealings with this kid. It can be said that half of the credit for his failure to rule the world was due to Xiao. At this moment, after looking around, Xiao was excited at first. Oh yeah. I was chosen. Uncle Long, you. She subconsciously looked for Chen Long, but realized that she had come to another universe. Her smile gradually froze on her face and her expression became panicked. It was only then that she realized that this didn't seem to be a good thing. Conan on the side calmly looked at the surrounding environment. After pondering for a long time, he let out a bitter laugh. I was actually chosen. At this moment, not to mention the little girl Xiao, even he, who has the soul of an adult, couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. After all, compared to those anomalies that could easily cause a world-destroying crisis, they were too weak. Just at this moment. Da-da-da. Dr. Clef strode over. I seem to hear someone is looking for the ethics committee. It's me. Deadpool stepped forward without hesitation. I want to report to the ethics committee that the Foundation is abusing children. Dr. Clef looked at the indignant operators, then at the two new faces selected this time. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I will report your report to the ethics committee, but I need to clarify 10 points. This object's class is safe. Safe. All the operators and the audience were stunned. The doubts in my heart faded slightly. Dr. Clef added, not only that, this recruitment is a one-time recruitment. As long as the mission is completed, they will return directly. As soon as this was said, not to mention the operators, even the audience in the chat group were jealous. Able to perform safe-level tasks. When you are done, you can return. In the end, you may even get a reward, 01460310 Fila 1932431111. Who wouldn't want this kind of thing? At the same time, in the universe of the two operators, everyone involved breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no danger. Then, everyone inevitably became curious about this project. There are actually non-dangerous projects in the Foundation? What is that exactly? Soon. The project files for this project appeared on the light screen. The call ends, and the interactive mission begins. This interaction is abnormal, Dragon's fate. See here. The audience's worries, which had just been put at ease, were suddenly raised again. The chat group was in an uproar. WTF? Where does the dragon end up? The dragon. Damn it, how can a mission with a dragon not be dangerous? Damn it, this Dr. Clef is a total liar. The next second, the files of this project appeared on the light screen. The audience who had just been cursing suddenly became quiet. Project name, Dragon is here. Item hashtag, SCP-1762. Object class, safe. See here. Everyone was stunned. It's really safe level? But why is a project with dragons classified as safe? Special containment procedures. SCP-1762-1 is to be kept in a standard containment unit at site-data expunged. The process of SCP-1762-1 releasing SCP-1762-2 is to be recorded on video for further study. Although instances of SCP-1762-2 have been determined to be harmless, they are not to be allowed to leave their containment chamber. See here. The atmosphere in the chat group became increasingly weird. Confirmed to be harmless? Confined in a room? Dragon? They couldn't connect the three pieces of information together in any way. Until more content comes out. Description: SCP-1762-1 is a flat cardboard box, measuring 32 cm x 20 cm x 26 cm. The box is painted silver both inside and out, and the words, "Here comes the dragon," are written on the lid in indelible black marker. The interior of SCP-1762-1 is empty when not in the release phase. SCP-1762-1 will occasionally open automatically and begin to release SCP-1762-2. During this time, a large amount of black smoke will briefly appear in the box, which will quickly dissipate. SCP-1762-2 will appear within an average of 20 seconds after the smoke dissipates. SCP-1762-2 is an entity that emerged from SCP-1762-1. All instances of SCP-1762-2 appear to be origami models, resembling various types of dragons, both Eastern and Western. Analysis of SCP-1762-2 has revealed that it is composed of camel paper too. All operators. All Heavens chat group. The entire universe suddenly fell into a strange silence. Soon. The chat group exploded. Whole of Kingshti. FK, an origami dragon is also considered a dragon. Damn, I feel like my intelligence has been insulted. 3-body universe. 0 request flowers. Earth. Luoji looked at the contents on the light screen in amazement, and for a moment he thought he was hallucinating. Origami dragon. He muttered with a strange expression, then smiled helplessly. Nice joke. In addition to being surprised, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, not all anomalies in the Foundation universe are threatening. This is undoubtedly good news. The Adventures of Chen Long. District 13. The agents and senior executives looked at each other in bewilderment. Uncle Long looked at his father and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it's an origami dragon. Uncle Long showed a smile of surviving a disaster. Who knows? Bang. Dad, why did you hit me again? Dad has already said it. Don't underestimate your niece. Dad smiled and adjusted his glasses. Obviously, luck is also a superpower. For a time. The entire District 13 is filled with a happy atmosphere. Detective Conan. Universe. There were exclamations one after another in the police station. Xylan finally let go of her hand and said happily, "That's great." Instead, the members of the Junior Detective League were a little disappointed. Damn it. I thought I could see a real dragon. But it turned out to be just an origami dragon. Yes, everyone has seen this thing, I folded it myself. Mar. See here. 0. The operators also breathed a sigh of relief. SCP-1762-2 vary in length from 9 cm to 30 cm, all instances are capable of sustained flight after leaving SCP-1762-1. The maximum speed can reach 15 km per hour. The number of SCP-1762-2 that appears each time SCP-1762-1 is opened varies, ranging from 50 to 100. Between. Sometimes, after SCP-1762-1 has collected all SCP-1762-2, a message written or carved in various materials will appear on the lid of the box. Attempts to utilize SCP-1762-2 to transmit information or record equipment have been fruitless. This is the end of the file. For a time. This rare safe-level project actually aroused everyone's curiosity. Zhang Hulan, who had just stretched out his hand and threatened to report, withdrew his hand awkwardly. He muttered, "I didn't expect the Foundation to still have some integrity." Deadpool immediately changed the subject. Why can they choose safe while we are Keter and those missions that cannot be completed at all? I protest. Dr. Clef glanced over with 3 eyes, and Deadpool's body trembled suddenly. Unexpectedly, the other party nodded. What you said makes sense, so this mission is a welfare mission, you can also choose to participate. The operator's eyes widened immediately. Are you telling the truth? Even the usually arrogant Empress looked at him with awe. The next second, the task prompt appeared in front of everyone. Mission, Dragon's Destination. Description, SCP-1762 is a cardboard box with anomalous properties, from which SCP-1762-1, origami dragons, occasionally fly out. Task description, Interact with SCP-1762. Task reward, 100 to 300 contribution points. See here. All the operators were immediately delighted. Who would be willing to fight to the death with divinity or the supreme divinity when they can participate in such a safe project? Without any hesitation, all the operators rushed to participate. Even the Empress chose to accept the mission after a slight hesitation. Site 0. Seeing everyone signing up enthusiastically, Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. You can't want the horse to run without giving it grass to eat, right? After all, I'm not a devil. Chapter 76. The light curtain lit up again. The operators have arrived at the door of a regular containment room. The leader is still Dr. Clef. From his impatient look, it can be seen that he is really not interested in this mission. He lowered his head, looked at the two waist-high operators and said seriously, "Your mission is to understand the anomalous properties of SCP-1762, and what those SCP-1762-2 are. Are you talking about those origami dragons?" Xiao asked impatiently. Dr. Cleft rolled his eyes. "Whatever it is, okay, get in." Crack. The containment chamber door opens. Everyone filed in and immediately saw the most thoughtfully decorated silver box in the room. The cardboard box is about the size of a shoe box, or in other words, it is made from a modified shoe box. It was painted silver, and the words, "Here is the dragon," were written crookedly in black marker on the seal. The two young operators and other operators immediately stepped forward. Since this thing was contained, it has only shown abnormal behavior once. Dr. Clef took the file and pulled out a note. The origami dragons flew out of the box, played around for a while, and then flew back, leaving this behind. Conan took the note, and the contents appeared on the light curtain. "You found us. Thank you. After such a long time, we finally meet again, my friend." Seeing this, the audience was stunned. In the light curtain, Xiao asked curiously, "Can origami dragons communicate with humans through paper notes?" Conan was also a little surprised. "I thought they were just some origami dragons that could fly." Unexpectedly. Things don't seem that simple. Especially the two words friend 670, which made him slightly stunned. So, these origami dragons became friends with a human. Deadpool curled his lips and said boredly, "I swear that guy is definitely no more than 12 years old." Zhang Hulan was puzzled. Why? Because what adult could do something so childish? Xiao glared at the annoying suit man, then looked at Clef and asked curiously, "So, who is the owner of this box?" "Master." Clef didn't react in time. It took him 2 seconds to understand what Xiao meant. Helpless. It was said that it was sent by an elderly man who lived alone. He accidentally found the thing smoking in the attic and was terrified, so he sent it to the police station. As for who did it, it should be his grandson. But his grandson died in an accident. As soon as this was said, the audience in the chat group were all shocked. Something made by a child becomes anomalous? At this time, more content appeared on the light screen. Peace has been maintained. Since you last came to give order, the giants and beasts have not spoken a word, nor have they caused any trouble. We miss your team. How are your tribe members doing recently? Do you still remember how to operate your room? You are always welcome to visit. What? Deadpool looked at Clef in astonishment. Are you sure this note was sent by those stupid origami dragons? And not some kind of prank? Wow, that's cool. Xiao's eyes widened and she said excitedly, maybe this box is actually connected to another world. She looked at everyone and excitedly introduced, maybe that world not only has dragons, but also giants and behemoths. Phew. Deadpool laughed out loud. Facing Xiao's murderous look, he shrugged. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. A box, he pointed at the carton and said with a smile. Linking a world. Excuse me, what are we doing? Attending a fairy tale story session? Or does this box have another name, Gate of the Dead? Or, Gate of the Other World? Xiao was finally irritated by his rudeness and clenched her fists and shouted. Is there a problem? Why can't we allow? Who knows? I saw the closed paper box suddenly opened. Next. A lot of smoke poured out of the box. The sudden change scared everyone. Deadpool was like a frightened bird and hid behind everyone at the first moment. Only Xiao rushed forward excitedly upon seeing this. The next second, several small figures slowly flew out of the paper box. After seeing these figures, everyone inside and outside the light curtain was stunned. Because those flapping wings are actually origami of different colors and shapes. One of them even flew around Xiao slowly for a few times. It looked like he was just playing with her. Seeing this scene, the audience in the chat group was stunned. No one expected that a flying origami dragon would actually fly out of here. Zhang Hulan and his companions were worried about the danger and wanted to step forward to stop it. But was stopped by Dr. Clef. Don't worry. He calmed down the somewhat nervous operators and signaled everyone not to disturb Xiao. Next to the carton, Xiao stretched out her arms excitedly, and something unexpected happened. These origami dragons circled around the room for a few times and then landed on Xiao's arms. One of them even tilted its head like a little bird, looking at the figure in front of it. That's amazing. Xiao lowered her voice, fearing that any loud noise would hurt them. Can you understand what I am saying? She asked tentatively. The other party tilted his head in confusion, as if he couldn't understand Xiao's words. Then it flew up, circled the containment room several times, and landed in her hand again. Huh. Conan approached cautiously and pointed at the origami dragon. Look under its wings. Xiao was stunned. At this moment, the origami dragon took out a piece of paper from under its wings and placed it in Xiao's palm. 0146031002 Fila 1932438281. It's strange that your world has changed so much. Even stranger is the way we are here now. In the fantasy world, we are much bigger. Or is it that you have become bigger? Fantasy world. Xiao immediately shouted excitedly, I told you that this box is connected to another world. What is the fantasy world? Of course it's the world of dragons. Xiao said excitedly, in that world, maybe they are not origami dragons, but real dragons. Upon hearing this, Deadpool scratched his head awkwardly. He secretly complained, will this little brat really guess it? The fantasy world remains the same. We hope you can visit us as before. Although the room is still as big as before, it looks like you have become smaller? We don't quite understand. According to our contract, the rooms should always be stable. Please keep your promise. Room. Zhang Hulan followed Xiao's idea and asked uncertainly, could it be this holding room? The others thought about it for a moment and realized that it was indeed possible. Maybe the environment has changed from the old man's attic to the current shelter room. Jinxie said. What is the contract then? Deadpool, who was standing by, saw that everyone was actually chatting seriously. Suddenly I felt like an outsider. At the same time, the audience in the chat group also watched with great interest. No one expected that. It's just a small safe-level containment object, but there is so much information hidden behind it. But this information is so fantastic. Just when everyone was expecting more content to appear, but found that SCP-1762-1 once again emits large amounts of smoke. The origami dragon in Xiao's hand seemed to be summoned by something. I saw it flap its wings twice, and then it flew up. It slowly flew back into the box with the other origami dragons. Xiao stared blankly at her empty palms, her expression filled with reluctance and loss. It was as if what had just been sitting in her hand was not an origami dragon, but a real dragon. KJ. She came to the cardboard box that she had closed by herself and looked around. Did they fly back to the fantasy world? She looked at her colleague. Did you find anything? I'm not sure yet. The Chronicles of Narnia Universe. At Diggory's home. Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy, 4 siblings, have not yet adapted to country life and are bored. When they saw the magical cardboard box in the light curtain, I was immediately attracted by the fantasy world connected to the cardboard box. It would be nice if we could go to the fantasy world through that cardboard box. Who says it's not true? I must become a knight and defeat evil. Then I have no choice but to become a king and protect my people. Just then. Beep beep. Oh my god, come and look at this closet. In the screen. As the operators were discussing. Phew. The tightly closed paper box was opened again, and thick smoke gushed out. There was a sudden silence in the holding room. Then Xiao's cheers rang out, here we go again. As expected. The colorful origami dragon flew out of the smoke again. But this time, the number was much smaller. Not only that, the origami dragons didn't flap their wings and fly like usual. Instead, he kept walking on the ground. Xiao came to the origami dragon that gave her the note last time and asked in confusion, "Why aren't you flying anymore?" It seemed to remember Xiao. He walked straight to her hand and immediately took out a new note. Unexpectedly, the first sentence made Xiao nervous. "Friends, we are sorry that we are short of staff. We have to stay in the fantasy world for a while. Other forces are growing, they are getting restless. We want to maintain peace, but please, for our mutual happiness, repair your room quickly. We know you've been working hard. Your people are the most imaginative among us." Other forces. Looking at the contents of the note, Conan was slightly stunned. Who are the other forces? In an instant, he recalled the contents of the note. Surprised, could it be, say, those giants and beasts? Zhang Hulan came over, pointed at the note and asked, "What does it mean that the cause of all this is the instability of the real world? What is imagination?" Conan was also confused by this. Jinx looked at the sickly origami dragons on the ground, and seemed to sense the restlessness they conveyed. He sighed and said, "It seems that something bad is happening to my fantasy world as well." Talking room. The sickly origami dragons seemed to feel tired and went back into their paper boxes. The curtain closed again. But Conan stood still, muttering, "Imagination, children, war." As if he had thought of something, he adjusted his glasses, with a subtle light flashing in his eyes. Who knows? Just then, the mutation occurred again. The paper box, which had just been closed, began to tremble again. Next, black smoke appeared inside. At the same time, 3 crumpled yellow paper balls appeared. They fell directly to the ground as if they were thrown out of a cardboard box. The paper balls were shaken very vigorously for 5 seconds and then stopped moving. The sudden change made everyone subconsciously take a step back. Only Xiao suddenly shouted, "It must be a giant." As soon as the words fell, smoke once again erupts from within SCP-1762-1, followed by origami dragons. They also did not stay in the containment room to play. Instead, it flew straight to the paper ball, picked it up, and brought it back into the paper box. The red origami dragon flew to 2.8 Xiao's palm with ease. Xiao noticed that its body seemed a little different. Not only does it look wrinkled, but its movements are also far less agile than before. As usual, it took out a piece of paper from under its wings and flew back into the box. However, when everyone saw the contents of the note, they were shocked. "Giants are really stupid. Your room is not ready for them. We are sorry, my friend. We hope to see each other again in the future, but the time left for us to preserve our happiness is getting shorter and shorter." Giant? The 3 paper balls just now appeared in everyone's mind subconsciously. Then he looked at Xiao in astonishment. "How do you know it belongs to a giant?" "I guessed." Perhaps Xiao was a little worried by the poor condition of the origami dragon, and she was in a low mood. If an origami dragon is a dragon, then those paper balls must be giants, right? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed bitterly. This illogical reasoning happens to coincide with the facts. If those 3 paper balls were giants, why did they leave the fantasy world? Zhang Hulan was puzzled, and he still looks the same. Recalling the 3 crumpled paper balls and the origami dragon's action of bringing them back to the paper box, Conan had a guess. The fantasy world is deteriorating rapidly, and the speed of collapse is also accelerating. Combining this conjecture with the previous analysis, Conan immediately got an answer that surprised him. Dragons, giants, behemoths. Even the entire fantasy world is most likely a fantasy creation. And what keeps this world going is the owner of the paper box. Imagination. Chapter 77. When Conan expressed his guess, the entire containment room, as well as the chat group of all beings, suddenly fell into silence. Next, the chat group exploded. WTF? The fantasy world is a child's fantasy world. And what keeps this world going is the child's imagination. Damn it, this idea is too outrageous, isn't it? It's really outrageous, but if you think about it, it seems to make sense. Now it seems that this crudely made paper box, the origami dragons, and the paper balls, really seem like they were made by a child. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group. All the operators looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected that. The anomalous properties of this containment object can actually be interpreted in this way. Dr. Clef looked at Conan with interest. Why do you say that? Conan looked at Xiao, who was still standing by the box. Complex smile. Because only children can understand children best. With his eyes flashing, he told everyone a story. Once there was a little kid who made a cardboard box like this out of a shoe box and named it Here Comes the Dragon. He made origami dragons, giants, behemoths. He kept filling it with these imaginary creations until the world became richer and richer, more and more perfect. Then, the fantasy world appeared. This story is short and to the point. This caused all the operators to fall into silence. Dr. Clef asked, then why did the fantasy world begin to collapse? Because their creator is dead. It is also because of the Foundation's continuous rigorous scientific research, and because the Foundation members lack innocence and imagination, that you cannot communicate with the new fantasy world. Conan said calmly, the fantasy world has lost the imagination that supports it, and it is inevitably heading towards destruction. As soon as this was said, whether in a chat group or on site, everyone was shocked at first. After a little thought, the feeling of astonishment faded, replaced by mixed sighs from the crowd. As if to confirm Conan's guess, the carton sprayed smoke again. The red origami dragon flew out along with the smoke. Its body became increasingly tattered, and a wound appeared on its wing. This time, it didn't even bother to stop. After putting the note on the ground, it planned to fly back. Xiao stopped it. Then he took out a cartoon-style band-aid from his pocket. Carefully attach it to the... He remained silent with his lips pouted. Finally, she touched the origami dragon's head. I watched it with disappointment as it returned to the box without looking back. Conan took the note and opened it. The situation is getting more tense. The fantasy world is getting darker. We, the snakes and hybrids, are trying to stop them from returning, but the giants and elves hope to launch an attack and open a portal. They say your people have become stupid and ignorant. We hope this is not true. If you have truly forgotten this, we will be hurt. Just a few words made Xiao's hands tremble slightly. The operators nearby also had complicated expressions. Dragons, giants, behemoths, elves, snakes, hybrids. The more perfect the world is, the more regretful they feel. They seemed to see. On a beautiful planet, various magical beings are experiencing a cruel disaster. This beautiful world is in pieces because of disaster. All living things are in panic, inevitably heading towards extinction. Zhang Hulan stared at the paper box with a complicated look. It was like witnessing a beautiful world collapsing before your eyes. Everyone has experienced childhood. Every child has had such an innocent dream. His childhood had disappeared over the years, so at first he simply could not understand or imagine that there was such a fantasy world in the world. The dreamlike fantasies of childhood ultimately lost to the war of growing up. An inexplicable sadness spread in the room. Xiao stood in front of the paper box in a daze, as if waiting for something. Not long after, a single, red instance of SCP-1762-2 emerges from SCP-1762-1. There were more damages on its body and obvious wrinkles on its appearance. Only the cartoon-style band-aid remained on the wing. It barely flapped its wings. It flew around Xiao just like it was the first time it appeared. After flying hard for a minute, it fell to the ground like a bird at the end of its life. Xiao picked it up from the ground with trembling hands. I only saw a line of words on its wings. War. Goodbye, friends. People seemed to hear the sigh of a dying dragon. In Xiao's low sobs, an atmosphere of sadness spread. Countless viewers watched this scene in silence, with mixed feelings in their hearts. This time the mission is different from the previous ones. There is no powerful and invincible enemy. There is no need to die passionately. They just saw a fantastic world die in silence. Every audience member feels like they have lost something. That thing everyone has. But once lost, it can never be found again. In the screen, Conan watched this scene calmly. Imagination is the gift that is closest to a curse. It comes suddenly and pulls us out of our daily lives into a completely new reality, broadening and extending the limited life of human beings in disguise. Sometimes it even presents something so vivid that it tempts people to forget the world they live in. Unfortunately, the Foundation does not allow imagination to exist. Just then, He seemed to see something, and his face suddenly changed. Late afternoon market release, 0146031002 Fila 1932434431. Get out of there. Suddenly, the closed paper box opened and a terrifying flame burst out from it. Xiao, who was standing next to the cardboard box, was obviously unable to avoid it. Before he finished speaking, all the operators in the room moved. Next second, Xiao looked at Dr. Clef, who was holding her wrist in shock. Just wanted to say thank you. But I happened to see the cardboard box collapse. SCP-1762-1 suddenly opened and released a 2-meter-high flame with a temperature of 1700 degrees Celsius. Several roars that sound distant are heard emanating from SCP-1762-1. Everyone suddenly froze in place. Because that roar was clearly the roar of a dragon. Next, a large amount of torn paper and paper balls erupted from SCP-1762-1. Several damaged origami dragons also appeared, but they were all the same as the red origami dragon. There is no more anger. Xiao picked them up tremblingly and sobbed. They are dead. Dr. Clef opened his mouth, habitually wanting to correct Xiao's remarks. It should be invalidated. But after thinking about it, he still accepted the word death to describe living things. It's been a long time. The flame in the paper box slowly went out. When everyone came to the paper box, they saw a circle of something similar to parchment inside. Part of the text above is blurred or covered by blood. After taking the documents, several parts of the box began to char and disintegrate, and soon the box was covered with small burn holes. The words, "The dragon is here," written on the lid of the box were burned. Without paying attention to this, everyone looked at the contents on the parchment. Are you still here, friends? We miss you very much. The fantasy world is no longer safe. Our harbor, your creation, is gone. The giants are dead. The minotaurs are dead. The birds have fled. We will burn down your room. We cannot risk you getting hurt. This is our farewell. Maybe one day, your people will build another room. This little hope may not come true, but we will cherish it. Seeing this scene, the audience in the universe fell silent. An indescribable sadness spread in the chat group. Next, the box began to shake again. They took the last document from the box. The document was written in ink on a papyrus scroll and was accompanied by a drawing of a mountainous area covered in trees and waterfalls. A winged dragon can be seen in the background, appearing to be about to fly away. The message is written in black ink in the lower right corner of the scroll. The master said, "We will not see you again. We are sad. So are others. We were once full of dreams and ideals. Unfortunately, we can no longer share them. The master said we must leave. He said he would create a new fantasy world. He said you cannot be part of the new fantasy world. We are very sad. We love you. We will never forget you. We are very scared. Will you forget us?" The operators read the above content. Xiao had already burst into tears. Children's friendship is so simple and pure. The cruel thing is, she had just met this group of friends for a short time, and it was time to say goodbye. Just as they said, they destroyed the only channel connecting the fantasy world to reality. After taking 1762 to 18, salt water begins to leak out of SCP-1762-1, and the original burn marks begin to disappear. 3 minutes later, SCP-1762-1 was restored to its original state. The words, "The dragon is here," were replaced with, "The dragon was here. See here." The audience in the chat group fell into complete silence. They seemed to see a beautiful world collapsing in silence. After the agreement was made, left a final blessing to another world. Will you forget us? The answer is obviously no. The dragon is here. Became a dragon once here. One more word. But the beautiful fantasy also came to an end. Mission completed. When this familiar voice appeared in the light curtain, for the first time, the audience felt an indescribable sense of loss. This mission is like their short but wonderful childhood. Even the loss is just as silent and quick. Wait until they respond. When you come over, everything has disappeared without a trace. Next, the scene changes from the containment room to the director's office inside the site. Dr. Clef stood in front of a video camera as before, apparently doing a project report. He read the report carefully. Just as he was about to turn off the video recorder, He suddenly froze. He saw the origami dragon he had taken away, lying there as if it were dead. Dr. Clef picked it up carefully. He seemed to see that dreamlike world again. In those days that were once full of wild imagination and endless creativity, our people once created such a fantasy world. It is boundless. It is vast. It nourishes countless wonderful creatures. It also contains endless ideals and fun. Of course, the dragon is also here. During that happy time of living together, our people and the dragons made a precious covenant, promising to jointly protect our paradise and our ideal. The weapon of our people is the creativity that is enough to change reality. So, dragons coexist with us. Over the long years, for some unknown reason, our people abandoned the fantasy world and no one knew where they were heading. The fantasy world based on creativity is shrinking day by day and gradually turns into a small paper box. In the days when we lost the help of our people, only the dragons were left to guard the fantasy world. Protecting this land is not easy. The paradise that once existed is gradually sinking, the light that once existed is gradually dimming, the vitality that once existed is gradually withering, and the peace that once existed is gradually shattered. Faced with the gradual collapse of the fantasy world and the trampling of the evil race,